Chapter 26-24. Ah. Dong Hai's face turned pale and he almost collapsed to the ground. This time, in order to arrest Xianxia, the Dong family's third-order Dao Source Realm elders were all mobilized. After all, this was a matter of great importance and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He thought that this was a safe arrangement, but he didn't expect that they would be wiped out. The Dong family suddenly lost so many high-end combatants, and the family's power was bound to plummet. At that time, it was not impossible for the other families in the city to annex them. Dong Hai could hardly accept this reality and his mind went blank. Who is it? Commander Yu was also shocked. As the guard commander of Peaceful City, how could he not know when an Emperor Realm Master had appeared in the city? This dereliction of duty was a serious crime. Moreover, the pressure Ji Yao gave him was even greater than the City Lord's masters. In other words, this ice-cold woman was more powerful than the City Lord. A master above the second-order Emperor realm? Commander Yu was also dripping with cold sweat. At the corner, when Bai Lu and Yan Xiumen saw what had happened, they were filled with lingering fear. They thought that between Yang Kai and Ji Yao only their honored master Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm. Now they knew that Ji Yao was also from the Emperor realm. Yesterday Yan Xiumen wanted to buy her ship. Now that they thought about it, the other party was merciful yesterday. Otherwise, how could they still be alive? Peaceful City's Commander Yu Jin greets the master. May I know the name of this master? Commander Yu ran out and cupped his fists to Ji Yao while wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. His face was full of respect. In front of a suspected second-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't dare to be presumptuous. After all, the City Lord's master was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If this expert was really angered and started a massacre, then this peaceful city would be finished. Ji Yao didn't seem to hear Yu Jin's words. She just turned her head and looked at Xianxia with a frown. Xianxia was also stunned. She held her sword in her hand. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the elders of the Dong family who had made things difficult for him were dead. Senior. Xianxia was moved. She looked at Ji Yao and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Previously she also thought that she was going to die for sure. Who knew that at this critical moment she would receive help from a benefactor and turn misfortune into fortune. Xianxia's heart was filled with gratitude. "Are you a disciple of Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao frowned and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a huge rock had been smashed into the calm surface of a lake, causing a huge uproar. What? The Dong family's matriarch was a disciple of Ice Heart Valley? Are you serious? It can't be. If that was the case, wouldn't the Dong clan be finished then? No wonder Patriarch Dong didn't hesitate to expel his wife from the Dong family and sever all ties with her. It turns out she is a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. The Dong family head is so courageous. If it were a normal person, he would not be willing to drive such a beautiful lady out of the family. Everyone's discussion spread out, making Ji Yao and Yang Kai frown unceasingly. He didn't know what was going on. Hearing Ji Yao's question, Xianxia smiled bitterly. "I don't dare claim to be a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Tianhe was expelled by honored master 100 years ago." "Expelled from the sect? What crime did you commit?" Ji Yao asked after a moment of surprise. Ice Heart Valley's disciples could not be expelled unless they had committed some serious crime. Xianxia's face was bitter as she glanced at Dong Hai who was standing below. Ji Yao understood and coldly snorted, "So it was because of a man. You must have been blind to follow him even at the cost of being expelled from the sect. But now what? He expelled you from the Dong family again." As soon as these words came out, Xianxia's eyes became red again. Undoubtedly, she had been stabbed in the heart and was speechless for a while. "It's over, it's over." Dong Hai heard the conversation between Ji Yao and Xianxia and his face seemed to have aged a lot, his body on the verge of collapse. He knew that the Dong family was really finished this time. Not to mention the heavy losses of the elders and the fall of the Dong family's influence, the relationship between Xianxia and Ice Heart Valley was enough to doom the Dong family. After today, the Dong family would no longer have a place in Peaceful Peace City. Even if the great families in the city did not deal with the Dong family, the city lord would not tolerate the Dong family. Even if Xianxia had been expelled from Ice Heart Valley 100 years ago, she was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, in the entire Northern Territory, Anyone who had the slightest relationship with Ice Heart Valley had never had a good ending. She's actually from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. Previously he had eavesdropped on the conversation between Commander Yu and Dong Hai. Commander Yu had said that Lady Dong came from a great sect, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Only now did he know that this great sect was actually Ice Heart Valley. In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley was indeed a first-class force. One of its disciples married into the small Dong family in peaceful Peace City. This was a great honor for the Dong family. Whose sect are you a disciple of? Jiao asked again. Shi Tianhe said softly, replying to Senior, Junior's honored master's surname is An, and her name is Ruo Yun. You are a disciple of eldest senior sister? Jiao trembled. And Ruo Yun, a second-order emperor realm master, was the most senior among Bing Yun's disciples. She was the eldest senior sister of many senior sisters. During the years when Bing Yun was missing, it was An Ruo Yun who took charge of Ice Heart Valley and supported it. It could be said that the name An Ruo Yun was known to almost every cultivator in the Northern Territory. So when they heard Shi Tianhe say that her honored master was An Ruo Yun, there was an uproar. No one expected that the former matriarch of the Dong family would have such a great background. When they looked at Dong Hai again, their gazes became much more complicated. Dong Hai was An Ruo Yun's disciple and he was marrying her as his wife. Unfortunately, this glory of the past had now become a fatal blow to the Dong family. Eldest senior sister? Shi Tianhe was also stunned. She looked at Ji Yao blankly and asked, Senior is? This person called her honored master eldest senior sister, so she was obviously also a member of Ice Heart Valley. Shi Tianhe thought of the faces of her martial uncles in Ice Heart Valley, but she couldn't match any of them with this person in front of her, so she couldn't help but feel suspicious. I am your third martial aunt. Ji Yao said lightly. Shi Tianhe's eyes lit up when she heard this and she cried out involuntarily, You are? Martial aunt Ji Yao. When she was in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao had already disappeared, so it was normal for her not to have seen Ji Yao. However, when she was in Ice Heart Valley, she had heard her honored master mention this long-lost martial aunt. Those martial uncles who were still in Ice Heart Valley were worried about her safety, but unfortunately no one knew where she was. Ice Heart Valley had sent people out many times to look for her, but there was no news. Shi Tianhe had never thought that she would meet her in peaceful Peace City today. For a moment, Shi Tianhe was overjoyed, and the sadness in her heart was diluted a lot when she saw Ji Yao. She quickly knelt in front of Ji Yao and said, Abandoned disciple of Ice Heart Valley Shi Tianhe, greets third martial aunt. Get up. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and lifted Shi Tianhe up, coldly snorting. As the disciple of eldest senior sister, you actually disobeyed her for a man. If I were her, I would have killed you directly. How could I have allowed you to live until today? Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly and didn't say a word. Ji Yao continued, However, senior sister spared your life, so it's not convenient for me to overstep my authority. Today you have been expelled from the Dong family, so you are no longer a member of the Dong family. Come back to Ice Heart Valley with me and ask for forgiveness from eldest senior sister. Whether you live or die, it's all up to senior sister. Shi Tianhe wept and said, Thank you, third martial aunt. Ji Yao turned her head and looked coldly at the dazed Dong Hai below. Although Tianhe is an abandoned disciple of my Ice Heart Valley, she is not someone you can bully. She abandoned her sect to follow you. It's fine if you treated her well, but now you have abandoned her. You deserve to die. As she spoke, she gently slapped her palm down. Well, Shi Tianhe was shocked and stood in front of Ji Yao in a flash. She knelt on the ground and begged, Third martial aunt, don't kill him. Please don't kill him. Emperor Qi surged in Ji Yao's palm, but she didn't release it. She glared at Shi Tianhe and said angrily, You still want to protect him at this time? Shi Tianhe shook her head and cried, He saved my life back then. Now I ask third martial aunt to spare his life. Just treat it as this disciple paying him back with her life. From now on, our grievances are settled and there will be no more contact between us. Ji Yao was furious. She wanted to slap this blind martial niece in front of her to death. Emperor Qi surged in her palm several times, but in the end she couldn't bear to do it. After all, Shi Tianhe's fate was already bumpy enough. Helplessly, Ji Yao could only turn her head and look at Yang Kai. Honored master, what do you think? Yang Kai said indifferently, You can avoid death but you can't escape punishment. As he spoke he had already arrived in front of Dong Hai and slapped his chest. Dong Hai was sent flying before he could react. He crashed into a building not far away and fainted. Since Yang Kai had already made a move, Ji Yao naturally had no objections. She immediately dispersed her emperor qi. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and took the lead to fly into the air. Ji Yao hurriedly followed. Shi Tianhe looked back at Dong Hai who was unconscious on the ground, and finally turned her head and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was only at this moment that the many cultivator at the city gate secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the emperor realm here, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear that their image would offend that master. She's actually from Ice Heart Valley. At the corner, Bai Lu seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. He looked extremely excited. After thinking for a while he suddenly said, Shui man, quickly go and tell your father that the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley has come to Peaceful Peace City and has just left. Tell him to quickly count the people and chase after them. Remember, don't alert them, just follow them. What about you? Yan Xuemon looked at him and asked. I'm going back to Black Thunder Pavilion and tell my father what happened here. I believe that my father will be very interested in that woman. Saying so, he had already rushed to the location of the space array in Peaceful Peace City. Through the space array he could directly return to Black Thunder Pavilion, so it wouldn't take long for him to tell his father the news here. People from Ice Heart Valley dare to come out and cause trouble? Now there's hope for revenge. Bai Lu sneered in his heart. Thinking of the scene where his father took action and captured the man and woman, he was secretly delighted. Chapter 26-25. In the sky a group of 3 flew forward. Perhaps it was because Ji Yao hated Shi Tianhe for not becoming steel, but from time to time she would glare at Shi Tianhe with extreme annoyance. As for Shi Tianhe, she had just experienced a great change. Although she managed to keep her life, she was also depressed. If not for the fact that she still had one last wish, she would have lost her will to live. Honored master, you should have killed that man before. Why did you leave him alive? After flying for half a day, Ji Yao finally couldn't help but speak. As soon as she spoke, her voice was filled with murderous intent. Obviously she was still worried about Dong Hai's injuries. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't say anything. Honored master? Shi Tianhe was shocked when she heard this. She looked at Yang Kai in amazement before cupping her fists and saying, Tianhe greets senior. How should I address senior? She had been absent-minded all this time and only now did she suddenly remember to ask about Yang Kai's identity. Moreover, when she heard her third martial aunt call him that, Shi Tianhe also felt strange. Her third martial aunt was a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so shouldn't her honored master be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder? Why would she call a man honored master? What senior? This is ancestral founder. You are really blind. Ji Yao gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with hatred. Back then she was expelled from the sect by her senior sister because of a man. Now that her ancestral founder was in front of her, she couldn't recognize her. If she wasn't blind, then what was? How could her senior sister accept such a disciple? Ancestral founder. Shi Tianhe was shocked. She stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, not knowing what kind of ancestral founder he was. Yang Kai quietly sent her a message. Tianhe, your third martial aunt has been outside all these years. She seems to have been provoked by something. There is something wrong with her head. She mistook me for Senior Bing Yun. I don't want to point it out. I'm afraid she will go crazy again. This time I will send her back to Ice Heart Valley. When she sees Senior Bing Yun she will understand. You should pretend now, don't reveal any flaws. Shi Tianhe was shocked. She never thought that her third martial aunt, who looked extremely normal, would have a problem with her head. Mistaking a man for the founder, this was not a small problem. She was smart and quick-witted, so she quickly sorted out her emotions and bowed respectfully. Disciples' eyes are blind. Patriarch, please don't blame me. Humph. Ji Yao snorted coldly, looking like she did not want to see her. Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. However, her expression quickly changed as she asked, Ancestor, have you and third martial uncle just returned to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai asked curiously, How did you know? Shi Tianhe said, Then you don't know about the sect? Ji Yao frowned and asked, What happened to the sect? Shi Tianhe's face was pale as she said, The sect has been surrounded. In the Northern Territory. Many of the senior sisters who had married out had been murdered, and the foundation of the sect outside had been completely destroyed. Now Ice Heart Valley is besieged and in imminent danger. What? When Yang Kai and Ji Yao heard this, their faces changed greatly. Ji Yao said angrily, "Who did this?" Seeking Passion Sect. Shi Tianhe's eyes flashed with hatred. Seeking Passion Sect? Ji Yao's pretty face sank. She shouted angrily, "How dare they? Why did they do this to my Ice Heart Valley?" Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly realized that this matter might have something to do with him. Thinking of this, he said, "Tianhe, tell me the whole story in detail. We really didn't know that such a thing had happened to the sect." Yes. Shi Tianhe immediately gave a brief account of what had happened in the Northern Territory in the past few years. A few years ago, when the Shattered Star Sea opened in the Star Boundary, Seeking Passion sect Master Feng Xian suddenly brought people to Ice Heart Valley. On that day, Seeking Passion sect's masters gathered and pressured Ice Heart Valley. No one knew what kind of conflict had occurred. The masters of the two sides fought outside Ice Heart Valley and both sides suffered heavy losses. Since then, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were like fire and water. As time passed, the grievances between the two sects grew deeper and deeper. Many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples who had been married off were found by Seeking Passion sect and cruelly murdered. Some of Ice Heart Valley's foundations were also destroyed, and the forces that were related to Ice Heart Valley were also suppressed and persecuted. Half a year ago, countless masters of Seeking Passion sect, under the leadership of sect master Feng Xian, seized Ice Moon City and sealed off Ice Heart Valley's surroundings. It seemed that they wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley in one fell swoop. Ice Moon City was the closest city to Ice Heart Valley, and it was also the foundation of Ice Heart Valley since its inception. It was an important hub that connected Ice Heart Valley with the outside world. Now that even Ice Moon City had been occupied, it was obvious that Ice Heart Valley was in a difficult situation. Half a year had passed since then. Fortunately, Ice Heart Valley had the sect defending array, so it had been able to hold on until today. Both Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley are first-class sects in the Northern Territory, and their strength is almost the same. If there is no unresolvable grievance between the two sides, it is impossible for them to go to war. And do you know the reason? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Shi Tianhe replied, "At first no one knew, but later a rumor gradually spread. The reason why Seeking Passion sect was so decisive was that Feng Xian's son Feng Shi was killed in the Shattered Star Sea." Ji Yao sneered. "His skills were inferior, so he was killed. Could it be that the one who killed Feng Shi was a disciple of my Ice Heart Valley?" Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, "No, it was said that it was a man named Yang Kai. Yang Kai has a close relationship with the ancestral founder. If Feng Xian wanted to find Yang Kai's traces and origins, he could only work on the ancestral founder. Unfortunately, the ancestral founder didn't say anything, so Feng Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't hesitate to start a war between the two sects to avenge his son." Yang Kai. Ji Yao frowned. She vaguely felt that this name was familiar. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression, so he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly changed the topic. Although Seeking Passion sect is good, that Feng Xian is only a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he force Ice Heart Valley into such a state? Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, "I don't know the specific situation. Disciple only knows that the sect is now in danger." Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly asked, "You want to leave the Dong family and peaceful Peace City because you want to return to the sect and do your part?" Shi Tianhe replied bitterly, "Yes. Although Disciple was expelled from the sect by Honored Master, she is still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now that the sect is in trouble, how can Disciple stand by and do nothing? It's just that the Dong family doesn't want to let me leave because once I expose my identity as a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, it will inevitably implicate the Dong family. Now in the entire Northern Territory, no one dares to have anything to do with Ice Heart Valley." Ji Yao looked at her in a daze and nodded. "It's hard for you to have this kind of heart." Previously she had expected better from Shi Tianhe and felt that her martial niece was hopeless. She was expelled from the sect for a man, and 100 years later she was expelled from her family by that man. But now it seemed that her martial niece still had some redeeming qualities. At the very least, when the sect was in trouble, she remembered to go back and do her part. Even though she knew that the sect was in a precarious situation and that the slightest mistake would cause her to turn to ashes, she still went back without hesitation. This was not something that anyone could do. Tianhe shook her head and said, "The sect raised me and taught me. Tianhe is a disciple of Ice Heart Valley and will die as a ghost of Ice Heart Valley." Ji Yao nodded and said, "Good, with your determination, senior sister will definitely accept you as a disciple again." "Really?" Tianhe looked at Ji Yao in surprise. Ji Yao showed a rare smile. "Don't worry, if she doesn't accept you, I won't recognize her as senior sister." Tianhe was startled and hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare, third martial aunt, please don't joke with me. Honored master, now that the sect is in trouble, we have to go back quickly. Senior sister can't do this alone." Ji Yao turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, But we have to deal with the tail behind us first. Seems that someone is watching us." Ji Yao heard this and immediately turned her head to look behind her, only to see a small black dot on the horizon rushing towards them. Obviously it was coming for them. Tianhe's face changed and she said, "This is bad, we must have exposed our identities in Peaceful City and attracted the attention of some people." "Tianhe, do you know who is coming?" Yang Kai turned around and asked lightly. Tianhe frowned and said, "If disciple is not wrong, they should be people from Black Thunder Pavilion." "Black Thunder Pavilion?" Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. Tianhe said, "Peaceful City and Black Thunder Pavilion have a close relationship. They are connected by a space array, so it is convenient to come and go. Black Thunder Pavilion is now attached to Seeking Passion sect. Now that we have exposed our identities, Black Thunder Pavilion will definitely not sit idly by. They must want to capture us and bring us to Seeking Passion sect to claim credit." "That depends on whether they have the ability or not," Yang Kai sneered. "What is the cultivation of Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master?" "Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master, by you, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master." Tianhe's pretty face was solemn. "They also have 4 first-order Emperor Realm Elders, including Peaceful City's City Lord Yen Dong, that makes 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Martial Aunt, let's go first." "Why go? It's rare for you to come to our door." Ji Yao glared at her. Tianhe was stunned, not knowing where her third martial aunt's confidence came from. Remembering that her third martial aunt had some problems with her head, she quickly turned to Yang Kai to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry. They're just a few clowns." "Clowns?" Tianhe was speechless. A second-order Emperor Realm Master and 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. How did they become clowns? Is this man's brain damaged like her third martial aunt's? She was restless as she let her imagination run wild, but when she saw that both Yang Kai and Ji Yao's faces were calm, her heart gradually calmed down. From the moment she decided to leave the Dong family and return to the sect to do her best, she never thought that she would be able to survive. Perhaps she would be killed before she could return to the sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley was completely surrounded. As long as she showed herself, she would definitely be attacked. Since she no longer cared about life and death, what in this world could scare her? Her only wish was to be able to return to her master's side before she died and obtain her master's forgiveness and forgiveness. Chapter 26:26. "Tianhe, stand behind your ancestral founder," Ji Yao said lightly. "Yes." Tianhe didn't say much and quickly hid behind Yang Kai, the fake ancestral founder. At this moment, the group of people chasing them could be clearly identified, and the fluctuations of Emperor Qi could be clearly felt. It was a little different from what Tianhe had guessed. The leader was indeed a second-order Emperor Realm Master and should be the Pavilion Master of Black Thunder Pavilion, by you. However, he wasn't followed by 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters, but only 4, one less in number. Yang Kai thought about it again. Yesterday, there was a guy named Yan Qing who was with Black Thunder Pavilion's young Pavilion Master Bai Lu and had one of his arms crippled. Yan Qing should be an elder of Black Thunder Pavilion and was probably recuperating at the moment, so he couldn't come. Even so, Black Thunder Pavilion had sent out all its forces to the Emperor Realm, which showed how much importance they attached to Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk accompanied by the sound of the wind, 5 figures stopped a few dozen meters away from Yang Kai and Ji Yao. The leader had a white face and no beard. His appearance was somewhat similar to Bai Lu, so he should be the pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Yu. The 4 people behind him were 2 middle-aged men and 2 elderly men. All of them had indifferent expressions and looked dignified, their eyes glaring at Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Xianxia sent a message to Yang Kai. The one standing on the far left is Peaceful Peace City's City Lord Yan Dong. The other 3 are elders of Black Thunder Pavilion. Senior and third martial ant should be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You are Bing Yun's 3rd disciple, Ji Yao? Not far away, the leader Bai Yu suddenly shouted. He could recognize Ji Yao not because he knew her. It was just that previously at the gate of Peaceful Peace City, Xianxia had once called Ji Yao martial ant, so it was naturally heard by others. Impudent! How dare you call honored master by his name? Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she gritted her teeth and shouted. Ha ha ha! Bai Yu laughed and ridiculed. Bing Yun is hiding in Ice Heart Valley and doesn't dare to come out, but your disciple has quite the temper. I don't know where you got the guts to run amok in the Northern Territory. The 4 people behind him were also smiling playfully, as if they were certain that Yang Kai and Ji Yao would be defeated. They couldn't be blamed for being so confident. After all, Bai Yu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In Ice Heart Valley, eldest disciple and Ruo Yun and second disciple Sun Yunxiu were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters. As the 3rd disciple, Ji Yao's cultivation was at most the same level as Bai Yu's. If they really fought, Bai Yu wasn't afraid of her, not to mention that he had 4 first-order Emperor Realm Masters to help him. At that time, as long as they dealt with Yang Kai first, the rest of them would besiege Ji Yao together, and she wouldn't be able to do anything. Master, I'm going to tear his mouth off and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. Ji Yao's chest heaved up and down in anger. Yes. Go ahead. Leave the rest to me, Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao obeyed. With a flicker of her tender body, she leapt directly above Bai Yu's head and waved her snow-white sword, sending sword flowers towards Bai Yu. How dare you, cheap slave! Bai Yu shouted as he stretched out his hand and grasped the air, summoning a long spear in his hand. Pushing his emperor chi, he thrust the spear forward, shattering the sword flowers as it swept towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression didn't change. With a sweep of her sword, a sword wave slashed towards Bai Yu. The 2 instantly engaged in a fierce battle, Emperor Qi surging, principles colliding and Emperor Qi colliding. While fighting with Ji Yao, Bai Yu said, Go and kill those 2, then come back and help me. Yes. Serene Peace City's City Lord Yan Dong and the other 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders obeyed and immediately took action. With a tap of their feet, the 4 of them spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Xianxia. Madam Dong. Yan Dong looked at Xianxia coldly and said, This city lord really didn't expect you to be a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. You really hid it from this city lord. Xianxia gritted her teeth and said, I was expelled from Ice Heart Valley 100 years ago, so I'm not considered a disciple of Ice Heart Valley anymore. Yan Dong chuckled and said, No matter what, you were once a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. I heard that you were in Ruo Yun's disciple? So what? Yan Dong sighed and said, Back then when this city lord was traveling outside, he got to know a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. That person was pure, beautiful and intelligent just like Madame Dong. This city lord was very fond of her, but unfortunately falling flowers were unrequited. That woman looked down on this city lord, which made this city lord feel regretful. Even now I still sigh when I think about it. City Lord Yan had such a romantic past? A Black Thunder Pavilion elder next to him couldn't help but laugh. I've never heard of this before. Yes, if that woman had accepted City Lord Yan back then, I'm afraid she would have been implicated today. Fortunately, City Lord Yan is blessed by the heavens. Another Black Thunder Pavilion elder also laughed. Yan Dong waved his hand and said, It's all in the past, so don't laugh at this, Yan. However, although it has been many years, this city lord still remembers that woman's name is Yudan. I wonder if Madame Dong knows her? Senior Sister Yudan? Xianxia was surprised and said, You actually know Senior Sister Yudan. Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew Yudan. Yan Dong chuckled and said, You are all disciples of Ruo Yun, so you really do know each other. Good, very good. As he spoke, he kept nodding and the light in his eyes gradually became dangerous. The Black Thunder Pavilion elder who had been silent all this time looked at him thoughtfully and said, City Lord Yan, You can't be thinking of making up for the regret of the past today, right? Dong smiled and said, why not? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. That Black Thunder Pavilion elder said, City Lord Yan is indeed elegant. This Madame Dong has been married for many years. This Yan is very fond of this charming and beautiful woman. Moreover, she is Yu Dan's senior sister. Since this Yan is unable to obtain a senior sister, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a junior sister to play with. Elders, when you attack later, please be a little more tender towards the fairer sex. Do not hurt her. The Black Thunder Pavilion elders didn't know what to say, but they all knew that the matter of the past had become a knot in Dong's heart. If they could capture Xianxia today, it would be enough. They all nodded and said, since City Lord Yan has said so, we will naturally give you face. Dong chuckled and said, then I will thank you in advance. Xianxia blushed and said angrily, Dong, I didn't expect you to be so despicable and shameless. Dong Hai has been following your lead all these years and listened to your orders. Dong Hai. Dong coldly snorted, why did that dead man mention him? Don't worry, he doesn't care about you. This city lord will take good care of you in the future. Dead man? Xianxia's pretty face turned pale and she asked in shock, what did you do to him? Dong sneered and said, as the patriarch of the Dong family, what do you think will happen to him after marrying an Ice Heart Valley disciple? Now he has been torn to pieces by this city lord and the Dong family no longer exists. Xianxia's tender body trembled and she was completely stunned. Although she knew that the Dong family wouldn't have a good end after her identity was exposed, she still couldn't accept this news. That was the man she had been married to for 100 years, the man she had followed without hesitation and left her sect. But now, he was dead. I'll kill you, you bastard. Xianxia's eyes turned red as she drew her long sword and burst out with all her strength, wanting to kill Dong. But before she could move, she felt someone pat her shoulder and froze her in place. If it weren't for Yang Kai's Emperor Qi, she would have fallen to the ground. Dong looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, little brat, you're about to die and you still have time to care about other people's business. Yang Kai grinned and said, are you so confident that you can kill me? Saying so, he pulled Xianxia behind him. His fearless expression made Dong and the rest frown. They didn't know where his confidence came from. They knew Ji Yao's identity, but they didn't know who this man was or what kind of strength he had, so they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Who is your excellency? In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley is being targeted by everyone and will soon be destroyed. If your excellency is smart, you shouldn't meddle in this muddy water. Dong looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, that's right, if your excellency can mend his ways, we can be friends. A Black Thunder Pavilion elder also nodded and said, friends like you? This young master can't afford to be friends with you. Yang Kai grinned, it's better for everyone to fight it out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with that person. At this moment, Bai Yu's angry voice suddenly rang out. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but change. That was because they discovered that Bai Yu, who was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually at a disadvantage in this battle. A frigid aura filled the air, and Bai Yu struggled to resist Ji Yao's attacks, her face turning slightly pale. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The few people were startled and realized that they had underestimated Ji Yao's strength. Even though she was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, she was much stronger than Bai Yu. If you don't help, your Pavilion Master will be finished. Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. At the same time, he released his Emperor Qi and deliberately revealed his cultivation. Don't worry, this young master isn't strong, just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't be afraid, let's attack together. First-order Emperor Realm Master. He really is a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Damn, a trivial first-order Emperor dares to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger and scare this king. Dong and the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. Previously, they were afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than theirs, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They wanted to probe his strength first, but they didn't expect him to expose himself. What was so scary about a first-order Emperor Realm Master? All 4 of them were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Even if one of them wasn't his opponent, how could the 4 of them not be a match? One of the Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. In the next moment, the 4 of them pounced on Yang Kai from all directions, their emperor qi surging as they used their secret techniques to attack. Chapter 26-27. The scene of 4 people from the emperor realm rushing over at the same time was truly frightening. Xianxia was pinned to the ground by Yang Kai. She felt her body suddenly sink as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. While she was still in shock, the 4 people's attacks arrived. Hong hong hong. After a loud bang, Xianxia's heart almost jumped out of her chest. He thought she was dead for sure. But when she looked again, she strangely found that she had appeared in a different place without anyone noticing. The 4 people's attacks did not hurt her at all. Yang Kai stood in front of her, clapping his hands together and pulling. A huge pitch-black moon blade took shape. The pitch-black moon blade fluctuated with terrifying energy fluctuations, like the scythe of the death god, waiting for an opportunity to reap the lives of all living beings. With a swoosh, the moon blade flew out and slashed towards the 4 people from the emperor realm. Not good. Yan Dong's face changed as he shouted. After missing his first attack, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Although this young man was indeed a first-order emperor realm master, his speed was very strange. With this kind of speed, he was almost invincible in a fight. When he turned around, he saw the huge moon blade whistling towards him. Yan Dong was so scared that he hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Elders, dodge." He reacted quickly and dodged quickly, but the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders were not as smart. The 3 of them were still wondering what was going on. They did not see Yang Kai move at all, so why did he suddenly disappear? By the time they heard Yan Dong's warning, the moon blade was already in front of them. The 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted in unison. They pushed their emperor qi. They mobilized their principal strength to resist. Chi. A scene that shocked them to their very core appeared. Wherever the moon blade passed, it tore apart their emperor qi and principles like a hot knife through butter. Poo. With a soft sound, the pitch-black moon blade cut through the body of the Black Thunder Pavilion elder in front of it and slashed towards the second elder without slowing down. The second elder was not spared either. He had also been slashed by the moon blade. When it came to the 3rd middle-aged elder, he finally had the opportunity to lean his body slightly, allowing the crescent blade to slice through his arm. Yan Dong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the 2 Black Thunder Pavilion elders whose bodies had been sliced by the moon blade. He didn't even dare to blink. With a crash, the 2 elders suddenly split into 2 halves, blood and internal organs raining down from the sky. At the same time, a miserable cry rang out. Yan Dong was so shocked that he quickly turned his head to look. The 3rd middle-aged elder from the Black Thunder Pavilion had one of his arms cut off. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. From the wound, one could faintly see the beating heart in his chest. The injury was not light. Yan Dong sucked in a breath of cold air, his clothes drenched in sweat as he turned his head in shock. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and said, Who are you? One move. With just a single move, he had killed 2 First-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Profound Thunder Pavilion and severely injured the other. Was this something a First-Order Emperor Realm Master could do? Was he even human? Yan Dong was truly frightened. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to use his strength just now and revealed his First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he would have thought that Yang Kai was just a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Xianxia, who was standing behind Yang Kai, was also shocked and couldn't help but gulp. At this moment she suddenly realized that the power that was binding her had disappeared and she had regained her freedom. Yang Kai grinned. He said, "You don't even know who I am, yet you came looking for trouble. It seems that City Lord Yan has never died before." Die. Yan Dong's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the 2 dead Black Thunder Pavilion elders. He then glanced at Bai Yu, who looked like she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and transformed into a beam of light as he quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. If the other party could kill 2 people from the Emperor realm who were as strong as him in an instant, it would be easy for the other party to take his life. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that his life would end here. But in front of the other party's unpredictable speed, Yan Dong didn't have the confidence to escape. So as he ran, he looked back anxiously, only to see that Yang Kai was still standing in the same place and didn't seem to have any intention of chasing him. The speed of the Emperor realm was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Yen Dong had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Yen Dong gasp for breath. There was a look of fear on his face as well as a sense of relief that he had just survived a calamity. He didn't know why the other party didn't chase after him, but since he was allowed to run, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. After flying for a few dozen breaths, Yen Dong regained a little sense of security. No matter how fast the young man was, since there was no sign of him chasing after him, it meant that he was safe. Before he could finish his thought, Yen Dong suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression solemn as he looked towards the front not too far away. In the void in front of him, it was like a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it. Ripples appeared, and from the center of the ripples, there was a strange energy fluctuation. His vision blurred, and a figure that almost scared him out of his wits appeared like a ghost. Dang 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 dang, Yen Dong retreated in shock as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He stared at Yang Kai and said, "How could you?" Speaking up to this point, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, "The Space Divine Technique." He had heard that a cultivator who had mastered the Space Divine Technique would be able to achieve the miraculous ability of teleportation through space. But that was just hearsay. The Space Divine Technique wasn't something that could be mastered so easily. The power of space was extremely rare, and even if one had no affinity with it, they wouldn't be able to master it even if they spent their entire life trying. In the entire star realm, there was one person who had extremely high attainments in the power of space. He was known as the #1 person under the great emperors. That person was the famous Li Wu-yi of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. Yen Dong never expected that he would actually encounter an enemy who was proficient in the power of space, and from the looks of it, this person's methods weren't much worse than Li Wu-yi's. It turned out that this person wasn't letting him escape, but had the confidence to stop him. With a miraculous ability to teleport through space, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to escape. City Lord Yan's eyesight is not bad. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Yen Dong's expression changed again and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This city lord will fight it out with you." He knew that he couldn't escape, and from the way the other party had killed the Black Thunder Pavilion elder, even if he begged for mercy, the other party might not let him go. If he wanted to live, he could only fight with his life on the line. Yen Dong was also a decisive person. As soon as he finished speaking, he released all of his strength and a long saber appeared in his hand. His body moved along with the saber, and a saber light soared into the sky as he slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, raised his hand and slapped out with his palm. Under the surge of his emperor chi, the glaring blade light was instantly extinguished, and his palm landed on Yen Dong's chest. Poo. Yen Dong spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards, falling to the ground and creating a deep crater. Struggling to climb out of the hole, Yen Dong's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai, who was slowly descending from the sky, and shouted, "You're not a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Who are you? How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master injure him so easily with a single palm strike? How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master kill 2 of the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders and injure one in an instant?" Yen Dong was almost certain that Yang Kai was definitely hiding his cultivation and deliberately playing with them. It was laughable that they all thought that Jiao was the strongest, but in the end they met a tough opponent. Guess. Yang Kai winked at him, and in the blink of an eye, another pitch-black moon blade appeared in his hand. However, this moon blade was not as big as the previous one. Even so, Yen Dong's face turned ashen when he sensed the energy fluctuations contained in it. This was a technique condensed from space principles, and under the support of space principles he could not resist at all. "Wait!" Yen Dong hurriedly shouted. Since he could not win, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai did not intend to give him a chance to speak, and with a flick of his finger, the moon blade flew towards Yen Dong. With a soft sound, the moon blade cut through Yen Dong's body, and the city lord of Peaceful City fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. After falling to the ground, his body was immediately split in half. Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring from Yen Dong's hand, and with a flicker he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already returned to Shi Tianhe's side. With the sound of fighting, Yang Kai glanced over and found that Jiao and Baiyu were fighting to the death. However, Baiyu was in a sorry state at the moment, his hair disheveled and there were many wounds on his body. Unfortunately, under the influence of Ji Yao's ice concept, the blood was frozen as soon as it flowed out. As for Bai Yu, his hair was covered in frost and his movements were clumsy. It was obvious that the principles and concepts he comprehended could not be compared to Ji Yao's, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Senior, these are the space rings of those 3 people. Seeing Yang Kai return, Shi Tianhe respectfully handed over the 3 space rings. The seriously injured Black Thunder Pavilion elder from before was also dead. Yang Kai had taken his life before chasing after Yen Dong. At this moment the smell of blood was pungent, and the ground was covered in colorful intestines and dark red blood. It was like hell on earth. Yang Kai nodded, took the 3 space rings and put them together with the space ring he had obtained from Yen Dong. After a little investigation he found that these people were quite rich, especially Yen Dong's space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals and many precious treasures. Senior, Shi Tianhe called out in a low voice. Since Yang Kai showed his terrifying strength, the way she looked at Yang Kai now was a little strange, no longer as casual as before. Instead she looked at him with awe. You? Who are you? Me. My name is Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned at her. Chapter 26-28. Yang Kai. Shi Tianhe froze for a moment before exclaiming in shock. Senior, you're that? Yang Kai smiled and said, Yes, I'm the one seeking passion sect has been looking for. Hearing Yang Kai admitted himself, Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. When she heard those rumors before, she had cursed Yang Kai for being unkind. After all, the root cause of Ice Heart Valley's calamity was Yang Kai. Because he killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Feng Xian was enraged, which led to a series of subsequent conflicts that led to the current chaotic situation in the Northern Territory. Shi Tianhe never thought that one day, the culprit behind the chaos in the Northern Territory would appear in front of her. Thinking about it, Shi Tianhe was shocked again, because she suddenly remembered that Feng Shi was killed in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago. In other words, Yang Kai was also in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, and only a cultivator below the Emperor realm could enter the Shattered Star Sea. Didn't that mean that Yang Kai was only a Dao Source realm a few years ago? Now he was at most a First Order Emperor realm master. But even though they were all First Order Emperor realm masters, the elders of Black Thunder Pavilion and the City Lord of Peaceful Peace City were not his opponents at all. The cultivation Yang Kai showed before was his true cultivation, and he didn't hide it at all. If it hadn't happened in front of her, Shi Tianhe wouldn't have believed it. When did a First Order Emperor realm master become so easy to kill? Previously she had fantasized that if she could find that guy named Yang Kai one day, she would capture him and hand him over to Seeking Passion sect. She would then resolve the crisis of her sect. But now she didn't dare to have such thoughts. It's over for Bai Yu. At this moment Kai Yang suddenly spoke up. Shi Tianhe quickly looked up and saw a dazzling light blooming over there. A chilling chill swept through the world, accompanied by a flash of sword light. The battle finally came to an end. The light dissipated. Ji Yao didn't move. She lightly swung the long sword in her hand. Her face was as calm as the wind. Instead, a lump of ice had unknowingly appeared before her. Within that lump of ice was a person, the pavilion master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Yu. After being sealed in the ice, Bai Yu's face was filled with fear and shock. She couldn't believe that she had lost so thoroughly. He was completely powerless to fight back. Whoosh! The block of ice fell to the ground. When it hit the ground, it shattered with a loud bang. As for the white jade that was sealed within, it also began to crack apart, leaving not a single piece intact. Just as Ji Yao had said earlier, she had indeed torn the other party's corpse into pieces. With a swoosh, Ji Yao appeared beside Yang Kai. He looked left and right. He didn't ask where the other 4 enemies went. The blood and minced meat on the ground were the best proof. He nodded to Yang Kai and said, Shirzun, let's hurry back to the valley. Previously she didn't know the situation of Ice Heart Valley, but now that she heard the news from Shi Tianhe that Ice Heart Valley was besieged, Ji Yao was anxious to return. She couldn't wait to return to the valley and share the joys and sorrows of her sisters. Yang Kai nodded. While speaking he winked at Shi Tianhe. Shi Tianhe was a smart person. She quickly turned around and flew out. She retrieved Bai Yu's dead space ring. At this time, Ji Yao also threw out her small ship. The 3 of them landed on the deck one by one. Ji Yao formed a seal with her hands and the ship instantly shot forward. Senior Yang, this is for you. Xianxia handed over a space ring that was frozen in ice and still worn on a severed finger. Yang Kai took it and used his emperor qi to melt the ice. He threw away the severed finger and threw the ring back to Xianxia. Senior Yang, this is. Xianxia looked at Yang Kai blankly. This is your third martial uncle's trophy. Since your third martial uncle doesn't like it, you can take it. When you return to Ice Heart Valley in the future, cultivate well and don't disappoint your master again. Yang Kai smiled. Xianxia said gratefully, Thank you, Senior Yang. Thank you, third martial uncle. What Senior Yang? Ji Yao glared at her. I already told you, this is your ancestral founder. Yes, thank you, ancestral founder. Xianxia's face changed and she quickly corrected herself. She didn't know how to explain it to Ji Yao. Quietly glancing at Yang Kai, she found that Yang Kai also had a helpless look on his face. 2 days later, 3,000 kilometers away from Ice Heart Valley, atop a snowy mountain. Snow continued to fall and the ground was freezing cold. Kai Yang and the others stood at the top of the mountain, gazing into the distance. Ji Yao couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Looking at the familiar scenery and smelling the familiar air, she felt as if she had been reborn. She couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Perhaps it was because she was close to home, but there was still a faint trace of fear and worry in Ji Yao's eyes. There are so many people. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief as white steam filled the air in front of him. Standing here, one could clearly see that there were cultivators patrolling back and forth outside Ice Heart Valley. These cultivators were obviously not Ice Heart Valley's disciples. There were even groups of 3 to 5 people guarding Ice Heart Valley's main entrances and exits. The entire Ice Heart Valley seemed to be surrounded by an iron bucket. Where did Seeking Passion sect get so many people? Yang Kai frowned slightly. From the information he obtained from Xianxia, Yang Kai learned that not only was Ice Heart Valley besieged, but the nearby Ice Moon City had also been seized. Ice Moon City was an important hub for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. After it was seized, it was equivalent to cutting off their connection with the outside world. Seeking Passion sect had to besiege Ice Heart Valley and occupy Ice Moon City, so how could they have so many people? Xianxia said, There are many sects and families in the Northern Territory that rely on Seeking Passion sect. This time, Seeking Passion sect has caused such a big commotion, so those subordinate forces must have come to help. Even so, there shouldn't be so many people. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and suddenly said, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are both great forces. Seeking Passion sect has its own sects and families, so does Ice Heart Valley. As far as I know, many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples have been married off, right? With this kind of relationship. Now Ice Heart Valley is in danger. Won't those forces come to help? Xianxia smiled bitterly when she heard this, not knowing how to answer. On the other hand, Ji Yao spoke up. Honored Master, didn't you set a rule when you established Ice Heart Valley? Marriage is prohibited in Ice Heart Valley, but the disciples who marry off will no longer have any connection with Ice Heart Valley. You were concerned at that time because you didn't want the world to misunderstand that Ice Heart Valley used marriage as an excuse to expand its influence. Yang Kai was stunned. Is there such a rule? Ji Yao said angrily, You set the rule yourself. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Master was confused. Who is sneaking around here? Just as the 3 of them were looking around, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and in an instant, a group of 5 figures appeared in front of Yang Kai and the others. This group of 5 was led by an elderly man, while the other 4 looked to be under 40 years old. There were no women, only men. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai could tell that these 5 people were only in the Dao Source realm. The old man in the lead was only in the second-order Dao Source realm, while the other 4 were in the first-order Dao Source realm. Who are you? Yang Kai squinted and asked. As he spoke, he unleashed a bit of his oppressive might to envelop the 5 people. The faces of the 5 people changed drastically, and the elderly man in the lead was even more terrified. He cupped his fists and said, Fang Minghui greets Master. We have offended you a little. Please forgive us, Master. Realizing that Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm, how could Fang Minghui dare to act presumptuously? He quickly lowered his posture lest he upset Yang Kai. What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked with a cold face. Fang Minghui quickly said, We were ordered to patrol. Saying so, he showed a flattering smile to Yang Kai. Patrol? Are you disciples of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai frowned. Fong Minghui shook his head and said, No, we are from Twin Jade City's Fong family. The people behind me are all disciples of the Fong family. Twin Jade City's Fong family. Yang Kai suddenly understood, a subsidiary force. Master must be joking, Fong Minghui laughed. My Fong family is just a small family. How can we climb up a big tree like the Seeking Passion sect? I'm afraid the Seeking Passion sect won't even put the entire Twin Jade City in their eyes. Yang Kai asked curiously, Since you are not a subsidiary force of the Seeking Passion sect, why are you here? Then what are you doing here? Who ordered you to patrol here? This place was very close to Ice Heart Valley. Now that the Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were like fire and water, a war could break out at any time, unrelated people wouldn't stay here, right? Fong Minghui was stunned and said, Naturally, we were ordered by the Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai snorted and said, You speak nonsense, this king is confused. If you don't explain clearly, this king will immediately pull out your tongue. Fong Minghui was shocked and hurriedly said, Senior, please don't be angry. This one is really here on the orders of the Seeking Passion sect. My Fong family has nothing to do with the Seeking Passion sect. This one isn't lying. The four people behind him also turned pale, thinking that the people from the Emperor realm were really not to be trifled with. Just because he was in a bad mood, he wanted to pull out someone's tongue. This was simply too violent. When they could break through to the Emperor realm, they would be able to pull out someone's tongue and play with it. Since you have nothing to do with the sect, why would you listen to orders? Do you think this king is easy to fool? Yang Kai looked at Fong Minghui indifferently. Fong Minghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, What are you saying, sir? There are many like my Fong family in the vicinity of Ice Heart Valley. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to understand something and looked at Yang Kai timidly. Master, have you never heard of the Seeking Passion sect's recruitment notice? What recruitment notice? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Fong Minghui sighed and said, Master, you really haven't heard of it. Tell me in detail. If you do, I won't pull out your tongue. Yes. Fong Minghui nodded repeatedly and immediately explained, A few years ago the Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fought. Both sects were top sects in the Northern Territory and had similar strength, so both sides suffered losses. Later, in order to avoid losses, the Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment notice, informing all cultivator in the Northern Territory that as long as they were willing to temporarily join the Seeking Passion sect, obey their orders, and help them deal with Ice Heart Valley, not only would they be rewarded with source crystals, artifacts and secret arts, they could even become a subsidiary force of the Seeking Passion sect in the future. What's more, after destroying Ice Heart Valley, they could divide the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley among themselves. Chapter 26-29. Divide up Ice Heart Valley's disciples? Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Fong Minghui grinned wickedly and said, The women of Ice Heart Valley are all as pure as ice and as pure as jade, cold as ice, and all of them have extraordinary talent. If anyone can obtain one or two of them in this life, they will have no regrets. In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a great reputation, and the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were like goddesses in the eyes of the smaller forces. They could only be admired from afar and not profaned. Since ancient times, countless men in the Northern Territory had taken pride in marrying an Ice Heart Valley disciple. However, very few could actually do it. Now that Seeking Passion sect's recruitment notice had been issued, countless men in the Northern Territory went crazy. The rewards weren't a big deal, but if they made some kind of contribution after Ice Heart Valley was destroyed, they would be able to divide one or two of the Ice Heart Valley's female disciples among themselves. Even if they were officially married, it would not be shameful and would only make others envious. Are you also here for Ice Heart Valley's disciples? Yang Kai looked at Fong Minghui curiously. This guy was already so old, but he still had such thoughts. Fong Minghui smiled bitterly. I don't dare to ask for too much. I just hope to get some rewards from Seeking Passion sect, which will be enough for my Fong family to enjoy for many years. If I can join Seeking Passion sect, that would be the best. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, How many people has Seeking Passion sect recruited now? 100,000. Most of them are family forces like my Fong family, but there are also some second or third class sects that have come to serve. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will come to settle accounts with you in the future? Feng Minghui shook his head. Ice Heart Valley has no chance. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his brow. Feng Minghui said, this junior does not know the details. I only know that Seeking Passion sect now has 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Although Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder Bing Yun also has this cultivation, she is only one person. How can she fight against Seeking Passion sect? In the years of fighting, Ice Heart Valley has suffered heavy casualties. If not for this, they would not have retreated to Ice Heart Valley and relied on the sect defending array to survive. Furthermore, and what? Yang Kai asked. Feng Minghui smiled lightly. Ice Heart Valley won't be able to hold on much longer. At the very least, Ice Heart Valley will be defeated in half a month, at most a month. Yang Kai snorted. You're just a trivial second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Where does your confidence come from? Feng Minghui looked around cautiously before whispering. Sect Master Zhou Xian has invited Grandmaster Nan Men over to study how to break the spirit array. I'm afraid it won't be long before Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is broken. With our full strength, how could Ice Heart Valley be able to resist? Standing behind Yang Kai, Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe's expressions changed again and again. At this moment, their beautiful faces had turned pale. Feng Minghui rambled on for a while before saying, This master, do you want to join in as well? Currently, the Seeking Passion sect was recruiting talents with the strength of the master. I'm sure the Seeking Passion sect will welcome you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, Even I can? Feng Minghui nodded and said, Naturally. As long as you go to Ice Moon City to register and explain your origins, you will be able to contribute to the Seeking Passion sect. When the time comes, you will naturally receive many benefits. By the way, I haven't asked where Master is from. If you are related to Ice Heart Valley, the Seeking Passion sect will not accept you. This time, before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao took a step forward and said coldly, This queen is Ji Yao from Ice Heart Valley. As soon as she said this, the expressions of Feng Minghui and the others changed drastically. They all retreated. The Feng family cultivators never expected that the other party they had been talking to for so long was actually someone from Ice Heart Valley. Didn't they say that the people of Ice Heart Valley were hiding in the sect and didn't dare to come out? Even the sect defending array had been activated, so how did these people come out? Run. Feng Minghui was a decisive person. He knew that his words just now must have made the other party unhappy, so he roared and tried to escape. The 4 Feng family cultivators behind him also reacted quickly, urging their source qi one after another. But before they could leave, a chilling aura suddenly spread out. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a soft sound, the ground turned into frozen earth, and even the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. The 5 people froze in place, unable to move. Spare his life. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Ji Yao frowned but still held back a little, only freezing the other 4 Feng family cultivators into ice sculptures, leaving Feng Minghui standing there stiffly. His lips were blue from the cold and his teeth were chattering. With a long face he said, Master, please spare my life. Since my Feng family joined the Seeking Passion sect, we have never done anything wrong to Ice Heart Valley. We have only patrolled the periphery and have never hurt a single Ice Heart Valley disciple. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and knocked him out. He then reached out and picked him up. With a wave of his sleeve, he shattered the remaining 4 frozen Feng family disciples into powder. Honored Master, why did you spare his life? Ji Yao looked at the unconscious Feng Minghui with cold eyes, somewhat puzzled. What he just told us needs to be told to someone else. Perhaps we can get some other information from him, Yang Kai explained lightly before calling out. Return to Ice Heart Valley. Yes. Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe nodded. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai wrapped the 2 women up before his figure flickered and disappeared. When they reappeared, the 3 of them were already outside Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Grand Array. This sect defending Grand Array was extremely sturdy and huge, forming a translucent light barrier that enveloped the entire Ice Heart Valley. From a distance it looked like a big bowl had been placed on the ground. Everything inside the light screen was hazy and blurry and he couldn't see clearly. Such a sect defending Grand Array was definitely not easy to break. Although Seeking Passion sect was strong, they could not break through it by force, so they could only invite an array master to break it. However, the source crystals consumed to support such a grand array must be an astronomical figure. Under normal circumstances, this sect-defending grand array would only be fully activated when the sect was in danger of being exterminated. Having observed the snow mountain range for a long time, Yang Kai had a good idea of the patrolling patterns in the vicinity. At this moment he brought Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe over without alarming anyone. Yao, open the array. Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and ordered Ji Yao while remaining vigilant. Yes. Ji Yao nodded and quickly took out a token from her space ring, poured her emperor chi into it, and waved it gently at the light barrier in front of her. A ray of light shot out and immediately tore open a hole in the light barrier. Before the hole could close, Yang Kai and the others had already entered. This sect-defending grand array could not be opened by others, but as Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao naturally had a way to open it. Who is it? Before the three of them could even stabilize themselves, a delicate shout was heard. Immediately after, a sword light suddenly appeared, and a delicate body was wrapped in the sword light. It was like a meteor falling from the ninth heaven, dazzling like a rainbow. Emperor Qi instantly filled the air and an icy aura descended, causing Shi Tianhe to shiver involuntarily. Seventh junior sister? Is that seventh junior sister? Ji Yao shouted in a trembling voice as she stared at the figure wrapped in the sword light. She did not even have the intention to resist. A cry of surprise came from the sword light, followed by the light barrier dissipating, revealing a petite figure. After landing on the ground, the figure held a long sword and stared forward. Seventh junior sister. Ji Yao's delicate body trembled as she shouted. Third senior sister. On the other side, the petite figure was also excited, almost unable to believe her eyes. After shouting, she rubbed her eyes vigorously and found that the person standing in front of her was really her third senior sister, Ji Yao, who had been missing for many years without any news. Looking at each other, the senior sister and junior sister were extremely excited. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards each other and soon hugged each other. Third senior sister, you're finally back. Where have you been all these years? The petite figure threw herself into Ji Yao's arms and asked in a choked voice. Ji Yao's eyes were also red, but she still suppressed her emotions. Gently stroking the petite figure's hair, she said softly, I'm sorry I made you worry. At that moment, some of the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley who had heard the commotion also ran over. Soon there were over 100 people surrounding them, all of them holding sharp swords and radiating murderous intent. They all thought it was an enemy invasion, but when they saw their seventh martial uncle hugging a woman intimately, all of them were dumbfounded. After hearing the conversation between the two, the group of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples suddenly understood. That's third martial aunt. What? She's martial aunt Ji Yao who has been missing for many years? Yes, it's her. I saw her portrait in the restricted area, there's no way I'm mistaken. Martial aunt Ji Yao actually came back. The sect is in danger, so martial aunt's return is a blessing for the sect. Ancestral founder will definitely be very happy. There's finally a happy occasion for Ice Heart Valley. The group of women chattered like a flock of skylarks, all of them exuding an aura of joy. Junior sister? Another tender voice called out. Among the crowd, a tall woman with delicate features stared at Shi Tianhe, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and called out in surprise, Junior sister Tianhe? Shi Tianhe heard this and looked over, her tender body trembling slightly as she suppressed the excitement in her heart and called out in a trembling voice, Senior sister you. Her expression was a little restrained and timid, as if she didn't dare to face senior sister you, like a child who had done something wrong. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, remembering what Yen Dong had said before, and immediately understood that this tall woman was the Yu Dan he had mentioned. Yu Dan stepped forward, came in front of Shi Tianhe, looked her up and down and said with a smile, It's been many years since we last met, junior sister has become thinner. Have you suffered grievances during these years outside? Shi Tianhe's eyes reddened as she pursed her lips and shook her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. All right, don't cry, honored master has been thinking about you all these years. It's good that you're back, Yu Dan said as she gently wiped away Shi Tianhe's tears. However, her tears were like broken pearls, unable to be wiped away no matter how hard she tried. Chapter 26:30. The scene of two different senior sisters reuniting after such a long time was truly touching. Most of the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were sentimental people, so as they looked around, their eyes soon became moist as if they had been infected by this scene. Putting away the swords in their hands, they stood there quietly. Ahem. Yang Kai put his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. By the way, 7th junior sister, I came back with Honored Master. Jiao was alarmed and told the petite figure with a happy face. Honored Master? The petite figure looked confused and asked suspiciously, Isn't Honored Master Sister Zhangxin we meet again? Yang Kai smiled and interrupted her. This petite woman was Bing Yun's 7th disciple Zhang Suning, whom Yang Kai had met a few years ago. Zhang Suning turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said in surprise, Brother Yang, why are you here? She was indeed very surprised. When she reunited with Ji Yao after such a long time, she was immersed in the joyous atmosphere and didn't pay much attention. Only now did she realize that her third senior sister had actually come with Yang Kai. She called Yang Kai brother, not because Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than hers. She was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and when she met Yang Kai a few years ago, Yang Kai was only in the third-order Dao Source Realm. He called him that out of respect. After all, Yang Kai played a huge role in Bing Yun's ability to escape the solitary void-sealed world and return to Ice Heart Valley. When Bing Yun's disciples learned of this matter, they were very grateful to Yang Kai and called him brother out of courtesy. Sister Zhangxin, do you not welcome me? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhangxin Ying's face turned red. She said, What are you saying? Brother Yang has done a great favor for my Ice Heart Valley, so how could we not welcome you? Honored Master has already instructed Brother Yang to treat Ice Heart Valley as his own family. Senior Bing Yun is considerate. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ji Yao frowned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Her beautiful eyes were gradually filled with confusion. In her mind, Yang Kai was her master. Even Bing Yun was confused by Yang Kai's words. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand what was going on. Yang Kai noticed her abnormality and said solemnly, Is Senior Bing Yun free now? I need to see her. Zhang Suning hurriedly said, Master hasn't been in seclusion recently. If she knows that you are coming, she will definitely be very happy. Third senior sister's also back. Come with me. As he spoke, he took Ji Yao's hand and led the way. Yang Kai carried Fang Minghui with one hand. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, Tianhe, come over and meet your honored master. Shi Tianhe's tender body trembled, and her face was full of uneasiness. Junior sister, don't be afraid, I will go with you. Yu Dan patted the back of Shi Tianhe's hand and said softly. Shi Tianhe's mood calmed down a little. She and Yu Dan kept up with Yang Kai's pace. Halfway down the road, Shi Tianhe asked uneasily, Senior sister, is honored master still angry with me all these years? Yu Dan nodded seriously. Naturally. Shi Tianhe's face immediately turned a little pale. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead and she couldn't take a step forward. Yu Dan smiled mysteriously and said, Back then, you didn't hesitate to disobey honored master to be with that man surnamed Dong. Of course honored master was angry. After all, you were taught by her. How can she not be angry when you are so disobedient? Shi Tianhe said bitterly, Junior sister has disappointed honored master. Yu Dan said, But don't worry, honored master is angry. She has been thinking about you all these years. Really? Shi Tianhe asked with joy. Yu Dan whispered, For the past 100 years, every 2 years, I have been ordered to go to Peaceful Peace City to inquire about your situation and see if you have suffered any grievances. Shi Tianhe trembled and said excitedly, Honored master asked you to go? Yu Dan smiled and said, If honored master didn't ask, how could I have the courage to go? Honored master said that if you were to suffer any grievances in the Dong family, she would go and destroy them. Don't think that honored master has not cared about you for the past 100 years. In fact, she still cares about you in her heart. Hearing this, Shi Tianhe's eyes turned red again and she almost cried again. Yu Dan comforted her for a while before she calmed down. In the main hall of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai sat upright with Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe standing behind him. As for Fang Minghui, he was still unconscious and was thrown by Yang Kai at his feet. Yu Dan accompanied Shi Tianhe and quietly communicated with her. After Zhang Suning served tea, she said, Brother Yang, Please wait for a moment. Honored Master has received the news and will be here soon. She's already here. Yang Kai's expression changed and he looked outside the hall. There was a flash of light outside the hall and Bing Yun's figure appeared. Behind her was a group of masters from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley. There were not many of them, less than 10. Eldest disciple and Ruo Yun, second disciple Sun Yunxiu, and the others were all present. Yang Kai quickly got up and greeted her, cupping his fists and bowing. Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Yun. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're here?" Although the two hadn't known each other for a long time because they both came from Hung Luo Starfield, they felt closer than others. Bing Yun was very happy to see Yang Kai at this critical moment. "Greetings, Brother Yang." Behind Bing Yun, a group of disciples also hurriedly bowed. Yang Kai nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd. He saw Lu Xianyun, Fan Xin and Ziyu. Ziyu was now in the Emperor realm. Like Yang Kai, she had entered the Shattered Star Sea and obtained an opportunity there to break through to the Emperor realm. As they looked at each other, Ziyu nodded slightly to Yang Kai, her eyes full of gratitude. Back then in the Shattered Star Sea, she was about to break through but attracted the attention of her enemies. Several Ice Heart Valley disciples couldn't protect her at all. Later, when she broke through to the Emperor realm, she learned from the Ice Heart Valley disciples that it was Yang Kai who lured away the strong enemies, allowing her to break through safely. This favor alone was enough to make Ziyu shed tears of gratitude, not to mention that Yang Kai was inextricably linked to Ice Heart Valley. He had a close relationship with ancestral founder Bing Yun. Lu Xianyun was also very excited. She hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few years. Now that she saw him again, she naturally had a lot to say, but now wasn't the time. "I heard that Ji Yao is back?" Bing Yun asked as she swept her gaze behind her and saw Ji Yao standing there in a daze. Third junior sister. Third senior sister. And Ruo Yun and the others also shouted excitedly. But Ji Yao stood there in a daze, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with a vacant look. She stared at Bing Yun, the confusion in her eyes becoming clearer and clearer, like a dark cloud blocking her vision. "Third junior sister, why are you in a daze? Quickly come and greet Honored Master." And Ruo Yun didn't understand and thought that Ji Yao was too emotional, so she hurriedly reminded her. Bing Yun, on the other hand, saw something wrong and turned to Yang Kai asking, "What's wrong with Yaoer?" Yang Kai hurriedly sent a message and briefly explained Ji Yao's current situation. He didn't even hide the fact that he was impersonating Ji Yao. After Bing Yun heard this, she felt very distressed. Ji Yao had suffered so much in the ancient wild land for so many years that even her mind had become unclear. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, she would probably still be muddle-headed in the ancient wild land. She sighed softly with a kind expression on her face. She called out, "Yao, our master is here. Why aren't you coming over?" "Honored Master." When Ji Yao heard this, her delicate body trembled and her beautiful eyes suddenly trembled violently. Her confused expression collapsed in a very short time and turned into clarity. "Pif." Ji Yao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her aura suddenly weakened a lot, but her eyes became extremely bright. And Ruo Yun and the others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't know what was wrong with Ji Yao. "Honored Master." Ji Yao's figure flickered and she suddenly arrived in front of Bing Yun. She knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "This unworthy disciple has made Honored Master worry." Bing Yun stretched out her hand and gently patted her head saying, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Get up." Ji Yao shook her head and cried bitterly. She hugged Bing Yun's thigh tightly as if she was unwilling to let go. And Ruo Yun and the others also quietly wiped the corners of their eyes. Bing Yun said helplessly, "You and I are master and disciple. It's a happy occasion to reunite after a long separation. Don't cry. Get up and talk." She stretched out her hand and pulled Ji Yao up. She personally wiped away her tears and handed her to Ruo Yun to take care of. Then she turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Yaoer has been stubborn since she was young." Yang Kai shook his head and said, she, cough, junior sister Ji Yao is a sentimental person. He had become accustomed to calling her Yaoer during this period of time and almost called her wrongly again. Ji Yao heard this and looked up at Yang Kai. Her gaze couldn't help but be a little complicated. After seeing the real Bing Yun, she was undoubtedly completely sober. Although she didn't know if she would be muddle-headed again in the future, at least she was safe and sound for now. It was because she was sober that she realized how bad her previous state was. She mistook a man for her honored master. If this kind of thing didn't happen to her, Jiao probably wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai was a little guilty and didn't dare to look at her directly. His gaze was erratic. Sit down and talk. Don't just stand there. Bing Yun was in a good mood. Her long-lost third disciple had returned to the sect and Yang Kai had also come. It could be said to be a joyous occasion. A rare smile appeared on her face. When the disciples saw this, they were also secretly happy. During this period of time, Bing Yun hadn't shown much of a smile. Today the dark clouds had finally parted and the bright moon could be seen. This made the group of disciples feel a lot more relaxed. Since Bing Yun had spoken, everyone naturally didn't dare to disobey. They immediately sat down according to their status. And Ruo Yun received Bing Yun's instructions and didn't dare to let Jiao sit too far away from her. Naturally, she had her sit with her and take good care of her. Brother Yang, did you hear about the situation of our Ice Heart Valley and specially came here? After sitting down, Sun Yunxiu looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. If it wasn't on purpose, the timing was too coincidental. Yang Kai shook his head and said, it wasn't on purpose. I just happened to run into junior sister Jiao in the ancient wild world and wanted to send her back first. When we passed by Peace City, something happened and we learned about Ice Heart Valley's recent situation. Chapter 26:31. Peaceful Peace City? And Ruo Yun's expression changed. What happened? The three words Peaceful Peace City might be unfamiliar to others, but to Ruo Yun, it was like a thorn in her heart. Back then, Xianxia did not hesitate to disobey her and wanted to marry a man from Peaceful Peace City. Hearing her question, Xianxia's tender body trembled. She timidly raised her head to look at Ruo Yun, but when she saw that Ruo Yun did not even look at her, her heart was filled with bitterness. She knew that her honored master had never forgiven her. Otherwise, since her honored master had already seen her, why didn't she summon her for questioning? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with junior sister, and hearing this, Ruo Yun thoughtfully looked at the pale-faced Xianxia. Her expression was indifferent and no one could tell what she was thinking. How does the matter in Peaceful Peace City have anything to do with senior sister? Brother Yang, tell me in detail, Zhang Suning asked curiously. Yang Kai said, a few days ago junior sister Jiao and I rested in Peaceful Peace City for a night. The next day when we were about to leave the city, we met a person in disguise who wanted to leave Peaceful Peace City, but he was seen through and stopped. He narrated what happened at the gate of Peaceful Peace City in detail. While speaking, he kept staring at Ruo Yun as if he was telling it to her alone. When Ruo Yun heard that Dong Hai had disregarded their century-old relationship and not only slandered Xianxia for stealing the Dong family's clan treasure, but he had even chased her out of the Dong family in front of everyone, Ruo Yun's armrest was crushed. Although Xianxia was her abandoned disciple, she was still the one who raised her. Since when did the Dong family have the right to bully her? She knew Xianxia's temperament the best. How could she do such a thing as stealing? Later, junior sister Jiao and I learned that the theft of Ice Heart Valley's hallowed artifact was nothing more than a pretext. The root of the matter was that he had heard that her sect was in trouble and wanted to return to Ice Heart Valley to help. However, the current situation in the Northern Territory is turbulent, and anyone who has anything to do with Ice Heart Valley will not have a good end. The Dong family didn't dare to let he expose her identity, so they simply charged her with a crime and expelled her from the Dong family. They wanted to sever her relationship with the Dong family so that she wouldn't be implicated. Yang Kai continued, junior sister Jiao and I met He and learned about Ice Heart Valley's situation, so we rushed here without stopping. After he finished speaking, he picked up the tea beside him and gently sipped it. You've gone too far. Ruo Yun couldn't bear it any longer. He smashed the other armrest with his palm. Inside the hall, many of the Ice Heart Valley women listened angrily. In the past, all the men in the Northern Territory took pride in being able to marry an Ice Heart Valley disciple. But now, a dragon in shallow water, a tiger in flat land, a trivial Peaceful City's Dong family. They actually dared to bully them. A disciple who had been married into the Dong family for 100 years. She was the matriarch of the Dong family, but in the end she was expelled from the family in public and even given a bad reputation for stealing. This made the group of women explode with anger. Tianhe, come here. And Ruo Yun raised her eyes and looked at Shi Tianhe, who had been standing behind Yang Kai. When Shi Tianhe heard this, her tender body trembled violently, and she struggled to walk forward. Yu Dan gently pushed her and gave her an encouraging look, allowing Shi Tianhe to walk in front of Ruo Yun. She knelt down with a thud. She didn't say a word, but her tears kept flowing. And Ruo Yun raised her hand high, a look of resentment on her face as if she wanted to slap Shi Tianhe, but after trying several times she couldn't harden her heart. In the end she stomped her foot and stopped. Taking a deep breath, and Ruo Yun said in a deep voice, "Traitorous disciple, do you know your wrongs?" Shi Tianhe's face was covered in tears as she nodded. "Disciple knows her wrongs." And Ruo Yun said bitterly, "I advised you 100 years ago not to marry into the Dong family because of that life-saving grace. There are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude, and there is no need to sacrifice your life's happiness. You didn't listen, and in the end you ended up like this. Why do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" Shi Tianhe kowtowed to the ground and cried, "Please punish me, honored master." And Ruo Yun said with a cold face, "Don't call me honored master. I didn't have you as my disciple 100 years ago. You and I have already severed our relationship as master and disciple. Today's result is the cause of your actions. Whether it is bitterness or bitterness, you have to bear it. It has nothing to do with me or Ice Heart Valley. Please punish me, honored master." Shi Tianhe begged in grief. And Ruo Yun said angrily, "You still dare to call me honored master?" Zhang Suning couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. "Senior sister, don't be angry. Although Tianhe didn't listen to you back then and disobeyed you, she has suffered a lot now. I believe she won't do that again in the future. Moreover, she risked her life to return to Ice Heart Valley because she heard that the sect was in trouble. With such determination and loyalty, senior sister, can't you forgive her?" The other senior sisters and junior sisters also nodded and tried to persuade her. And Ruo Yun listened to them but didn't say a word. Seeing this, Yu Dan also hurried forward and knelt in front of Ruo Yun. "Honored master, please forgive junior sister Tianhe this time." Ziyu's tender body also flickered and knelt in front of Ruo Yun. "Honored master, junior sister Tianhe already knows her wrongs. Please forgive her." Like Shi Tianhe, the two of them were also Ruo Yun's disciples, so they were naturally qualified to plead for leniency. And Ruo Yun was furious when she saw this. She pointed at Yu Dan and Ziyu and pointed her slender finger at them while gritting her teeth. Good, good, good. You're all grown up and disobedient, yet you still have the face to call me honored master." Yu Dan and Ziyu trembled and said repeatedly, "Honored master, please calm down. Disciples dare not." "Since you don't dare, then quickly stand up," and Ruo Yun said angrily. Yu Dan and Ziyu looked at each other and said in unison, "Honored master, please forgive junior sister Tianhe." "You're still bargaining with me?" And Ruo Yun was furious. "It's done." Frozen Cloud suddenly shouted. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Bing Yun looked around before casting her gaze on Shi Tianhe, who had been prostrating with her head on the ground, and asked, "You're called Shi Tianhe?" Shi Tianhe hurriedly turned around and suppressed her sobs, replying, "Disciple Shi Tianhe greets ancestral master." Bing Yun nodded gently and pondered for a moment before saying, "You disobeyed your honored master 100 years ago and made a big mistake. You were expelled from the sect. Logically speaking, you are no longer a member of my Ice Heart Valley. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with my Ice Heart Valley." Shi Tianhe's body trembled when she heard this and despair filled her heart. Bing Yun changed the topic and said, "However, this queen can give you a chance since you are loyal to the sect and risked your life to return and serve it." Shi Tianhe hurriedly said, "Please enlighten me, ancestral master." Bing Yun said with a smile, "This queen will accept you back into Ice Heart Valley. However, whether you can enter your honored master's tutelage again will depend on your performance in the future." Shi Tianhe suddenly raised her head and looked at Bing Yun with surprise and gratitude. However, she quickly turned her head and looked at Ruo Yun nervously, saying bitterly, "Disciple doesn't dare to return to Ice Heart Valley if honored master doesn't agree." Bing Yun said with a smile, "Your honored master is my disciple. Since this queen has spoken, how can she dare to disagree? Ruo Yun, what do you think?" And Ruo Yun was glanced at by Bing Yun and immediately bowed. "Disciple obeys honored master's orders." After saying that, she looked at Xianxia and said, "Why are you still kneeling? Quickly thank Ancestral Master." Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly kowtowed. "Thank you for your kindness, Ancestral Master. Thank you for your kindness, honored Master." After thanking him, he stood up. His face was full of joy, but his face was full of tears. And Ruo Yun said angrily, "Look at you." Saying so, she threw a brocade handkerchief towards Xianxia. Xianxia took it, but she didn't wipe away her tears. Instead, she gripped it tightly and used her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Ziyu and Yudan, who had stood up again, looked at her and couldn't help but smile. "From now on, you'll cultivate by Violet Rain's side. You don't have to worry about the Dong family. When this matter is over, I will seek justice for you." And Ruo Yun said coldly. As soon as she said this, Xianxia knew that her honored master still had her in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she wanted to seek justice for her. She shook her head and said, "Honored master, the Dong family is gone. Gone." A cold light flashed in Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes and she coldly snorted, "It's too easy for them. Since they are gone, they can stay in the valley with peace of mind. If they make a big mistake again, I won't let them off lightly." "Yes." Xianxia responded respectfully. "Congratulations to Senior Bing Yun and Junior Sister and for reuniting with Master and Disciple." Yang Kai, who had been tasting tea for a long time, smiled and cupped his fists when he saw that the dust had settled. Bing Yun smiled and said, "This is all thanks to you. Speaking of which, several of the major events in my Ice Heart Valley are related to you. It seems that you and I are really fated." The biggest reason why she was able to escape from the solitary void-sealed world and return was because of Yang Kai. Now Jiyao and Xianxia were able to return because of Yang Kai. If this wasn't fate, then what was it? "It's just a coincidence." Yang Kai smiled slightly, but then his expression turned solemn and he said, "Senior, Junior Sister Jiyao and I didn't know much from hearsay before, so we don't know much about Ice Heart Valley's current situation. Can Senior please tell me more about it?" Hearing Yang Kai mention business, everyone's expression turned solemn. Bing Yun asked, "What do you want to know?" Yang Kai said, "The strength of Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley should be about the same, so how did they force Ice Heart Valley to its current state?" Bing Yun sighed and said, "The strength of the two sects was indeed about the same, but half a year ago, Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master suddenly broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm. When he joined forces with Feng Xian, this queen was no match for them. In addition, my Ice Heart Valley has always been isolated and has never had close contact with other sects. Seeking Passion sect has pulled in a lot of minions, so my Ice Heart Valley couldn't resist them and could only retreat to the valley and activate the sect defending array." Chapter 2632. Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master? Yang Kai was stunned. A figure quickly appeared in his mind as he asked, "Yao Zhua?" Bing Yun nodded, "Yes, it's him." Ji Yao, who had been silent all this time, asked curiously, "You know Yao Zhua?" Yang Kai nodded. "When I came to Ice Heart Valley last time, I had a lot of dealings with him. The last time he came to Ice Heart Valley, he happened to see the marriage between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeking Passion sect's young sect master Feng Shi took a fancy to Ziyu and tried every means to get her. Ice Heart Valley was forced to agree to the marriage under pressure. At that time, it was Yao Zhua who brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride. At that time, Yao Zhua was a second-order Emperor Realm Master while Yang Kai was only in the third-order Dao Source Realm. The difference in strength between them was huge. However, Yao Zhua was still injured by the Emperor Authority Bead that Yang Kai gave him with Bing Yun. Sealed inside that Emperor Authority Bead was Ice Heart Valley's secret technique, Ice Snow Pearflower Sword. Later, Yang Kai even snatched Yao Zhua's space ring. Inside that space ring was a betrothal gift prepared by Seeking Passion sect, which made Yang Kai a windfall at that time. This was only a few years ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. So when he heard Bing Yun mention Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master, he immediately remembered. On the other side, Zhang Sunying's lips squirmed as she quietly sent a message to Ji Yao, telling her what happened a few years ago. Ji Yao was speechless after hearing this. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was simply a bandit. A few years ago in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, he snatched the space ring of a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Some time ago in the ancient wildlands, he even extorted a large amount of wealth from the 4 Saint Masters. This person was born to be a bandit. How did Yao Zhuo suddenly break through to the Third Order Emperor realm? Yang Kai frowned slightly. A few years ago, Yao Zhuo was a Second Order Emperor realm master. However, it wasn't that easy to break through in advance. Especially at the level of the Emperor realm, it was often impossible to break through for thousands of years. It hadn't been that long, so logically speaking, it was impossible for Yao Zhuo's cultivation to improve so quickly. Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't know. Perhaps he has his own fortuitous encounter. Originally, my Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were indeed evenly matched, but ever since Yao Zhuo broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm, this balance was broken. I am no match for Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo, so Ice Heart Valley will naturally be suppressed. With the addition of Seeking Passion sect's minions, Ice Heart Valley seems a little weak. Yang Kai nodded and said, then what does Senior intend to do? Has he been hiding in the valley all this time? Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I can only rely on the sect protecting formation to protect it for a while. I'm afraid the sect protecting Grand Array won't be able to last much longer, Yang Kai said in a low voice. What do you mean? Bing Yun was taken aback. Yang Kai said, previously Junior Sister Ji Yao and I met this person outside. According to this person, Seeking Passion sect has invited a Grandmaster Nan Men to study how to break spirit arrays. He seems to be an array Grandmaster. Has Senior heard of this person? Grandmaster Nan Men? Bing Yun frowned. And Ruo Yun exclaimed, Nan Men de Jun? Sun Yun Xiao and Zhang Sun Ying's pretty faces also turned pale. They seemed to know who this Grandmaster Nan Men was. Bing Yun cast a questioning look at Ruo Yun. And Ruo Yun hurriedly said, Honored Master, this Nan Men de Jun is indeed an array Grandmaster. He is famous in the Northern Territory and has great attainments in spirit arrays. Bing Yun's pretty face also changed and she asked, who is this person? What is his relationship with Seeking Passion sect? She had been away from the Northern Territory for too long. She had never heard of the name Nan Men de Jun. And Ruo Yun said, he should have nothing to do with Seeking Passion sect. As far as this disciple knows, Nan Men de Jun was born in the wilderness. In his early years he seemed to have obtained a strange book on spirit arrays and learned it himself. He doesn't have any sect background. Moreover, because he suffered in his early years and was bullied, this guy has always been greedy and only recognizes money. As long as there is enough wealth, anyone can invite him. Sun Yun Xiao also nodded and said, it's just that this person has always been elusive. I didn't expect Seeking Passion sect to find him. It seems that the price they paid is not small. Bing Yun's face also became serious and she asked, Yang Kai, is this information accurate? Yang Kai said, I also heard it from him. Whether it is accurate or not, Senior can ask him yourself. While speaking, he kicked Fong Minghui, who had been lying on the ground, and coldly snorted, Get up, if you pretend to be dead again I'll make you die for real. Fong Minghui, who seemed to be unconscious, heard this and quickly got up. He cupped his fists with a pale face and said, Greetings, Senior Bing Yun, greetings, Senior Goddesses. This little one is Fong Minghui, a member of Shuangyu City's Fong family. I have nothing to do with Seeking Passion sect. Seniors, please understand. It was unknown when he woke up, but he obviously heard a lot of the previous conversation, so he knew that the one sitting above was Bing Yun. Did I ask you to say this? Did I ask you to say this? Yang Kai went up and punched and kicked him. While beating him, he said, If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll immediately tear you to pieces. Fong Minghui couldn't dodge and took a few hits. He said with a sad face, I'll say whatever Master wants me to say. Yang Kai snorted and said, Senior Bing Yun has something to ask you. Answer honestly or you'll suffer. Yes, yes, yes. Fong Minghui nodded repeatedly. Although he had expected the fate of the other Fong family disciples, at this moment he didn't even have the slightest thought of revenge. Who told him to be weak? Who told them to take the initiative to get involved in the war between the two sects? Bing Yun looked at Fong Minghui and asked, What's the matter with the Southern Gate Army? Fong Minghui said with a bitter face, Senior, I'm not too clear about this matter. This little one only heard from others that sect Master Feng Xian. And that old fart invited a Grandmaster from the Southern Gate Army to study how to break the spirit array. It will take at least half a month to a month to break the spirit array. When that time comes, the 100,000 disciples outside will rush in and trample Ice Heart Valley to the ground. Is that all you know? Bing Yun frowned. Fong Minghui said, Senior, please understand. My Fong family disciples aren't very strong. Although we joined the Seeking Passion sect in a moment of confusion, we were only responsible for patrolling the periphery. We really don't know any secrets and we haven't done anything wrong to Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai said. He also said that the Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment order and promised many benefits to recruit some cultivator to work for them. I already know about this, Bing Yun nodded. Otherwise, how could the Seeking Passion sect have 100,000 disciples? Ice Heart Valley had less than 10,000 disciples, and in the past few years of battles, they had suffered a lot of losses. Now there were less than 7,000 disciples left. 7,000 against 100,000, this number alone was enough to make anyone despair, not to mention that the Seeking Passion sect had also recruited many masters, including 2 Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Once the sect defending array was broken, Ice Heart Valley would be finished. At that time only a few disciples would be able to escape. The situation was so grim that the faces of everyone in the hall turned gloomy. They thought that with the sect defending array, Seeking Passion sect could only watch helplessly, but now they understood that it was just wishful thinking. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, the root cause of Ice Heart Valley's disaster is still me. If I show up. The reason why Feng Xian did not hesitate to provoke a war between the two sects and disregard the situation in the Northern Territory was to avenge his son, Feng Shi. The one who killed Feng Shi was none other than Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt that if he took the initiative to show up, he should be able to draw the Seeking Passion sect's people away. At that time, Ice Heart Valley's crisis would be resolved. No. Before he could finish speaking, Bing Yun shook his head. And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiao, Zhang Suning, and the others all tried to dissuade him. Bing Yun said, although the cause is you, the Seeking Passion sect has been eyeing my Ice Heart Valley for a long time. You also know what the Seeking Passion sect's Seeking Passion Supreme Art is. Many disciples in the Seeking Passion sect cultivate this secret art, while my Ice Heart Valley has many beautiful and talented female disciples who are perfect cultivation furnaces for their secret art. So, even if you really show up, the Seeking Passion sect will not give up easily. The situation has developed to this point, and they are determined to destroy my Ice Heart Valley. Even if you show up, it will be useless. What she said made sense, so Yang Kai could not help but sigh slightly. Bing Yun stood up and said, although my Ice Heart Valley is alone, it won't be easy for the Seeking Passion sect to destroy us. Yang Kai, you don't have to worry. Since you are here, stay for a few days. Ziyu, take your martial uncle Yang to rest. Yes. Ziyu responded, then looked at Yang Kai and said, Martial Uncle Yang, please. Yang Kai nodded. He knew that Bing Yun and the others still had things to discuss, so as an outsider, it would be inappropriate for him to stay, so he followed Ziyu out. Walking along the road, the scenery inside Ice Heart Valley was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. After walking for a while, Ziyu suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. A few years ago you were still my brother, but now you are my martial uncle. Yang Kai was startled and said, if Sister Ziyu doesn't mind, we can talk on our own terms. When the two met a few years ago, Yang Kai did indeed call Ziyu junior sister, but now Bing Yun's words raised his seniority by a level. However, this was not surprising. Yang Kai and Ji Yao were peers and Ziyu was Ji Yao's junior, so she naturally had to call Yang Kai martial uncle. Ziyu shook her head and said, that won't do. If Ancestral Founder knows, she will definitely scold me. After a pause, she continued, by the way, I have to thank Martial Uncle Yang for helping me in the Shattered Star Sea. If you hadn't lured away those bad people, Ziyu wouldn't have been able to break through so smoothly. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As the two talked, they came to a small courtyard. The small courtyard was exquisite and elegant, with red plum blossoms standing proudly in the snow and a stone road neatly paved. Martial Uncle Yang, don't be polite in Ice Heart Valley. If you have any instructions, just ask. Ziyu led Yang Kai into the courtyard and said, and you go ahead. I'll help myself. Yang Kai nodded. Ziyu excused herself and left. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before pushing the door open and entering. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to cultivate. Chapter 26:33. Not long after Lu Xianyun arrived. She and Yang Kai came to the star boundary at the same time. Although they came from different star territories, the two had supported each other for a while in Blue Feather Sect, so they had a brother and sister relationship. They had also gone through life and death together in the solitary void-sealed world, so their relationship was naturally very close. After coming out of the solitary void-sealed world, Lu Xianyun stayed in Ice Heart Valley, which was a good place for her to go. She came to Yang Kai for no other reason than she missed him after not seeing him for a few years. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that she was doing well now and had officially become Bing Yun's disciple, becoming Bing Yun's last disciple. She was definitely qualified. After all, like Yang Kai, she was a cultivator who came from the star territory below. Back then, in the territory of Great Desolate Star, her aptitude was no worse than Yin Lusheng's. The only difference was her background and heritage, so she was weaker than Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng could become the legacy disciple of Netherworld sect master, so Lu Xianyun could naturally do the same. Her cultivation progress had been slow over the years, mainly because her life was tough and she didn't have enough cultivation resources. Now that she had become Bing Yun's last disciple, she had abundant cultivation resources and a good master, so her potential had gradually begun to show. In just a few years she had already broken through to the second-order Dao Source realm and was on her way to the third-order Dao Source realm. Although her martial aunt's cultivation was not as good as many of her martial nephews, her future was bright. In Ice Heart Valley she got along well with many of her sisters, so she had already regarded this place as her home. Knowing this, Yang Kai was relieved. Afterwards, Lu Xianyun asked Yang Kai about what had happened in the past few years. There was nothing much to say. Over the past few years he had spent most of his time in the Shattered Star Sea. After leaving the Shattered Star Sea, he went to the Eastern Domain's Savage Desolation ancient land to look for Xiao, where he encountered the 4 Saint Venerables. Yang Kai picked some things to talk about and Lu Xianyun listened with great interest. She realized that no matter when, life in Yang Kai was always so exciting and full of ups and downs. By the way, junior sister, I have something to give you. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He said. Lu Xianyun asked curiously, what is it? Yang Kai said seriously, relax your body and mind. Don't resist. When Lu Xianyun heard this, she nodded lightly. After taking a deep breath, she relaxed and even closed her eyes. At this moment she was completely defenseless against Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to harm her, he could easily kill her. If not for the fact that he trusted Yang Kai completely, she couldn't do that no matter what. Yang Kai searched the small sealed world for a while and soon, flipping his palm, a hazy ball of light appeared on his palm. As soon as this ball of light appeared, it gave off a mysterious aura. And as far as the eye could see, the ball of light seemed to be dotted with stars, like a star field that had been shrunk countless times. Lu Xianyun opened her eyes suspiciously. When she saw the thing in Yang Kai's hand clearly, she was startled again and asked curiously, Brother Yang, what is this? Yang Kai said solemnly, Stars, star sources. Lu Xianyun's tender body shook and she said in amazement, Stars, star sources? She came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so she naturally knew what stars, star sources were. It was the foundation of a star. Such a vibrant star, star sources only had one complete cultivation star. It could only be born after hundreds of millions of years, and without a star's star sources, the stars would become dead stars. In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, only by refining the star sources of a cultivation star could one become a star master. But how could it be so simple to become a star master? Even a third-order origin king would not necessarily be able to safely refine a star's star sources. In the territory of countless great desolate stars, it was unknown how many origin kings had died trying to refine stars' star sources. Back then, in the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were only a few star masters, and Yin Lixing was one of them. Lu Xianyun also wanted to refine a star's star sources in the territory of the Great Desolate Star to become a star master, but unfortunately in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, everything was decided by the Netherworld sect, so she had no way to refine one. Later, when she arrived in the star boundary, she learned that stars' star sources were extremely rare in the star boundary, and it was difficult for ordinary people to even see one. She thought that she would never be able to have any interaction with the star sources of stars in her life, but now one appeared in front of her. This was obtained from the Shattered Star Sea? Lu Xianyun asked in a trembling voice. Yang Kai nodded. In the Shattered Star Sea he had obtained a lot of benefits such as comprehending the flowing time Great Emperor, obtaining the Phoenix True Fire and the Mountains and Rivers Bell, and witnessing the battle between the two great emperors, Red Dust and Heaven-devouring Great Emperor. This star sources was also one of them. No, this thing is too precious, I can't accept it. Lu Xianyun quickly shook her head and waved her hand to refuse. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why can't you accept it? It's just a star sources. You and I have known each other for a long time, and now that Big Brother's cultivation has reached a certain level, do you still want to refuse such a rare gift?" Although Lu Xianyun was tempted, she still shook her head firmly and said, "Brother Yang, if you had given me something else, junior sister would never have refused, but this star sources. I can't accept it. You should refine it yourself. As long as you can refine it, your cultivation in the future will be twice the result with half the effort. I heard that a cultivator who has refined star sources is extremely sensitive to the world principles." "Naturally, I know this. But I have long since become a star master, don't you know?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. When he first met Lu Xianyun in the Starlight Corridor, he had already revealed his star master physique, so he already had a complete star sources in his body. A large part of the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast over the years was because of this. Lu Xianyun said, "I know Big Brother has one, but you can refine a second one. Although the effect won't be as good as the first, it will definitely be helpful to you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Since I've decided to give it to you, I won't take it back. Besides, I have a lot of star sources." "A lot?" Lu Xianyun was stunned, a look of disbelief on her face. She knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Shattered Star Sea and had also heard Ziyu mention that there seemed to be a sea of sources in the Shattered Star Sea, where many people had obtained complete star sources. However, those who obtained the most were only 3 or 4. Yang Kai said that he had a lot of star sources, undoubtedly to make her feel better. How could she know that Yang Kai had not obtained just 3 or 4 star sources, but as many as 30 to 40? The complete star sources stored in the small sealed world were still there, and as for what to do with them, Yang Kai had his own plans, so giving Lu Xianyun one was not a big deal. "Take it." As Yang Kai spoke, he directly pushed the mass of star sources in his hand towards Lu Xianyun and activated the star refining art. Without giving her any time to react, the mass of star sources merged into her body. Lu Xianyun snorted, a look of discomfort appearing on her face. Star sources were not so easy to refine. In the Shattered Star Sea, the cultivator who had seized star sources would snatch them first and seal them in their body temporarily, suppressing them with their own cultivation. After returning, they would slowly refine them. As for whether they would succeed in refining them, no one could say for sure. Perhaps during the refining process, they would suffer a backlash from the star sources, triggering world principles and causing their bodies to explode. "I'll teach you a secret art. Listen carefully. With the help of this secret art, refining star sources will be twice the result with half the effort, and there won't be any danger," Yang Kai said solemnly. At this point, Lu Xianyun knew that it was useless to refuse, so she immediately sat up and listened carefully. Yang Kai passed on the star refining art and told Lu Xianyun not to leak this secret art. Lu Xianyun obeyed. After spending most of the day, Lu Xianyun memorized the star refining art before getting up and saying, "Brother Yang, I'll go back and refine star sources first. If you need anything here, just say the word. There are disciples standing guard outside the courtyard." "I know, you can go," Yang Kai smiled slightly. After sending Lu Xianyun away, Yang Kai returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, took out some source crystals and began cultivating. On the 3rd day he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Someone come." Soon light footsteps sounded and the door was pushed open. A beautiful female disciple asked respectfully, "Martial Uncle Yang, what can I do for you?" Yang Kai said, "I'm going to see Senior Bing Yun." "Martial Uncle Yang, please come with me," the disciple immediately responded and led the way. For the current Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was not only a guest but also a close friend. The higher-ups had already ordered that no matter what Yang Kai wanted, the disciples had to do it. Now he didn't even need to report in advance if he wanted to see Bing Yun. Soon, under the guidance of the female disciple, Yang Kai arrived in front of a palace. Just as he stood still, Bing Yun's voice came from inside the palace. "Yang Kai, you're here? Come in and talk." Obviously she had already found out. The female disciple gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and stepped in. This palace should be where Bing Yun usually cultivated in seclusion. The decorations inside were not luxurious but rather simple. When Yang Kai walked in, he happened to see Bingyun walking out of the room with Ji Yao following closely behind her. When their eyes met, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel guilty. He forced a smile at Ji Yao, but Ji Yao's expression was neither cold nor hot. He couldn't tell what she was feeling. "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed to Bingyun. Bingyun smiled slightly and said, "Sit down and talk." She turned and ordered Ji Yao, serve tea." "Yes." Ji Yao received the order and immediately prepared. Yang Kai sat down, but his expression was quite uncomfortable. He didn't expect Ji Yao to be here, but on second thought, the master and disciple hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. Now that they met again, it was natural for Ji Yao to follow Bingyun to show filial piety. In a short while, 2 cups of steaming hot tea were prepared. Ji Yao first served a cup to Bingyun, then came to Yang Kai's side and put down the teacup, saying, "Brother Yang, have some tea." "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai nodded. Right now, he really didn't know what Ji Yao was thinking, whether she would settle accounts with him or not. In any case, from Ji Yao's facial expression, he couldn't see any trace of it. She treated Kai Yang as if he was a stranger without the warmth of the past. Chapter 26-34. I've been busy dealing with the enemy these past few days, so I haven't had the time to visit you. Have you gotten used to living in the valley? Bingyun asked. I've gotten used to it. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Ice Heart Valley has many outstanding people and beautiful scenery. How could I not get used to it? It's good. Bingyun smiled slightly before suddenly saying solemnly, but you won't be able to stay here for long. In 2 days I will personally send you out of here. Yang Kai was startled and asked, Senior is planning to fight to the death with Seeking Passion sect? Bingyun nodded and said, others are already attacking us, so my Ice Heart Valley can only face them head-on. Do you have a chance of winning? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Bingyun shook her head and said, no, but it won't be easy for them to destroy my Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai, speaking of which, I have one more request. Yang Kai said solemnly, Senior, please speak your mind. Bingyun sighed and said, Ice Heart Valley was founded by me. Although it is now in danger, I hope to leave some foundation behind. When I send you off, I hope you can take some disciples with you and take them away from the Northern Territory. No matter where you settle them, you must tell them not to try to fight a hopeless battle. They are not allowed to return to the Northern Territory before their wings are fully grown. Even if they want to take revenge, they must have full confidence. If they don't, then they can live peacefully. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He knew that Bingyun was making arrangements for her funeral. It seemed that she was determined to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. When the time comes, those disciples will be led by Ziyu. Yang Kai, you and Ziyu are familiar with each other. I'll leave them to you. Bingyun looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior, the situation isn't that serious, right? Bingyun shook his head. 7,000 against 100,000, my Ice Heart Valley has no chance of winning. Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bingyun, suddenly said, Brother Yang, can you invite those existences in the Eastern Territory? If we can invite them, we don't need too many, just 2 or 3. Yang Kai shook his head and said, distant water can't quench a present thirst. Who were the existences Ji Yao was referring to? Yang Kai was naturally clear. They were none other than the great gods from the savage, desolate ancient land. There was no need for the Luan Feng and the others to appear. They only needed to send out a few monster king. That would be enough to shake up the situation. However, those fellows were all in the ancient lands of the Eastern Territory. They were too far away from here. If they waited for Yang Kai to bring back reinforcements from the ancient wildlands, Ice Heart Valley would likely have already been overrun. What's more, they were from the monster race, divine spirits. If they rashly interfered in the affairs of human sects, they might anger the great emperors. Last time, when the Luan Feng accompanied Yang Kai to the Netherworld sect, she didn't dare to act rashly. It was the other party who took the initiative to provoke her. That was why she killed Zhou Xian. Although the existences in the savage, desolate ancient land were powerful, once they came out there were still many taboos. Ji Yao obviously knew this. She asked this because she had a glimmer of hope. At this moment she heard Yang Kai's answer. She couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai pondered and said, Senior, I've been thinking about this for a while now. Over the past 2 days I've been thinking about it carefully. The reason Ice Heart Valley is in such a precarious situation is because they invited a grandmaster to break the spirit array. Bing Yun nodded and said, yes, the Southern Gate Army does have some ability. My Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Grand Array has begun to show some signs of weakness. If they are given 10 days to half a month, they might really be able to break the spirit array. Yang Kai grinned and said, what if they don't have 10 days to half a month? Bing Yun was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Yang Kai said, here's what I think. Didn't the Seeking Passion sect send out a recruitment order? Maybe I can pretend to submit to the Seeking Passion sect and infiltrate their inner circle. Then I can find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate Army. How can that be? Bing Yun was shocked and said, I know you are proficient in the Tao of space, but now Ice Heart Valley is surrounded by powerful enemies. Who knows how many of them are in the Emperor realm alone? Once you fail, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Also, don't forget the elders of Seeking Passion sect definitely know about your appearance. If you rush to join them, you'll just be walking right into their trap. No, this is my Ice Heart Valley's business. How can I let you take such a risk? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Senior doesn't need to worry about my appearance. As long as I don't meet Feng Xian or Yao Zhuo, I believe no one will recognize me. Bing Yun frowned slightly and asked, what kind of shape-shifting secret technique do you cultivate? Yang Kai shook his head and said, no. Ji Yao suddenly said, brother, do you mean to ask Martial Niece Tianhe to help? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said, yes. Ji Yao thought for a while and nodded, brother, if this is your plan, it is feasible. Bing Yun looked confused and asked, Tianhe? The disciple who came back with you a few days ago? She is only in the third order Tao source realm. Even if she helps, how can she help you? Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled, honored master, although Martial Niece Tianhe's cultivation is not high enough, she has one ability. What ability? Ji Yao replied, her disguise technique is extremely brilliant. Last time in Peace City, she stood in front of me and I didn't notice any flaws. If Brother Yang hadn't reminded me, I'm afraid this disciple would have been deceived by her. Bing Yun was surprised and asked, she has such an ability? If even Ji Yao couldn't find any flaws, any other second-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to find any flaws either. This disguise technique was enough to show how brilliant she was. Yang Kai smiled and said, with Martial Niece Tianhe's help, even if I go to Seeking Passion sect, it is unlikely that I will be recognized. As long as I go deep into their territory and find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate Army or kidnap them, no one will be able to break the spirit array. Bing Yun's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she soon shook her head and smiled bitterly. It still won't work. Even if you kill the Southern Gate Army, the result will be the same. But this time it was Yang Kai and Ji Yao's turn to be stunned. Bing Yun sighed and said, although my Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is powerful, it consumes too much energy when it is activated. Even without the Southern Gate Army, we will only last 2 months. After 2 months, the spirit array will still break. At that time, the situation won't change. Yang Kai said in relief, so it's because of this. Senior, you don't have to worry. I have some source crystals on hand, enough for Ice Heart Valley to use for a long time. Also, 2 months is enough for me to go back to the Eastern Territory and ask for help. As long as he could buy some time, he could go back to the Eastern Territory and bring back the Monster King. At that time, not to mention 100,000 people from Seeking Passion sect, even if there were 200,000 or 300,000, they would just be a mob. Who are you going to look for in the Eastern Territory? Bing Yun asked curiously. Junior sister Yao knows. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao rolled her eyes and quietly sent a message to Bing Yun. Bing Yun was shocked when she heard this and said in amazement, Yang Kai, you can actually ask them to help? It's just a small matter, they should help. Yang Kai smiled confidently, and before Bing Yun could object he said, then it's settled. There's no time to lose, I'll go find Martial Niece Tianhe now. Ice Heart Valley's mess was caused by him, so he couldn't stay out of it no matter what. These days he had been thinking about how to help Ice Heart Valley resolve this disaster, and now he finally had a plan. Brother Yang, wait, count me in, Ji Yao hurriedly shouted. You. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement and waved his hand. No, I can do this alone. It'll be more troublesome if I go with you. Ji Yao said, this is my Ice Heart Valley's business, how can I let you take the risk alone? I have to go with you. After saying so, before Yang Kai could refuse again, she suddenly sent a message to him. Brother Yang, if you dare to say no again, I'll tell honored master that you molested me. Yang Kai's face turned black and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his mind. Of course it's best if junior sister Yao goes with me, ha. Bing Yun could see that he didn't mean what he said. She didn't know what Ji Yao said to him that made his attitude change so drastically. But since things had already gotten to this point, she couldn't stop him. Indeed, as Yang Kai said, if everything went smoothly, Ice Heart Valley could avoid the fate of destruction. She had to make plans for the 7,000 disciples of the sect. Since you insist, then call Tianhe over. Let me see how good her disguise technique is first before making a decision. Ji Yao nodded. I'll ask eldest senior sister to bring her over. Saying so, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Yang Kai also returned to his chair and sat down with a bitter expression on his face. The tea in his mouth tasted bitter. He quietly glanced at Ji Yao a few times, but found that she looked as if nothing had happened. It was as if she didn't say those words just now. Not long after, and Ruo Yun's voice sounded outside the hall. After being summoned by Bing Yun, she walked in with Tianhe. After greeting her, and Ruo Yun said, Honored master, why did you call me over? Bing Yun said, It's nothing to do with you. I just want Tianhe to do something. Tianhe heard this and quickly said, Please tell me, ancestral founder. Disciple will do her best to accomplish it. Bing Yun smiled, Don't be nervous. I just heard that your disguise technique is extremely brilliant. I want to see if it's really that amazing. Tianhe said respectfully, It's just a small trick. I'm afraid it won't enter ancestral founder's eyes. And Ruo Yun stared at her and said, Since ancestral founder wants to see it, you can show it to him. Yes. Tianhe answered honestly, Then this disciple will embarrass herself. Yang Kai called out to her, Tianhe, help me disguise myself. Tianhe looked at Bing Yun with an inquiring gaze. After Bing Yun nodded, she came to Yang Kai and stood in front of him, saying softly, Martial Uncle Yang, I'm sorry to offend you. Saying so, she waved her hand and took out some random things and placed them on the table next to Yang Kai. Everyone looked at them carefully and found that these things were all like rouge and mud. There was nothing special about them and they didn't give off any energy fluctuations. Tianhe first looked carefully at Yang Kai's face, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. After a long time, she suddenly took a deep breath and her hands flew. She took those materials and rubbed them all over Yang Kai's face. At the same time, she used exquisite techniques to dissolve those materials. Chapter 2635. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai's appearance quickly underwent an earth-shaking change. Originally, he could be considered to be handsome, unrestrained, and spirited. However, with Tianhe's disguise technique, his appearance had actually become extremely ordinary, and it caused Ruo Yun and the others to open their eyes wide and click their tongues in wonder. If this kind of change didn't happen right under their noses, no one would dare to believe that a mere disguise technique could achieve this. In less than half an hour, Tianhe finally finished wiping Kai Yang's face. Carefully examining him, she nodded her head and said, Done. She retreated a few steps, while Ruo Yun and Ji Yao came closer to observe him closely, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't see any flaws. It was as if this ordinary-looking man in front of them was born with such an appearance. The only thing that didn't change was Yang Kai's aura. However, in Seeking Passion Sect, there weren't many people who had met him face to face. Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo could be considered to have met him face to face, but as long as he didn't show his aura in front of them, they probably wouldn't notice anything. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes lit up as she said, What a marvelous skill. Tianhe, your disguise technique is quite impressive. Even she praised it so much, showing how amazing Tianhe's skill was. And Ruo Yun asked curiously, Tianhe, who did you learn this from? Does Peaceful City's Dong family have such means? Tianhe was her disciple, but she had never taught Tianhe these things. It was obvious that Tianhe had only learned these things after she had gone to Peaceful City. However, how could a mere Dong clan possess such a wondrous technique? Tianhe shook her head and said, This disguise technique didn't come from the Dong family. This disciple learned it from a strange person. A strange person? And Ruo Yun was stunned. Tianhe showed a look of reminiscence. She said, That was almost 60 years ago. A beggar came to Peaceful City. He was disheveled and disheveled. One day he was beaten up and fell in front of the Dong family's gate. A disciple came back from an errand and saw him. He asked someone to help him to the woodshed. Later, before he left, he specially came to look for this disciple and taught this disguise technique to this disciple as a thank you gift. At that time, this disciple didn't take it seriously. Later, when I was bored and messed around, I discovered the brilliance of this disguise technique. Beggar. And Ruo Yun and Ji Yao looked at each other and felt that it was quite inconceivable. That's not a beggar. He should be an expert. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed. Tianhe, you were able to obtain this opportunity. Good people are rewarded with good fortune. And Ruo Yun and Ji Yao both nodded. If that person was really an ordinary beggar, how could he have such a miraculous disguise technique? It was obvious that he was some powerful expert playing around. Some experts were just so eccentric. Instead of living a good life, they loved to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. What a pity. Bing Yun sighed again. What's a pity, master? And Ruo Yun asked suspiciously. Bing Yun said, that expert might be using this method to find his successor. Unfortunately, Tianhe might not meet his requirements. That's why he didn't pass on his legacy. Instead, he only taught her the disguise technique as a thank you gift. And Ruo Yun nodded in realization. It's indeed a pity. If she could really obtain that expert's legacy, perhaps sure Tianhe would be like Ziyu now and be in the Emperor realm. The Dong clan wouldn't have been exterminated. The beggar. Does he have the head of a dog, the eyes of a mouse, and a mouth full of yellow teeth? Yang Kai listened for a while and suddenly asked. Sure, Tianhe said in surprise. Martial Uncle Yang knows that expert? More or less. Yang Kai nodded with a dark expression. To be able to sublimate a simple appearance-changing technique to such a degree, and to also be a beggar with a repulsive head and rat eyes, Kai Yang already had an idea of who this person was. This miraculous technique came from that person. It made sense for it to have such a miraculous effect. Seeing that Yang Kai wasn't going to elaborate on that expert, Bing Yun didn't ask. She just nodded and said, this disguise technique is indeed amazing. Even this queen might be deceived if she didn't check carefully. Yang Kai smiled and said, then this plan will work. Bing Yun was still worried, but there are many powerful enemies outside. If you fail, how will you escape? Why don't you let Tianhe disguise this queen? This queen will have a better chance of success. Yang Kai quickly shook his head and said, that probably won't work. Senior, you are a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If you really accept the recruitment token, I'm afraid that Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo will immediately be alerted. When the two of them come to investigate, you will definitely be exposed. I'm different. I'm only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. My cultivation isn't high or low. Once I join them, not only will I be put in an important position, but I won't alert too many people either. Senior doesn't need to say anything more. This matter is settled. You don't have to worry about my safety. If things really go south, I will immediately escape. Bing Yun sighed. She knew that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, so she couldn't persuade him anymore. She just said gratefully, then you must be careful. Yang Kai nodded and said, there is one more thing I need Senior's help with. Speak. I need a lot of space spirit crystals. It would be best if there are space spirit jades. Bing Yun nodded. I'll have someone check the storehouse. If there are any space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, I'll bring them to you. Whether it was space spirit crystals or space spirit jades, they were in high demand in the entire star boundary because these two things were the main materials for refining storage artifacts. Space rings and space bracelets were all refined from these two things. In comparison, space spirit jades were of a higher grade than space spirit crystals. Although Bing Yun didn't know what Yang Kai needed space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for, she didn't ask much and just readily agreed. Tianhe, help your martial aunt Ji Yao disguise her appearance. Yang Kai said to Shi Tianhe before turning to Ji Yao and saying, Junior sister Yao, I'll go and prepare first. We'll set off tonight. Ji Yao glanced at him and nodded lightly without any suspicion. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he immediately left the hall. After leaving the hall, he didn't return to his small courtyard. Instead, he rushed out of Ice Heart Valley. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the sect defending array, which was also the place where he entered with Ji Yao. Who is it? When Zhang Suning, who was guarding this place, saw Yang Kai arrive, she immediately rushed out from her hiding place and stared at Yang Kai with a cold expression. The other disciples also rushed out and surrounded Yang Kai. Junior sister Zhang Sun. Yang Kai grinned at Zhang Suning. It's me, don't be nervous. Your brother Yang? Zhang Sun Ying's beautiful brow furrowed slightly as she asked in surprise. How did you become like this? When she suddenly saw a strange man appear here, she was really shocked. She thought that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array had been unknowingly broken. Otherwise, how could such a flaw appear? But now, when she heard his voice, Zhang Suning knew that the person in front of her was Yang Kai. However, his face had changed so much that she didn't dare to recognize him. I was ordered by Senior Bing Yun to go out and do something. Please open the spirit array for a moment. Yang Kai pointed to the spirit array and said. Okay, wait a moment. Zhang Suning didn't refuse, nor did she confirm with Bing Yun, because Bing Yun had said before that Yang Kai was a friend of Ice Heart Valley. She would do anything for him without any need to report. Saying so, she took out a token and held it in her hand, carefully observing the situation outside. After confirming that there was no one nearby, she held the token and waved it at the light curtain of the spirit array. A ray of light shot out and a hole immediately appeared in the closed spirit array. Yang Kai's figure flickered and he left the spirit array. At the same time he sent a message, I will be back in 2 to 3 days at the earliest and 5 to 6 days at the earliest. I will have to trouble junior sister Zhang Sun to open the spirit array. No problem. Zhang Suning quickly responded. After confirming that Yang Kai had left, she closed the spirit array. Why did Martial Uncle Yang go out now? And why did he change his appearance? Yu Dan stepped forward and asked curiously. Zhang Suning shook her head and said, I will report it to Honored Master. Previously, when Yang Kai wanted to leave, she didn't report it to Honored Master because Bing Yun had sent the message. Now that Yang Kai had left, she needed to inform Bing Yun. She immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. In the hall, Bing Yun quickly sensed something and took out her communication artifact. When she saw the message inside, she immediately smiled bitterly. Below, Jiyao was still sitting there with Xianxia in disguise. She was waiting for night to fall to go to Ice Moon City with Yang Kai to receive the recruitment order, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai would leave her behind and act alone. Bing Yun didn't know how to explain this to Jiyao. But she could also see that Yang Kai did this deliberately. She didn't know what happened between her third disciple and Yang Kai that made Yang Kai somewhat afraid of her. Ice Moon City was originally the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. It was also a hub for Ice Heart Valley to exchange materials and collect information from all sides. Most of the industries in the city were owned by Ice Heart Valley. But since half a year ago, not a single Ice Heart Valley disciple could be seen in Ice Moon City. Seeking Passion sect came here with invincible force, seized Ice Moon City, and used it as a stronghold to recruit talents. They were waiting for the right time to deal a fatal blow to Ice Heart Valley and completely destroy them. Most of the industries in the city that belonged to Ice Heart Valley were now in a mess. The materials inside had long been looted and most of the shops were in ruins. At this moment, in front of a hall in Ice Moon City, there was a horizontal plaque with 3 words written on it. Recruitment Hall. It was the place where Seeking Passion sect recruited talents. Since Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment order and promised countless benefits, many cultivator had come to work for them. Otherwise, even a top force like Seeking Passion sect wouldn't be able to gather 100,000 cultivators. Among these people, there were many who lacked cultivation materials or had ulterior motives from the Emperor realm. They were moved by the various benefits promised by Seeking Passion sect and stayed here to work for them. Chapter 2636. In front of the recruitment hall, an ordinary-looking young man was walking leisurely. Although this young man looked ordinary, he was dressed like a human. He wore a jade robe and held a folding fan in his hand. The northern territory was freezing cold, but he was actually waving the folding fan as he walked, giving off an air of elegance and elegance. When the cultivator walking on the street saw this, they all shook their heads in disdain. This young man was naturally Yang Kai. After leaving Ice Heart Valley, he carefully made his way to Ice Moon City without alerting anyone. After asking a little about the recruitment area, he came to the recruitment hall. The folding fan in his hand was also an artifact, a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Yang Kai didn't know who left it behind after his death, but in any case he had killed many powerful enemies in the past few years and obtained a lot of trophies. Now this folding fan came in handy. Outside the recruitment hall, there were 2 Seeking Passion sect disciples guarding it. Their strength wasn't high, only in the First Order Dao Source realm. However, in this place, no one would dare to make trouble for the Seeking Passion sect, so their cultivation didn't matter. Their main purpose was to guard the door and report. Seeing Yang Kai swagger over, the 2 guards glanced at each other, both of them revealing looks of disdain. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were still disciples of Seeking Passion sect, so their status was still there. Yang Kai's appearance made them wonder which family's young master he was from. Wearing such a flashy outfit, it was as if he really thought he was some big shot. If he was really handsome, this appearance would be fine, but he was extremely ordinary. The jade robe and the beautiful jade folding fan didn't match him at all, so it was natural that he would be disliked. Stop. What do you want? One of the guards stretched out his hand. He blocked Yang Kai's path and asked indifferently. Yang Kai looked up at the plaque and closed the folding fan in his hand. He patted his palm and said, "This is the recruitment hall. Why do you think this young master is here?" The guard frowned and asked, "Are you here to accept the recruitment order?" "That's right." Yang Kai smiled. With a schwa sound, he opened his folding fan and waved it a few times in a contented manner, looking like a child who could be taught. Since they were here to accept the recruitment order and work for the Seeking Passion sect, the 2 guards weren't qualified to stop them. The one who spoke earlier nodded gently and said, "Go straight in, then turn left and find a few deacons." Yang Kai nodded slightly and strode in. He listened to the guard's words. He walked straight ahead, turned left, and entered a hall. Unexpectedly, there were many people waiting in line inside the hall. Behind the tables, the Seeking Passion sect's deacons were asking the cultivator who had come to seek refuge with the Seeking Passion sect for their name and origin. If he felt that there was no problem, then they would register and issue a recruitment notice. With the recruitment token in hand, it meant that they belonged to the Seeking Passion sect for the time being. Once Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was destroyed, they would be rewarded accordingly. As for the cultivator with a clean background who had accepted the recruitment order, the Seeking Passion sect's disciples would lead them away and arrange things for them. Behind the tables there was a long line. This made Yang Kai frown slightly. So many people had come to accept the Seeking Passion sect's recruitment order, which wasn't good news for Ice Heart Valley. He stood on the spot and observed for a while. He had an idea of the process, so he didn't hesitate any longer. He identified a table and walked straight forward. As he walked, he waved the folding fan in his hand from side to side impolitely. He scolded, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way." Yang Kai's arrogant and lawless appearance made people who didn't know better think that he was some kind of master of the Seeking Passion sect. The cultivator who was in line cried out in pain after being hit by the folding fan, and the line quickly fell into chaos. Everyone glared at Yang Kai, but they didn't know the depth of the other party's strength, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai sneered, not putting these people in his eyes at all. They came here to join the Seeking Passion sect and become enemies with Ice Heart Valley. Once the war started, they would become enemies. Yang Kai naturally didn't need to give them any face. The strength of the folding fan in his hand was enough to make the cultivator feel pain for 10 days to half a month. Behind the table, a deacon of the Seeking Passion sect saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly and didn't put the Seeking Passion sect in his eyes at all. He immediately became angry and coldly snorted, "Junior, don't make noise." That's right. This person is too rude. Deacon Master, teach him a lesson. It hurts. This brat actually hit people at will. Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Don't let him go. The group of cultivator who had been hit shouted all at once. Noisy. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he slammed his palm into the crowd. In an instant, his emperor chi surged and principles gathered around his body, causing the entire hall to buzz. The Emperor Realm. Heavens, it's the Emperor Realm. The cultivator who had been shouting all this time suddenly panicked. Even the deacons of the Seeking Passion sect who were in charge of the hall changed their expressions drastically. Although they were deacons of the Seeking Passion sect, they were only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. In the face of the Emperor Realm, they really didn't have the power to resist. Kong. Under this palm, dozens of cultivators were sent flying, all of them coughing up blood midair and falling to the ground in embarrassment. However, what made everyone feel relieved was that although the power of this palm was strong, it didn't take anyone's life. It was just that the injuries they suffered would take at least 10 days to heal. If you keep talking, I'll take your dog lives. Yang Kai coldly snorted, acting arrogant as if the heavens were his number two. No one dared to make a sound. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Schwa. A figure suddenly shot out from the inner hall and stood in front of the few tables. As soon as this person appeared, the Seeking Passion sect deacons who were on tenterhooks and didn't even dare to breathe loudly, acted as if they had seen their savior. Their eyes lit up as they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Son." "Elder Son, it's Elder Son Ping. It's really Elder Son Ping. That brat is in trouble now." Elder Sun Ping is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He's definitely not his opponent. Daring to behave atrociously in the Seeking Passion sect's territory, this brat should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror. Hearing everyone's discussion, Yang Kai looked at the master who had suddenly appeared. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His aura was as deep as the sea, giving people a great sense of pressure. His face was thin, but his eyes were as bright as the sun, piercing one's soul. "Elder Son?" Yang Kai raised his brow. He wasn't familiar with the Emperor realm of the Seeking Passion sect, only knowing Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo. This was the first time he had seen this Elder Sunday. However, the other party's cultivation was indeed at the second-order Emperor realm, so his status in the Seeking Passion sect wasn't low. "Young man, you have a bad temper." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Sun Ping didn't cause trouble for Yang Kai after he appeared. Instead, he spoke with a smile. Yang Kai snorted. They were too noisy. This young master just wanted to teach them a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, his attitude changed. He cupped his fists and laughed. "I didn't want to disturb Elder Sunday. This is truly a sin. Acting like a master in front of the weak and acting like a grandson in front of the strong." This was how Yang Kai was acting right now. Everyone in the hall despised him, but because of his cultivation in the Emperor realm, they didn't dare to show it. It was simply too depressing. It's fine. Sun Ping smiled and said, "Since you've come to my recruitment hall, are you here to receive a recruitment notice?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Naturally, I heard that the Seeking Passion sect is looking for talented people, so this young master came here. Elder Sun won't be unwelcome, right?" "Of course not." Sun Ping stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This sect welcomes young talents like your excellency very much." "That's good," Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. However, Sun Ping changed the topic and narrowed his eyes. "I'll say this first. If you want to receive a recruitment notice, you must have a clean background. My Seeking Passion sect doesn't need people of unknown origins, especially those with your excellency's cultivation. So, I hope that your excellency can answer a few questions from this old master. If it was the Emperor realm or below, it wouldn't matter even if one's origin was a little vague, but if it was the Emperor realm, one must have a clean background. This was to avoid being a spy from Ice Heart Valley. This was also a rule." "I understand this." Yang Kai smiled slightly without the slightest panic and said, "I just don't know what Elder Sun wants to ask." Sun Ping said, "Where is your excellency from? What is your excellency's name? Who is your excellency's master?" Yang Kai said frankly, "My name is Xiao Bai Yi from the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. My master is Elder Gao Shui Ting." Although he said so, Yang Kai thought in his heart, Xiao Bai, I'm just borrowing your identity. Don't come looking for me in the future." He had thought about this identity a long time ago, so he didn't hesitate to answer now. "Azure Sun Temple." Sun Ping was shocked when he heard this. Although the Southern Territory was far from the Northern Territory, he had heard of Azure Sun Temple. After all, Azure Sun Temple's status in the Southern Territory was the same as Seeking Passion sect's status in the Northern Territory. They were both top sects. As a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he appeared in Ice Moon City in the Northern Territory. This was really incomprehensible. Sun Ping frowned and said, "This old master has also heard of your noble sect, but why are you here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I just broke through the Emperor realm not long ago. My honored master told me to travel more, so I have been traveling the star boundary recently. When I passed by here, I heard about your noble sect in Ice Heart Valley, so I came to take a look. So that's how it is." Sun Ping didn't doubt him. It was normal for a young talent like Yang Kai to travel the star boundary and broaden his horizons. Sun Ping himself had done this before, but he had never been to the Southern Territory, only the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, so there was no flaw in his story. After pondering for a while, Sun Ping raised his head and said, "With young Master Zhao's age and cultivation even in Azure Sun Temple, you must be a core disciple, right? I wonder if young Master Xiao has something to prove his identity?" "Something to prove my identity." Yang Kai thought for a while before suddenly reaching out and taking out a token. He threw it to Sun Ping and said, "This thing is enough to prove my identity." Chapter 2637. It was a token, a golden token. At a glance, one could tell that it had an extraordinary origin. Sun Ping took the token and stroked it for a while, then smiled and said, "I've heard that there are 4 grades of tokens, namely the iron token, the bronze token, the silver token, and the gold token. Only the core disciples have the gold token, so this is the Azure Sun Gold token." The token was made of a special material and was not fake. Ping could still see this. Naturally, Yang Kai's golden token was not a fake. Gao Shueting had personally given it to him back then. Although Azure Sun Temple had never asked Yang Kai to join them, giving him an Azure Sun golden token was enough to make him an in-name disciple of the temple. The reason why he chose to impersonate Xiao Baiyi was because he had the Azure Sun golden token. Wrong. Yang Kai smiled slightly and corrected, "Our temple's tokens are not 4th grade but 5th grade. 5th grade? Ping raised his brow. Yang Kai said, "The elders have jade tokens. So that's how it is." Ping nodded lightly. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. After all, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, but seeing Yang Kai's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. For a moment he couldn't help but hesitate. It was definitely good news for someone from the Emperor realm to join Seeking Passion sect. Maybe he could be of great help in the war, but the key was that he couldn't be sure whether Yang Kai's origin was clean or not. If he refused, Ping would be reluctant and the world would laugh at Seeking Passion sect for being timid. After thinking for a while, Ping suddenly turned to a young disciple and said something. The young disciple heard this. He immediately stood up. He cupped his fists to Yang Kai and said, "Chao Su greets brother." Yang Kai squinted at him but ignored him. He didn't know what order Sun Ping gave him to stand up. Chao Su continued, "When the Shattered Star Sea opened a few years ago, I was lucky enough to enter it and met several young talents from the Southern Territory." Yang Kai's heart jumped when he heard this. He pretended to be Xiao Baiyi mainly because no one would recognize him. Furthermore, he had the Azure Sun golden token in his hands. Could be said that his plan was foolproof. But now he heard from this guy named Chao Su that he had also been to the Shattered Star Sea and even met some cultivator from the Southern Territory. If he recognized Xiao Baiyi, then Yang Kai's identity as an imposter would be exposed. Yang Kai felt nervous in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm as he looked at him and said, "This Xiao has also been to the Shattered Star Sea, but I have never seen your excellency." Chao Su smiled wryly and said, "My cultivation base is low. I'm afraid that Brother Xiao wouldn't take a fancy to that place, so he naturally hasn't seen it." "Never seen it before." Yang Kai was suddenly emboldened and said, "Is that so? But since you've jumped out now, what advice do you have for me?" Chao Su hurriedly said, "You flatter me. Although I have never seen friends from the Azure Sun Temple, I have seen several other people from the Southern Territory. This was especially true for one of them, a Hellguard. I have a deep impression of him. Since Brother Xiao is from the Southern Territory, you must know him." Hellguard. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The Hellguard of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, born with a yin and yang dual body, was extremely fierce, so he naturally had a deep impression of him. Ignoring Chao Su, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Sun Ping, who had been sizing him up, and stretched out his hand in front of himself. In an instant, an image of a person emerged. Yang Kai said, "Elder Sunday. You asked Chao Su to ask this just to confirm my identity. Now you can ask him whether this image is Hellguard or not." Sun Ping immediately turned his head to look at Chao Su, who gently nodded to confirm. Sun Ping laughed. It seems that young Master Xiao is really a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Being able to condense the image of a cultivator from the Southern Territory and having the gold token of the Azure Sun Temple in his hand, there was really nothing to doubt. Yang Kai smiled and said, "So, can I stay?" Sun Ping's smile faded as he said solemnly, "One last question." Yang Kai said angrily, "You're so annoying. This young master is here to help your seeking passion sect, not to be tortured by you. Elder son, what is your intention for making things difficult for this young master time and time again? Although the seeking passion sect is amazing, my Azure Sun Temple is not necessarily afraid of you." He used the tiger skin as a banner and flew into a rage on the spot, making the cultivator next to him dumbfounded. He thought to himself that this was indeed a disciple of a great sect, not showing the slightest fear in their home ground. If it were them, they wouldn't have such courage. Sun Ping, however, said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, please calm down, don't be angry. If you have something to say, let's talk it out." Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "Old man, one last question. If you don't stop nagging, this young master will leave immediately." "Definitely the last one," Sun Ping said seriously. Yang Kai said with a look of displeasure, "Ask away." Sun Ping said, "Young Master Xiao is from Azure Sun Temple, so you shouldn't be lacking in cultivation materials. I wonder why you accepted my Seeking Passion Sect's recruitment order?" Yang Kai smiled proudly and waved the folding fan in his hand again, saying slowly, "This young master naturally doesn't lack cultivation materials. To be honest, this young master doesn't care about the many benefits your noble sect has promised. But..." Speaking up to hear, Kai Yang suddenly began to laugh mischievously. That smile was extremely wretched, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. "However, what?" Sun Ping asked. Yang Kai looked around and whispered to Sun Ping, "Elder son, this young master is very interested in the beautiful women of Ice Heart Valley, but I wonder if after this battle is over, can your noble sect allow me to pick a few of your Ice Heart Valley's disciples to serve as maids?" Sun Ping smiled knowingly and nodded, "So young Master Xiao has such plans." Hearing Yang Kai say that he wanted Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Sun Ping felt relieved. After all, it would be strange if someone from the Emperor realm didn't have any needs when accepting a recruitment order. This young Master Xiao in front of him was interested in beauties. "Everyone loves beauties," Yang Kai said with a smile. Sun Ping stroked his beard and nodded, "This is no problem. If we really defeat Ice Heart Valley with young Master Zhao's cultivation and strength, you will naturally be able to get some Ice Heart Valley disciples. Presumably, Sect Master will not refuse, so this old master will agree to young Master Zhao's request. How about 10? Yang Kai raised his brow. Sun Ping couldn't help laughing. Young Master Zhao's appetite is too big, right? Ice Heart Valley only has 7,000 disciples now, while my Seeking Passion sect has an army of 100,000. Even if we distribute them, young Master Xiao won't be able to get 10. 8. Yang Kai bargained. 2 at most, Sun Ping said honestly. Yang Kai stomped his feet. "Isn't your sect too stingy?" Sun Ping shook his head. "It's not that our sect is stingy, but there are too many wolves and too little meat." Yang Kai sighed. "Elder son, this young master won't hide it from you. This young master's life has been hard. In fact, this young master already had a fiancé in the temple, but my fiancé was domineering, arrogant, and ugly, so I fled to the southern territory and came to the eastern territory to gain experience. My fiancé is difficult to deal with, so I can find a few pretty mates, right? Elder son, please give me a few more on account of how hard I've been living." In the hall, there was a burst of laughter as everyone took pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune. Even Sun Ping couldn't help but laugh. However, he wasn't in the mood to listen to Yang Kai's nonsense and just waved his hand. "Chao Su, take young Master Xiao to Elder Feng Qi and let him arrange a task for him." "Yes." Chao Su responded and gestured with his hand. "Young Master Xiao, please." Yang Kai didn't leave and continued to shout, "Elder son, let's talk about the conditions again." Ping didn't pay any attention to him. His figure flashed and disappeared. Kai Yang let out a sigh, his face filled with displeasure as he walked out. Wherever he went, everyone would step back to avoid him. After leaving the recruitment hall, Kai Yang still had a sullen look on his face. Chao Su didn't bother him and just led the way in front of him. Soon they were out of Ice Moon City. "Where are we going?" After a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chao Su replied, "To find Elder Feng Qi, he will arrange a task for you." "Elder Feng Qi?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "I heard that your noble sect master also has this surname. This Elder Feng Qi." Chao Su smiled and said, "Elder Feng Qi is the sect master's cousin. so although his cultivation is only at the First Order Emperor realm, his status in the sect is only below the sect master and vice-sect master. He is now in charge of besieging Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then what about your noble sect master and vice-sect master? This is this young master's first time here, so perhaps it would be rude for me to pay them a visit." A hint of disdain flashed across Chao Su's eyes as he thought to himself, the sect master and vice-sect master aren't people you can just pay a visit to. However, he quickly restrained himself and replied, "The sect master is in Ice Moon City, and the vice-sect master is also in Ice Moon City." "If that's the case, then next time there will always be a chance to meet." Yang Kai smiled and didn't force the issue. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain valley less than 300 kilometers away from Ice Heart Valley. There were many wooden houses built in this mountain valley, and many cultivators were going in and out of them. There were also many people flying around in the sky, making it look quite lively. Yang Kai glanced around and his heart sank. With so many cultivators gathered here, once Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was broken, the 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley would be powerless to resist. Chao Su brought Yang Kai to a relatively tall wooden house and said respectfully, "Elder Feng, disciple Chao Su requests an audience." "Come in." A voice immediately came from inside. Chao Su nodded slightly to Yang Kai before leading him in. After entering the house, Yang Kai immediately saw a huge array plate placed in the middle of the room. The array plate was like a projection flashing with light and a clear outline of the terrain. Yang Kai glanced at it and was shocked. He immediately recognized that the outline of the terrain was Ice Heart Valley. He didn't know what this array plate was, but it had such a magical effect. At this time, a middle-aged old man was whispering something to another person. When that person received the order, he quickly turned around and left in a hurry. After that person left, the elderly man stared at the array plate in front of him for a while and suddenly sneered. Chapter 2638. Feng Qi sneered for a while before raising his head to look at Yang Kai and asking Chao Su, "Another one from the Emperor realm?" Since Chao Su had personally led him here, he must be from the Emperor realm. "Yes." Chao Su replied respectfully. "Good, very good." Feng Qi laughed and nodded gently to Yang Kai, cupping his fists and asking, "How should I address you, friend?" Although he looked much older than Yang Kai, on the path of martial Dao those who were stronger. Since Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, he was qualified to speak to him as an equal. Xiao Bai Yi greets Elder Feng. Yang Kai also smiled, not lacking in manners. "So it's Brother Xiao." Feng Qi raised his brow and asked, "Where is Brother Xiao from?" Yang Kai replied, "Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple." "People from the southern region?" Feng Qi couldn't help but furrow his brow. During this time, many Emperor Realm Masters had accepted the Seeking Passion sect's invitation, but none of them were cultivators from other domains. Yang Kai was the first. He cast an inquiring look at Chao Su, who hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Elder Feng, young Master Zhao's identity has been confirmed by Elder Sunday. There is no problem." Feng Qi nodded and said, "Elder Sun Ping is a careful and cautious person. Since he said there is no problem, there must be no problem. Brother Xiao, you came at the right time. I happen to be short of some people and need you to help." Yang Kai waved his folding fan and said, "Elder Feng, since this Xiao has accepted the recruitment order, I will naturally obey. Come here and take a look." Feng Qi waved his hand and pointed at the array plate to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly took a few steps forward and put his folding fan behind his neck. He looked at the array plate in front of him. On the array plate there was a clear outline of the array plate. The outline of Ice Heart Valley's terrain was clearly outlined, and outside of this outline, there were countless flashing lights that surrounded Ice Heart Valley like an iron bucket. Although he didn't understand, Yang Kai was more or less aware of Ice Heart Valley's current crisis. This Heaven Hook Formation disc was personally set up by Grandmaster Nan Men to make it easier for me to stay here and plan my strategies. It saves us a lot of trouble. Feng Qi's words were full of admiration for Master Nan Men. Yang Kai also praised, "Grandmaster Nan Men is indeed a master of array formations. His work is amazing." Feng Qi smiled lightly and pointed to a certain place. "Young Master Xiao, this old master hopes that you can stay here and guard the array flags arranged by Grandmaster Nan Men to prevent Ice Heart Valley from acting desperate and causing trouble." Yang Kai raised his head and asked, "That's not a problem, but is my task just to guard the array flag over there?" Feng Qi said solemnly, "This is a matter of great importance. Once the formation flags are broken, we'll be able to destroy them. The arrangement of the spirit array would be hindered, and Ice Heart Valley would have a chance to breathe, so it was necessary for the Emperor Realm to personally oversee it. However, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems. Ice Heart Valley has not made any moves so far, but young Master Xiao must not act carelessly." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded seriously. Feng Qi nodded. In addition, this old master will assign 500 people to follow young Master Zhao's orders. Wait until Grandmaster Nan Men is ready. Young Master Xiao will be responsible for leading 500 people to activate the array flags and coordinate with the other array flags. We will definitely be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array in one fell swoop. At that time we will charge straight in and flatten Ice Heart Valley." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Elder Feng's request will not be a problem." Good. Feng Qi was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude and nodded. "Chao Su, you are more familiar with the surrounding terrain, so take young Master Xiao there. The 500 people will be there soon." "Yes." Chao Su received the order and immediately led Yang Kai out. The two flew all the way and soon arrived at the location designated by Feng Qi. Looking around, there were less than 100 people guarding a huge array flag. The array flag was arranged in the void and hidden, but when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense he could still find some clues. When Chao Su and Yang Kai arrived, they immediately alarmed the 100 people below and they all looked up. Chao Su glanced around and shouted, "Who's in charge here?" A middle-aged man walked out and cupped his fists. "Brother Chao, it's me." Chao Su looked at him and nodded. "So it's junior brother Hua Han." He undoubtedly recognized this Seeking Passion sect disciple. "Brother Chao, this is..." Hua Han looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Chao Su said loudly, "This is Xiao Bai Yi, a core disciple of the Southern Territories' Azure Sun Temple. Young Master Xiao has now accepted my Seeking Passion sect's recruitment order. Under the orders of Elder Feng, he will be stationed here from today onwards. I hope everyone will listen to his orders." When they heard that Yang Kai was actually from the Southern Territories' Azure Sun Temple, everyone couldn't help showing a very curious look, but no one dared to say anything and just cupped their fists in acknowledgement. In addition, Elder Feng will dispatch another 400 people to be under young Master Zhao's command. When Ice Heart Valley is destroyed, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. When they heard that there would be rewards, many people below became excited, but Hua Han and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples looked calm. They knew that once Ice Heart Valley was destroyed, most of the benefits would flow to their Seeking Passion sect, while the rest would be rewarded to outsiders. "Young Master Xiao, I'll go back first. I'll leave this place to you." Chao Su cupped his fists to Yang Kai. And Yang Kai nodded indifferently with the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm. Chao Su didn't say anything and just turned around and left. After he left, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 100 people below and said lightly, "This young master's origins are clear to all of you, and you've also heard about this young master's mission. In the future I'll have to ask for everyone's cooperation. Otherwise, if something goes wrong here, no one will be able to bear the responsibility." Hua Han cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Xiao is right. Since this is Elder Feng's order, we will naturally obey." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Very good, now listen to my orders." As soon as these words came out, the 100 people's expressions became serious. Yang Kai said, "Go find some trees and build a wooden house for this young master." He stretched out his hand and pointed at a flat area. The 100 people below were all stunned. When they saw Yang Kai's serious look, they didn't know what he was going to do. But now that they heard him say that he was going to build a wooden house, everyone's expression became strange, especially Hua Han and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples. They were Seeking Passion sect disciples. When had they ever been ordered around like this? What's more, Yang Kai was just an outsider from the Emperor realm, so what qualifications did he have to be so arrogant? What? Did this young master not make himself clear? Or are you deaf? Yang Kai coldly snorted and released his emperor pressure from the Emperor realm, immediately making the 100 people's expressions difficult. Someone immediately cupped his fists and said, "Yes, young Master Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. The person who spoke was not a Seeking Passion sect disciple, but someone who had received the recruitment order, so he didn't have the guts to challenge Yang Kai. There were many people like him. More than 90 of the 100 people left, and soon only 5 or 6 people including Hua Han remained. These 5 or 6 people were obviously Seeking Passion sect disciples, and because of their status, they were unwilling to submit to Yang Kai's tyrannical authority. Yang Kai coldly snorted again and his emperor qi surged, gradually increasing his pressure as he said indifferently, "This young master won't show mercy to those who don't listen to my orders. Let's see how long you can last." Hua Han's expression became difficult as his face flushed red. "You're abusing your power for personal gain. I will report this matter to Elder Feng." "Report?" Yang Kai sneered. "Since Elder Feng Qi entrusted this young master to guard this place, then everyone here must listen to my orders. This is the first time this young master has arrived, yet you dared to openly disobey his first order. Even if I kill you as a warning to others, Elder Feng won't blame me." "You dare?" Hua Han was furious. "Let's see if I dare or not." Yang Kai raised his brow and increased his pressure by a few degrees. Asterisk pu 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 pu. Asterisk the remaining Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't bear it any longer and each of them coughed up blood, their bones creaking as if they would break at any moment. This gave Hua Han and the others a fright. They thought that Yang Kai would give them some face because of their status as Seeking Passion sect disciples, but who would have thought that this guy would be so ferocious as to put them in their place? However, as Yang Kai had said, even if this matter was reported to Elder Feng wouldn't help them openly. Now that many from the Emperor realm had accepted the recruitment order, if all the Seeking Passion sect disciples were so unruly and disobedient, how could they guard so many array flags? Now that the Seeking Passion sect wanted to borrow the strength of many from the Emperor realm, they would not be displeased. Not only would Elder Feng not help them, but he might even punish them to appease them. At most he would settle accounts with Yang Kai after the battle was over. "Young Master Xiao, please stop." Hua Han's body trembled as he couldn't bear the pressure from the Emperor realm. His body kept shrinking as if he was about to kneel on the ground. At this time he no longer dared to resist and a trace of panic finally appeared on his face. If he was really forced to kneel he would lose all his face. "Then will you obey my orders?" Yang Kai asked coldly. Yes, we will obey." Hua Han and the others answered without hesitation. "What a bitch. You'll only be obedient after you suffer a little." Yang Kai coldly snorted and withdrew his pressure. Hua Han and the others immediately fell to the ground as if they had lost all their strength, their clothes soaked in sweat. "Get the hell out of here. If the wooden house isn't finished in 1 hour, you're all dead," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Hua Han and the others immediately got up and ran out. The efficiency of more than 100 cultivators was not fake. In less than an hour, an exquisite wooden house was built on the flat ground. After Kai Yang looked around he felt very satisfied. Giving a few words of praise to everyone he walked into the room, closed the door and sat down to meditate. However, after today's events, most of the 100 or so people did not have a good impression of Yang Kai, especially Hua Han and the others. All of them stared at the wooden house with resentment, thinking that once Yang Kai lost his value, they would call the sect's elders to help them vent their anger. Chapter 2639. Half a day later the other 400 cultivators also arrived and joined Yang Kai's subordinates to await his orders. Yang Kai walked out of the wooden house, glanced at them, reprimanded them a few times, then turned around and walked back into the wooden house. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai could not help but fall into contemplation. Yang Kai's main purpose in coming here, impersonating Xiao Bai Yi, was to find the Southern Gate army. Once he found them he would kill them if he could, capture them if he couldn't, but he never expected that he would be assigned the task of guarding the array flag and be trapped in place. Since he had to guard the array flags he naturally could not run around. What's more, he did not even know where the Southern Gate army was. For a moment Yang Kai could not help but feel anxious. Looking at the Seeking Passion sect's array flags and array discs, it would not take long for them to break through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. If they were too late there would be nothing they could do. Considering all this, a look of determination flashed across Yang Kai's face as he pushed open the door and walked out. The 500 cultivator were now scattered around the array flags, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As soon as they saw Yang Kai appear they stood up one after another, not knowing what order he had. But Yang Kai did not even look at them and just turned around and walked out. Young Master Xiao. A clear voice rang out. It was Hua Han, who had cupped his fists and shouted. What's the matter? Yang Kai frowned, looking quite unhappy. Where is young Master Xiao going? Hua Han asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Where this young master goes is none of your business. Hua Han looked annoyed. However, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, Young Master Xiao is wrong. Since Elder Feng wants you to guard this place and guard the array flags, then young Master Xiao should naturally obey the order. I'm afraid Elder Feng will be unhappy if he finds out that you left your post without a reason. If something happens here, who can bear the responsibility? Come here, what can happen? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Hua Han smiled slightly and said, Who knows? I also said what if? Yang Kai said, I'm just going for a walk. I'll be back soon. Hua Han said, Leaving for even a moment is also leaving your post without permission. If young Master Xiao insists, then I will have to report this matter. Previously, Yang Kai had made him suffer and he still bore a grudge. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Yang Kai. Moreover, the Seeking Passion sect's disciples were stationed here not only to assist the people from the Emperor realm who had accepted the recruitment order to guard the array flags, but also to monitor the people from the Emperor realm. After all, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Who knew if these people from the Emperor realm were reliable, or if the loyalty of his own disciples was more reassuring? Therefore, every person from the Emperor realm who had accepted the recruitment order had a disciple from the Seeking Passion sect. Although there weren't many of them, Feng Qi needed these disciples to keep those from the Emperor realm in check. Looking at Hua Han's serious and complacent expression, Yang Kai felt sick of it. He also knew that the other party was taking revenge on him. However, since Hua Han had said so, he couldn't force him. If he really attracted Feng Qi's attention, he was afraid that he would be watched even more closely. If you don't want to look, then don't look. It's not a big deal. Yang Kai curled his lips and chuckled, then turned around and returned to the wooden house, closing the door behind him. Hua Han stood in place with a happy smile on his face. Soon night fell. Yang Kai, who was thinking of countermeasures, suddenly heard whispers coming from outside. After listening carefully for a while, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. The 500 cultivators outside were whispering about nothing else. It was actually him. Did you hear? Although our Master Zhao's background is not small, he is a henpecked husband. This matter has already spread. I heard that his fiancée is so ugly that people can't bear to look at her directly. Moreover, she has a bad temper. This Master Xiao couldn't stand being tormented by his fiancée in the Azure Sun Temple, so he ran to the Northern Territory. Haha, I thought he had some great ability, but it turns out that he is afraid of women. Really? There's such a thing? He said it himself in the recruitment hall. How can it be fake? Many people were there at the time. The way I see it, this senior Xiao has probably never seen a beautiful woman in his life, so he came here to accept the recruitment order, hoping to pick up a few beautiful women after flattening Ice Heart Valley. So what if he brings them back? With a fierce wife at home, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to be presumptuous. He can only look. How pitiful. Speaking of which, he is still in the Emperor realm. What a disgrace to men. He didn't know which bastard spread the news for a while, but now it seemed to have caused a lot of trouble and the whole city knew about it. Yang Kai had just casually mentioned it in the recruitment hall. But who would have thought that this matter would be dug up and made fun of? Needless to say, it was definitely that bastard Hua Han's doing. Although it was not true being talked about like this behind his back, especially by his subordinate in name, Yang Kai was still annoyed and couldn't help but snort. Hearing this, the discussion outside came to an abrupt end, but after everyone glanced at each other, they couldn't help curling their lips and sneering. Getting angry out of humiliation, Hua Han stared in the direction of the wooden house and sneered softly. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the wooden house as Hua Han's obstruction and surveillance forced him to make other plans. Yang Kai, who had the Space Divine technique, really wanted to leave, but how could a trivial third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator detect it? However, this place was deep in enemy territory, so Yang Kai could only act cautiously. On the 3rd day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the wooden house, suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside, followed by Chao Su's voice. Young Master Xiao, Chao Su requests an audience. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why Chao Su had come again. Ever since Chao Su led him here a few days ago, he hadn't shown up again, but he did not expect to see him again today. Feeling suspicious, he opened the door and walked out, fanning himself with his folding fan. Before he could steady himself, a cold snort came from the opposite side, which seemed to contain great anger. An aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed towards him. Yang Kai's expression changed. Taking a few steps back, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward. In front of him, Chao Su was standing there with a dry smile on his face, and beside him, there was a woman dressed in white as snow. Just by looking at this woman's figure, one could tell that she was quite curvaceous. Her exquisite figure made one's imagination run wild. But looking at her face, it made people lose their appetite. This woman's face was full of freckles, which were unevenly distributed on that face. Single eyelids, small eyes, a flat nose, a big mouth, although her eyes were bright. But with such a dignified appearance, even if her eyes were bright, they would become as sharp as a knife, making people shudder. This woman's appearance was so ugly that it could not be described with words. It was unknown how she had offended the heavens, to be given such a punishment. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He exclaimed in shock. You couldn't say a word for a long time. Wow, you actually came here, you made this lady look for you. The ugly woman immediately gnashed her teeth, her eyes showing a fierce light, as if she wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He wiped his hands and said, Why are you here? He didn't expect that the person in front of him would come here. Although the woman in front of him was ugly and unfamiliar, Yang Kai recognized her at a glance. Jiao. It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyesight was good, but the moment they met, Jiao immediately released her aura. Yang Kai and Jiao had been together for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with her aura. Jiao's current appearance was obviously a disguise given to her by Xianxia. There was no trace of her original appearance. A few days ago he had run out of Ice Heart Valley alone because he didn't want Jiao to be involved in his plans, but now she had come to him under Kai Su's lead. What's going on? Yang Kai was shocked and secretly glanced at Kai Su, who let out a hollow laugh and said, Young Master Shao, this young lady said she has an engagement with you and came here specifically to find you, so, please forgive her, young Master Shao. Kai Su's voice was extremely dry and he seemed very helpless. Engagement. Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The 500 cultivators who were meditating nearby also looked over curiously, but when they saw Ji Yao's current appearance, their faces changed, and those with poor psychological endurance turned around and vomited. Too ugly, too ugly. No wonder Master Shao fled the southern territory. If I had such a fiancé, I would also flee. Poor, really pitiful. He is in the Emperor realm, how did he end up with such a woman? A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. If he married such a woman, he might as well die. There were many discussions and most of the cultivators sympathized with Yang Kai from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he was in the Emperor realm, so what kind of beauty couldn't he have? Yet he had such a fiancé. Who could bear it? This Sun Rong, even if he turned off the lights, he would still have a psychological shadow. On the other hand, Hua Han and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't help but gloat, waiting for a good show. What's wrong? Ji Yao took a step forward and the aura around her was oppressive. You dare not acknowledge the parents' order and the matchmaker's words? Although this young lady's appearance is a bit ordinary, there are many people who want to marry me. If you dare not acknowledge today, I will immediately break your legs. Ordinary appearance. Kai Su's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this girl really dared to say that. Her appearance was simply a waste of the word, ordinary. You've got the wrong person, I don't know you. Hurry up and leave. Yang Kai covered his face with his hands, not daring to look at Ji Yao. At the same time he quietly transmitted his voice to Ji Yao. Why did you come here? This place is dangerous, hurry up and go back. Ji Yao hysterically shouted, Surnamed Shao, don't be so shameless. If it weren't for the sect master's order, do you think this young lady would be willing to marry you? At the same time she transmitted her voice, You dared to leave me behind and run away. Previously in the ancient lands, you repeatedly deceived me and took advantage of me. Do you think this matter is over? How do you know my surname is Shao? You also know what happened before. I was forced into a corner. Yang Kai transmitted his voice while panicking. That marriage doesn't count, it doesn't count. From now on, you and I will not interfere with each other's business. We won't contact each other for the rest of our lives. Chapter 2640. The news of your family having a fierce wife has spread like wildfire these past few days. The entire Ice Moon City knows about it. If not for that, I wouldn't have known that you are pretending to be Xiao Baiyi. Rest assured, my background is also perfectly fabricated. Seeking Passion sect won't be able to find out, Jiao quickly replied and shouted angrily, Xiao Baiyi, do you still have a conscience? If I hadn't taken care of you back then, you would have been fed to wild beasts in the wilderness. Now after taking advantage of me you want to abandon me. Taking advantage. The 500 cultivators suddenly pricked up their ears, all of them looking at Yang Kai in awe. They couldn't help but admire him. With such an ugly woman no one would dare to accept her, but Yang Kai actually had the guts to take advantage of her. His taste was a bit too heavy. The noise here not only made the nearby 500 cultivators watch with great interest, but it also alarmed the cultivators guarding the other array flags in the distance. For a time many people looked over. After a little inquiry, they knew that a fierce fiancé named Xiao Baiyi had come to visit. The news of Xiao Baiyi having a fierce wife had spread like wildfire these past few days, so everyone was watching the fun happily, wondering how Yang Kai would end up. Taking advantage. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, his face full of guilt and uneasiness. Everyone looked at his face and felt that it was true, making them admire him even more. Don't think I don't know what you want to do by coming to Seeking Passion sect to accept the recruitment order. You just want to take a few beautiful Ice Heart Valley disciples back with you. Let me tell you, you are delusional. If you dare take one, I will kill her. If you dare take two, I will kill both. Even your manhood will be cut off. The 500 cultivators burst into laughter. Although Ji Yao's current appearance was really not worthy of compliments, these words were really explosive. Sure enough, she was incomparably valiant. If it was an ordinary woman who would dare to say these things. Especially Hua Han, who was watching from the side and laughing, hoping that Yang Kai would be as unlucky as possible. It's over, it's over. Yang Kai hurriedly transmitted his voice. Others didn't know what Jiao looked like. However, he clearly understood that it was really difficult for such a beautiful and cold woman to say such words. He sighed in his heart and continued to transmit his voice. All right, since you've already made a fuss, then cooperate with me. Later find a chance to fight with me. Ji Yao's heart stirred. He quickly replied, all right. Vulgar. Yang Kai cried out bitterly, pointing his finger at Ji Yao, a look of agony on his face as he shouted, I, Xiao Baiyi, have lived a carefree life. How did I end up with such a vulgar woman like you? The heavens are blind, the heavens are blind. Ji Yao said furiously, you still dare to despise this young lady. Provoking. His figure flashed as he rushed over. He waved his hands and scratched at Yang Kai. As he did so, he cursed endlessly. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. Yang Kai blocked left and right, but he was powerless, and after a short while his clothes were torn apart by Ji Yao's claws. Hiss. This woman is actually from the Emperor realm? Master Xiao is from the Emperor realm, but he is not her opponent at all. It can be seen that this woman's cultivation is higher than Master Zhao's. I heard that Master Xiao is from Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Where does this woman come from? Previously, everyone was just watching the show and didn't put Ji Yao in their eyes, but now that Ji Yao made a move, her cultivation from the Emperor realm was exposed, making everyone tremble in fear. A shrew was not scary, a shrew with strength was. Enough. Yang Kai shouted angrily, pushing his Emperor Qi and pushing Ji Yao away, his eyes flashing fiercely. Don't touch this young master again, or don't blame this young master for being impolite. Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected that Yang Kai would dare to attack her, but soon she shouted hysterically, Xiao Baiyi, if you dare attack me, this young lady will kill you. Saying so, she flipped her hand and summoned a long sword, sweeping it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time and his clothes were cut open, almost ripping his stomach open. Bitch, you court death. Yang Kai's anger soared to the heavens as he clapped his hands together and pushed his Emperor Qi, sending a massive palm print towards Ji Yao. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk an Emperor Realm Master's attack was quite imposing, causing the expressions of many cultivators to change drastically. However, Ji Yao, who bore the brunt of this attack, easily broke Yang Kai's killing move with a single slash of her sword. She then raised her sword and surrounded Yang Kai in a flash. They're fighting, they're really fighting. This is a battle of life and death. How can two people who are engaged fight to this point? Master Zhao's temper isn't very good, and that woman is even more unreasonable. When they were watching the show earlier, the 500 cultivators were watching with great interest, but when they saw Yang Kai and Ji Yao really fighting, they were uneasy, not knowing if they would be affected. Hua Han, on the other hand, was beaming with joy, secretly cheering for Ji Yao in his heart, wishing that Ji Yao would stab Yang Kai to death with her sword. Chao Su, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He hesitated for a while before hurriedly rushing towards Feng Qi's direction. Now that the two great emperors were fighting, it was no longer something he could interfere with. He could only report this matter to Feng Qi and ask him to decide how to deal with it. In the sky, Yang Kai and Ji Yao were locked in a fierce battle, looking like they had a deep hatred for each other. As they fought, the two of them also cursed each other. For a while the two of them fought here and there. It was a fiery battle. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm below were looking up, but they had no relationship with Yang Kai and Ji Yao, so they naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After asking around a little, they knew what was going on and couldn't help but laugh. After fighting for a while, the battlefield had already shifted. At this moment, a voice came from below. "Young Master Xiao, what are you doing?" Kai Yang glanced down and saw that it was Feng Qi who had rushed over, his face filled with anger. Why would Yang Kai care about him? He only cared about fighting with Ji Yao as he rushed in a certain direction. "Where is the South Gate army?" Ji Yao understood and asked while releasing her killer move. "Yes. I've secretly come out a few times these few days. Although I didn't dare to investigate deeply, the South Gate army is definitely here. As for the exact location, I'm not too sure. You and I should pay more attention." "What characteristics does he have?" Ji Yao asked. "I've never seen him before, nor do I know him. However, he's a formation master. Since he's in charge of breaking the formation, there must be experts protecting him. Let's see how many cultivators from the Emperor realm are together." "Okay," Ji Yao replied while releasing her divine perception to search around. Feng Qi's face couldn't help but turn cold when he didn't get a response from Yang Kai. "Elder Feng, that's where Grandmaster Nan Gate is now. We can't let them get any closer or else they'll disturb Grandmaster Nan Gate," Chao Su hurriedly reminded when he saw the direction Yang Kai and Ji Yao were moving. "There's no need for you to say that. These two are now fighting for real. I'm afraid they won't stop until one of them is dead." Feng Qi's face was gloomy. Feng Qi's face darkened as he said in annoyance, "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you bring that woman over no matter what." Chao Su smiled bitterly. Who knew that woman would be so unreasonable? "There's no time to lose. Hurry up and stop them," Feng Qi said and immediately flew towards Yang Kai and Ji Yao. "Over there." At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He quietly winked at Ji Yao and said, "There's a second-order Emperor Realm Master and two first-order Emperor Realm Masters over there. They should be the ones protecting the Southern Gate army." The two of them looked at each other and both of them rushed over, their moves still ferociously smashing towards each other. Not long after, the two arrived at the location they had previously scouted. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw a burly middle-aged man setting up an array flag. Beside him were three people from the Emperor realm. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the other two were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. The Southern Gate army. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the burly man setting up the array flag. "Who dares to act so presumptuously? Leave this place immediately." The three second-order Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor realm raised their heads and shouted coldly. Yang Kai shouted at Ji Yao. Ji Yao saw an opportunity and slapped her palm towards Yang Kai. The power of this palm caused the wind to change color as it directly hit Yang Kai's chest. With a cry, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky like a meteor. Looking at the direction he was falling, it turned out that he was falling towards the Southern Gate army. At the same time, Ji Yao's eyes flashed fiercely as she shouted, "Xiao Bai Yi, today this will be your burial ground." While shouting and yelling, he flew down. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to kill them all. Ji Yao arrived first, landing on the ground just a hair's breadth away from Yang Kai. However, when they approached the crowd, the two of them turned around and flew forward. Jiyao no longer held back her strength and swept out her sword, causing the world to tremble. A second-order Emperor Realm Master. The faces of the three people guarding the Southern Gate army changed slightly. As they shouted, the second-order Emperor Realm Master also took action and intercepted Jiyao. Yang Kai, on the other hand, ignored them and rushed straight towards the Southern Gate army. His expression was cold and his vitality was soaring. He did not look injured at all. Although the Southern Gate army's array Grandmaster was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, his cultivation was not weak. Although the Southern Gate army was startled by Yang Kai's aggressive charge, they didn't panic. Instead, they just retreated a few steps and coldly glared at him. "Little thief, how dare you attack the Southern Gate Grandmaster?" One of the First-Order Emperor Realm Masters shouted as he stood up to meet Yang Kai. "Roll, roll, roll." Yang Kai shouted angrily as he flicked his finger, sending a moon blade forward. When the First-Order Emperor Realm Master saw the moon blade approaching, he coldly snorted and pushed his Emperor Chi to defend himself, but he didn't know how strange and lethal this moon blade was. As soon as his Emperor Chi came into contact with the moon blade, it instantly collapsed, scaring the First-Order Emperor Realm Master out of his wits. He hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him. However, he missed this opportunity as Yang Kai arrived in front of him and slapped his palm towards his head. With a bang, the First-Order Emperor Realm Master did not even have time to react before his head was smashed, his brains splattering all over the ground. Chapter 2641. In just one exchange, a Seeking Passion sect elder from the Emperor Realm was smashed in the head and died on the spot. This brutal scene made the nearby cultivator exclaim in disbelief. That was the Emperor Realm's elder. How could he be killed with a single slap? How could this guy named Xiao Baiyi be so strong? After succeeding in one move, Yang Kai sent out another moon blade towards another First-Order Emperor Realm Master while grabbing towards the South Gate army. "It's you, you little beast." The First-Order Emperor Realm Master didn't show any fear when he saw his companion die. Instead, his eyes flashed as if he had discovered an incredible secret. He reached out to grab Yang Kai and his cultivation sword. Soon he broke through his limits and reached a height that made others despair. Third-Order Emperor Realm? Yang Kai's eyes widened. After realizing this person's cultivation, he exclaimed, "Feng Xian. You were hiding here." He had received news before that Feng Xian was in Ice Moon City, but now he knew that Feng Xian wasn't in Ice Moon City at all. Instead, he had been guarding the Southern Gate army and had even disguised his appearance and concealed his cultivation fluctuations, pretending to be an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. As the Seeking Passion sect master, he must have the corresponding secret technique to do this. He must have done this to guard against Bing Yun, but he did not expect that Yang Kai would appear when Bing Yun was not on guard. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow. A few years ago, Feng Xian's soul descended into the Shattered Star Sea and used his son Feng Shi's body to fight with Yang Kai. Although he was defeated in the end, even his son was killed. But after that battle, he remembered Yang Kai's various divine technique in his heart. Now, as soon as the moon blade appeared, Feng Xian recognized Yang Kai's identity. "It's too late to know now. This king knew that you had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. Little beast, die." Feng Xian sneered. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, the principles of the Tao around him formed chains of Emperor Qi and wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand from the South Gate army. His expression became solemn as he quickly formed hand seals chanting, "Flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory shuttle dream." Seal. Yang Kai's palm. Flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Feng Xian was shocked as he felt the great power contained in this divine ability. Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master like him couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Furthermore, in front of this divine ability, he suddenly had a very strange feeling. Everything in the surroundings seemed to come to a halt. Time principles. Feng Xian's face sank. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. It was precisely this divine ability that caused his soul to descend and his body to be defeated. His son was killed, So Zhou Xian had been investigating the origins and mysteries of this divine technique for the past few years. His hard work paid off. He had finally found out the truth. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was a unique divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Once used, not only could the Flowing Time Great Emperor wither, but it also involved the time principles. It was a powerful secret technique that could make all the great emperors jealous. Now Yang Kai was using the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal again, and he was undoubtedly more proficient than he was a few years ago. Zhou Xian was shrouded by the time principles and was stunned for a moment. But at this moment Kai Yang had already flashed past him. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he pounced in front of the Southern Gate army. The Southern Gate army hurriedly retreated in horror, and at the same time, their Emperor Qi surged as they tried to resist. But he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, so how could he resist? Before he could even summon his Emperor artifact, Yang Kai had already grabbed him by the neck. In the next moment, a ferocious tsunami-like force invaded his body, rampaging through his meridians and flesh. The Southern Gate Army commander let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale and sweat dripped from his forehead. "Don't force me to kill you. You are an array grandmaster, and it's not easy for you to have such attainments." Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw that the Southern Gate Army still wanted to resist. The Southern Gate Army sighed dejectedly and scattered his Emperor Qi, allowing Yang Kai to lift him up. At that moment a light cracking sound rang out. Yang Kai looked back and saw that Zhou Xian, who was affected by the time principle, had broken free. The power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had been expelled from his body before it had a chance to take effect. As expected of a sect master, "You're really amazing." Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was extraordinary, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low compared to Zhou Xian's. It was lucky that it could trap him for a while. Asterisk xiao 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 xiao. Asterisk from all directions figures rose into the air one after another as Emperor Qi fluctuations spread out. It was the Seeking Passion sect and the Emperor Realm cultivators who had temporarily surrendered to the Seeking Passion sect. They sensed that something was wrong and rushed over to help. Looking at the number of people, there were at least 30 of them. 30 cultivators from the Emperor Realm was an extremely terrifying force. Although it wasn't as strong as the 32 Monster King or the 8 Great Saint Envoys of the ancient wildlands, it was still extremely shocking that a single sect could gather so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm. We've succeeded. Hurry up and retreat." Yang Kai shouted as he called out to Ji Yao, who was fighting the Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't want to be entangled in this battle. Since he had captured the Southern Gate Army, it was better to leave first. Ji Yao nodded lightly and swung her ice snow pear blossom sword. Pear blossoms bloomed, causing the Seeking Passion sect's Second-Order Emperor Realm Master to panic. Ji Yao took the opportunity to escape and flew towards Yang Kai. "You want to leave? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Zhou Xian erupted like a volcano. Filled with monstrous anger, he circulated the Seeking Passion supreme art to its limit. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In this aura, everyone's 7 emotions and 6 desires seemed to be infinitely magnified. Their minds were shaken, making it impossible for them to guard their hearts. This was the terrifying part of the Seeking Passion supreme art. Once it was used, it could provoke the 7 emotions and 6 desires hidden in the heart of the enemy. In a life-or-death battle, the enemy would be suppressed by it. The slightest mistake would result in death. Circulating the Seeking Passion supreme art, Zhou Xian opened his hand and grabbed a spear in the air. When he poured his blood qi and Emperor qi into it, the sound of wind and thunder immediately rang out from the spear. "Go!" Zhou Xian shouted and threw the spear in his hand at Yang Kai. Gotcha. The spear turned into a bolt of purple lightning, as if it wanted to destroy everything, soaring through the 9 heavens like a dragon. The relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Many people in the Emperor Realm were shocked when they saw this scene. There were also some knowledgeable people who recognized the origin of this spear. It was rumored that the Seeking Passion sect was founded by one of the great emperors. The Seeking Passion supreme art was the secret art that the great emperors cultivated. It was because of this supreme secret art that the Seeking Passion supreme art was able to ascend to the position of great emperors. After the Seeking Passion great emperors passed away, in addition to leaving behind the Seeking Passion supreme art, there were naturally other relics left behind by them. And this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was the natal emperor artifact of the Seeking Passion great emperors. Its power was limitless and its lethality was immense. To deal with Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Zhou Xian even used the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, which showed how determined he was to kill Yang Kai. Being locked onto by the Wind Thunder Divine Spear's aura, Yang Kai's face changed as he felt a sense of crisis he had never felt before, as if he would die in the next moment. Ji Yao's face also turned slightly pale. At the critical moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in front of him. This small bell seemed to have been around for a long time. There were many mysterious patterns engraved on the bell. It grew as the wind blew and suddenly became as big as a house, blocking Yang Kai and Ji Yao behind it. The Mountains and Rivers Bell. As soon as this exotic treasure appeared, a world-suppressing aura rippled out. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm who were rushing over here inexplicably felt their breaths quicken. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel suffocated. The power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell instantly leaked out. But this was not the end. Yang Kai suddenly slapped the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the sound of the bell rang out, piercing straight into the 9 heavens, and the suppressive force suddenly increased several times. At this moment, countless cultivators standing in the air suddenly fell down like dumplings, unable to stabilize their bodies. Only the Emperor Realm Masters were barely able to resist the suppressive force. What the hell is this? Zhou Xian was shocked. Even as powerful as he was after hearing the sound of the bell, his blood tumbled and he almost staggered. It was clear how powerful this exotic treasure was. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk another loud noise rang out. This time the Wind Thunder Divine Spear collided with the Mountains and Rivers Bell. When the two collided, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear suddenly revealed its true form, but its brilliance dimmed a little and it was directly sent flying. On the other hand, the Mountains and Rivers Bell, which was suspended in the void, was as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. But Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This time he was really injured, unlike when Ji Yao was acting and he had bitten his tongue and spat out blood. Although the Mountains and Rivers Bell was an exotic treasure, now that it had been subdued by Yang Kai, it was closely related to Yang Kai. The Mountains and Rivers Bell itself was not afraid of the power of the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, but a part of the power of the collision was transferred to its owner, Yang Kai. As a relic of the great emperors, its power was really extraordinary. Let's retreat. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as he put away the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Space principles lingered around him as he wrapped Ji Yao and the Southern Gate army and disappeared. In the wilderness, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had a dazed look on their faces. The Emperor Realm Masters who had originally planned to rush over to help also froze in their tracks, no longer making any moves. Although the previous battle had been short, the earth-shattering shockwaves clearly showed how intense it was. No one could have imagined that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could actually exchange blows with a master like Zhou Xian and escape unscathed. Where did he go? Where is that little brat? Who the hell is he? Questions popped up in the hearts of the masters from the Emperor Realm, but no one could answer them. Perhaps the Seeking Passion sect knew the identity of that person, but at this time no one dared to ask. Zhou Xian's face was ashen as if his parents had died. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they tried to provoke him at this time? Chapter 2642. The Space Divine Technique. That's the Space Divine Technique. Suddenly someone shouted in a low voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it quickly spread throughout the wilderness. Many people from the Emperor Realm paled. The Space Divine Technique was a strange technique. In the entire star boundary, there were very few people who could master it, and rumor had it that the one who was most proficient in the Tao of space was the one from the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island. But that person was a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. But now, there was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who had mastered the Space Divine Technique to such an extent. It was simply a divine skill that made people envious. That bell is probably the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Someone recognized the origin of the bell. The Mountains and Rivers Bell? The Yuan Ding, the relic of the great emperors? Yes, it really is the Mountains and Rivers Bell. I've heard from my disciples that the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born in the Shattered Star Sea, but I don't know where it is. Now it seems that someone has subdued the Mountains and Rivers Bell and brought it out of the Shattered Star Sea. Hiss. Mastering the Tao of space and subduing the Mountains and Rivers Bell, what a great fortune. Who the hell is that person? Just as everyone was wondering, the pale-faced Zhou Xian suddenly roared towards the sky. Yang Kai, this king will kill you. Yang Kai. Isn't that the person Seeking Passion sect has been looking for? I heard that he has a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley. Because of this, Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in order to force Bing Yun to reveal Yang Kai's origins. So that boy is Yang Kai. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was famous before or not, after today he was famous. He killed a Seeking Passion sect elder in front of Seeking Passion sect's sect master Zhou Xian. He abducted the Southern Gate army and escaped unscathed. Not everyone had this ability. The news that Yang Kai possessed the Space Divine technique in the Mountains and Rivers Bell naturally spread. It wouldn't be long before Yang Kai's name would spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. The Space Divine technique was a matter of personal comprehension. Even if he captured Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it. However, the Mountains and Rivers Bell was a relic left behind by the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron. Rumor had it that it was a primordial treasure brought out from the savage, desolate ancient lands, which made countless people jealous. During the War of Emperors, even existences like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors had to kill Yuan Ding at the cost of getting injured. It was all because they were afraid of the Mountains and Rivers Bell in his hand. This was a treasure that even the number one person in the star boundary feared. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to soar to the heavens? From Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai and Jiao returned. As soon as Zhang Suning sensed the fluctuations of the array, she immediately flashed out. Glancing nervously at Jiao and Yang Kai, she saw blood at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. She was shocked. Brother Yang, you're injured. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, it's fine. Zhang Suning said, you're finally back. Honored Master has been worried about you for the past few days. If he wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, Honored Master would have taken action himself. As she spoke, Zhang Suning suddenly glanced curiously at the Southern Gate army in Yang Kai's hand. She asked, who is this person? Jiao said, the Southern Gate army. Zhang Suning was surprised but immediately overjoyed. Did you succeed? A few days ago she didn't know why Yang Kai went out, but after Jiao went out she knew that Yang Kai was going to deal with the Southern Gate army. Now that the Southern Gate army had been captured, it was undoubtedly a success. Yang Kai nodded and pushed the Southern Gate army forward. I'll leave them to you. Whether you kill them or keep them is up to Senior Bing Yun. I'll go heal first. After saying that, he turned to look at Ji Yao and said, Junior Sister Yao, come find me tomorrow. I have something I need your help with. Ji Yao didn't ask what it was and just gently nodded. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared. As for the captured Southern Gate army, although their cultivations had been sealed, they did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster as they looked around and said, Ice Heart Valley, this king had long since intended to pay a visit, but he did not expect to do so as a prisoner. Zhang Suning and Ji Yao looked at each other. The former stretched out her hand and said, Grandmaster Southern Gate, please. I'll take you to see Honored Master. The Southern Gate army smiled and said, thank you for your trouble. Yang Kai's calm appearance caused many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to look at him in a new light. Although the culprit behind Ice Heart Valley's crisis was this man, in the end, there was no enmity between the Southern Gate army and Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai was simply taking the other party's money to solve their problems. Now that they had been captured, Ice Heart Valley's crisis had been resolved. There was no need to make things difficult for them. In the small courtyard's room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing spirit pills while silently circulating his secret art. After a night, Yang Kai was full of energy and no trace of injury could be seen. The next morning, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out. Ji Yao was already waiting outside. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, I want to see Senior Bing Yun. Come with me. Ji Yao responded. While leading the way, she took out her communication artifact and sent a message to Bing Yun. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Bing Yun's residence. After meeting, Bing Yun couldn't help but express her gratitude. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai personally taking action, Even she wouldn't have been able to capture the Southern Gate army so easily. Although her cultivation wasn't bad, some things couldn't be done just because of it. Senior, what are you going to do with the Southern Gate army? Yang Kai asked. Bing Yun said, tell him that my Ice Heart Valley won't make things difficult for him, but he can't be an enemy of Ice Heart Valley in this life. He can be considered a guest now. After the war is over, he will be sent away. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, Senior is very kind. If it were him, he would definitely make the Southern Gate army suffer a little. Even if he didn't kill them, he would torture them to vent the anger in his heart. Bing Yun smiled and said, after all, he is a Generations Array Grandmaster. In the future, Ice Heart Valley may need his help. If we can form a good relationship with him, we should form a good relationship with him. Speaking of which, he isn't targeting my Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai stopped talking about the Southern Gate army and asked, have you prepared the things I asked Senior to prepare? Hearing this, Bing Yun immediately threw a space ring to Yang Kai and said, everything is in there. Take a look and see if it's enough. Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense and nodded, it's enough. Bing Yun asked curiously, why do you need so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades? As far as I know, these things can only be used to refine space rings. Could it be that you also know how to refine artifacts? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, I don't know how to refine artifacts, but these things have a great use in addition to refining space rings. Bing Yun thought for a moment and suddenly said, a space array? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, I want to arrange a space array in Ice Heart Valley. I don't know if Senior has a suitable place in mind, preferably a well-guarded and hidden place. Bing Yun asked curiously, where do you want to go? Ice Heart Valley has a space array that can lead to most places in the Northern Territory. Although it has been closed recently, it can still be opened. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I need to arrange one myself. Seeing his insistence, Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, how about the Ice Lake restricted area? Yang Kai raised his brow and said, the place where Ziyu was imprisoned? That's a good place. Bing Yun said, then let's choose there. Yang Kai frowned and said, but isn't that Ice Heart Valley's restricted area? Bing Yun smiled and said, it used to be a restricted area, but since you took the bead from there, that place is no longer a restricted area. Yang Kai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. A few years ago when he came to Ice Heart Valley, he took the bead of winter from the restricted area. It was because of this opportunity that Yang Kai was able to comprehend the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique in the Shattered Star Sea and comprehend the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. In the past, Ice Heart Valley turned that place into a restricted area because of the bead of winter. But without the bead of winter, it was no longer a restricted area. A space array isn't so easy to arrange. Yang Kai, are you also proficient in spirit arrays? Bing Yun asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head, I only know how to arrange this spirit array. It was taught to me by an expert by chance. As he spoke, a woman in black appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Ah, Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai had not seen her for many years in the star boundary, but he had never heard of a master named Yang Inflammation, and there was also no news of Lin Yuner who was taken away by her. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai got up and said, there's no time to lose. I'll go arrange it now. Junior sister Yao, come with me. Bing Yun ordered, Yao, follow Yang Kai. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to fulfill them. Yes. Ji Yao nodded. The two immediately walked out of the hall and headed to the former restricted area of Ice Heart Valley. They arrived. This was a small island in the middle of a lake. When Yang Kai came last time, this place was extremely cold because of the bead of winter, but now it was no different from the rest of Ice Heart Valley. The altar in the middle of the island still existed, and the bead of winter was originally placed on it. Yang Kai scanned the island with his divine sense and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. He said with satisfaction, this place is good. We'll do it here. Saying so, he waved his hand and countless materials flew out, including a large number of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. Yang Kai had arranged space arrays many times. When he was in Hung Luo star field, the space arrays he arranged could connect the entire Hung Luo star field, making it very convenient for the cultivator to travel between the various cultivation stars. One had to know that before Yang Kai arranged those space arrays, if a cultivator in Hung Luo star field wanted to go from one cultivation star to another, They might have to drift in the vast territory of the star field for several months or even a year. But with Yang Kai's methods, they only needed to use the space arrays to reach their destination in an instant, saving them a lot of time and avoiding the dangers along the way. It could be said that Yang Kai's contribution to Hung Luo starfield was unprecedented, if not unsurpassed in the future. Before him, no one had ever been able to reach this point. After not arranging space arrays for many years, Yang Kai inevitably felt a little rusty, but he still had his foundation, so he only needed a moment to prepare before starting. Chapter 2643. The method of arranging space arrays was taught to him by Yang Yen, so Yang Kai had long since become familiar with it. If it were any other array master, even someone like the South Gate Army would have had to spend 3 to 5 months to set it up. This was because this involved the laws and mysteries of space, so the person setting up the array formation had to go through detailed deductions before they could set it up. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in space principles and had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space, so arranging such a space array gave him a unique advantage. Under Ji Yao's attention, it only took half a day for the prototype of an embodiment to take shape. Pieces of space spirit crystal and space spirit jade were smelted by Yang Kai and placed on top of the array, gradually perfecting it. A day later, Yang Kai finished correcting the last of the rough edges and breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Although Ji Yao asked in a flat tone, there was an unconcealable shock in her beautiful eyes. Even if one hadn't eaten pork, they had at least seen a pig run, right? Space arrays were one of the most difficult arrays to arrange. It was said that arranging one required a lot of manpower, money, and energy, and in the entire star boundary, only a few people had the ability to arrange one. But when it came to Yang Kai, it only took him a day to set up a space array in the Ice Lake restricted area, appearing in front of Ji Yao. It's done. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively and observed the space array for a while, sizing up his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although he hadn't arranged such a thing for many years, he could still pick it up easily. It seemed that some things couldn't be forgotten once they were learned. The space array in front of him was about 100 square meters. It could only be regarded as a small or medium-sized space array, capable of transporting no more than 10 people at a time. The array base was buried deep underground, and the array plate was engraved with countless mysterious runes. The array gate was as white as jade and seemed to lead to the 9 nether void. Above the array base, there were hundreds of grooves for embedding source crystals. Only by embedding source crystals could this space array be activated. Where does it lead to? Ji Yao asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. It doesn't lead anywhere. It is now an independent space array. Independent. Ji Yao was stunned. Then what's the use of it? Space magic circles always needed to be connected to each other in order to be effective. If a cultivator wanted to go from one place to another through a space magic circle, the cultivator would have to use a space magic circle. Therefore, these two places must have the existence of a space array. Only by connecting the two space nodes could the teleportation effect be realized. A standalone space array was completely useless. It's useless now, but it will be useful in a few days. Yang Kai grinned. Ji Yao didn't know what Yang Kai was up to, but she could see his mysterious appearance. They could only hold back their questions. Take me to your Ice Heart Valley's space array. Teleport me to the place closest to the Eastern Territory. I want to make a trip to the ancient lands. Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard this. She gently nodded and said, "Come with me." She naturally knew what Yang Kai was going to do in the ancient lands. He was going to ask for reinforcements. Now that Seeking Passion sect had a strong army, there were as many as 30 to 40 cultivators in the Emperor Realm alone, and there were even 2 third-order Emperor Realm masters. Ice Heart Valley's current strength was not enough to resist them. If they really fought, not many people from Ice Heart Valley would survive. However, if Yang Kai could ask for reinforcements from the ancient lands, the situation would be different. Ji Yao had seen the power of the Monster King and the Saint Envoy with her own eyes. None of them were inferior to Zhou Xian. Along the way, Yang Kai said, "I won't be going to Senior Bingyun to say goodbye. Help me tell her that I'll definitely be back in a month or 2 months at most. Your Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array should be able to last until then." Okay, Ji Yao nodded gently. Also, Yang Kai said as he took out a jade slip. Using his divine sense, he engraved some information into it and tossed it to Ji Yao. Take this and teach it to the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Have them practice it well during this time. Ji Yao took it curiously and glanced at it casually. Her tender body trembled as she asked, "What kind of spirit array is this?" What was recorded in the jade slip was not a powerful divine technique or secret technique, but a set of mysterious spirit arrays. Ji Yao was also a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she had a lot of experience, so she could see the power of this spirit array at a glance. With the help of this spirit array, the strength of Ice Heart Valley's disciples would increase by several times. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Yang Kai replied, "It used to be the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories' Black Tortoise sect. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was taught to him by Maplewood City's Qin Chaoyang. At that time Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic Qi, and Maplewood City managed to gather 7 Dao Source Realm Masters to form the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to investigate, but they were almost wiped out. It wasn't that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was weak, but that the people who formed it were not strong enough. One had to know that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories' Black Tortoise sect. Once 7 people formed the Spirit Array, they could both attack and defend, and their defensive power would definitely increase exponentially. Unfortunately, Black Tortoise sect had somehow offended the divine spirit Shihua. As a result, Shihua came knocking on their door. Black Tortoise sect used all of their strength, but they were unable to resist and were tragically wiped out. The ancestor of Maplewood City's Qin family was a master of Black Tortoise sect. After Black Tortoise sect was wiped out, he drifted to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Unfortunately, the Qin family was getting worse and worse with each generation. In the current era, even a Dao Source Realm Master had become a rarity. As for the Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword, no one could control it. If we really go to war with Seeking Passion sect with this spirit array, Ice Heart Valley's disciples will be able to reduce the casualties. Yang Kai sighed softly. Seeking Passion sect had 100,000 disciples. Although their origins were complicated and they were not on the same side as Seeking Passion sect, their numbers were still there. Resisting them with only 7,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples would be like striking a stone with an egg. This 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was definitely a life-saving spirit array for Ice Heart Valley's disciples. On behalf of all my sisters from Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao thanks Big Brother, Ji Yao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai had been busy helping Ice Heart Valley all this time and Ji Yao had seen it all. Now that he had gifted her this mysterious spirit array, it was truly a great kindness. In this world there were many people who would add flowers to a brocade, but how many would send charcoal in snowy weather? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I have a deep relationship with Senior Bingyun, so this is nothing. As long as junior sister Yao doesn't tease me in the future, I'll be fine." Ji Yao blushed slightly when she heard this. She naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. However, when she thought of how she had kneeled in front of him naked and allowed him to look at her body from head to toe, and even massaged his back, Ji Yao felt a little ashamed. She didn't know how she had been so muddle-headed at that time. Yang Kai was clearly a man, so how could she have mistaken him for her honored master? This was a stain on her life, a stain that could never be erased. Along the way, the two of them soon arrived in front of Ice Heart Valley's space array. This space array was one-way. In other words, one could only leave and not enter. Normally, the arrays in a sect were unidirectional. This was to prevent enemies from being teleported into the sect through the array. However, now that Ice Heart Valley was on the verge of falling out with Seeking Passion sect, Bingyun had even closed this one-way space array just in case. With Ji Yao's help, it was naturally not difficult to reopen the space array. Soon the space array was reopened. After installing enough source crystals, Yang Kai stepped on it and disappeared with a flash of light. Ji Yao watched silently for a while before her tender body flickered and she hurriedly went to find Bingyun. She wanted to give the 7 points Black Tortoise Array to Bingyun and teach it to all the disciples. In a city near the border of the Northern Territory, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. Without stopping, he left the main hall and asked someone for directions. Then he directly flew in the direction of the Eastern Territory. Although this was the border of the Northern Territory, it took Yang Kai 5 days to completely leave the territory. 20 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Desolate City next to the ancient wildlands. At this time he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have handed over his communication bead or communication artifact to Luan Feng and the others. With a way to contact them, he could have asked Luan Feng to come out and pick him up. Now, if he wanted to enter the ancient wildlands again, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. Yang Kai pushed open the door of a small courtyard and swept it with his divine sense. Sensing a familiar aura inside, he couldn't help but relax. He was really afraid that his master wouldn't be here at this time, which would be troublesome. Old Ban. Yang Kai shouted into the house. Soon Old Ban's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, Old Ban smiled and said, "So it's young Master Yang. Didn't young Master Yang leave Desolate City? Why are you back?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I want to enter the ancient wildlands again. I hope Old Ban can help me. This is the reward." Saying so, he flicked a space ring over. Old Ban casually took it back and smiled. If young Master Yang wants to enter the ancient wildlands, this old man will not refuse. There's no need for a reward. Last time when he was captured by the Netherworld sect, it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was rescued. Now he naturally couldn't accept Yang Kai's payment. Yang Kai didn't insist and simply said, "Then many thanks, Old Ban." Old Ban said, "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. I'll settle Lil Linger down." As he spoke, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl ran out of the house. It was Old Ban's granddaughter, Lil Ling. The last time Yang Kai saw her, she was still ill. Now she seemed to have recovered, but her face was sallow and emaciated. It seemed that she had lost some of her yuan qi. Is Grandpa leaving again? Although Lil Linger was young, she was very sensible. She stared at Yang Kai with her big black eyes, then turned to Old Ban and asked. Old Ban stroked Lil Linger's head and said, "Grandpa is going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lil Ling, be good at home and don't run around." Lil Ling, understands. "Grandpa, be careful on the way," the little girl said seriously. Old Ban looked relieved and said, "Young Master Yang, let's go." Chapter 2644. Yang Kai didn't move. He looked at Ling Yen for a moment before asking, "Old Ban, is it safe for a little girl like her to stay here alone?" The desolate city was a chaotic place with no one to maintain order. Fights often broke out and Ling Yen was only 7 or 8 years old. If she were to get involved in any danger, she wouldn't have the ability to protect herself. Old Ban didn't answer, but Ling Yen said, "I won't cause trouble for Grandpa." Old Ban smiled. Ling Yen is very sensible. She won't go out if I'm not around. Yang Kai shook his head. This wasn't a matter of going out or not. If someone wanted to harm Ling Yen, it was useless to hide at home. He didn't know how Ling Yen had grown up safely these past few years. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Old Ban, have you ever thought of sending her to a sect to cultivate?" Old Ban smiled bitterly. "I've thought about it, but this old man has no way to send her to any sect. It's better to keep her by my side and teach her. Those famous sects aren't so easy to enter. How about I send her to a sect?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Treat it as a reward for leading the way for me." Old Ban was startled, then immediately became overjoyed. "Young Master Yang, are you serious?" Yang Kai smiled. "Why don't you ask me where I'll send her?" Old Ban said, "Since young Master Yang is willing to help, the sect won't be bad." Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm. Old Ban had seen his strength with his own eyes. Since he's already opened his mouth, there's no way he's going to send Ling Yen to some unknown sect. For him, this was a wish, but for Ling Yen it was also an opportunity. Ling Yen, kneel down and thank young Master Yang. Old Ban looked at Ling Yen with a happy expression. Ling Yen didn't kneel. She just looked at Yang Kai curiously, her big eyes blinking. Her long eyelashes trembled as she asked, "Ling Yen wants to ask something, is that okay?" Yang Kai was amused by her appearance. He didn't expect such a young little girl to have such strong opinions. He crouched down to her level and nodded. "What do you want to ask?" Ling Yen tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Will I be separated from Grandpa?" Yang nodded. "Yes, the place I'm sending you is only for girls. Men are not allowed to stay there." Ling Yen immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "Then I won't go, I want to accompany Grandpa." Old Ban stomped his foot anxiously. "You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Yang wants to send you to cultivate, that's your good fortune. You're still making excuses." Ling Yan's voice was firm. "Separate from Grandpa. I won't go." Old Ban was angry and anxious, but his heart was filled with relief. He looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, afraid that Yang Kai would refuse this good thing. Simple, naive, cute and sensible. Dealing yen is not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, earnestly asking, Shaoling, do you still remember when grandfather was taken away last time? Hearing this, Dealing Yan's expression changed. She clearly remembered what happened last time and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. If Dealing Yan doesn't agree, are you going to take grandpa away too? If that's the case, then Dealing Yan will go with you. Don't take my grandpa. Yang Kai laughed. I won't take your grandpa, but if he is taken once there will be a second time, a third time. Do you want to protect grandpa? Dealing Yan looked up at Old Ban and nodded heavily. Yes, I want to beat those bad people away and not let them bully grandpa. Yang Kai said, that's good. If you want to beat those bad people away, then you need to be strong. You need to cultivate and enter a powerful sect. Come with me, I will give you the ability to protect grandpa. Dealing Yan pursed her lips, her face full of embarrassment. Yang Kai continued, as for your grandpa, you don't have to worry. Grandpa will come with us. Although he can't always be by your side like before, as long as you miss him, you can go and see him at any time. Really? Dealing Yan's eyes lit up with surprise. Pinky promise? Yang Kai smiled slightly and gave Dealing Yan a pinky finger. Dealing Yan glanced at him and said crisply, pinky promises are for children, I won't pinky promise with you. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that this girl was too precocious. Could it be that she was from a poor family? Dealing Yan said, but Dealing Yan believes in you. Saying so, she knelt down in front of Yang Kai and kowtowed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her up. Don't kowtow to me, I'm just leading you to a sect. When you get there and see honored master, it won't be too late to kowtow. Turning his head, Yang Kai said to Old Ban, you should also pack up. Don't come back to Desolate City in the future. Good. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Old Ban was overjoyed. Although he had been staying in Desolate City for a long time and relied on leading people to make a living, if Dealing Yan really had a bright future, he naturally wouldn't stay in this place where dragons and snakes mixed together. He was old and only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. If he didn't earn source crystals here as a guide, he wouldn't be able to make a living. Old Ban went into the house to pack up. Dealing Yan looked up at Yang Kai and said, Grandpa calls you Young Master Yang. Can Dealing Yan call you Big Brother Yang? Dealing Yan can call me whatever you want. Yang Kai patted her little head. Big Brother Yang, where is Dealing Yan going? Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai replied, don't worry, there are many beautiful big sisters there. They are all very gentle and kind. Dealing Yan will be taken care of by them there. Are there children like me? There should be. Yang Kai wasn't sure, but Ice Heart Valley had always accepted orphans as disciples, so there should be young disciples in the valley. Bringing Dealing Yan to Ice Heart Valley was Yang Kai's idea on the spur of the moment. He had entered the ancient lands twice with the help of Old Ban. This time Old Ban didn't ask for a reward. Giving Dealing Yan a bright future could be considered returning the favor. Not long after, Old Ban finished packing up and came out of the house, cupping his fists and saying, Young Master Yang, everything is ready. Then let's go, Yang Kai said, then picked up Dealing Yan and put her on his neck. Dealing Yan was obviously startled and quickly hugged Yang Kai's head with both hands. But after all, she was still a child and soon recovered and giggled. How can this be? On the contrary, Old Ban looked terrified. Young Master Yang, I can take care of Dealing Yan. She can't ride on your neck, it's too presumptuous. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's fine. Moreover, the ancient land's passageway is extremely dangerous. With me protecting her, she won't be in danger. Hearing him say that, Old Ban gave up trying to persuade him because Yang Kai was telling the truth. The ancient land's passageway was dangerous, and having the Emperor Realm's protection was better than him looking after her. He could only cup his fists gratefully. Many thanks, Young Master Yang. On the road, Yang Kai briefly introduced Ice Heart Valley and his arrangements for Dealing Yan to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't refuse. He had heard of Ice Heart Valley's name even in the Eastern Territory and knew that it was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It was definitely a great opportunity for Dealing Yan to join Ice Heart Valley. In the past, this was something he didn't even dare to think about, but now it was happening. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was, but since Yang Kai had boasted, he could definitely believe him. For a moment Old Ban couldn't help but cry. He hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. Diling Yan will join Ice Heart Valley. In the future, Old Ban, you can find a job in Ice Moon City. When the little girl misses you, she can come and see you. I'll follow young Master Yang's arrangements. Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. The ancient land's passageway was still shrouded in strange fog, with gales, lightning and Een souls roaming freely. However, with Old Ban leading the way, they didn't encounter too much danger. It took about 10 days for the trio to pass through the ancient land's passageway and officially enter the ancient lands. The surrounding wild force seemed to corrode any living creature. Yang Kai carried Diling Yan and told Old Ban not to go too far before flying straight into the depths of the ancient lands. Old Ban trembled with fear along the way. Although he had entered and exited the ancient lands passageway countless times, this was the first time he had stepped into the ancient lands. After all, the ancient lands were too dangerous, and with his cultivation there was no chance of survival. However, Yang Kai seemed to be very familiar with the ancient lands. Entering the ancient lands was like walking in his own backyard, and he couldn't help but admire him. He had doubts in his heart because Yang Kai had clearly said that he would take Diling Yan to join Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley was in the northern territory, while Yang Kai had entered the ancient lands. The two places were completely opposite, so he didn't know what Yang Kai planned to do. Along the way, Diling Yan experienced the joy of flying for the first time. From time to time she would giggle. Old Ban panicked and repeatedly told her not to laugh so loudly, lest they attract the attention of the ancient lands monster race. However, what he feared would happen. Less than half a day after entering the ancient lands, a demonic chi suddenly rose up in front of them, followed by a group of fierce monster race cultivators. The monster race leader exuded an aura comparable to that of the Emperor realm. Monster Commander. Old Ban's face turned pale and his clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. He didn't expect that the first monster race cultivator he encountered in the ancient lands would be a monster commander, and one that led a group of monster soldiers and monster generals. I'm dead. Although Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, these monster race cultivators weren't weak either. If they really fought, Yang Kai's chances of survival were slim. Audacious human, how dare you run amok in my ancient lands? Quickly report your name and we'll give you a quick death. The leading demon commander opened his mouth and roared, causing the group of demon soldiers and demon generals under him to roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood. For a moment, the group of demon clan members were like a group of demons dancing wildly. The scene was extremely terrifying. Old Ban trembled all over and almost fainted. Diling Yan also nervously grabbed Yang Kai's hair, her face pale. Yang Kai, however, remained as still as a mountain and coldly stared at the monster commander. When the demon commander saw how excited his subordinates were, he couldn't help but flaunt his prowess. He wanted to show off his might and shouted, "Little human, are you scared silly?" Before he could finish his words, his whole body suddenly quivered, his eyes widening as he carefully examined Kai Yang's face. A moment later, his face changed greatly, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly waved to his subordinates and shouted, "All of you shut up. Disperse. Disperse. Disperse." Chapter 2645. The Fiend Commander suddenly looked as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. He was terrified, causing the other fiend soldiers and generals to be dumbfounded. "I didn't know Master was coming. This little demon had eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please forgive me, Master," the demon commander said while trembling with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his mind was in a daze. "You're not that stupid after all." Yang Kai snorted lightly as he led Old Ban and Xiaoling straight past the group of monster race cultivators. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't intend to make things difficult for him, the fiend commander heaved a sigh of relief. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, one of the fiend generals asked curiously, "Master, who is that man? Why is the master so respectful to him?" The fiend soldiers couldn't understand. The savage wildlands was a paradise for the savage survivors. Here the fiend race was the most powerful force. Why would the fiend commander master be so afraid of a human? The fiend commander's expression changed, but he didn't answer. Instead he said in a deep voice, "This person is not to be provoked. All of you remember this. The next time you meet him, get as far away as possible. If you provoke him, even the Monster King Master won't be able to protect you. What? The fiend soldiers were shocked. They were even more curious about Yang Kai's identity. They didn't know what kind of ability he had to make the Monster King Master so helpless. No, this matter must be reported to the Monster King Master as soon as possible. The fiend commander muttered to himself for a while before his figure flickered and he turned into a cloud of black gas and rushed in a certain direction. Yang Kai's sudden appearance here was a big deal for the entire savage wildlands. Since he had encountered him, he had to report it. Otherwise, if the Monster King found out and blamed him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai continued to fly through the forest. Diling was ignorant and didn't understand the meaning of the scene just now, but Old Ban was shocked by Yang Kai. A powerful fiend commander leading so many fiend soldiers and generals. They were all so respectful to Yang Kai. What was going on? Old Ban wanted to ask more questions, but he felt that his relationship with Yang Kai wasn't good enough to get to the bottom of it. So he could only keep his questions to himself. After flying for a while, suddenly Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. What's the matter? Old Ban asked curiously. There's a powerful guy coming over, I wonder what he's here for. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said lightly. What a powerful fellow. Old Ban's heart skipped a beat. That said fiend. He was. To him to be. This was a middle-aged man dressed in green with an aquiline nose. His eyes were as sharp as knives and his aura as deep as the sea made it difficult to breathe. It really is the Monster King. Old Ban's face turned pale. Although he had never seen the Monster King before, he could recognize that the man in front of him was the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. It was rumored that only a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master could become the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. In other words, the middle-aged man in front of him was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Such an existence could kill him and Diling, 1,000 times over with a casual breath. Really is young Master Yang. The middle-aged man didn't show any hostility when he saw Yang Kai. Instead he was overjoyed. As if he had just reunited with an old friend, he cupped his fists and said, Old Dog Master's Monster King Ing Fei greets young Master Yang. So it's Ing Fei Monster King. Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. The Monster King in front of him looked familiar. He should have seen him near the blood door last time. Now that he introduced himself, Yang Kai knew that he was called Ing Fei. Old Dog. Old Ban's eyes widened as his face turned sluggish. He was almost petrified. Although the division of forces in the ancient wildlands was unknown to most people. Even Old Ban didn't know much about it, but he had heard of Old Dog. He was an ancient divine spirit. It turned out that there really were divine spirits in the ancient wildlands, and the Monster King in front of him was a subordinate of Old Dog divine spirit. I heard that we saw young Master Yang just now, so I thought we were seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be young Master Yang, Ing Fei said with a smile. Yang Kai said, I wonder why the Monster King has chased us all the way here. Ing Fei hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare to say that I have something to teach you, but where is young Master Yang going? Do you need this one's help? Yang Kai shook his head, no need, I'm just going to find the Phoenix Lady. I have something to discuss with her. You're looking for the Phoenix Master. Ing Fei smiled and said, this place is quite far from Senior Luanfeng's Phoenix Gathering Palace. Although the Monster Kings and Monster Commanders in the ancient land know young Master Yang's appearance and don't dare to offend you, there are still many monster race experts who have eyes but fail to see. Wouldn't be good if they offend young Master Yang. How about this? If young Master Yang doesn't mind, how about this? This one doesn't dare to boast, but in terms of speed I'm not inferior to others. Ever since Yang Kai had caused havoc in the ancient wildlands, the remaining 3 Saint Masters had instructed the Monster King and Saint Envoys to not be rude to Yang Kai in the future. The 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys had also participated in the battle that day, so how could they not know about Yang Kai's identity and the relationship between him and the descendant of Tianxing? Even without the Saint Master's instructions, they knew what to do. After returning to their respective territories, they summoned their monster commanders and monster generals and released Yang Kai's image, solemnly warning them. This was also why the monster commander had been able to recognize Yang Kai and had been so terrified. Although he didn't know who Yang Kai was, he knew that this human was an existence that the Monster King and Master had taken special care of, so naturally he didn't dare to offend him. Yang Kai took a deep look at Ying Fei, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Seeing Ying Fei's enthusiasm, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? After all, in this world only he had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was a descendant of Tianxing and was in charge of the Blood Door Forbidden Area, which contained countless divine spirit sources. Zhang Ruoxi had now entered the Blood Door and couldn't be found, but Yang Kai was right in front of him. If he could establish a good relationship with Yang Kai, Ying Fei might have a chance to obtain a suitable divine spirit source from the descendant of Tianxing and awaken his ancestral bloodline to become a divine spirit. Very well, then I'll have to trouble Monster King Ying Fei, Yang Kai nodded. Ying Fei was overjoyed and said, "It's no trouble at all. It's Ying Fei's honor to be able to serve young Master Yang." Once he finished speaking, he turned around and green light shone brightly. The cry of an eagle rang out, and a gigantic eagle that was more than 100 feet long and covered in green light appeared on the spot. When the eagle flapped its wings, a monstrous gust of wind was stirred up. Big bird, big bird. Xiao Ling, who was riding on Yang Kai's neck, saw Ying Fei reveal his true form and clapped her hands happily, as if she had seen something new. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If Xiao Linger likes it, then let's ride on this big bird." He. Xiao Linger's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed on the bird's back. Ying Fei's body was huge and its back was flat and spacious. Even if 20 to 30 people sat on it, it wouldn't feel crowded. The feathers on its neck were smooth and soft, making sitting on it feel like sitting on a velvet blanket, very comfortable. "Grandpa, come on up, this big bird is so comfortable, even more comfortable than our bed." Xiao Ling climbed down from Yang Kai's neck and stood on the bird's back, greeting Old Ban. Old Ban broke out in cold sweat and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." The little girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but he knew how powerful the Monster King was. This was an existence that could kill him with a single breath. Normally he wouldn't even be able to see it, but now he had to sit on its back. Old Ban was terrified and hesitated, not knowing what to do. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The Monster King is so kind. Old Ban, come on up as well." The giant eagle also spoke at this time, "Don't worry, old sir. This king will protect you." When Old Ban heard this, he nervously cupped his fists and said, "Then, this old man will offend you." As he spoke, he carefully climbed onto the bird's back. Deep in his heart he felt extremely unreal. He had been muddle-headed all his life and now he was lucky enough to sit on the back of a Monster King. "Everyone sit tight," Ying Fei reminded them. With a flap of his wings, his huge body suddenly turned into a blue light and rushed into the depths of the ancient land. The surrounding scenery quickly passed by, causing Xiao Ling to shout excitedly. Although the speed was fast, there was a demonic chi on Ying Fei's back that turned into a protective barrier. The wind was blocked and Yang Kai and the others were not disturbed at all. Perhaps it was a deliberate show of strength, but the eagle's speed was not only fast but also very stable. They didn't feel any inclination or bump along the way, as if they were standing on flat ground. In less than an hour the Luanfeng's Feng Luo Palace appeared in their sight. Ying Fei led the group to the entrance of the Feng Luo Palace. When Yang Kai and the others got off, he transformed into his human form and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang, I was fortunate to not disappoint you. This one will take his leave." He was the Monster King under the Azure Dog. Since they were outside the Feng Luo Palace, he couldn't stay for long. From the beginning to the end he didn't mention anything else to Yang Kai. It was as if this trip was just to escort Yang Kai. This was where he was smart. He believed that Yang Kai knew why he deliberately tried to befriend him. If he didn't mention it, he might be able to get a good impression from Yang Kai. If he really did mention it, it would be too snobbish. What's more, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It wasn't something that could be done just because Yang Kai agreed. Now that the blood door had disappeared without a trace, even if he wanted to obtain the ancestor's divine spirit source, he would have to wait for the blood door to open again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your trouble, Monster King. Young Master Yang is too polite." Ying Fei returned the gesture and turned around to return the way he came. Chapter 2646. Young Master Yang, this is... Once the eagle was far away, Old Ban cautiously asked. Phoenix Luan's palace, Phoenix Luo Palace. Yang Kai replied. Phoenix Luan. Old Ban's eyes bulged. What he had encountered today was more shocking than anything he had experienced in his life. The fact that he was able to sit on the back of a Yao King was already shocking enough. Now he was actually in the palace of a holy spirit. If Yang Kai hadn't brought him here, he would never have been able to come here. But Yang Kai not only made the Eagle Monster King a willing mount, but he also knew the way to the Divine Spirit's palace. Old Ban couldn't figure out Yang Kai's identity and origin. Just as he was speaking, the door of the palace suddenly opened and a beautiful woman in a palace robe walked out. She stood in front of Yang Kai and bowed. This servant greets young Master Yang. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. Tianlong, long time no see. This woman was none other than the maidservant Luan Feng had arranged to serve him when he visited Phoenix Luo Palace last time. Although Yang Kai hadn't had many interactions with her, he was still familiar with her, so seeing her now was no stranger. It hasn't been long. Tianlong forced a smile and looked up. May I ask why young Master Yang is here? Yang Kai said, I need Madame Feng's help. Where is she? Tianlong replied, Young Master, you came at a bad time. Madame Feng happened to be in seclusion a few days ago. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at her. He snorted, Madame Feng is a divine spirit. Her cultivation is blessed by heaven and earth. Why would she be in seclusion? Is she unwilling to see me? Tianlong hurriedly said, How could that be? Madame really is in seclusion. Yang Kai ignored her and walked straight into Phoenix Luo Palace. Seeing this, Tianlong hurriedly followed him with small steps. After entering Phoenix Luo Palace, Yang Kai rampaged through the palace. He kept shouting, Madame Feng, Yang Kai is here to see you. Tianlong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only follow along and constantly remind him, Young Master, don't make a fuss. If you disturb Madame's cultivation, she will blame me. Madame Feng. Yang Kai still ignored her and continued to shout. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. That figure was graceful and noble, and her aura was profound. Who else could it be but the Luan Feng? However, the Luan Feng was looking at Yang Kai with resentment. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. His eyes were filled with blood and tears as he complained. Lady Wang. Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he saw her appear. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Lady Wang. Tianlong, who was following behind Yang Kai, also stepped forward and helplessly looked at Luan Feng. Master, this servant, you can leave. The Luan Feng waved her hand. Tianlong received the order and respectfully withdrew. The Luan Feng glanced at Yang Kai with disgust and turned to walk forward. Yang Kai followed with a grin, calling out to Linger and Old Ban as he walked. When they arrived at a large hall, the Luan Feng turned around and sat at the head of the table. She didn't have any intention of greeting Yang Kai and the others. Instead, she picked up a cup of steaming hot tea and sipped it. Sit. Yang Kai gestured to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't dare to sit. He was already strong enough to stand here. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, This old man will stand. The woman in front of him was the Holy Spirit Luan Feng. Even if she didn't release her monstrous aura, Old Ban still didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her. He didn't even dare to smile for fear that his image would offend the master. As for Lingo, she was tightly held in his hand to prevent the child from rudely bumping into the Luan Feng. Since Old Ban didn't want to sit, Yang Kai didn't force him. He just turned to the Luan Feng with a grin and said, Madam, you don't seem to be in a good mood. The Luan Feng looked up at him and said in a bad mood, I was fine, but now I'm in a bad mood. Why are you here again? Yang Kai said, I haven't seen you for a long time and missed you, so I came to see you. The Luan Feng nodded slightly. Now that you've seen me, please go back. Don't. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. I just arrived and Madam is already driving me away. This is not how you treat a guest. If young master wants to stay for a few days, then this queen can only welcome you. You can stay where you stayed last time. If you need anything, just look for Tianlong. The Luan Feng stood up, unwilling to stay with Yang Kai any longer. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her when he saw she was about to leave. The Luan Feng snorted. Boy, what is it that you came to see this queen this time? Hurry up and say it. this queen is not in the mood to chat with you. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Madam's eyes are like torches. This junior really does have a small matter that requires Madam's help. Oh. The Wan Feng suddenly laughed sarcastically. What in this world can embarrass a character like young Master Yang? Why do you need this queen's help? Last time when you caused a ruckus in the ancient ruins and showed off your power in front of the 32 Monster King and the 8 saints, I didn't see you like this. Yang Kai awkwardly replied, that was then, this is now. Wasn't that a misunderstanding? The Wan Feng snorted. Even the Holy Spirit was killed and you call it a misunderstanding? Yang Kai sternly said, that wasn't me, it was Ruoxi. If you want to blame someone, blame her. The Wan Feng frowned. This queen doesn't want to court death. Moreover, this queen doesn't owe you anything, so why should I help you again and again? Last time, Yang Kai took her to the Netherworld sect and killed their great elder. Although it was Wan Feng who did it, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have gone to their sect and acted so atrociously. Not long after that, Yang Kai actually came to visit again. Wan Feng was very worried about him and didn't know what he wanted to do this time. Madam, why are you acting like an outsider? It's just a small matter for you. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Wan Feng sighed deeply and said, tell me, what is it? Since Yang Kai came to her door, she couldn't refuse. After all, even if she didn't give face to the monk, she still had to give face to the Buddha. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, so Wan Feng was very wary of Zhang Ruoxi. A descendant of Tianxing. Yang Kai sternly said, I want to ask Madame Feng to help me deal with 2 Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Who? Wan Feng frowned and asked. The Seeking Passion Sect Master and Vice Sect Master from the Northern Territory. The Seeking Passion Sect from the Northern Territory. Wan Feng frowned and said, that's a big sect. This queen has no grievances with them, so why would I attack them? I don't care. In any case, Madame Feng has to help, Yang Kai said stubbornly. You. Wan Feng was so angry that she laughed. Why are you acting like a rascal in front of me? It's them who offended you, not this queen. Yang Kai grinned and said, Madame Feng only needs to help. 2 Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, she can easily crush them. Wan Feng snorted, easy for you to say. Although there are no great emperor sects in the Northern Territory, the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory. If this queen attacked a human sect for no reason, how could she get away? Yang Kai said, although the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory, they are obsessed with the alchemic Dao. How could they care about such grievances? Wan Feng shook her head. They may not care about other things, but if this queen takes action, then that is not necessarily the case. I can't help with this matter. Since Madame Feng says so, then I won't force you, Yang Kai sighed with a helpless look on his face. Wan Feng was stunned and looked at Yang Kai strangely, as if she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. But soon Wan Feng frowned because she felt that Yang Kai definitely wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Perhaps he had some kind of trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, after Yang Kai got up and walked out, he muttered, wait for Ruoxi to come out and let her know that her sect has been destroyed. In any case, she will take revenge, so there's no need to rush. Wait a moment. Wan Feng hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, Madame Feng, do you have any other orders? Wan Feng gritted her teeth and asked, what did you just say? Tell me in detail. Yang Kai sighed. Since Madame Feng already heard it, why ask? Wan Feng quickly asked, you said that Master's sect was destroyed? What do you mean? What else could it mean? Seeking Passion sect wants to destroy Ice Heart Valley, and Ruoxi is from Ice Heart Valley. This junior is alone and wanted to ask Madame Feng for help, but since Madame Feng has some concerns, this junior won't force you. Wan Feng was surprised. That master is from Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were 2 of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Now listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that the 2 sects were at war and Ice Heart Valley's situation was not good. Yes, didn't I say so? Yang Kai asked. Wan Feng solemnly asked, is she really from Ice Heart Valley? You're not lying to me, right? Kai Yang replied in all seriousness, how could it be fake? That crazy woman last time was Ruoxi's martial aunt Ji Yao. She also took action. You should have noticed the secret art she cultivates, right? It's an orthodox ice attribute secret art. Wan Feng recalled carefully and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. Although Ji Yao didn't take action at that time as a divine spirit, she could naturally feel the ice attribute Emperor Qi in Ji Yao's body. On the other hand, Zhang Ruo she didn't show any signs of cultivating an ice attribute secret art, but Zhang Ruo she and Ji Yao seemed to have a close relationship. Wan Feng didn't know whether to believe Yang Kai's words or not. While she was contemplating, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Madame Feng, I will take my leave first. When Ruo she comes out of the blood door in the future, I will have to trouble you to tell her that her sect has been destroyed and that she should return to the Northern Territory to seek revenge." When Wan Feng heard this, her nose became crooked. If Zhang Ruo she was really from Ice Heart Valley, then she couldn't tell her this. When the time came and Ruo she asked how her sect was destroyed, how was Wan Feng supposed to answer? Was she supposed to say that she knew about it but just stood by and watched? Stop. Wan Feng saw that Yang Kai was really about to leave and hurriedly shouted. Chapter 2647. Yang Kai turned around again with a grin and looked at Wan Feng. "Madam, do you have any other orders?" Wan Feng gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She said angrily, "I really don't know what this queen owes you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Madam, you're wrong. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. But is Madam willing to help?" Since she was willing to help, she naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. After all, she wasn't sure if Zhang Ruo she was from Ice Heart Valley, but she would rather believe it than not. Since Yang Kai mentioned Zhang Ruo she Wan Feng had to help him no matter what. She wasn't helping Yang Kai, but the descendant of Tianxing whom she was afraid of. Two trivial third-order Emperor Realm Masters. This queen can just send a few monster kings. Why do I need to do it personally? Wan Feng said with a displeased look. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Madam is wise. Then I ask Madam to send 7 or 8 monster kings to follow me back to the Northern Territory to eradicate these cowards." He didn't expect Wan Feng to help from the beginning. His original plan was to let Wan Feng send a few monster kings. Now that Wan Feng said so, it was exactly what he wanted. 7 or 8. The Wan Feng rolled her eyes. "In your dreams. How many monster kings did she have?" Yang Kai asked for 7 or 8 at once. Those who knew would understand that he was going to solve the crisis of Ice Heart Valley, but those who didn't know would think that he was going to conquer the world. 4 or 5 then. Yang Kai grinned. Wan Feng didn't answer. Instead she showed a thoughtful look. After a while she said, "Since this matter involves the master, it is a matter of the entire ancient lands. This queen can't bear the responsibility alone. How about this, you stay in Phoenix Net Palace for a few days. Within 3 days this queen will give you a satisfactory answer." Yang Kai heard this and thought for a while. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled. "Many thanks, madam." After a pause, Yang Kai said, "There is one more thing I need madam's help with." "What?" The Wan Feng suddenly became vigilant. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more disgusted she felt. In any case, nothing good would come out of this brat's mouth. Yang Kai said, "I want to build a spatial array in Phoenix Net Palace, but I don't know where is a suitable place." "Space array?" The Wan Feng frowned. "You actually know how to set up formations." "I know a thing or two." "You want to build a space array? Where does it lead to?" Wan Feng asked worriedly. "Return to Ice Heart Valley." Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly, "I spent a month on the way here. I can't go back the way I came. I'm afraid there isn't enough time, so I need to build a space array that leads directly to Ice Heart Valley." "A spatial array that can cross territory." The Wan Feng was shocked. "Can you really do that?" One had to know that this was the Eastern Territory while Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory. If Yang Kai wasn't just spouting nonsense, then he really did have the ability to arrange a spatial array that could cross territory. This was an incredible feat currently. All the spatial arrays that could cross territory in the star boundary were extremely ancient and no one could arrange one today. "Madame Feng, please wait and see." Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Wan Feng nodded lightly. She said, "I'll allow it. Go look for Tianlong. She'll make the arrangements for you." "Many thanks, madam." After everything was discussed, the Wan Feng called Tianlong and instructed her to take Yang Kai to the small building where he stayed last time. After returning to the small building, Yang Kai told Old Ban and Ling to rest while he informed Tianlong of his request. Tianlong heard that this was the Wan Feng's idea, so she didn't stop him and personally found a secluded and spacious place for Yang Kai. Next, Yang Kai arranged the space array in that secluded place. It didn't take much time. In less than a day, a brand new space array was completed. After confirming that there were no problems with the space array, Yang Kai returned to his loft to rest. Just as he left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside the space array. This figure looked at her in surprise. Tianlong, did he really spend a day arranging this? The Wanfeng asked in disbelief. Tianlong, who was standing to the side, also nodded in shock. This servant saw it with her own eyes. Although this servant was standing far away when young Master Yang was arranging it, this servant saw everything from the beginning to the end. Is it really that amazing? The Wanfeng asked in disbelief. A space array was not so easy to arrange. Not to mention a spatial array that could cross territory. The Wanfeng thought that it would take Yang Kai at least 10 days to half a month to arrange this thing, but who would have thought that he would complete it in a single day? This was simply miraculous. Ice Heart Valley. The Wanfeng muttered and said, Tianlong, I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. You stay here. She wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wanted to see if this space array was useful. Secondly, she wanted to ask Zhang Ruoxi if she was really from Ice Heart Valley. She always felt that Yang Kai was fooling her. That little brat was full of evil tricks and never had good intentions. Tianlong was shocked and said, Madam, you can't. Whether this space array is useful or not is still uncertain. If something unexpected happens, if an accident happened during the teleportation process, it would be no laughing matter. Things went wrong, they would be banished to the void forever, unable to find their way out. Even if the Wanfeng was powerful, being banished to the void would not end well. The Wanfeng waved her hand and said, This queen has her own plans. Saying so, she waved her hand and inserted many high-rank source crystals into the grooves of the array base before standing on top of it. Tianlong waited on tenterhooks. The Wanfeng was also slightly nervous. After all, this was something that Yang Kai had spent less than a day to arrange. Who knew if it was defective or not? But to their surprise, even after waiting for a long time, the space array didn't react in the slightest. What? You're just bragging. The Wanfeng sneered. After confirming that the space array was completely useless, she walked down from it and returned to the palace with a happy face. She wanted to see what Yang Kai's expression would be when he needed to use this space array and found out that it was defective. For the next few days, Old Ban was trembling with fear as if he was walking on thin ice. This was the Divine Spirit Palace, and it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was lucky enough to live here once in his life. How could he dare to overstep his boundaries? On the other hand, Xiaoling Heir was ignorant and lively by nature. Living in such a luxurious place all of a sudden, she couldn't help but feel curious. The spirit fruits placed on the table were almost all eaten by her. One had to know that these spirit fruits were a specialty of the ancient lands. They were rich in world energy and were extremely rare in the outside world. Anyone who ate them would benefit greatly in their cultivation. Xiaoling Heir lived here for 3 days and ate several dozen spirit fruits. Her originally sallow and emaciated body had become tender and supple. Even her yellow hair had become black and shiny. Her whole person was full of spirit. On an early morning 3 days later, an eagle's cry suddenly resounded from outside the Phoenix Gathering Palace. Shortly after, a green light descended from the sky and stood outside the palace. Before he could knock on the door, another figure flew over from another direction and landed not far away from him. The two looked at each other. The former smiled and raised an eyebrow. Xie Wuwei. The latter said lightly, Ying Fei. Ying Fei looked at Xie Wuwei curiously. Why did Brother Xie come to the Phoenix Net Palace? This is not Master Fan Ku's territory. Xie Wuwei curled his lips. Aren't you also here? This is also not Old Dog Master's territory. After saying that, the two seemed to realize something and asked in unison, You came for that matter? There was no need for an answer, the answer was obvious. Xie Wuwei was surprised. You're quite lucky to have such a task fall into your hands. I'm sure the others would be angry to death. Ying Fei smiled. A few days ago, young Master Yang passed by this king's territory and this king escorted him. When Old Dog Master found out about this, he sent this king to assist young Master Yang. Brother Xie, how did you get this task? He knew that amongst the demon kings under Fan Wu's command, Xie Wuwei was absolutely not the strongest, nor was he the one that Fan Wu valued the most. because Xie Wuwei's temper was bad and stubborn and he wasn't likable. But now Xie Wuwei had actually stood out from the crowd and seized this wonderful task, and it was truly surprising. He could get this job without shedding a drop of blood, mainly because of a chance encounter with Yang Kai a few days ago. What did Xie Wuwei have? Xie Wuwei heard this and said, "It's none of your business." Ying Fei almost choked to death and couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the two were talking, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a lightning-like light shot from the distance. The light rushed in front of Xie Wuwei and Ying Fei and dispersed, revealing an extremely burly figure. Xilei. Xie Wuwei raised an eyebrow. Ying Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Xilei, how did you end up like this?" The burly figure in front of them was Xilei, one of the 32 monster kings. He was originally a monster king under Shihua, but after Shihua was extinguished he went to Luanfeng and was now one of Luanfeng's most capable subordinates. Despite Xilei's coarse appearance, his strength was among the top 3 among the 32 demon kings. However, such a powerful demon king was currently covered in wounds and bruises. It was as if he had just fought a great battle with someone, and it was an extremely difficult battle. The monster race had strong bodies and ordinary injuries were nothing to them. They would recover quickly, but Xilei's injuries were still there. It was shocking to see how serious his injuries were. Xilei heard this and said angrily, "I fought with those bastards. I didn't have a good time, but those bastards can't be much stronger." Although Xilei's name didn't have the word ox, his body was a rhinoceros with an ancient bloodline, so he had always called himself Old Ox. Xie Wuwei and Ying Fei looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little sad. When they saw Xilei's appearance, they immediately understood that if it weren't for their luck and involvement with Yang Kai, they would have to fight with those bastards to get this good job. Chapter 2648. With the strength of those bastard monster king and saint envoys, the one who stood out in the end would definitely not be him. For a moment, whether it was Xie Wuwei or Eagle Flying, they couldn't help but rejoice. Especially Eagle Flying, he felt that his decision to send Yang Kai a few days ago was right. At this time Xilei also noticed the abnormality. He stared at Eagle Flying and Xie Wuwei. "You guys aren't injured?" Eagle Flying was happy. "Why would we be injured?" Xilei shook his head. "Don't tell me that those guys would give this good job to you guys for no reason. Old Ox also spent a lot of effort to get this opportunity." Eagle Flying said proudly, "Song Master appointed us. How would those bastards dare to have any objections? As for Brother Xie, I don't know." Xie Wuwei snorted with an unfathomable look, but he didn't explain. Xilei said angrily, "There's no justice, there's no justice, there's no justice at all." One had to know that when the news spread a few days ago, the 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys of the ancient land were all excited. Who wouldn't be jealous of that job? Xilei had a good fight with them and finally won by force. When it came to Eagle Flying's side, Song Dog Master personally appointed him, which saved him a lot of trouble. In comparison, it would be strange if Xilei didn't feel bad. But thinking about it, no matter what the process was, he accepted the job and the result was good. As the three were chatting, the palace door opened and a woman in palace clothes walked out. The 3 Monster Kings saw her and cupped their fists. Miss Tianlong. Tianlong's cultivation was not as good as theirs. But she was Luanfeng's confidant. The 3 naturally didn't dare to be rude. Otherwise, if Tianlong casually whispered in Luanfeng's ear, it would be enough to make their lives difficult. "The madam wants you to go in," Tianlong said and led the way. The 3 hurriedly followed. Entering the main hall, they saw Luanfeng sitting at the top, Yang Kai sitting below, and behind them stood an old man and a little girl. The 3 looked straight ahead. They cupped their fists. "This subordinate greets Master Luanfeng." "Yes." The Luanfeng gently nodded, her face filled with grace as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "You should understand what is going on. I have summoned you this time to accompany young Master Yang to the Northern Territory to resolve the crisis facing Ice Heart Valley. This queen hopes that you will obey young Master Yang's orders. If you dare to oppose him in public, you will be severely punished." The 3 of them quickly shouted, "We will not disappoint you." How would they dare to go against him? Being able to receive such a good job was already a blessing from their ancestors. Even without the Luanfeng's reminder, they would still do their best. After all, it was an opportunity to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Luanfeng nodded with satisfaction. "Young Master Yang is not an outsider, please meet him." The three turned around and cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled. He glanced at the three monster kings in front of him. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Of the three monster kings in front of him, he knew the details of two of them. Xie Wei was Fan Hua's subordinate, Ying Fei was Song Dog's subordinate, and the last one should be Luan Feng's subordinate. He came here to ask the Luan Feng for help, but he didn't expect that the Luan Feng would transfer a monster king from each of the other two Saint Seniors. Clearly she wanted to share the risk. He didn't point it out and just said, "There is no need to be polite, I will have to rely on you in the future." The three monster kings were also within Yang Kai's expectations. So he wasn't disappointed. If the Luan Feng really assigned 7 or 8 monster kings to accompany him, it would be a fool's dream. Xie Wei and the others naturally didn't dare and were extremely respectful. Yang Kai got up and said, "Madame Feng, since everyone is here, Yang Kai will take his leave." The Luan Feng couldn't wait for him to leave, so she naturally didn't have any intention to keep him. She stood up and said, "This queen will see you out." She didn't really want to see him, she mainly wanted to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Last time, this brat stole a large amount of wealth from the ancient lands and dragged her down with him in the Netherworld sect. This time he even had the cheek to come to her for help. The Luan Feng couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but seeing him make a fool of himself was fine. She had personally tested the so-called transdomain space array, and it was simply trash that couldn't be used. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when he discovered this. The group went straight to the space array. When they arrived, Yang Kai instructed them to stand there and then took out a high-rank source crystal and inserted it into the groove of the space array. "Madame Feng, farewell. If I have time in the future, this brat will definitely come to visit again. Go, don't waste time." The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled as she waved her hand. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that Luan Feng's expression was a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Glancing over at Tianlong, who was standing next to him, Yang Kai saw that Tianlong was also trying to stifle a laugh. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he simply stood in the middle of the space array and pushed his space principles. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. By the time the light dissipated, everyone had already disappeared. Luan Feng stared at the empty space array in shock, but she wasn't stupid. After recovering from her shock, she immediately grit her teeth and muttered, "Boy, you still have a trick up your sleeve." She couldn't activate that space array, but Yang Kai was able to so easily activate it. Obviously, he had placed some kind of barrier around it. In other words, the space array was useful, but apart from Yang Kai, no one else could use it. This made the Luan Feng grit her teeth and instinctively suspect that Yang Kai knew that she would go to Ice Heart Valley to confirm the news, so he had used this trick. It really worked. To the side, Tianlong was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. A space array that had been arranged in less than a day could actually be activated. This was simply a miracle. So what if it worked? Luan Feng coldly snorted, "Smash it." "Smash? Smash it?" Tianlong was startled. "Smash it." Luan Feng nodded affirmatively. "With this thing here, that boy will be able to enter and leave the ancient lands as he pleases in the future. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world?" He was afraid of Yang Kai. In order to prevent Yang Kai from harassing them again in the future, it was better to smash this space array. Otherwise, who knew when Yang Kai would suddenly come back? Tianlong no longer hesitated after receiving the order and quickly smashed the space array arranged by Yang Kai into pieces. In Ice Heart Valley, buzzing sounds rang out and the ground shook from time to time. The world energy was in chaos, as if the end of the world was coming. The entire Ice Heart Valley was now in danger. Many disciples were on tenterhooks, but there was a firm look in their eyes. It was a will to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. The light curtain that enveloped Ice Heart Valley had become extremely dim and was shaking from time to time, as if it could no longer hold on. Think of a way. If you don't find a way to stabilize the array, you will die when it is broken. Somewhere in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao's long sword was pointed at the neck of a man. The sharp sword had already pierced through the man's skin, causing blood to ooze out. With a sword pointed at him and his life in danger, the man didn't panic. He just sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this king is powerless to do anything. Although this king was captured by you, the foundation of the breaking array has already been set up. Even without this king presiding over it, the Seeking Passion sect can still display half of its power. If this king hadn't helped you stabilize the array these days, do you think you would have been able to hold on until now? I'm afraid the array would have been broken half a month ago. This man was none other than the Southern Gate Army member who was captured by Yang Kai that day. After being captured by Yang Kai, Bing Yun didn't make things difficult for him. He just told him that he would let him go after the battle. The Southern Gate Army member also knew how to repay kindness. During the days he lived in Ice Heart Valley, he wholeheartedly helped Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array. He was right. Although he was captured by Yang Kai more than a month ago, at that time, the many array flags he had arranged had already begun to resonate with each other, and the foundation to break the array was almost complete. Even without him, the Seeking Passion sect would still be able to display half of its power. If the Southern Gate Army hadn't taken the initiative to help Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array, how could they have held on until today? He was the one in charge of breaking the array, and he was also the one in charge of stabilizing the array. It couldn't be said that he was capricious. It was just that the Southern Gate Army had been paid to do so. Now they were simply repaying kindness. However, this was already the limit. The Southern Gate Army member had profound attainments in spirit arrays. At a glance he could see that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array would be broken in less than an hour. Enough nonsense. If you dare to say that there's no other way, I'll kill you right now. Jiao shouted angrily. The Southern Gate Army member glanced at her indifferently and said, "If I were you, I would take advantage of the fact that the array hasn't been broken to evacuate the disciples. Otherwise it will be too late. You court death." Jiao flew into a rage and stabbed the long sword in her hand. "Yao, don't be rude." At that moment Bing Yun rushed over from somewhere and shouted. In the past few days, Bing Yun had left Ice Heart Valley many times to harass the other side. She didn't want to kill many people, but she just wanted to interfere with the speed of the other side breaking the array. Unfortunately, every time she went out she was entangled by Zhou Xian. Recently, if she hadn't reacted quickly, she wouldn't have been able to escape. If they really fought, she would be on par with Zhou Xian. She might even have the upper hand, but she couldn't withstand the other side's overwhelming numbers. Valley Master Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army member was quite respectful to Bing Yun. Seeing her arrive, he cupped his fists and saluted. "Grandmaster Nan Men doesn't need to be so polite." Bing Yun showed a worried look and said, "Is there really no other way?" The Southern Gate Army member shook his head and said, "Breaking the array is inevitable. It will take at least half an hour and at most 2 hours. Valley Master Bing Yun should make plans early." Bing Yun was indifferent for a while. She knew that since the Southern Gate Army member had said so, there was no hope of saving Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. If he had, perhaps he would have brought some hope to Ice Heart Valley. However, when Yang Kai left, he said that he would return in 1 to 2 months. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Chapter 2649. Yun Xiu Yao. Bing Yun called out softly, sounding a little tired. "Disciple is here." And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu and Ji Yao stepped forward together. The three of them were Bing Yun's first 3 disciples, and they were also the only 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Ice Heart Valley. "Let the disciples leave through the space array. I'll stay and delay them for a while." The 3 disciples looked at each other, and in the end Ruo Yun replied, "Honored Master, it's not that we don't want to follow your orders, but I'm afraid no one is willing to leave." More than half of the remaining 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley were orphans. They had been brought back to Ice Heart Valley from a young age and were carefully nurtured. To them, Ice Heart Valley was their home, their roots. Now that their home was in trouble, who would be willing to leave? It could be said that in the entire Northern Territory or even the entire Star Boundary, there were very few sects that could compare to Ice Heart Valley in terms of cohesion. A few days ago, Ruo Yun and the others had made arrangements to send some disciples out of Ice Heart Valley in advance. But after asking, none of the disciples were willing to drag out an ignoble existence. All of them said that they wanted to live or die with the sect. Even if they don't want to leave, they have to leave. Save as many as you can. Bing Yun ordered sternly, "Go and make arrangements now. Take the disciples you like and leave the Northern Territory." The 3 women were indifferent, but they didn't move. The Southern Gate Army watched from the side and felt emotional. He secretly regretted making things difficult for this group of women for some wealth. Now that the sect defending array was broken, he had to bear the biggest responsibility. What are you waiting for? Bingyun saw that they weren't moving. She couldn't help but scold them. Seeing that their honored master was angry, the three women instinctively trembled. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the light curtain covering Ice Heart Valley's spirit array suddenly shattered like a broken piece of porcelain. The last thin layer of protection was torn and Ice Heart Valley was completely exposed. The array is broken. The Southern Gate Army's expression changed. Bingyun and the others also had cold looks on their pretty faces. Bingyun, this Feng is here. Suddenly someone shouted from outside. The gusts of wind whistled from all directions as powerful divine senses swept across Ice Heart Valley. Soon the sounds of battle reached everyone's ears. Ice Heart Valley's disciples had encountered foreign invaders. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Bingyun and the others were surrounded by more than 20 people. And these 20-odd people all exuded the aura of the Emperor Realm. Their leaders, Zhou Xian and Yao Zhuo, were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is only SOSO. Zhou Xianling stood in the air and looked down at Bingyun and the others. A smug and disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bingyun's face sank. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people of the Emperor Realm one by one, although many of them looked at her calmly. But even more people's eyes flickered as if they had done something wrong. Ice Heart Valley had been in the Northern Territory for many years and had never had a bad relationship with any sect. On the contrary, many female disciples had been married off. Bingyun had set a rule that the married disciples would no longer have any relationship with Ice Heart Valley. But rules were rules after all, and this was something that could not be changed. In other words, after so many years, Bingyun more or less had some relationship with the various sects in the Northern Territory. In every era, some outstanding disciples would marry into these sects. But now, the masters of so many sects had actually followed Zhou Xian and broken through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. They had even surrounded Bingyun and the others. Such an act was truly chilling. Now, facing Bingyun's scorching gaze, these people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Valley Master Qin, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievances with your Zhonglu Valley. On the contrary, 100 years ago when Valley Master Qin was poisoned by flame poison, it was this queen who helped you detoxify it. Does Valley Master Qin want to make things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley today? And Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at an elderly man. The elderly man's face turned red and he avoided her gaze, not saying a word. And Ruo Yun then looked at another woman dressed like a married woman and said, "When Elder Yu came to Ice Heart Valley as a guest in the past, she called us big sister and little sister very affectionately. This queen is quite surprised that you came uninvited today." When the woman called Elder Yu heard this, she forced a smile and said, "Younger sister, and don't blame elder sister. Elder sister has her own difficulties and has no other choice. Besides, Sect Master Feng didn't want to make things difficult for your Ice Heart Valley. He just wanted to inquire about a person's origin. Wouldn't it be fine if your Ice Heart Valley told him? Younger sister, and how about this, you tell Sect Master Feng what he wants to know now. Elder sister will speak on your behalf and he won't make things difficult for you." And Ruo Yun sneered, "This queen appreciates Elder Yu's good intentions." Elder Yu's brows furrowed and he said, "Younger sister, and why bother? Don't talk too much. Being friends with you in the past, it was this consort who was blind. I actually couldn't tell that you were an ungrateful villain." These words were ruthless, causing Elder Yu's face to turn red, and she shouted angrily, "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, treating others' good intentions as ill intent. Younger sister, and if you continue to be stubborn, you won't have a good end today." After being scolded by Ruo Yun, the woman couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She shouted in a deep voice, "Today Sect Master Feng has come with supreme power. Younger sister and had best adapt to the circumstances." "Well said." Feng Xian laughed and clapped his hands. He looked down and sneered, "Bingyun, when you protected my son's murderer, did you ever think that today would come? But it's too late to regret now. Since this king has come, he won't let you have a good time." He seemed to be confident in his victory, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack Bingyun and the others. He just flaunted his power and enjoyed the pleasure of controlling the overall situation. "Sect Master Feng." Nan Gate de Jun frowned and shouted from the side, cupping his fists slightly. Before he could say anything, Feng Xian interrupted him and glanced at him indifferently. So Grandmaster Nan Gate is also here. Nan Gate Dejun thought to himself, aren't you talking nonsense? That day he was kidnapped right in front of Feng Xian, so where else could he be? Feng Xian said, today we were able to break the spirit array thanks to Grandmaster Nan Gate. Grandmaster, please stand a little further away. Otherwise, if you are accidentally injured, this king is afraid he will feel apologetic. After this sect master destroys Ice Heart Valley, he will need Grandmaster's help. When Nan Gate Dejun heard this, he frowned and sighed, no longer saying anything. He also knew that his words carried little weight. Although he was an array grandmaster and others had to beg him for help, there was no lack of people in this world who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. He felt that he didn't have enough face to make Feng Xian listen to his advice. So he simply shut his mouth lest he really draw fire to himself. Brother Yao, join forces with this king. First we will kill Bingyun, then destroy Ice Heart Valley. Feng Xian enjoyed the despair of Ice Heart Valley's people for a while, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Only then did he let out a shout, his murderous intent surging. Yao Zhuo, who had been standing to the side silently, took a step forward when he heard this, and the powerful aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out. Although his aura wasn't as rich and pure as that of a veteran master like Feng Xian, there was no doubt that he was a third-order master. In the end he had just broken through. A long saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a flash of light, it seemed to break through the sky as it slashed towards Bingyun. At the same time, Feng Xian also summoned the relic of the Wenqing Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated from the divine spear as it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Bingyun. When the two third-order Great Emperors joined forces, Bingyun's face suddenly became extremely solemn. These days she had fought with these two guys many times. In a one-on-one battle she wasn't afraid of either of them. She was even confident that she could kill Yao Zhuo within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, but she was powerless in the face of the two of them working together. So she tapped her foot lightly and retreated. Form the array. And Ruo Yun shouted at the right time. In the next moment the six from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley flew to Bingyun's side and spread out in a mysterious formation. When they circulated their Emperor Qi, the power of the seven suddenly resonated. For a moment the sand and stones on the ground were blown away and the sun and moon dimmed. Vaguely, it seemed like a behemoth was suddenly born, raising its head and roaring angrily. Asterisk dang dang. Asterisk after the two shockwaves, Yao Zhuo's eyes widened in shock as he retreated a dozen steps, the blood in his chest roiling. Feng Xian's figure also swayed as he staggered back a few steps. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear that he had thrown out was actually blocked by a mysterious force. What's going on? What's going on? Is Bingyun so powerful? The group of spectators from the Emperor Realm were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Although Bingyun's strength was obvious to all, no one present would believe that she could block the joint attack of Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo by herself and even force them to retreat. But the truth was right in front of them, so it was hard for them to doubt it. No, it's not Bingyun's power. Spirit array? What kind of spirit array is this? The Black Tortoise Phantom. This spirit array is incredible. After the light dissipated, the scene on the ground gradually became clear. After everyone saw it, they suddenly realized how Bingyun forced the two third-order Emperor Realm Masters to retreat. At this moment Bingyun and the other 6 disciples had formed a mysterious spirit array. This spirit array connected the 7 people's Emperor Qis tightly, and the energy visible to the naked eye condensed into a huge black tortoise phantom. Bingyun was hiding in the head of the black tortoise phantom, while Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu were on its shoulders. Ji Yao and another elder from the Emperor Realm were standing on its feet, with one on its back and one on its tail. The black tortoise phantom looked down on the crowd, as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies alone. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Chapter 2650. Before Yang Kai left more than a month ago, he had taught the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to Ji Yao. Over the past month, every disciple of Ice Heart Valley had been practicing this spirit array. Bingyun and the others had also been practicing for a while. This was the sect guarding spirit array of Black Tortoise Sect. It was a secret technique that had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Now, 7 people from the Emperor Realm had joined forces to form this spirit array, And with a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Bing Yun taking the lead, it was not an exaggeration to say that this spirit array was impregnable. Although Bing Yun and the others did not doubt the power of this 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, this was the first time they had used it, so they did not know how powerful it was. Seeing that they had easily forced back Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo, they were overjoyed and excited. They knew that if it were not for this peerless spirit array left behind by Yang Kai, Ice Heart Valley would have been finished today. Although the sect defending array had been broken, with this 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, the 7,000 disciples might be able to reduce the number of casualties. Some might even be able to escape and leave behind an inheritance for the sect. Bastard! Compared to the amazement of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Feng Xian was furious. His Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they knew each other very well. He had never heard of this wonderful spirit array before, so he did not know where Bing Yun had obtained it. His complacent attack had suddenly turned into a bubble, and his mood had become extremely bad. Disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me and open a bloody path. Bing Yun shouted coldly. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. What are you all standing there for? Kill them. Feng Xian shouted angrily. Seeing that he and Yao Zhuo could not take advantage of this situation, he could only take a step back. He had to use human wave tactics. This spirit array was indeed mysterious and unparalleled. However, Feng Xian could also see that Bing Yun and the others had not cultivated this spirit array for long and were not very proficient. In other words, they could not display the full power of this spirit array. Therefore, even if they formed a spirit array, the amplification was limited. On their side, there were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm working together. It might not be impossible to stop them. Hearing Feng Xian's order, all the masters from the Emperor Realm wore solemn expressions as they pushed their Emperor Qis and summoned their Emperor artifacts, bombarding Bing Yun and the others. For a time, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos. The void was torn apart, the universe was turned upside down, and the earth was shaking non-stop. Nearly 30 people from the Emperor Realm were fighting here. This kind of battle was extremely rare, and it was hard for ordinary people to see it. Various Emperor artifacts of different shapes and sizes displayed great power, turning into one attack after another that bombarded the Black Tortoise Phantom. However, this Black Tortoise Phantom was also extremely powerful. No matter how it was bombarded, it was unable to withstand the attacks. They were all safe and sound. The soldiers of the South Gate army watched from the side with bright eyes. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses and cried out, "Black Tortoise 7 points formation." As expected of a generation's array master, his eyesight was indeed extraordinary. Although it was also the first time he had seen this array formation, he still recognized the origin of this array formation based on his own experience and knowledge. It's actually the Black Tortoise sect's secret array formation. The South Gate army was extremely excited. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. He had a very deep understanding of array formations, and his love for this world's strange array formations was like a pervert's love for beauties. He had once entered an ancient array formation without hesitation in order to study it. In the end, it took him 3 years to crack it. At that time, he had narrowly escaped death and almost lost his life. He had once read about the Black Tortoise 7 points formation in an ancient book and knew that it was a secret array of the Eastern Territory's Black Tortoise sect. Unfortunately, when the Black Tortoise sect was destroyed, this array formation had been lost. According to the ancient book, this array formation was comprehended by the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit by observing the posture of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit. The Black Tortoise Divine Spirit was a peak existence, so how could the array formation comprehended by observing its majestic posture be bad? The South Gate army was excited to see this and naturally studied it for a while, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the method to arrange this array formation. They never thought that they would see this lost array formation in Ice Heart Valley today. This trip was not made in vain, it was not made in vain. The South Gate army's eyes lit up, completely forgetting that this was a life and death battle. Instead, they were studying it with great interest. Looking at the way they were staring, it was as if they couldn't wait to rush to the front to study it. However, although he was excited, he knew that if he really rushed forward, he would be caught in the crossfire with his cultivation. He wouldn't even know how he died. On the other side, the people from Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect fought fiercely. Although there were more than 20 people from the Emperor realm from Seeking Passion sect joining forces, and they far surpassed Ice Heart Valley in both numbers and cultivation, they were still unable to break through the defenses of the Black Tortoise 7 Points formation. All the attacks were blocked by Bing Yun and the others. On the contrary, Bing Yun and the others would occasionally use their killing moves, causing the Seeking Passion sect's people to break out in cold sweat as they struggled to cope with the attacks. In particular, the ice concept and ice principles that shrouded the surroundings made it difficult for them to circulate their strength. As time passed, the more the Seeking Passion sect's people fought, the more frightened they became. If this continued, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through the array formation's defenses even if they exhausted their strength. When that time came, they could only wait to be slaughtered. After all, Bing Yun and the others were defending instead of attacking, and with the assistance of the spirit array, they consumed much less energy than the Seeking Passion sect's people. Many people panicked and their attacks were no longer as ferocious as before. Seemingly aware of this, Zhou Xian, who was like an erupting volcano, suddenly shouted, "Bing Yun, you can put up a desperate struggle, but this king wants to see how your 7,000 disciples from Ice Heart Valley will resist. Another 10 people from the Emperor realm from my sect have attacked your Ice Heart Valley. I'm afraid that blood is flowing like a river in your Ice Heart Valley right now, right?" There were more than 20 people from the Emperor realm on the Seeking Passion sect's side. There were more than 30 people from the Seeking Passion sect, and only about a third of them were from the Seeking Passion sect. The rest were helpers recruited by the Seeking Passion sect. Before coming here, 10 people from the Emperor realm had been ordered to lead people to kill Ice Heart Valley's disciples. With the remaining strength of Ice Heart Valley, it was impossible for them to resist. Sure enough, when Zhou Xian's words came out, the faces of Ice Heart Valley's people changed. Bing Yun gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, she led her disciples to break out of the encirclement. Zhou Xian's face turned ruthless. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand slammed down as he shouted, "Wishful thinking. Bing Yun, you can only watch helplessly as Ice Heart Valley is flattened by this king and tremble in despair. When the 10 people from the Emperor realm under this king's command return, it will be the time of your death." Yao Zhuo, who had been silent all this time, was extremely arrogant at this moment. He sneered, "This is the fate of those who oppose my Seeking Passion sect." These words had a profound meaning, causing those from the Emperor realm who did not belong to the Seeking Passion sect to keep quiet out of fear. They all decided that after this battle, they would have to surrender to the Seeking Passion sect. Otherwise, no matter how big the Northern Territory was in the future, they would not have a foothold. 10 people from the Emperor realm? At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. When this voice reached the ears of the people from Ice Heart Valley, they could not help but feel happy. They all raised their eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Jiao was even more surprised and called out, "Brother Yang." Zhou Xian was even more furious as he shouted, "Little bastard." He recognized that this voice belonged to Yang Kai, who had killed his son. More than a month ago he had met Yang Kai outside Ice Heart Valley, so how could he forget? Suddenly, Zhou Xian turned his head and glared at Yang Kai with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. "Are they the 10 people from the Emperor realm you mentioned? This young master has brought them over for you, so there's no need to be polite." From the void, Yang Kai slowly walked over, not showing the slightest nervousness. Instead, he was taking a leisurely stroll, and when his figure appeared, he waved his hand. Walala. Corpses suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. These corpses were either rich or noble, and at a glance, one could tell that they were people who had been in high positions for a long time. But now they were all lifeless, with a fatal wound on each of their bodies that was bleeding profusely. "Ah, it's Zhonglu Valley's great elder Feng Ziping. 100 Refinement Temples Lu Rue. 9-star sect master." Exclamations rang out as the people from the Emperor realm who were besieging Bing Yun and the others glanced at the corpses and exclaimed. Because they knew these people and were familiar with their names. Just a while ago they had separated from them. They had followed Zhou Xian here to block Bing Yun while the rest led the army of 100,000 to attack Ice Heart Valley. But now they were all corpses. Everyone counted 10 people from the Emperor realm, not one more, not one less. In other words, all the people who had separated from them were dead. For a moment, more than 20 people from the Emperor realm sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling cold all over their bodies. Their hands and feet turned cold, and a chill suddenly spread from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Everyone stopped attacking and looked at the 10 corpses in disbelief. How long had it been? How could they all be dead? How could Ice Heart Valley still have such a powerful force? Compared with the horror of Seeking Passion Sex people, Ice Heart Valley's people were pleasantly surprised. Especially Bing Yun and Ji Yao, the two of them knew what Yang Kai's plan was. Now that they saw the 10 corpses, they immediately understood that Yang Kai must have brought some incredible helpers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this silently. Yang Kai. Bing Yun's lips trembled as she looked at Yang Kai standing there, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai nodded to Bing Yun and said, "I came back late." "You're not late. It's good that you're back." Bing Yun slowly shook her head. She knew that since Yang Kai had returned, Ice Heart Valley could be saved. Sect Master Feng, long time no see. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the ashen-faced Feng Xian with a grin. "Little beast." Feng Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He shouted, "With your ability, how could you possibly kill them?" "This." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "I can't tell you." "Evil beast, hand over your life." At that moment, Yaozhua suddenly roared as his emperor qi surged. His long saber tore through the air and slashed towards Yang Kai with astonishing power. Chapter 2651. Last time he brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride, but in the end he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Not only was he beaten up by Yang Kai using the Emperor Authority bead, but his space ring containing the betrothal gifts was also snatched away. At that time Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was a great humiliation, and now that he had met his enemy, it was natural for him to be enraged. Yaozhua's strength was already extraordinary, and now that he had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm, his attacks were even more majestic, as if they could tear the world apart. An ordinary First Order Emperor realm master was no match for him, and when he swung his saber he would most likely die on the spot. "Yang Kai, be careful. Brother Yang, be careful." Bing Yun, Ji Yao and the others all cried out in alarm and worry. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there motionless as if he hadn't reacted yet. He didn't even show any intention of dodging. This scene made Bing Yun and the others even more nervous. Yaozhua was overjoyed and increased the strength in his hand, causing a dazzling saber light to shine. At that moment, everyone's vision blurred as an unpredictable figure brushed past Yaozhua, turned into a wisp of blue smoke and appeared behind him. At the same time, Yaozhua, who was rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, froze in place, as if he had been hit by a body immobilization technique. The Emperor artifact saber in his hand suddenly shattered, and his Third Order Emperor realm aura rapidly withered like a punctured balloon. Poo. Inexplicably, Yaozhua coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper and his body tottering. "What?" Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was shocked, and their eyes filled with horror. They all stared at the wisp of blue smoke behind Yaozhua. The wisp of blue smoke slowly stretched out. A figure gradually appeared, and at this moment this figure, who had jumped out of nowhere, stood behind Yaozhua with a leisurely expression, holding something in his hand. "It's just dong dong. Dong dong." A series of thumping sounds came from that object, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. He trembled with fear. They could clearly see that the thing in this person's hand was none other than a beating heart that was still emitting warmth. The heart was about the size of a fist, and the thick blood vessels were clearly visible. Every time it beat, dark red blood would flow out from the heart. Gulp, swallowing sounds rang out, and everyone's eyes naturally focused on Yaozhua's back. Just a single glance was enough to make their faces turn ashen and their bodies tremble. Because at the center of Yaozhua's back, a hole had appeared at some unknown time. That hole went straight through Yaozhua's body, and from his back he could see the scenery in front of him. And in that chest, the place where the heart should have been was actually empty. The matter in front of them was already very obvious. Yaozhua's heart was actually grabbed out by this middle-aged man in a green robe. What kind of method was this? After all, Yaozhua was now a Third Order Emperor realm master. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Northern Territory? Questions popped up in everyone's hearts one after another, but they couldn't find an answer. "Monster King!" Feng Xian suddenly shouted as if he had recognized something. At the same time, Yao Zhuo lowered his head with difficulty and glanced at the hole in his chest. Blood drained from his face as he turned back and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, save me." Fortunately, he was strong enough, otherwise he would have died immediately after his heart was pulled out. If Feng Xian could help him get his heart back and with some healing pills he might be able to come back to life. So Yao Zhuo used his great cultivation to seal the circulation of his blood and anxiously asked for help. "Your sect master is already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He can't even save himself, so how could he have the time to save you?" Yang Kai sneered and flicked his finger, sending a moon blade towards Yao Zhuo. If it were any other time, even if Yao Zhuo couldn't dodge such an attack, he would definitely have a way to resolve it. But now, most of his cultivation was used to suppress his injuries, so how could he have any spare energy to dodge and resolve it? With a swish, the moon blade struck and directly cut Yao Zhuo in half. Yao Zhuo's broken body fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. A third-order Emperor Realm Master had been killed so easily. Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was silent out of fear, their eyes filled with horror. Pooh. Ing Fei crushed the heart in his hand and swept his hawk-like gaze across the Seeking Passion sect's crowd, asking, "Young Master Yang, are these the people?" Yang Kai nodded, and the corner of Ing Fei's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, "Young Master Yang, how should we deal with them?" Yang Kai snorted, "What else can we do? Naturally we'll kill them all." Ing Fei nodded, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly turned into a wisp of blue light and rushed directly into the camp of the 20 or so Seeking Passion sect masters from the Emperor realm, moving back and forth leisurely as if there was no one there. Everyone panicked and used all kinds of methods to dodge and resist. Feng Xian was even more furious, and his Wind Thunder Divine Spear transformed into the power of wind and thunder and shot towards Ing Fei. Among everyone present, only his cultivation was comparable to Ing Fei's, so he might be able to resist for a bit. However, Ing Fei's true form was that of a giant eagle, so he was naturally fast. Ing Fei seemed to be deliberately creating panic, so he didn't come into direct contact with Feng Xian. He just swayed back and forth in the crowd a few times before suddenly flashing back. Poo pew pew. A few muffled sounds rang out as several Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm coughed up blood. When the others looked over, they saw that there was a hole in each of their chests, and the place where their hearts should have been was empty. This scene was exactly the same as what Yao Zhuo had encountered before. Looking at Ing Fei's big hand again, sure enough, that hand was holding a few hearts that were still beating. They were of different sizes and were still beating. He clenched his fist and crushed the hearts into pieces. When the injured Emperor Realm Masters saw this, their faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. Although they could hold on for a while with their cultivation, their hearts had been dug out, so no matter how hard they tried, they would only be able to struggle at death's door. Sooner or later they would die. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm had been killed, and panic suddenly spread in the Seeking Passion sect's camp. The Emperor Realm Masters looked at Ing Fei as if he was an evil demon. They didn't have the courage to fight him, and all they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. On the other hand, the morale of Ice Heart Valley's disciples was greatly boosted, and the previous worry and determination in their beautiful eyes were replaced with a dazzling luster. A trivial monster king dares to be presumptuous in front of this king? Feng Xian was furious. Sensing that the morale of his own camp was unstable, he naturally wanted to salvage the situation. Things had already reached this point, and either his Seeking Passion sect or Ice Heart Valley had to die. There was no other choice. The originally complacent encirclement and suppression plan was now full of twists and turns because of the sudden appearance of the Monster King. Feng Xian naturally hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him to stabilize the morale of his people. If one Monster King isn't enough, what about 2? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out, followed by a bolt of lightning that turned into a burly figure standing side by side with Ing Fei. Pile. If 2 isn't enough, then 3. Another figure strolled over and stood beside Ing Fei and Shilei. The 3 Monster Kings had gathered, and at this moment they no longer hid their strength. Monster chi rolled around their bodies as if it was about to break through the 9 heavens. Sensing the strength of these 3, the remaining members of the Seeking Passion sect from the Emperor realm trembled in an instant. Even Feng Xian's face paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know that although the Monster King's cultivation was similar to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master, due to the sensitivity of his race's identity, he rarely moved around the human world. Under normal circumstances he would hide deep in the mountains and forests, ruling over his own territory. Of course, there were also some powerful monster race members who sought refuge in human sects and became elders or protectors. But that was only a small minority. Zhou Xian had never thought that there would be 3 monster kings in this world gathered together, and all of them were targeting his Seeking Passion sect. At this moment Zhou Xian ate a bitter pill. If it was just one monster king he would still have the heart to fight, but 3 had appeared at the same time. Even if Yao Zhou came back from the dead, the Seeking Passion sect would definitely be no match for them. 3 monster kings. Where did Brother Yang find them? He has been missing all this time. Could it be that he went to get reinforcements? I thought he saw that our Ice Heart Valley was in danger and ran away alone. How shameful. We're saved. Those from Bingyun Valley who didn't know the truth of the Emperor Realm were overjoyed and looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. Now they finally understood why Yang Kai could kill 10 people from the Emperor Realm at once. With 3 monster kings by his side, 10 people from the Emperor Realm were nothing. How is it going? Yang Kai asked after seeing Shilei and Xiaowei come over together. Xiaowei replied, Brother Shilei and I joined forces to kill more than 10,000 people. There is still a lot of trash left, but the people's hearts have already scattered. More than 10,000. All of a sudden everyone from the Seeking Passion sect staggered. They didn't doubt Xiaowei's words. It wasn't difficult for 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters to kill more than 10,000 people. After all, those people weren't from the Emperor Realm, so no one could stop them. With more than 10,000 people dead at once, all the sects would suffer heavy losses. This didn't include the people from the Emperor Realm who died. After this battle, Yuan-Chi in the Northern Territory would suffer heavy losses. However, what they were most concerned about was their own fate. Previously, they had aggressively attacked other sects and thought that victory was in their hands. But in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Now they were meat on the chopping block. Senior Bingyun, leave this to us. Senior should take these junior sisters to the valley to have a look. Yang Kai turned to Bingyun and said. Bingyun pondered for a moment but didn't refuse and nodded, okay. Although the outcome of this battle was already decided and Ice Heart Valley was destined to win, an army of 100,000 was no laughing matter. With just 7,000 disciples, Ice Heart Valley was unlikely to be able to resist such a force. Fortunately, the 2 monster kings had taken action before this, causing the enemy's morale to falter, minimizing Ice Heart Valley's losses. They were going there now to clean up the mess and preserve Ice Heart Valley's Yuan-Chi as much as possible. Chapter 2652. Seeing that Bingyun and the others were about to leave, Songlu Valley's Qin Guzhong opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Looking at his difficult expression, it seemed he wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of his previous actions he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that things had reached this point and it was useless for him to say anything. For a moment regret filled his heart. If he had known that Ice Heart Valley could pull in such strong reinforcements, how could he have gotten involved with Seeking Passion sect? Now not only was Seeking Passion sect in danger, even his Songlu Valley might not be able to protect itself. With a thin face he couldn't open his mouth, but someone else did. Elder sister, and please don't go. I ask elder sister to spare junior sister this time. Junior sister was really wrong this time, please let me go. It was Elder Yu who was dressed like a married woman who shouted in panic. Previously, when many Seeking Passion sect masters arrived, she and Enruo Yun had a very unpleasant exchange. She even said that Enruo Yun didn't know how to appreciate kindness, and that if she didn't wake up she would definitely not have a good end today. She even said that she was willing to follow Seeking Passion sect's lead. But who would have thought that in less than a stick of incense the situation would change? It had to be said that this Elder Yu's face was thick enough. As soon as she said this, many people cast contemptuous looks at her. But on second thought, losing face was better than losing life. If she could save her life by saying a few words, what harm was there in putting down her face? Unfortunately, Enruo Yun was destined to not pay attention to a petty person like her who changed the rudder according to the wind. In the past, this Elder Yu had come to Ice Heart Valley many times as a guest and had a good relationship with Enruo Yun. Today she had come here together with Seeking Passion sect. They were enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. So, even though she heard her words and Ruo Yun didn't pay her any attention, she didn't even bother to say a word to her. She just quickly rushed into the valley under Bing Yun's lead. Elder sister and Elder Yu's face was ashen as she screamed, but it was useless. Seeing that it was useless to plead with Ru Yun, Elder Yu suddenly turned her gaze back to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. This little brother, this mistress is not a member of Seeking Passion sect. This mistress made a mistake this time and really should not have become an enemy of Ice Heart Valley. However, this mistress now understands and also repents. I ask little brother to be magnanimous. This concubine is willing to pay any price to bypass this concubine. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes flickered with a watery luster. Her red lips lightly pursed, giving off a pitiful appearance. He could see it too. These three monster kings had suddenly arrived. They all seemed to listen to Yang Kai's instructions, so as long as he could convince Yang Kai, he would be able to save his life this time. Her real age was definitely not young, but she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Just by looking at her appearance, she was only around 30 years old. She was full of charm. At this moment, she deliberately put on this soft and weak appearance, which was very charming and made people want to eat her. Yang Kai sneered, "That bitch wants to eat young grass. How hateful. Kill her for me lest she tarnish this young master's eyes." As soon as he said this, Elder Yu's pretty face changed greatly. She did not expect Yang Kai to have such a heart of iron blood and be so ruthless. With a scream, she pushed all her strength to retreat, wanting to escape from this place. But even though she was fast, Ying Fei was even faster. With a flash of blue light, Ying Fei had already appeared in front of her. Using his fingers as a blade, he ruthlessly stabbed towards her chest. The protective Emperor Qi of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master burst like a bubble under Ying Fei's attack. Ying Fei's sharp fingers pierced into Elder Yu's chest like a sharp sword, and with a vicious tug, a red heart was pulled out. Ying Fei sent out another palm strike, directly knocking Elder Yu to the ground and killing her on the spot. Kill. At this time, there was no need for Yang Kai to give any further orders. The two monster kings, Shi Lei and Xie Wei, roared and rushed into the Seeking Passion sect's camp. Ying Fei also turned back, turning into a blue light as he flew back and forth. The three top monster kings were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In an instant they killed everyone from the Seeking Passion sect. Everyone was thrown off their feet. Wherever they went, no one was able to resist and no one was able to escape. In front of Ying Fei, who was known for his speed, escaping was just a pipe dream. Mutilated corpses fell from the sky one after another, blood blooming like flowers. Amidst the beauty there was a murderous intent. In less than 10 breaths of time, 14 to 15 people from the Emperor realm had died. Whether it was intentional or not, everyone else died except for Zhou Xian, who was unscathed. The three monster kings did not seem to have attacked him at all. While the three monster kings were slaughtering, Zhou Xian did not have any intention of stopping them. He just stood in midair watching coldly. After everyone else died, Zhou Xian sighed softly. His face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Seeking Passion sect had fallen. The Seeking Passion sect, which had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years and had been passed down by the great emperors of the Seeking Passion sect, had fallen. Not at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, but at the hands of a young man in the First Order Emperor realm. Zhou Xian still could not figure out who this young man was. Why was he so similar to the nemesis of Seeking Passion sect? Back then, when he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, the marriage alliance between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fell through. Later, Yang Kai's son was killed by him, and now even the entire sect had failed miserably. He's the last one. Who's up? Shi Lei stared at Zhou Xian and asked indifferently. As the monster kings of the ancient wildlands, Shi Lei and the others had the right to be proud. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to kill the enemy because the other side had more people. Now that there was only one left, there was naturally no need for them to work together. However, it was troublesome as to who would be the one to kill this person. The three monster kings knew that this was an opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Kai, so they naturally did not want to give this opportunity to others. I'll do it. Xie Wei immediately replied. As he pushed his monster chi, the phantom of a huge scorpion appeared behind him. The scorpion's tail flickered and flickered with a green light. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a highly poisonous creature. Why should you do it? Ying Fei looked at him with an unhappy expression. Do you want to do it? Xie Wei curled his lips and snorted coldly. Why not? Ying Fei raised his brow and took a step forward, ready to take action at any time. This king will do it, Xile grinned meaningfully, revealing his fox tail. Nonsense. Ying Fei and Xie Wei glared at him at the same time. At that moment Feng Xian, who had been silent all this time, glared at them and suddenly released an astonishing light. His powerful third-order Emperor Realm Cultivation erupted and poured into the Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand. This relic of the Great Emperor's suddenly shook violently and turned into a purple thunderbolt. Little beast, die! Feng Xian roared. His figure flickered as he wrapped himself in the purple thunderbolt and rushed in front of Yang Kai. Xile and the others did not have time to argue. The moment Feng Xian suddenly attacked, the three of them had already made their move. Ying Fei was the fastest and rushed straight towards Feng Xian. As an eagle's cry rang out, his hands turned into eagle claws that filled the sky, as if he could seal the world. Meanwhile, Xie Wei and Xile were wrapped in their demonic qi and attacked Feng Xian from both sides. They did not hold back at all. Hong hong hong. A loud bang rang out as Emperor Qi and demonic Qi surged. The purple thunderbolt was filled with a will to destroy everything. It tore through space and collided with the three monster kings in an instant. With a muffled groan, Ying Fei's figure was knocked back. After he staggered to his feet, his hands were covered in blood. Even his 5 fingers were a little twisted and scorched, as if he had been struck by lightning. Xie Wei also spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant scorpion phantom behind him suddenly collapsed. His face was pale as if he had suffered a serious injury. Xile, who was the strongest, was also sent flying 1,000 meters away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, his face filled with shock. The 3 monster kings had joined forces, but they were all injured by Feng Xian alone. Chi. As if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, the purple thunderbolt flickered a few times before suddenly collapsing. Feng Xian stood less than 10 meters in front of Yang Kai in a daze, holding the Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand and glaring at him with gritted teeth. But at this moment, this 10 meters distance was like a heavenly moat, blocking Feng Xian's path, making it impossible for him to cross. Yang Kai did not move, but his eyes were cold. Little beast. This king will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Feng Xian grinned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his third-order Emperor Realm aura rapidly weakened. Even his black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Although Feng Xian had injured 3 monster kings by himself, Xile and the others were not to be trifled with. They had not only blocked Feng Xian's life-risking attack, but they had also left a fatal wound on him. Let's see if you have the chance to become a ghost. Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his hand and a black banner appeared in his palm. The black banner was filled with yin qi, and from time to time, it would emit cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner. The relic of the Netherworld Sex Elder Hua Fei Qin. This was an Emperor artifact, the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It could devour 10,000 souls and its power was unfathomable. Holding the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, Yang Kai snorted. After you die, this young master will collect your soul into the banner. Hehe, a third-order Emperor Realm soul should be enough to be the main soul. Pooh. Hearing this, Feng Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could not hold it in and vomited blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. With such an evil artifact, even if he died, he would not have the chance to become a ghost. In the end, he would only be collected into this evil artifact by Yang Kai and become a puppet. It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, Feng Xian's eyes became dim and the vitality in his body quickly dissipated. His body swayed and fell from the sky. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He did not really collect Feng Xian's soul into the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. After all, he had not refined this thing before and did not know how to do so. Before Feng Xian's body hit the ground, Yang Kai had already sent out a palm strike. When his Emperor Qi erupted, Feng Xian exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and summoned the Wind Thunder Divine Spear back to his hand. This guy is so strong. At this time, Ying Fei and the others gradually came over and looked down with some lingering fear on their faces. It's not him that's strong, it's this thing. Yang Kai played with the Wind Thunder Divine Spear for a while before stuffing it into his space ring. Chapter 2653. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear was a relic left behind by the great emperors of Seeking Passion, so it was naturally extraordinary. However, Yang Kai had countless rare treasures on him now, so he didn't really care about it. He would just put it away and see if he could give it away in the future. Go help Ice Heart Valley deal with this mess. Yang Kai turned his head and said to the three Monster Kings. The three Monster Kings didn't say a word and left in a flash. Inside Ice Heart Valley, fluctuations of various sizes could be heard from time to time, mixed with screams. However, most of the sounds were men's, so it should be the sound of enemies being killed. Looking around, there were more than 30 corpses of the Emperor Realms Masters on the ground. No one would have thought that these people who were still alive and kicking just a stick of incense worth of time ago would die in just that short time. Yang Kai collected their space rings one by one. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. At that moment, a shout came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and said indifferently, "What's wrong? Grandmaster Nan Men has enjoyed a good show and hasn't left yet. Don't tell me you still want to stay as a guest in Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley has never welcomed men, so Southern Gate Army should leave as soon as possible." The Southern Gate Army had been watching from the sidelines. Neither Ice Heart Valley nor Seeking Passion sect had any intention of making things difficult for him, so he was safe and sound. Hearing the warning in Yang Kai's words, he just smiled meaningfully and said, "Young Master Yang, aren't you also a man?" Yang Kai sneered, "How can you compare to this young master?" The Southern Gate Army didn't care about such shameless boasting. He didn't have the arrogance of a legendary array master. After all, from Ice Heart Valley's point of view, he really couldn't compare with Yang Kai. The reason Ice Heart Valley could survive was all because of Yang Kai's contribution. For a sect, this was like giving a new lease on life. He just rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, this one wants to ask you something." No comment. Yang Kai coldly snorted, not interested in talking to him at all. Although the Southern Gate Army was a generation array master, Yang Kai's ability wasn't bad either. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so there was no need for him to lower his status and give others face. Especially Ice Heart Valley's crisis. Yang Kai was already lucky that he didn't kill him, yet he still wanted to ask for more information. "Young Master Yang, don't be so unreasonable." Southgate Dajuan laughed dryly. "Young Master Yang Kai didn't Young Master Yang Yang and Young Master. Yang God sect of God and Yang. Yang. S Yang Yangs. His sharp eyes glared at the Southern Gate Army's army as he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to speak so rashly at your age. Be careful of your words." Shi Lei and the other two Monster Kings were brought out by him from the ancient wildlands. Although there weren't many of them, if the news of the three Monster Kings coming out of seclusion were to spread, it would arouse the disgust of the human race's masters, especially those from the ancient wildlands. Suspicious people might wonder if the monster race in the ancient wildlands couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to harm the human race's sex. Such a thing really happened. It would be troublesome for Yang Kai. So they really came from that place. The Southern Gate Army's army turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's threat. Instead, his eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, rest assured. Only the heavens and earth know about this. This one will never spread it to the outside world." Humph. Yang Kai looked at him unhappily, wondering if he should kill him to silence him. The Southern Gate Army's army seemed to be rash, but in fact his heart was as clear as a mirror. As soon as Yang Kai's murderous intent appeared, he sensed it and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, please calm down. This one is only interested in the many ancient restrictions and natural spirit arrays hidden in that place. In the past I went in and out several times to study them, but unfortunately my strength was too low and I didn't dare to go too deep. I couldn't help but sigh and sigh. This one sees that young Master Yang's relationship with the three Masters seems to be unusual. Could young Master Yang please? What are you talking about? This young master doesn't understand. Don't mention this again." Yang Kai rudely interrupted him. The Southern Gate Army's army had spoken until now, so Yang Kai understood what he meant. He wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to form a good relationship with Xilei and the others, so that he could enter the ancient wildlands in the future to study the ancient restrictions and spirit arrays. He was a generation's array grandmaster. He wasn't interested in other things, but he was very interested in anything related to spirit arrays. The Southern Gate Army's army opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed heavily and comforted himself in his heart that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Changing the topic, he said, "Since young Master Yang doesn't want to talk more about this matter, then this one will speak without thinking. However, there is another matter I would like young Master Yang to enlighten me about, and it is related to the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array." Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. "You know about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array?" Bing Yun and the others had formed the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array here before, so the Southern Gate Army naturally saw it clearly. Yang Kai didn't expect that Yang Kai's eyesight would be so good. He was actually able to recognize the Black Tortoise Spirit Array that had been kept secret for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that this array grandmaster's reputation was well-deserved. In other words, even if he was really a fame-seeking spirit array, he wouldn't be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array. Young Master Yang must be joking. This is what this one does. The Southern Gate Army laughed meaningfully. If I can't recognize such a famous spirit array in front of me, then wouldn't this one be blind? What about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Do you want to learn how to arrange it? Yang Kai looked at him with interest. The Southern Gate Army rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, "If there is a chance, naturally I want to study it." "Humph." Yang Kai sneered, "Don't even think about it." The Southern Gate Army was stunned and asked, "Why?" "No reason, just don't think about it." Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "Young Master Yang, don't be so full of yourself. Senior Bing Yun is a kind person. I believe that as long as I show full sincerity, she won't necessarily refuse me." Before, the Southern Gate Army had spoken nicely to Yang Kai mainly because he felt guilty and wanted something from Yang Kai. But now he just wanted to study the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array and was actually rejected by Yang Kai. This was too much. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was arranged by Ice Heart Valley's people. He found Yang Kai just to ask Yang Kai to help him put in a few good words. It would have been fine if Yang Kai didn't help, but why did Yang Kai reject him and even tell him to forget about it in the future? A peerless spirit array that had been lost for tens of thousands of years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he just forget about it? If he didn't obtain the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, how could he have the heart to study spirit arrays in the future? "You're throwing a tantrum." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "If this one won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to find Senior Bing Yun." The Southern Gate Army flicked his sleeves and turned to leave unhappily. Yang Kai sneered, Go. Don't come back and beg me." The Southern Gate Army wanted to retort that only a ghost would beg you, but when he thought about the ancient wildland, he restrained himself. He was also obsessed with the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient wildland. If he could get Yang Kai to say a few good words, he wouldn't have to worry about the monster race in the ancient wildland finding trouble with him. He could study them to his heart's content and maybe make another breakthrough in the spirit array Dao. However, this young man wasn't easy to talk to, which gave the Southern Gate Army a headache. After the Southern Gate Army left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the situation in Ice Heart Valley. The result of the battle was no different from what he expected. More than 30 Seeking Passion sect disciples from the Emperor realm had been wiped out. Previously, Xilei and Xiaowei had joined forces and killed more than 10,000 people. Although there were many people left, they were like a group of dragons without a leader and were scattered like sand. Then many of Ice Heart Valley's higher-ups arrived, so the battle was naturally one-sided. At this moment, Ice Heart Valley was already cleaning up the mess, and it wouldn't be long before the dust settled. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew towards the Ice Lake restricted area. Along the way, he naturally killed many people, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A moment later, he appeared in the Ice Lake restricted area where Ice Heart Valley used to be. Looking around, he whistled softly. 2 figures, one old and one young, walked out from a hidden rockery nearby. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him with joy. This old and young pair were naturally Old Ban and his granddaughter who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Yang Kai. *Weng. Asterisk, a strange noise rang out as a swarm of about 100 black insects flew towards Yang Kai right after these two figures. Soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet and stored the soul-devouring demon insects inside before looking at Old Ban and Xiaolinger with a smile. No one found this place, right? Old Ban shook his head. No, it was all thanks to young Master Yang's careful arrangements. As he spoke, he glanced at the insect enslavement bracelet in Yang Kai's hand and a faint look of horror appeared on his face. Although he didn't know what those black bugs were, every single one of them gave him a sense of fear and trepidation. Old Ban also knew that since Yang Kai had left those insects to protect him and his granddaughter, he was naturally confident in their strength. With the soul-devouring demon insects guarding them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be worried. With more than 100 insects gathered together, they could even fight against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Not to mention now that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples in the Emperor Realm were all dead. Even if someone happened to find Old Ban and his granddaughter and wanted to harm them, they would only end up being killed by the soul-devouring demon insects. Young Master Yang, the fight outside is fierce. Don't you want to help? Xiaolinger and I can just hide there, there's no need to worry too much. Old Ban glanced at Ice Heart Valley with some worry. Although he had been hiding in the rockery, he could still hear the noise and shouting outside, so he naturally knew that there was a great battle going on here. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. No, it's almost done. The dust will settle soon. Lowering his head, he smiled and patted Xiaolinger's head. Do you like this place? This will be your sect from now on. Xiaolinger blinked and said crisply, I like it, but it's a little cold. Yang Kai smiled. This is Ice Heart Valley, so it's normal to be cold. You'll get used to it slowly. Chapter 2654. Half of the entire northern territory was covered in ice and snow, but not all of it. However, Ice Heart Valley's inheritance was ice attribute secret arts, so when Bing Yun founded Ice Heart Valley, she naturally chose a place with extreme cold. Although Xiaolinger had also started cultivating, she was still young and weak, so it was normal for her to feel cold. Young Master Yang. Old Ban asked nervously, can the little girl really enter Ice Heart Valley? Although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was not ordinary, otherwise he wouldn't have come directly through the space array. This matter was related to Xiaolinger's future, so he naturally couldn't care less. Don't worry, entering Ice Heart Valley is absolutely not a problem, but how much she can achieve in the future will depend on her own efforts and luck. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I don't ask for great achievements, just a safe life for the little girl. Old Ban sighed sincerely, feeling a little happy after receiving a positive answer from Yang Kai. Back in the desolate city, where dragons and snakes mixed together, every time he led someone into the ancient land's passageway, Old Ban would worry about the safety of the little girl. But if he didn't lead the way, they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold there. Now, as long as the little girl could enter Ice Heart Valley, he would no longer have to live in fear. Not far from Ice Heart Valley is Ice Moon City, which is Ice Heart Valley's property. While waiting for the battle to end, Yang Kai chatted with Old Ban. He told him about Ice Heart Valley's situation. After learning that Ice Moon City was not far from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was relieved. This way, if Xiaolinger missed him in the future, or if he wanted to see her, it wouldn't be too troublesome. As long as he could find a job in Ice Moon City and maintain his life, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiaoling. The two chatted casually. The commotion outside became quieter and quieter, and in the end no sounds of fighting could be heard, only the cheers of women could be heard. It was obvious that Ice Heart Valley had won a great victory, which was why the disciples were so happy. 7,000 against 100,000, and the final victory was simply a miracle. Buzz buzz buzz. A series of strange noises rang out from all directions as swarms of black insects rushed into the Ice Lake Island from various locations in Ice Heart Valley. Seeing this, Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet. He stored the soul-devouring demon bugs into his bracelet. The soul-devouring demon insects' contribution in today's battle was not small. When Yang Kai returned to Ice Heart Valley, he had released all his soul-devouring demon insects and ordered them to slaughter the enemy. With the soul-devouring demon bug's current strength, it would not be able to help Yang Kai deal with an intense battle. But for a large-scale massacre like this, it was the most convenient method. Without the Emperor Realm's 100,000 troops, the Emperor Realm's army was gone. No one could stop the soul-devouring demon insect slaughter. Wherever the insect cloud passed, the seeking passion sect's army would fall like straw. With the soul-devouring demon insects, the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, and the assistance of the Emperor Realm and the 3 Monster Kings, Ice Heart Valley's victory was a foregone conclusion. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. At that moment a person's shout rang out from not far away. Young Master Yang, someone is looking for you. Old Ban glanced in the direction of the voice. Ignore him. Yang Kai curled his lips and continued talking to Old Ban. Old Ban observed Yang Kai's expression. Although he did not know why Yang Kai did not want to see that person, he tactfully did not ask. After a while, the Southern Gate army finally discovered Yang Kai's figure. Overjoyed, they hurriedly rushed over and cupped their fists. Young Master Yang, so you were here. Fortunately, Yang Kai had killed some enemies along the way, allowing many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to discover his tracks. Otherwise, the Southern Gate army would not have been able to find this place. The Southern Gate army had asked many people and followed the tracks to this place. When they saw that Yang Kai was here, they were overjoyed. This place was originally the Ice Lake restricted area. It was hidden and ordinary people would not be able to find it. The Southern Gate army's previous indignant attitude was swept away. Instead, they became arrogant and respectful. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, they would think that this guy was a flatterer. He did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. His moral integrity had been shattered. Young Master Yang, you really hid it from me. If I had known that the spirit array was created by Young Master Yang, I would not have bothered Senior Bing Yun. The Southern Gate army's face was full of smiles, but in fact his heart was bitter. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty, it was simply a complex feeling. After parting with Yang Kai, he went to find Bing Yun to inquire about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. However, at that time Bing Yun was commanding the battle, so it was not convenient for him to disturb her. He waited until the dust had settled before he dared to approach her. After asking, the Southern Gate army was stunned. It turned out that Ice Heart Valley's 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down by Yang Kai more than a month ago. It was not something that belonged to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Yun also clearly told the Southern Gate army that it was not convenient for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with him about the Spirit Array. If he wanted to know the details, he could only ask Yang Kai. The Southern Gate army was dumbfounded. He also realized what Yang Kai's last words meant when he parted with Yang Kai. At that time he snorted and did not take it seriously. It turned out that Yang Kai had already dug a big hole and was waiting for him to jump into it. For a moment the Southern Gate army's army was regretful and angry. He was a Generations Array Grandmaster. Although he did not have a big background, he was still a respected existence. Even Third Order Emperor Realm sect masters had to be respectful when they saw him. After all, which sect did not have a sect protecting array? Which sect did not need to arrange a spirit array? Now if he went back and begged Yang Kai for a spirit array, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? He had already been slapped once in the ancient wildlands. Wouldn't he be slapping the left side of his face now? How could he be so cheap? The Southern Gate army despised himself in his heart. After thinking about it for a while, he really could not do anything. Even if he was humiliating himself, he was also unable to cut off the allure of this peerless treasure. In his heart he secretly decided that no matter how hard Kai Yang tried to make things difficult for him, he would bite the bullet and swallow it into his stomach. He would force Kai Yang to show him the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Are we familiar with each other? Yang Kai glanced at him with an indifferent expression. The Southern Gate army's army laughed dryly and said, the first time, the second time, the second time. The third time is a walk in the park. No need. Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, Grandmaster Nanman's fame is in the star boundary, a spirit array grandmaster. This young master is insignificant and cannot compare to you. The Southern Gate army's face turned bitter and he said, Young Master Yang, you're too serious. This one has only done some research on spirit arrays. How could I dare call myself a spirit array grandmaster? Young Master Yang, you're flattering me to death. If it were anyone else who praised him like this, he would have accepted it without hesitation. But in front of Yang Kai he could not be unyielding. After eating someone's food, one's mouth should be closed and one's hands should be soft. They hadn't even eaten anything yet they were already inferior to Kai Yang. Yang Kai ignored him. He just chatted with Old Ban. Old Ban did not know what was going on. However, he could also see that this Grandmaster Nan Men had something to ask of Yang Kai, so it was naturally inappropriate for him to intervene. He simply didn't have the qualifications to do so, so he simply pretended to be ignorant and asked Yang Kai questions. Kai Yang's arrogance really made the Southern Gate Army's anger not light, but he could only suppress this anger in his heart. Laughing dryly, he stood to the side, hoping that his sincerity would be able to move metal and stone. When Yang Kai changed his mind, after listening for a while, the Southern Gate Army's army suddenly looked down at Pippa and asked kindly, "Little girl, what's your name?" Ling Yen glanced at him and replied in a crisp voice. The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Little girl is smart and cute and her eyes are simple. It is fate that we met. Come, this king will give you a little thing." As he spoke, an item suddenly appeared in the hand of the South Gate Dajuan. It looked like a jade pendant, but the pendant was not jade in color. Instead, it was pale yellow in color. It was unknown what material it was made of. Taking it out, he hung it around Linger's neck without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Old Ban, who was talking to Yang Kai, was shocked and said, "Grandmaster, you can't accept such a precious gift. The little girl is ashamed to accept it." Although he did not recognize what the jade pendant was, he knew that the other party would not go easy on him. The Southern Gate Army chuckled and said, "Old Master is too serious. Since you know Yang Kai, you are my friend. This is the first time we met, so I didn't prepare anything. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect." Old Ban opened his mouth but did not know how to refuse. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. The other party did not know him, so there was no reason for him to suddenly give something to Pippa. He was just trying to curry favor with Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could handle this matter. Yang Kai said lightly, "Grandmaster Nan Men is so bold. You gave away an array plate just like that." The Southern Gate Army's eyes lit up. Young Master Yang saw through it. He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the value of this thing, so he wanted to say a few words. Who knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's eyesight? What an array plate! Old Ban was taken aback and looked a little frightened. If it really was an array plate, then this gift was too great. A formation plate was sealed with a formation. When facing an enemy, one only needed to take out the plate to easily set up a large formation. The reason Old Ban had heard of formation plates was because he had been in the savage, desolate, ancient land for a long time and had come into contact with many people. Naturally, his knowledge wasn't lacking. "It's just a small thing. I refined it in my spare time. It is useless in my hands, so please don't refuse it." The Southern Gate Army chuckled. Yang Kai did not speak. He just reached out and touched the array plate. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It should be able to trap 1 or 2 people in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." This time it was the Southern Gate Army's turn to be surprised. He said in surprise, "Young Master Yang has good eyesight." Old Ban, who was listening from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, "Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed?" Chapter 2655. This array plate was of little value to Yang Kai. Even to the Southern Gate Army, it was something that could be casually refined, so it wasn't too valuable. However, it was different for Old Ban and Ling. Old Ban was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, so how could he not be shocked when he saw a formation plate that could trap even the Third Order Dao Source realm? In other words, this formation plate was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. What's more, this formation plate was made by the South Gate Army, so it was definitely the best of the best. It was enough to protect Ling for a long time as she grew up. Old Ban couldn't help but feel terrified. He didn't want to accept such a valuable gift, especially since Yang Kai and Grandmaster Nan Men weren't on good terms, so he couldn't accept it. But before he could refuse, Yang Kai put down the jade pendant and said, "Since it's for Ling, then accept it." The South Gate Army was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that his strategy had succeeded and couldn't help but chuckle. With a complicated expression, Old Ban cupped his fists and said, "This old man thanks the Grandmaster on behalf of Ling. You're welcome. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." The South Gate Army was in a good mood and took on the responsibility. In any case, Old Ban looked like an honest person. Whether or not he would be thick-skinned enough to ask him for help in the future was another matter altogether. Even if that day came, the First Order Dao Source Realm would be a piece of cake for him, so he might as well leave a good impression on Yang Kai. As it turned out, his approach was indeed effective. Yang Kai restrained his indifference and nodded slightly. Grandmaster Nan Men is considerate. The South Gate army laughed heartily. Young Master Yang is too kind. He was slightly relieved. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time to push too much, so he simply didn't mention the 7 Points Black Tortoise Formation and the savage desolate ancient lands. He just stood to the side and waited quietly. In any case, there was still plenty of time in the future, so he wasn't afraid of not finding an opportunity. Looking left and right, the South Gate army's eyes were suddenly attracted by a formation array. This was an island on the ice lake. The space array that Yang Kai had previously arranged was located here. When the South Gate army first arrived, they only cared about Yang Kai's attitude and didn't see anything else. Now that they were relaxed, they could see the extraordinariness of this array at a glance. He let out a soft cry of surprise and walked towards the space array with great interest. He circled around the space array and sized it up. A moment later, the South Gate army seemed to have discovered something incredible. All of a sudden, they cried out in alarm and their eyes shone with a shocking light. He directly pounced on the array and reached out to touch here and there. After a while, he said in horror, "A spatial array that crosses territory." He didn't know how he saw this, but he was able to determine that this was a territory-crossing space array. In an instant, the South Gate army's faces turned red. That was a sign of extreme excitement. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he began to study it with extreme concentration. At this moment, for the South Gate army, this spatial array that crosses territory was the only thing left in the entire world. There was nothing else that could disturb him. As time passed, he would frown from time to time as if he had encountered some difficult problem, but he would also smile from time to time. He would even laugh sinisterly like a lunatic. A spatial array that crosses territory was rare in the entire star boundary. They were all treasures left behind from ancient times, and these spatial arrays were all controlled by the sects established by the great emperors. It could even be said that in the entire northern territory, there was not a single spatial array that crossed territory. It could be said that spatial arrays that crossed territory were extremely precious in the star boundary. Even if the South Gate army had some fame, they couldn't find one to study. The South Gate army never expected that he would be able to see one in Ice Heart Valley. This was his luck and also his opportunity. If he could crack the secrets of this spatial array that crossed territory with his ability, he might be able to replicate it. At that time, it would be a blessing to the entire star boundary, and the South Gate army's name would resound throughout the entire star boundary. Fame didn't matter, the main thing was that if he could make another breakthrough with the help of this ancient array, he could die without regrets. For people like the South Gate army, a spatial array that crossed territory was more attractive than anything else. Wonderful, wonderful. After a long time, the South Gate army slowly stood up and praised. Although it was unknown what he saw, the admiration on his face was obvious. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, you are familiar with Ice Heart Valley. Do you know who arranged this thing?" "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The South Gate army pondered for a moment before explaining, "This one is certain that this is a spatial array that crosses territory. The design of this array is extremely exquisite and rare, but what?" Yang Kai frowned. "But why does this technique feel a little awkward? That's not right. To be able to arrange such an exquisite spirit array, this person's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are definitely not low, at least several levels higher than this one's, but why does it feel like this one isn't very skilled?" The South Gate army didn't know whether he was explaining to Yang Kai or talking to himself, but after a while he shook his head and said, "I don't understand, I really don't understand." It was no wonder he couldn't figure it out. Although he had good eyesight and recognized that this was a spatial array that crossed territory, he probably couldn't have imagined that this array was created by Yang Kai. What he said wasn't wrong. The concept of this spirit array was indeed exquisite and rarely seen in this world. Because the concept and method of arranging this spirit array came from Yang Yan. The person who arranged it was Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and only knew how to arrange this one spirit array, so he was somewhat unfamiliar with the details. The reason was that when Yang Kai arranged the array, he knew how it looked, but he didn't know why. He just followed the instructions of Yang Yan and didn't have his own understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What I don't understand the most is that this array doesn't seem to have been passed down from ancient times, but seems to have been arranged recently. The Southgate army frowned, then laughed and said, maybe I'm wrong. Even he didn't quite believe this judgment. As everyone knew, the method of arranging a spatial array that crossed territory had long been lost. Now who had the ability to arrange such a spatial array that crossed territory? Grandmaster Southgate really has good eyesight. At that moment a voice called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of beautiful women with different temperaments walking over. They were none other than Ice Heart Valley's disciples from the Emperor realm. Leading them was naturally Bing Yun. Yang Kai, Southgate army and the others hurriedly saluted. Although Old Ban had never seen Bing Yun before, after hearing Yang Kai's greeting, how could he not know that this beautiful woman in front of him was Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master? He immediately pulled Ling to greet her in fear. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai had brought an old man here, but she didn't ask. She just stretched out her hand and lifted Old Ban up, saying, no need to be so polite. Glancing at Ling, Bing Yun smiled and said, what a clever little girl. Yang Kai, where did you kidnap her from? Yang Kai smiled and explained the origins of Old Ban and Ling before asking, Senior, I want Ling to join Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. I wonder if it's convenient? Bing Yun nodded and said, it's not inconvenient at all. There are many disciples of her age in Ice Heart Valley. She can cultivate with them in the future. Old Ban was overjoyed and said excitedly, quick Ling, quickly greet the Valley Master. Saying so he pushed the little girl. The little girl was quick-witted and immediately knelt down, saying crisply, Ling greets the Valley Master and all the seniors. Sure enough, she's a clever little girl. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes as he reached out and pulled her up, turning back and saying, arrange a place for her. Zhang Suning stepped forward and whispered a few words to Di Ling, only to see Di Ling constantly nodding. After a while Ling turned back and said, Grandpa, take care of yourself. When Ling has time she will come to see you. Old Ban's eyes were wet as he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and waved his hand. Go, Grandpa will live in Ice Moon City in the future. Cultivate well and don't let the seniors worry. Ling was pulled away by Zhang Suning and gradually walked away, looking back 3 times with each step. Old Ban should be happy that Ling can join Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai comforted from the side. I'm happy. This old man is just too happy. Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. Although he felt that with Yang Kai's guarantee, it shouldn't be difficult for the little girl to join Ice Heart Valley. Now that his wish was fulfilled so easily, he was moved to tears. Senior Bing Yun, when you arrived earlier, what did you mean by those words? The Southern Gate Army had been waiting for a long time, and now that they finally had time, they hurriedly asked, could it be that this territory-crossing space array was really arranged recently? You'll have to ask Yang Kai about this. Bing Yun smiled slightly and looked to the side meaningfully. What? The Southern Gate Army was shocked. They looked at Bing Yun, then at Yang Kai and asked suspiciously, Senior means that this space array was arranged by young Master Yang? Senior Bing Yun isn't joking, right? Bing Yun said, in any case my Ice Heart Valley didn't have such a thing before. More than a month ago Yang Kai asked me for a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, and then we had one. Her words were very clear. With Bing Yun's identity and status she wouldn't make such a joke. The Southern Gate Army's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. After a long time he excitedly said, Young Master Yang. Oh no, Grandmaster Yang. Please accept this one's respect, Grandmaster. As he spoke he really bowed to the ground with a respectful attitude. If the Southern Gate Army had to please Yang Kai because of all kinds of selfish motives before, then they were truly convinced now. Being able to arrange a territory-crossing space array, Yang Kai's attainments in spirit arrays were definitely not something they could compare with. Chapter 2656. There were 3,000 ways to achieve the Great Tao, and those who reached the top were the first. Southgate Dejun mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was some great hidden master and was full of admiration for him. Grandmaster Yang, you're really good at hiding yourself. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me for my previous rudeness. Southgate Dejun smiled bitterly and was sincerely convinced. Yang Kai blushed slightly, but he was too lazy to explain too much to him. He just said, this space array was indeed arranged by me, but it's not what you think. Grandmaster Yang is too modest. It was this one who displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored him. He turned to look at Bing Yun and asked, "Senior, how are the casualties?" Bing Yun sighed slightly and said, "Thousands of disciples died and more than half were injured. Although the loss is not small, it is still a fortunate outcome. It is all thanks to you and the three Monster King." Although Yang Kai did not participate in the battle, the soul-devouring demon insects he released made a great contribution. If it were not for the soul-devouring demon insects, Ice Heart Valley's casualties would be at least several times higher. After all, the number of enemies was too large. With the Emperor Realm and the three Monster King on Ice Heart Valley's side, it was impossible to kill them all. But the soul-devouring demon insects were different. Wherever the insect cloud passed, seeking passion sex people would fall. Could be said that they were a large-scale killing machine. What about seeking passion sect? Yang Kai asked again. Half of the 100,000 people died, 20 to 30,000 escaped, and the rest surrendered. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. This result was within his expectations. However, from now on, the behemoth that was the Seeking Passion sect had completely declined. Everyone in the sect, from the sect master down to the sect master. The sect master of the Emperor Realm was almost completely wiped out. Even if there were masters left to guard the sect, they would not be able to do much. What is Senior's plan next? Bing Yun said, "First, settle the injured disciples. The sect defending array also needs to be repaired. As for those who surrendered, it will be difficult to deal with them. There were 20 to 30,000 cultivator who surrendered. Killing all of them would cause bad consequences, but letting them go would make Ice Heart Valley seem easy to bully." That was why Bing Yun was so hesitant. After all, only a small number of these people were from Seeking Passion sect, while the rest had been recruited by Seeking Passion sect recently. They didn't have any deep hatred for Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided. We can let them go, but we must let them suffer a little." Bing Yun nodded and said, "I think so too." While the two of them were talking, Southgate Dajuan suddenly said, "Senior Bing Yun wants to repair the sect protection array. This humble one can help." Bing Yun smiled and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just afraid that Grandmaster Nanmen won't agree." Yes. How could we not be willing? The Southern Gate army was overjoyed. As they spoke, they glanced at the space array. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As long as you can repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array, you can study this territory crossing space array however you want. In any case, this thing was set up by him using the space divine technique. No matter how thorough the research of the Southgate army was, they would never be able to do anything about it. Could not be replicated either. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal it. The Southgate army's eyes lit up when they heard this. They quickly cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Yang." He really thought that Yang Kai was an even better array formation master than himself. "Senior, I want to go to the Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned solemn as a faint murderous intent lingered around his body. Hearing this, Bing Yun understood. She nodded and said, "Then let Yao accompany you." Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun, and nodded in agreement. Without any delay, he took Ji Yao and flew out of the small island on the ice lake. After calling out to Shilei and the other two Monster King, they left Ice Heart Valley. "Young Master Yang, where are we going?" Shilei was a straightforward person. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, he knew that he was going to cause trouble, so he couldn't help but ask. "Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai replied. Shilei and the others understood and didn't say anything else. They just followed behind Ji Yao. This time, Ice Heart Valley's matter was more or less related to Yang Kai. In the final analysis, it was Yang Kai who had caused the trouble. If he hadn't killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been besieged. Now that the Seeking Passion sect's upper echelons had suffered, Yang Kai obviously didn't intend to let it go so easily. Since the enmity had already been formed, it was natural to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What's more, Seeking Passion sect had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, so there must be a lot of good things stored in the sect. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Not long after, the group arrived at Ice Moon City. Previously, Ice Moon City had been occupied by Seeking Passion sect, but after today's battle, Seeking Passion sect's troops had been utterly defeated. Ice Moon City had become even more desolate, and the streets that used to be bustling with activity were now empty. They went straight into the city lord's mansion, found the space array and set up the source crystals. After activating it, their figures disappeared. Clear Inquiry Mountain Range was the foundation of Seeking Passion sect. It was rumored that the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect had started from scratch here and established such a huge sect. It was also here that they comprehended the great Tao and became great emperors. A sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years naturally had extraordinary heritage. The rolling mountains, rugged rocks and clear waters were a place where outstanding people lived. There were countless peaks in Clear Inquiry Mountain Range, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Unlike Ice Heart Valley, which was built in a world of ice and snow, Clear Inquiry Mountain Range's climate was suitable, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. A day later, when Yang Kai arrived with the Monster King and Ji Yao, they found that Seeking Passion sect's gate was wide open. Not only was the spirit array not activated, but there were also no disciples guarding the gate. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the entire Seeking Passion sect was like a ghost town, without a single living person. They sure ran fast. Shilei obviously also noticed this and couldn't help but mutter. Even if Feng Xian had taken away a lot of disciples and elders, he would definitely have left some people behind to guard the sect. But now the entire Seeking Passion sect was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, the cultivators who escaped from Ice Heart Valley had spread the news. As a result, the remaining disciples of Seeking Passion sect had abandoned their ancestral home. They had gone to avoid disaster. In other words, Seeking Passion sect had been completely wiped out since yesterday. Looking up at the gate, Yang Kai saw the white jade plaque with the words Seeking Passion sect, shining brightly, as if someone had cleaned it all year round. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck. The plaque was smashed to pieces. After greeting the others, Yang Kai walked straight inside. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't see the slightest sign of life. All the pavilions he passed were in a mess, probably because the disciples of Seeking Passion sect had taken some valuable things with them when they fled. In any case, along the way, not only did Yang Kai not see anyone, but he also didn't see anything valuable. The only thing left was this huge foundation. This place is not bad. The world energy here is rich, so there should be a good earth vein here. Shilei looked around. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is a sect with the inheritance of the great emperors, and the founders were the great emperors themselves. If the place was bad, how could they take a fancy to it? There is probably no place better than this in the entire Northern Territory. What a pity, what a pity. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. A foundation of 10,000 years is ruined just like that." Ing Fei sighed. Xia Wuwei rolled his eyes. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, why don't you take over this place? Why don't you take over this place and establish your own sect? In any case, this place is now ownerless, so it would be a pity to waste it." As soon as this statement came out, Shilei and Ing Fei were both stunned. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications to establish a sect. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had the qualifications and a ready-made location. Moreover, with such a good environment, there was really no better place to establish a sect than here. It was just that the two Monster Kings didn't know what Xia Wuwei was thinking or why he suddenly made such a suggestion. However, the two of them weren't idiots. After thinking for a moment, their eyes lit up as they understood Xia Wuwei's plan. Ing Fei also smiled and said, "Brother Xia's suggestion is good. If young Master Yang establishes a sect here, please reward him with a guardian elder or something." Shilei also grinned and said, "Count old ox in." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, secretly laughing in his heart. He understood that the three of them didn't want to return to the ancient lands and only wanted to follow him. He didn't have the face to recruit the three Monster Kings, but Zhang Ruoshi did. She had an ulterior motive. Yang Kai understood in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He just said, "Aren't you afraid that the Saint Seniors will settle accounts with me? I don't have the guts to poach them." "How could that be?" Xia Wuwei smiled. "The Saint Seniors aren't stingy people. Young Master Yang can talk to them when the time comes and they will naturally agree." That's right, that's right. The Saint Venerables are very reasonable." Ing Fei chimed in. Chapter 2657. Seeking Passion Sect's foundation was vast, so it took Yang Kai, Ji Yao, and the others 2 days to wander around this place before they finally managed to explore most of this huge foundation. The more he looked around, the more satisfied Yang Kai was with this place. Previously, when he said that this place might have the richest world energy in the Northern Territory, it was only because of the great reputation of the Seeking Passion Sect's great emperors, but now it seemed that he was right. Because the cultivation environment here was much better than that of the Azure Sun Temple. The Azure Sun Temple was also a top sect, and in terms of status and strength, it was almost the same as the Seeking Passion Sect, but in terms of cultivation environment, it was slightly inferior. Perhaps only the sects founded by the great emperors could compete with the Seeking Passion Sect. With such a foundation, so many ready-made buildings, and the heritage left behind by the Seeking Passion Sect for tens of thousands of years, Yang Kai was more and more reluctant to hand over this place, so he secretly calculated in his heart. Although they had been to many places, they didn't find anything valuable. In the end, under the leadership of Ji Yao, the group arrived at a towering mountain peak. Ji Yao had visited the Seeking Passion Sect several times in the early years with Bing Yun, so she knew that this mountain peak was the most confidential place of the Seeking Passion Sect. If the Seeking Passion Sect had a storehouse to store their wealth, then this storehouse must be hidden on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw a light curtain enveloping the mountain peak, which looked extremely strong. Obviously, it was because a barrier had been activated. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and instead of being surprised, he was happy. The light curtain was intact, which meant that no one had broken through it since it was activated. If there really was something good inside, then that was. It was definitely still inside. It was unlikely that the Seeking Passion Sect's disciples would take it away. After stopping the Monster King from trying to break through the barrier with brute force, Yang Kai rummaged through his space ring and found several extremely extraordinary tokens, then immediately poured his Emperor Qi into them one by one. After a short while, a light flashed from one of the tokens and shot into the light curtain, instantly splitting it open. These tokens, Yang Kai had found all of them from the space ring of the Seeking Passion Sect's high-level cultivator, especially the token that could open the restriction. It should be Feng Xian's sect master's token. Let's go in and see if there's anything good inside. Yang Kai was excited and walked in first. There was a palace at the top of the mountain. It was built with a majestic aura, looking extraordinary. The few of them entered the palace and saw that the decorations were simple and unadorned. It seemed that the furniture was old, and the traces of the flowing time great emperor were obvious. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's split up and search. If there's anything suspicious, let me know." "Sir." The three Monster King immediately split up. Ji Yao didn't leave. She just followed behind Yang Kai and wandered around. "Are you really going to establish a sect here?" After walking for a while, Ji Yao suddenly asked. The three Monster Kings were straightforward and open-minded people. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's expression over the past few days. Ji Yao, on the other hand, had been silently observing Yang Kai and found that he was really tempted to establish a sect here. "I have a little idea." Yang Kai looked back at Ji Yao and grinned. "What's wrong?" Ji Yao shook her head gently. "Nothing. It's just that if you want to establish a sect here, it's a good choice." "You also think it's a good choice?" Ji Yao said. "Seeking Passion Sect and my Ice Heart Valley are both in the Northern Territory. If you can take root here, you can help Ice Heart Valley. Moreover, you have the qualifications." Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. However, Ji Yao knew that Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Even if she were to fight him alone, she definitely wouldn't be his opponent. In this world, only Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters could fight him. If even he wasn't qualified to establish a sect, then most sects in this world weren't qualified to exist. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I think so too, but I don't have a complete plan yet. There will be a lot of trouble if I really want to implement it." Ji Yao smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem. When the time comes, just tell Honored Master and she will help you. Ice Heart Valley will also lend you a hand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "This matter isn't urgent. I'm just thinking about it. If that day really comes, I will definitely ask Senior Bing Yun to come out and give me some pointers." Ji Yao nodded, a trace of expectation growing in her heart. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley and had a deep relationship with her honored master Bing Yun. Once he really took root in Seeking Passion sect, he could really support Ice Heart Valley. At that time, with two behemoths here, who would dare to provoke them? Ice Heart Valley definitely wouldn't be besieged this time. The reason why Ice Heart Valley suffered such a disaster this time was mainly because they had been too conservative and had too little communication with the outside world. Their relationship with the outside sects was too shallow. But you have to think carefully about the name of this sect. You can't keep using Seeking Passion sect's name, right? Jiao reminded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded. I have my own plans. He already had a name for the sect in mind. At that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction, saying, Ying Fei seems to have found something. Let's go and take a look. Ji Yao nodded and followed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a precipice. This precipice stood on top of a mountain peak and looked unremarkable, but Ying Fei's eyes were burning as he looked at it with interest. From time to time he would even reach out and pat here and there, touching there. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Ying Fei hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, there's something strange here. Yang Kai glanced at the cliff in front of him and released his divine sense to investigate it. He nodded and said, Sure enough, there's something strange here. At first glance, this cliff looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it was shrouded in a very clever barrier, making it impossible for anyone to discover it inadvertently. If Yang Kai were here, he might have overlooked it carelessly, but Ying Fei's true form was a giant eagle. Not only was he fast, but his eyesight was also good, so he immediately saw what was wrong. I wonder if those tokens can open this barrier, Ying Fei said with some concern. We'll know when we try. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out the tokens he plundered from Seeking Passion sect's elders again, testing them one by one. While he was busy, Shi Lei and Xie Wei also heard the commotion and rushed over. After asking about the situation, they both had a look of interest on their faces. They secretly felt that this should be the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse or the location of their hidden treasures. A top sect with tens of thousands of years of inheritance would naturally have a lot of wealth stored here. It turned out that the tokens Yang Kai had plundered were really useful. He didn't know which token had a miraculous effect, but just like how it had opened the mountain's barrier before, after a flash of light, the precipice in front of him rumbled and opened, revealing a dark passage that led straight to the belly of the mountain. Immediately afterward, a light suddenly appeared in the passage. This light was like a prairie fire. More and more light bloomed, extending all the way down, illuminating the passage. Let's go. Yang Kai called out, carefully looking around while taking the lead. The others naturally hurriedly followed. After entering the passage, the cliff closed again, but with the illumination of the surrounding light, the passage was still very bright. After walking all the way down for an unknown amount of time, the path ahead suddenly opened up and a huge underground cave appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the situation inside the cave, Xie Wei sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but exclaim, Sure enough, it's a storehouse for treasures. Not only him but the other two Monster King and even Yang Kai couldn't remain calm. On the other hand, Ji Yao's expression remained the same, as if she didn't care about money at all. After all, she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so her heart was as clear as ice. Even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be shocked. Inside the rock cave there were piles of source crystals like small hills. Low-grade source crystals, mid-grade source crystals, high-grade source crystals, there were all kinds of source crystals. It was impossible to tell how many there were. At first glance, Yang Kai was almost dazzled by the light refracted by the source crystals. Although he had taken advantage of the situation in the savage, desolate ancient land and obtained hundreds of millions of source crystals, the source crystals in front of him were definitely not cheap. They were even more than what he had obtained in the savage, desolate ancient land. After all, this was the accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. It was indeed not something an ordinary sect could compare with. Since Yang Kai had already decided to establish a sect here, the more resources he had, the better. When he had the ability to bring his family and friends from Shadowed Star to this place, he would at least be able to provide them with cultivation resources. After the origin crystals, there was a wooden shelf. On the wooden shelf, countless boxes were placed. There were wooden boxes, jade boxes, gold boxes, and so on. Kai Yang brought everyone to a wooden shelf and casually picked up a few things to examine. He discovered that the contents of this box were similar to what he had guessed. They were all rare and precious herbs, each of them incomparably precious and full of medicinal age. The Monster King wasn't interested in these herbs because the savage, desolate ancient land was rich in spirit grasses and medicines. If there was a place to find the best spirit herbs in this world, the savage, desolate ancient land would definitely be one of them. So they just took a few glances and didn't pay any more attention. There were also many wooden shelves on the other side, but instead of boxes they were filled with jade bottles. After Yang Kai checked, he found that these bottles were filled with refined spirit pills of different grades. However, they were all needed for a cultivator's cultivation. There were tens of thousands of jade bottles. Further down, there were all kinds of ancient books, including many secrets of the Seeking Passion sect. These things made Yang Kai's eyes light up, because these were all treasures left behind by the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. When he established a sect in the future, his disciples would all be able to use these treasures. In the depths of the grotto, there were a large number of artifacts. The lowest grade of these artifacts was Dao Source grade, and there were even hundreds of Emperor artifacts. With so many artifacts placed in one place, the energy fluctuations emanating from them were truly frightening. Chapter 2658. Along the way, Yang Kai could be considered a knowledgeable person, but he was still shocked by the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect. And such a large fortune would belong to him from today onwards. This was truly a windfall from the sky. There's more over there. Ji Yao suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw 3 stone platforms in the deepest part of the grotto. Each stone platform was shrouded in a light barrier, and a box was placed on each of them. The fact that they were so carefully preserved showed that the things on these 3 stone platforms were absolutely extraordinary. Yang Kai walked over in high spirits, took out the token that opened the storehouse before, and waved it casually on one of the stone platforms. With a flash of light, the light barrier opened. Yang Kai directly picked up a long box placed on the stone platform. Let's see what kind of treasure it is. The 3 Monster Kings gathered together and looked at it with great interest. Everyone was curious, and the Monster Kings were no exception. Yang Kai weighed the long box in his hand with a strange expression and said, "It seems to be empty." "No way." Ying Fei was stunned. Xia Wei and Shi Lei also looked unwilling to believe it, but they also knew that Yang Kai had no reason to lie in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai opened the long box in his hand. Sure enough, it was empty. Why would an empty box be placed here so openly? Ying Fei said angrily, somewhat disappointed. Yang Kai glanced at the length of the empty box and suddenly thought of something. He took out something from his space ring. Then he placed it in the box, which fit perfectly. This is the Emperor artifact that Feng Xian used before? Xia Wei raised his brow as he recognized the Emperor artifact Yang Kai took out. Yang Kai nodded and said, "The Wind Thunder Divine Spear. It is said to be a relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors." So that's how it is. In that case, this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally enshrined here and would only be taken out when Feng Xian needed it. Xia Wei suddenly understood. It should be. After all, this is an artifact left behind by our ancestor. Even if Feng Xian is the Seeking Passion sect master, he can't carry this Emperor artifact with him at all times. Yang Kai nodded and put away the box. Now it was certain that the Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally placed in this empty box. As for the remaining 2 items, since they were also placed here solemnly, their value would definitely not be much lower than the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Yang Kai was also curious about what was in the remaining 2 boxes, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the restrictions on the 2 stone platforms and picked up a box to take a look. Ying Fei was quick to pick up the other box. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with bright eyes, "This is..." As soon as he opened the box in his hand, an extremely pure world energy rippled out, resonating with the Emperor Qi in his body. It was as if this pure spiritual energy was very beneficial to cultivation. "Source crystals," Xia Wei continued. But soon his expression changed. "No, it's a top-rank source crystal." "Top-rank source crystal?" Shi Lei's eyes also widened as he looked at the box in Yang Kai's hand. Even Ji Yao, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but take a look. "It really is a top-rank source crystal." Yang Kai grinned and reached out to take out a thumb-sized crystal-clear object from the box. This source crystal was one size smaller than a high-rank source crystal, but the world energy stored inside was incomparable to a high-rank source crystal. In the entire star boundary, once a cultivator cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm, low-rank source crystals and even mid-rank source crystals would not be of much use. Generally, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would use a high-rank source crystal to cultivate, and some transactions of valuable items would also use high-rank source crystals as a medium. But above high-rank source crystals, there was an even better existence called the top-rank source crystal. Compared to high-rank source crystals, top-rank source crystals were simply rare and extremely difficult to find. Often, even in 100 source crystal loads, one might not necessarily find one or two. Every top-rank source crystal was formed by seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. It was rumored that top-rank source crystals had many uses, but the most useful for a cultivator was to break through the shackles. If a cultivator encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, top-rank source crystals would be the best auxiliary external force. Moreover, they would not have any hidden dangers like taking some special pills. In the star boundary, countless Emperor realm masters had cultivated for thousands of years, only to find themselves stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been searching for this legendary top-rank source crystal, hoping to reach a higher level of enlightenment. However, how could it be so easy to find a top-rank source crystal? Those cultivators who had painstakingly searched for it were destined to be in vain. Now there was a box of top-rank source crystals in the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, and there were quite a few of them. There were as many as 7 of them neatly placed in the box. Good stuff, but it's a pity." Shi Lei praised while shaking his head. The other 2 Monster King heard this and also nodded. It is indeed a pity. Although top-rank source crystals were of great use to a cultivator's breakthrough, the 3 of them were already Monster King level existences. In other words, they were comparable to third-order Emperor realm masters. Therefore, although this top-rank source crystal was good, it was of little value to them. If they wanted to make further progress, they could only pin their hopes on the divine spirit source and the bloodline of their ancestors. If not for this reason, with their strength and identity, how could they be willing to follow Yang Kai's orders? Yang Kai also understood why they felt pity, but he did not point it out. He casually put away the box and looked at Ying Fei. "What is that box of yours?" Ying Fei said with a gloomy face, "A secret art." Saying so, he handed the box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it. His face instantly became dignified and he whispered, "Seeking Passion Supreme Art." This was the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. It was also a peerless secret art created by the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. Cultivating this secret art, the deeper one's emotions were, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. But for those who were implanted with this secret art, it was a disaster. Because once one was affected by the Seeking Passion Supreme Art, they would never be able to extricate themselves. Not only would their cultivation be unable to progress, but they would also be obedient to the cultivator. Back then, Fengxi had taken a fancy to Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley, and although he genuinely liked her, his main purpose was to use Ziyu to fall in love with her. Once the marriage between the 2 families was successful, it was likely that Ziyu would become Fengxi's exclusive property and would never be able to touch the mysteries of the Emperor realm. This Seeking Passion Supreme Art was both good and evil. Although it was a peerless secret art, Yang Kai scoffed at it. He always felt that this secret art relied too much on external forces and could not allow one to pry into the Great Tao. He did not know how the Seeking Passion Great Emperors were able to become supreme. Casually putting away the secret art, Yang Kai turned around and said, "See if there's anything you need. Take whatever you want." The 3 Monster Kings looked at each other and chuckled. They cupped their fists and said, "Then we won't be polite." After entering a treasure mountain, there was naturally no reason for them to return empty-handed. Many of the treasures here were quite tempting even to the 3 Monster Kings. The 3 immediately dispersed. Obviously they already had a target in mind. Yang Kai then looked at Jiao and said, "You go and look for something too." Jiao shook her head and said, "No need. This time Ice Heart Valley was able to get out of this predicament all thanks to you. How can we take your things?" "Do as you wish." Yang Kai knew that with her temper, since she said that she would not take anything, it would be useless to persuade her. So he did not waste his breath. While wandering around the storehouse, he waved his hand and collected all the tens of thousands of years of seeking passion sex accumulation into the small sealed world. After a short while, more than half of the treasures in the storehouse were gone. At this time, the three monster kings also returned. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they did not take many things. Each of them took some jade bottles containing pills and an emperor artifact each. No one in the monster race could perform alchemy, so although the ancient wildlands was rich in spirit grasses and medicines, the monster race in the ancient wildlands could not use them perfectly. Basically, the monster race directly swallowed them, which greatly wasted the medicinal efficacy of the herbs. Now that there were so many pills here, the three monster kings naturally took some. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. As for the emperor artifacts, they naturally took one each and held it in their hands, grinning from ear to ear. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked with a smile. There are a lot of good things here. It's enough, it's enough. Ying Fei nodded repeatedly. Although there are a lot of good things, there aren't many that are useful to us. This is enough. Xia Wei and Shi Lei also nodded, expressing their agreement. Yang Kai did not say anything more and just continued to collect the treasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the huge underground grotto became empty. Countless treasures were moved into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. With these things as a foundation, if Yang Kai really wanted to establish a sect in the future, resources would definitely not be a problem. I suddenly thought of something. Ji Yao frowned slightly. Yao Zhuo being able to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm might be due to the top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. Yao Zhuo was previously a Second Order Emperor realm master, so it did not make sense for him to suddenly break through. If he had to find a reason, the top-rank source crystal was the most suspicious. Ji Yao smiled again and said, "It's meaningless to think about this now. He's already dead anyway." "Let's go," Yang Kai called out and took the lead to return along the original path. After leaving the storehouse, the cliff closed again. Yang Kai took out the token and activated the barrier again. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said, "I'm going to set up a space array here. You can do as you please." The three monster king nodded slightly after hearing this and dispersed. Ji Yao asked, "Are you going to connect Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai nodded. "And if we connect them, it will be convenient for us to communicate in the future." Since he had plans to take root here, he naturally had to interact more with Ice Heart Valley. Now that he had set up a space array in Ice Heart Valley, he could directly connect them if he set up another one here. In the past, Yang Kai did not have a fixed residence, so he did not think much about this, but now that he had some plans, this arrangement was essential. Chapter 2659. Half a day later, a space array was formed. Yang Kai called out to Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, please return to Ice Heart Valley and tell the Southern Gate Army to come here after repairing Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." As he spoke, he handed over a special token to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took it and asked suspiciously, "What is this token for?" She could tell at a glance that this token was newly refined by Yang Kai because it still had his residual aura. Yang Kai smiled. "As long as it is a space array arranged by me, no one can use it without this token or me activating it." This was also the reason why Luan Feng failed to activate the space array in Phoenix Luo Palace that day. Because she didn't have Yang Kai's restriction token, she mistakenly thought that the space array was incomplete. She wanted to laugh at Yang Kai, but the result was disappointing. Ji Yao's eyes flashed when she heard this, but she did not say anything and walked directly to the space array. Yang Kai said while inserting source crystals, "This matter is not urgent. Wait until he repairs Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." "I know." Ji Yao nodded lightly, and in the next moment her figure was enveloped in a white light and disappeared. After Ji Yao left, Yang Kai glanced around for a moment before his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. Since he planned to take root here, Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore the Seeking Passion sect's foundation. Although he had been searching for the hidden treasure trove before, he had not carefully explored this place. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to examine this land as its owner. His mentality had changed. Everything he saw was completely different now. When he was investigating before, he felt that this foundation was very good. But now Yang Kai's mood could only be described with one word, and that was satisfaction. Inside Seeking Passion sect, the world energy was rich, the scenery was beautiful, there were many strange mountains, there were many rare beasts running around in the mountains, and there were many spirit springs and spirit springs. It was the holy land of cultivation that every cultivator yearned for. Such a large estate was enough to accommodate 100,000 disciples without feeling crowded. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star didn't have such a number. After wandering for several days, Yang Kai had finally carefully examined this piece of land. He didn't miss a single corner. He had some plans in his heart. He returned to the entrance of the Seeking Passion sect. There used to be a plaque here with the words Seeking Passion sect written on it. This plaque had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but it was destroyed by the Yang Kai. Back here, Yang Kai naturally had his own plans. However, when he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that there were many auras around him. These people's strengths were mixed. Some of them were hiding in the dark while others were standing not far away. All of them were looking at the Seeking Passion sect. From time to time they would whisper to each other. There were quite a few of them, at least a few thousand of them. Moreover, there were even more people approaching. The Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley had fought a great battle. After the battle, the Seeking Passion sect's army was completely wiped out, and the helpers they had recruited had also suffered heavy casualties. This news could be said to have caused a huge uproar, and it didn't take long for it to spread throughout the entire northern territory. These people suddenly appeared outside the Seeking Passion sect's entrance because they had heard the news and wanted to see if they could get some benefits. When the Seeking Passion sect was at its peak, they could only look up to it. How could they dare to approach? However, the present was different from the past. The Seeking Passion sect was destined to be destroyed. How much wealth did a top sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years contain? Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts. When they thought of the huge wealth hidden in the Seeking Passion sect, naturally many people couldn't sit still. They wanted to investigate and see if they could get some benefits. The Seeking Passion sect was such a behemoth, so even a little bit of wealth would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. However, they didn't know the situation inside the Seeking Passion sect, so no one dared to take the lead. Naturally, they could only stand outside the entrance and watch. This group of people had arrived one after another over the past few days. They were from various sects and clans, and there were many different kinds of people. After hesitating for a few days, everyone finally thought of recommending a few leaders to discuss this matter together. However, before they could come up with a solution, they suddenly saw Yang Kai slowly walking out of the Seeking Passion sect. For a moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Someone came out of the Seeking Passion sect. Could it be a master of the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect's reputation in the Northern Territory was too great. Now that they suddenly saw a person appear from inside, many people subconsciously thought that it was a remnant of the Seeking Passion sect. They couldn't help but tremble with fear, afraid that they would be implicated. Nonsense. The Seeking Passion sect's higher-ups are all dead. Even if someone escaped, how could they return to the sect? Isn't this just walking into a trap? That's right, that's right. Didn't you see that the Seeking Passion sect's 10,000-year-old signboard has been destroyed? How could anyone from the Seeking Passion sect dare to stay here? In my opinion, this person must have come here to take advantage of us. He just got here one step ahead of us and he must have harvested something. Damn it! Damn it! How dare this person trespass on the Seeking Passion sect's foundation? Damn it! As soon as these words came out, many people suddenly lost their calm. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was as if the Seeking Passion sect was their territory, and Yang Kai daring to come in and out was disrespectful to them. These people had stayed outside for a few days and didn't have the courage to rush in, but now it seemed that someone had already taken the lead. Since that was the case, what were they still waiting for? For a time, the cultivator, whether they were in the open or hidden in the dark, showed up one after another. Some people who boasted of their strength flew out and greeted Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only one person and he didn't look very old, so it was inevitable that people would look down on him. These people had teamed up to take advantage of him, so naturally they weren't afraid of him. Suddenly, more than a dozen people flew to Yang Kai and stood 300 feet in front of him. The middle-aged man in the lead looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "Boy, did you just come out of the Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were planning? When he first saw so many people gathered outside, he felt a little strange, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood their intentions. It was undeniable that their idea was correct. Since the Seeking Passion sect had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things left behind. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was something Yang Kai had fought for, so how could he give away the many benefits? Faced with the middle-aged man's question, Yang Kai didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai's indifferent and arrogant appearance made the middle-aged man's face sink. In any case, he was still a sect master. Although the sect he belonged to was not a colossus like the Seeking Passion sect, it was still a decent force in the entire Northern Territory. Now that he had been ignored by this young man, how could he not lose face? Sensing his anger, a young man next to him immediately glared at him and said, "Boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my sect master's question?" Yang Kai glanced at the young man and said casually, "Of course this young master isn't deaf. It's just that someone asked some nonsense and this young master was too lazy to pay attention to it." He had clearly just walked out of the Seeking Passion sect, yet the middle-aged man still asked such a question. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking. The young man looked angry and was about to scold him, but the middle-aged man waved his hand and stopped him from shouting. He looked Yang Kai up and down and smiled slightly. "This king is Flying Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master, Li Qin Yuan. How should I address little brother?" He suddenly changed his arrogant attitude and became amiable, causing the young man next to him to frown, wondering what the sect master's intentions were. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We just met by chance, there's no need to ask." Li Qin Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and the Pavilion Master of Flying Yuan Pavilion. He had taken the initiative to ask for a junior's name, yet he received such a response. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, he still had some self-restraint. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and said, "It's like this, little brother. This king and many other heroes of the Northern Territory came here and saw the Seeking Passion sect in ruins. We were quite sad and wanted to go in and investigate, but we were afraid that a rash visit would cause misunderstandings. Since little brother came out of the Seeking Passion sect, you must know a lot about it. Can you explain it to us?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this and they all nodded in agreement, asking Yang Kai to explain the Seeking Passion sect situation in detail. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You dare call yourselves heroes of the Northern Territory?" He casually swept his eyes over them and nodded lightly, "A dozen or so first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Let's just say that for now." His shameless boasting made many people from the Emperor Realm around Li Qin Yuan unhappy. They were from the Emperor Realm, not some random Tom, Dick or Harry. Every one of them was famous in the Northern Territory, but in Yang Kai's mouth they were just some random Emperor Realm Masters. This little brat is too arrogant. Yang Kai's smile disappeared and he glanced at the crowd in front of him. "You're here to take advantage of the situation, aren't you? You're just not sure if there are any masters in the Seeking Passion sect, so you don't dare to go in, right?" Li Qin Yuan and the others couldn't help but blush when they heard this. Although this was the truth, it was still a little embarrassing to be exposed in front of others. Li Qin Yuan said reluctantly, "Little brother, you're wrong. We are all sects, families, and forces that have some relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. When we heard that the Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, we mainly came to ask if there was anything we could do to help. How could we be here to take advantage of the situation? Little brother, don't think too badly of us." Yes. That's right, we're all here to help. Little brat, don't judge others by your own standards and think too badly of us. Chapter 2660. Yang Kai asked in surprise, "You came here to help Seeking Passion sect in their hour of need. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will find trouble with you?" The conflict between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley had long spread throughout the Northern Territory. Now that Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, they actually came here under the guise of providing timely help. If news of this spread, how could Ice Heart Valley tolerate them? Li Qingyun smiled and said, "Ice Heart Valley won't. Master Bingyun is a kind person. Since we didn't directly oppose Ice Heart Valley, there is no need for her to vent her anger on us." Indeed, although the women of Ice Heart Valley are a bit arrogant and cold, they are all reasonable people. How could they care about such things? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a look of understanding. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be bullied. Although this saying was somewhat inappropriate for Ice Heart Valley, it was close enough. From another perspective, if Ice Heart Valley was in trouble and they came here under the guise of providing timely help, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. It was precisely because they understood Ice Heart Valley's principles that they were fearless. Little brother, you haven't told us what's going on in Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyun saw that the topic had drifted away and quickly brought it back. Yang Kai said lightly, Seeking Passion sect's elders were wiped out and countless disciples were killed or injured. What else could it be? It's just a case of monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Li Qingyun's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked in surprise, So, Seeking Passion sect is now empty? Yang Kai looked at him mockingly and said, This master looks very happy. You didn't come here to ask about his well-being. Are you here to provide timely help? Hearing this, Li Qingyun immediately showed a sad look and said, What's there to be happy about? This king's heart is aching right now. Seeking Passion sect is a top sect, but now it has been destroyed. Its foundation of several tens of thousands of years has been destroyed. This is a great loss to the Northern Territory. What a pity, what a pity. How could such a great force be destroyed so suddenly? Everyone else also sighed with sorrow. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would really think that they had a good relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. Changing the topic, Li Qingyun asked with a burning gaze, Since you came out of the Seeking Passion sect, did you find anything inside? At this point he was no longer in a hurry to rush in and take advantage of the situation. Since Yang Kai had entered the Seeking Passion sect before them, then if there were any benefits Yang Kai would definitely take them. At this moment keeping an eye on Yang Kai was the safest choice. I found a treasure trove. Yang Kai's words were extremely shocking. As soon as he said that, countless pairs of greedy and covetous eyes stared at Yang Kai like sharp swords. What is in the treasury? Li Qingyuan's voice couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai chuckled, Source crystals. Hundreds of millions of source crystals. There are all kinds of pills, secret artifacts, emperor artifacts, secret arts, ancient books. There is nothing you can't imagine, nothing you can't see. Hiss. A series of gasps rang out. Everyone was excited and their eyes were filled with greed. Yang Kai looked at the crowd with a smile and said, Everyone seems to be very interested. Li Qingyuan resisted the urge to gulp. He was thinking about how to take down this boy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and then monopolize everything. If he really obtained the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of Feiyuan Pavilion would definitely increase significantly. In time, it would not be a dream for them to become the second Seeking Passion sect. Many people had the same idea as Li Qingyuan. For a moment, everyone felt like they were surrounded by enemies. As they exchanged glances, vigilance rose. Boy, you're full of nonsense. A voice suddenly rang out. It's true that the Seeking Passion sect has a treasure trove, but how can you open it with your strength? You're so young yet you're already harboring ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by him. When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised and felt that this person's words made sense. A sect as big as the Seeking Passion sect did indeed have a treasure trove, but how could such an existence be opened so casually? It was likely that only people like Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo knew how to open it. Li Qingyun came back to his senses and immediately said with dissatisfaction, Little brother, you're not being honest. Yang Kai smiled disdainfully, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Saying so, he suddenly took out a strange stone about 10 meters tall from his space ring. As soon as this strange stone appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Even the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm who were enveloped by this aura suddenly felt that the power in their bodies was no longer flowing smoothly. This is 10,000-year cold heart iron. What? It's actually 10,000-year cold heart iron. Such a treasure actually exists in this world and such a large piece at that. Heavens, where did this thing come from? I heard that a palm-sized piece of 10,000-year cold heart iron can be refined into an emperor artifact. How many emperor artifacts can this 10-meter-tall thing be refined into? If this thing were to be sold, it would be worth at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. This little brat isn't lying. He definitely opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove. This thing belongs to the Seeking Passion sect. Noisy discussions rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 10-meter-tall 10,000-year-cold heart iron. They were shocked to the extreme. This thing alone was priceless. If Yang Kai had really opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove, how many good things would he have obtained? Their previous suspicions suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt that Yang Kai had picked up a big bargain in the Seeking Passion sect. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm became restless, eyeing the 10,000-year-cold heart iron covetously, as if they would rush over to snatch it at any moment. However, because there were too many opponents, no one dared to act at will. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. However, more people were curious. Why did Yang Kai suddenly take out such a peerless treasure? Was he showing off his wealth? There was no need for that. Didn't he know that he would only cause trouble for himself? Just as everyone was wondering, Yang Kai shook his hand and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. He poured his emperor qi into the sword, and the space principles lingered around his body as he carved stroke after stroke on the 10,000-year-cold heart iron. What is this little brat doing? He seems to be carving words. What a waste of heaven's treasures. How can he carve words on such a treasure? This is simply too wasteful. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk no matter how angry these people were, Yang Kai still carved stroke after stroke with a focused and meticulous expression. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly took a deep breath and put away the myriad sword, his face faintly pale. It seemed that this action had consumed a great deal of his strength. After all, this was a top-grade artifact refining material, so even carving a few words was not an easy task. However, after Yang Kai looked at it carefully, he was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. At this moment, a strong wind blew past, and some of the fragments on the 10,000-year-cold heart iron were blown away, revealing 3 large characters written in flamboyant calligraphy. The characters were not very beautiful, but they gave people a strange feeling. It was as if they looked at them for too long, they would be unable to extricate themselves from them, as if they wanted to devour their minds. High Heaven Palace. Someone read out the 3 characters engraved on the 10,000-year-cold heart iron, causing everyone to be puzzled. What is this High Heaven Palace? It sounds like the name of a sect, but is there such a sect in the Northern Territory? Never heard of it. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the 10,000-year-cold heart iron beside him, smiling as he said, "It's nothing, I just want to tell everyone that from now on, this land will be the foundation of my High Heaven Palace. It just so happens that many guests have arrived, so it will save me the trouble of notifying them one by one. I hope that after you return today, you will help this young master spread the word. Otherwise, if anyone dares to intrude into my High Heaven Palace's territory, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." What? What does this little brat mean? Does he want to establish a sect? What a joke. A mere little brat. What ability does he have to establish his own sect here? Yes, this is the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. Even if he wants to occupy it, it won't be his turn. This brat's heart is higher than the sky, but his life is as thin as paper. The discussions reached Yang Kai's ears, but Yang Kai remained as calm as a mountain. After the noise subsided, he sneered, "Does anyone have any objections? If you have any, just keep it to yourself, lest you make everyone unhappy. This brat is too arrogant. Does he really think that there is no one in my northern territory?" Li Qingyuan's face was also gloomy as he said, "Brat, you are going too far. Since we have gathered here today, then this matter is not up to you alone. The Seeking Passion sect is a sect in my northern territory, and the ownership of its inheritance and treasure trove should be discussed and decided by the heroes of my northern territory. It is not up to you." With one sentence, he raised the issue of the Seeking Passion sect's inheritance to the northern territory. Li Qingyuan was indeed an old fox and everyone applauded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In this young master's territory, everyone naturally has to listen to me. If anyone is not convinced, you can stand up." "Sect Master Li, this brat is too arrogant, we must teach him a lesson today. Yes, we have already given him enough face, but he wants a yard after taking an inch. There is no need to talk nonsense with him." Let's do it now that the Seeking Passion sect is empty, there is nothing to worry about. They didn't dare to break in before because they were afraid that the Seeking Passion sect had left some masters in the sect. But now that they had determined that no one from the Seeking Passion sect was here, and Yang Kai had obtained the treasure trove and wanted to occupy it, naturally no one could resist. Li Qingyuan's eyes flashed with determination as he nodded lightly and said, "Fine, since he is so stubborn, let's teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out. The rest of the crowd naturally didn't want to fall behind and rushed towards Yang Kai, all of them wanting to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai casually took out a 10-meter-tall piece of 10,000-year-cold heart iron. Who knew how many more good things he had in his space ring? In an instant, more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm rushed over aggressively, making the scene extremely lively. Chapter 2661. Emperor Qi surged and a great battle was about to break out. Facing the joint attack of more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he even laughed loudly, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows, wondering what was wrong with this little brat. But at this moment the arrow was already knocked, so even if everyone noticed that something was wrong, they couldn't stop. All of them were staring at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen people pounced in front of Yang Kai, using all kinds of methods to launch a fierce attack. Condense. A cold snort rang out, and under the influence of space principles, the space within a 1,000-meter radius instantly became viscous and solidified. This sudden turn of events caused the dozen or so attackers to turn pale with fright. The Emperor Qi in their bodies suddenly became sluggish, as if they had fallen into a deep swamp, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. The power of their attacks was greatly reduced, and even the brilliance of their Emperor artifacts dimmed. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Realizing that something was wrong, they tried to withdraw, but it was already too late. Yang Kai raised his hands and blasted them forward, filling the sky with palm shadows. With a series of explosions, one figure after another flew out in a sorry state, all of them coughing up blood in midair, their faces as pale as paper. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fell to the ground like dumplings. When they stood up again, everyone's face was ashen and their souls were shaken. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have used a lot of effort to repel so many cultivators from the Emperor realm at once. His figure swayed slightly, but there was no sign of him retreating. His face also paled slightly before returning to normal. However, that figure still stood tall and straight in front of the mountain gate, like a divine needle that could hold the sky. Like a bottomless abyss. They were guarding this land. How is this possible? He's a first-order Emperor realm master? How did he do it? More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm felt like they were in a dream. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's depth before, they could tell that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high because of his young age, so they didn't put him in their eyes. It turned out that their guess was right. When Yang Kai made his move, Yang Kai's face turned red. His cultivation base was exposed. There was no doubt that he was a first-order Emperor realm master, weaker than them. But it was this first-order Emperor realm master who defeated the joint attack of more than a dozen people all by himself, injuring all of them. If this didn't happen to him, no one would believe it. This was simply a fantasy story. This was especially true for a second-order Emperor realm master like Li Qingyuan. He had roamed the northern territory for so many years, but he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He had also fought many first-order Emperor realm masters. It had always been him crushing others, but who was as ferocious as this young man in front of him? His greedy and covetous gaze gradually receded and was replaced by infinite seriousness. It was rumored that there were some martial arts geniuses in this world. Although their cultivation was not high, they could fight and even kill people above their level. Li Qingyuan had also seen such people. However, those so-called geniuses, at most it would be a tie with him. Compared to this person in front of him, he was simply mediocre. This person in front of him was not only able to fight people above his level, but he was also not at a disadvantage when fighting against more than a dozen people. Li Qingyuan even suspected that this young man had not used his full strength. If he had, perhaps half of the dozen people would have died in an instant. Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Li Qingyuan's forehead. If he was so powerful as a first-order Emperor realm master, Wouldn't he be invincible if he advanced to the second order or third order emperor realm? At that time, only those masters who had ascended to the position of great emperors would be his match. Boy, who the hell are you? Someone screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was unwilling to accept his fate of being sent flying. Thinking that Kai Yang had taken advantage of the situation, his heart was not convinced. This was also a question that everyone wanted to know. It was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be an unknown rising star. At the very least, everyone should have heard of his name. Turning his head to look at the person who asked the question, Yang Kai grinned and said in a clear voice, "This young master is Yang Kai. I believe everyone should be familiar with him." He's Yang Kai. The Yang Kai who killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea and angered Feng Xian. The war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect started because of him. I heard that the complete annihilation of Seeking Passion sect was also planned by him. I don't know where he got strong reinforcements from, but he managed to kill Feng Xian, Yao Zhuo and the others in one fell swoop. It had to be said that Yang Kai was quite famous in the Northern Territory, and this was all thanks to Feng Xian's previous publicity. After all, the war between the two sects was of great importance, and it was impossible for Seeking Passion sect to act without justification. Yang Kai killing Feng Shi and Bing Yun shielding Yang Kai were the reasons for Seeking Passion sect to declare war on Ice Heart Valley. Before this, all the cultivators in the Northern Territory were very curious about who this guy named Yang Kai was and how he had the guts to kill Feng Shi. They secretly felt that this boy would not have a good ending. However, no one had expected that the Seeking Passion sect would be destroyed in the end. Moreover, the culprit had actually come to the Seeking Passion sect's base to establish a new sect, occupying the Magpie's Nest and creating a new towering firmament palace. If this matter was known by the great emperors of Seeking Passion sect, they would probably be angered to death. For a time there was silence outside the mountain gate. Whether it was the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm or the thousands of cultivators outside, they all looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. As soon as these three figures appeared, a monstrous pressure surged out from them. This pressure was so strong that it seemed to dim the entire world. Everyone felt their breathing become sluggish, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to wear bitter looks on their faces. Many pairs of eyes stared at the three figures and all of them trembled. Although they couldn't see through the real situation of these three people, the powerful pressure told everyone present that any one of these three people could kill everyone here and slaughter them all. A chill instantly rose from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The thousands of cultivators' faces turned ashen as if their parents had died. They wanted to escape immediately, but they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand in place and endure the torment. "Young Master Yang, what happened? Why do I feel that someone is fighting?" Xie Wuwei frowned and asked. It seems that someone is acting wildly here." As Ying Fei spoke, his hawk-like eyes swept across the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. His expression was extremely unfriendly. "Who dares to act wildly? Let this old ox deal with him." Shi Lei roared, his monster chi rolling and stirring up a gust of demonic wind, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. A monster race. Someone noticed the demonic chi and immediately exclaimed, "It's the Monster King." Li Qingyun screamed at the top of his lungs, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His face was as pale as paper. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was powerless in the face of the Monster King, who was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He instinctively felt terrified. What's more, if he wasn't mistaken, the other two masters were also from the monster race. They were also powerful existences on the same level as the Monster King. Heavens, existences like the Monster King were even rarer than third-order Emperor Realm Masters, but today he actually saw three of them here. He didn't know if he was lucky or sad. Thinking about what happened before, Li Qingyun felt that the latter was more likely. After Li Qingyun shouted, "Monster King," the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, along with the thousands of cultivators, all took a step back and looked at Shi Lei in horror, as if Shi Lei was some kind of scourge that would devour them in the next moment. Who was acting wildly here just now? Stand up for this king. Shi Lei glared at them, his voice like thunder. Who dared to answer? They were afraid that they would be targeted and die without knowing why. The sound of gulping could be heard, but their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. The dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm all looked at Li Qingyuan, hoping that he would be the first to speak to the Monster King. Li Qingyuan cursed this group of despicable villains in his heart. They had no sense of brotherhood at all, but now that things had come to this, the consequences of not speaking up would not be any better. He could only say dryly, "Monster King Master, it's a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Xilei glanced at Li Qingyuan and snorted, "How is it a misunderstanding?" Li Qingyuan racked his brain, his thoughts flying. While choosing his words carefully, he replied, "It's like this. We are all cultivators from the Northern Territory. We heard that young Master Yang from Yangkai was establishing a sect here, so we came here to congratulate you. However, we were blind to not recognize young Master Yang and offended you. We hope that young Master Yang and the other master will forgive us." His words were eloquent and clear. Even Li Qingyuan was impressed by his own wit. Establishing a sect? Xilei was startled and looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Although he had mentioned this a few days ago, Yang Kai had not given him a direct answer. He did not know why Li Qingyuan suddenly brought this up. Ying Fei's eyes were sharp. He saw the 10,000-year cold heart iron and clapped his hands. "Young Master Yang is really establishing a sect here. High Heaven Palace, your ambitions are soaring. Wonderful, wonderful." Xie Wei laughed loudly. "Very good, very good. Then this Xie will stay in High Heaven Palace from now on. I hope that young Master Yang can bestow upon me some position of protector or deacon." "Count me in." Xilei put away his ferocious appearance and instead revealed a flattering smile. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Ying Fei nodded. "This one also has the same intention." More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fainted at once. The thousands of cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Every one of them felt that this was extremely unreal and questioned their hearing. These were the three great monster kings, masters who were comparable to three third-order Emperor realm masters. Yang Kai had just established a sect here and engraved the brand of his sect. He had not even officially established a sect yet, but these three could not wait to join. And they only wanted to be rewarded with the position of protector or deacon. Was there any justice in this world? Which third-order Emperor realm master was not an overlord in the entire Star Territory? Which one of them was not a Grand Master? With such strength, it was enough for them to establish their own sect. But now they were begging to join this High Heaven Palace that had not yet been established. What was so special about Yang Kai that the three great monster kings were so eager to join him? Chapter 2662. Li Qingyuan and the others were filled with a bitter taste. The three monster kings had joined the High Heaven Palace only to be rewarded with the position of guardian deacon. Naturally, their strength couldn't compare to the three monster kings. If they were in the High Heaven Palace, would they only be comparable to ordinary disciples? Of course, it was impossible for them to leave their own sects to join the High Heaven Palace. The High Heaven Palace's waters were too deep for them to blend in. However, with the addition of the three monster kings, the High Heaven Palace would probably become a first-class sect in the Northern Territory in the future. Once it developed, it would definitely overshadow the glory of the Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyuan and the others seemed to see the figure of a behemoth about to rise. They were shocked. For such a good thing to fall into Yang Kai's hands, it made the group go crazy with jealousy. If any of the three monster kings could join their sects, they would definitely benefit immensely. But to everyone's surprise, in the face of the three monster kings' earnest request, Yang Kai actually said with some difficulty, "We'll discuss this later." Li Qingyuan and the others instantly widened their eyes and secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing what was good for him. This was something that others couldn't even ask for, but when it came to him, he actually wanted to discuss it again. Was there really something wrong with this guy's head? What was there to discuss? Agreeing was the right thing to do. Xilei and the others looked at each other. They all knew what Yang Kai was worried about. Although with his current position among the three holy sages, asking for the three monster kings to come from the savage wildland wasn't a big deal, he obviously didn't want to rashly poach other people's sects, especially the three holy sages. At the very least, he had to inform Wan Feng and the others first. After understanding this point, Xilei and the other three monster kings didn't force him anymore. They pondered for a while. Xilei said, "Young Master Yang, these people, do you want to kill them?" He asked casually as if he didn't want to kill a few thousand people, but a few thousand chickens and ducks. This made everyone's faces turn pale as they looked at Yang Kai for help. At this time, they also knew that their lives and deaths were in Yang Kai's hands. If Yang Kai wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. The dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with flattering smiles and apprehension, fearing that he would say the word kill. Us all. What's there to kill? We don't have any grudges. He knew that since Yang Kai said such words, their lives would not be in danger, so he was grateful for his magnanimity. Xilei nodded and said, "Old Ox was too reckless." Changing the topic, he shouted at Li Qingyuan and the others, "You bunch of trash, since you came to congratulate, why didn't you bring any gifts? Did you just say it casually?" Li Qingyuan and the others were shocked. Hurriedly they said, "We wouldn't dare. Gifts? Naturally we have them. Saying so, the dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm quickly rummaged through their space rings, sometimes showing resolute and sometimes hesitant expressions. A moment later, more than a dozen space rings were gathered in Li Qingyuan's hands. Li Qingyuan held them with both hands and walked over to Yang Kai with trembling hands, forcing out a smile and saying, "Young Master Yang, this is a trivial gift. I hope young Master Yang will accept it." Yang Kai accepted the rings casually, not bothering to check the things inside. Now that he was rich, he did not lack these dozen or so space rings. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, "Sect Master Li is too kind." A faint look of pain appeared on Li Qingyuan's face. Just now he had plundered most of his many years of savings and was afraid Yang Kai would not be satisfied. Yang Kai guessed that the other leaders of the Emperor realm were also like this. Otherwise, they would not have shown such distressed expressions. How could he have known that once the things were in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai would accept them without even looking at them? If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much effort and would have just casually stuffed some congratulatory gifts in. Of course, young Master Yang. If there is nothing else, this Li will take his leave." Li Qingyuan's heart was greatly stifled by the loss of his wealth, and he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. "Speaking of which, this young master really does have something he needs your help with," Yang Kai said pleasantly. "Ah." Li Qingyuan was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked in a panic, "What is young Master Yang's instructions?" Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Sect Master Li need not be so nervous. What I want you to help me with is very simple. After leaving this place, you just need to help this young master spread the word in the Northern Territory that this young master has occupied this land and built the High Heaven Palace." Hearing this, Li Qingyuan's heart relaxed and he let out a long sigh. "So that's what it is." Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully and said, "What does Sect Master Li think it is?" Li Qingyuan said awkwardly, "It's nothing, it's just a small matter, leave it to this Li." Although this Li's strength is not enough, he still has some friends who will spread this news as soon as possible, lest some rascals come to harass your palace. Good. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, then glanced at the other people from the Emperor realm and said, "I also hope that you can help me a little." How could the people from the Emperor realm not dare to refuse? They all nodded and promised, patting their chests and making promises. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Since you are all heroes of the Northern Territory, then when my High Heaven Palace officially opens its doors, I will definitely send you invitations. I hope that you will all come and drink a cup of wine at that time." Hearing this, everyone felt bitter in their hearts, knowing that they would definitely have to send a large number of congratulatory gifts when the time came, but on the surface they kept chatting with Yang Kai, saying that they would definitely come. After a few more words, the group of people couldn't wait to leave. "A bunch of trash, why should young Master Yang give them face?" Xilei snorted coldly. Although he didn't see the conflict between Yang Kai and the people from the Emperor realm, he vaguely guessed some of the truth. According to his personality, directly killing them all could be considered as making a name for the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "The more friends you have, the more options you have. They were just scheming for the sake of benefits. They have no grievances with me, so why should I kill them all? In the future, if the High Heaven Palace wants to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, it's not suitable to make the whole world their enemy. You have to know that snakes have their own ways and rats have their own ways. One day in the future they may have a place that they can rely on." Xilei immediately flattered, Young Master Yang is wise. Old Ox didn't think it through. Yang Kai wasn't interested in his flattery, so he pretended that he didn't hear it. He raised his hand and said, "Follow me." The three Monster King looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they followed obediently. After a short while, everyone arrived in front of the newly arranged space array Yang Kai had set up. Glancing at the three, Yang Kai said, "This time I must thank the three Monster Kings. If it weren't for your help, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been able to get out of this predicament so easily. This young master thanks you on behalf of Senior Bing Yun and the thousands of disciples of Ice Heart Valley." Shilei and the others were shocked and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang is too serious, it was just a trivial matter." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It may be a trivial matter to you, but to Ice Heart Valley, it was a life-saving grace. You can't mix it up." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "But since the dust has settled here, the three of you should return to the ancient wildlands first." Ying Fei was disappointed when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai and stammered, "Young Master Yang, you're letting us go back just like that? We've only been out for a few days." That's right. Xia Wu Wei also nodded vigorously. "Young Master Yang, if there's anything else you want us to do, the three of us will do our best to help." Shilei was eager to move. "Young Master Yang, why don't you take us to the Northern Territory and unify the Northern Territory?" This proposal made Ying Fei and Xia Wu Wei applaud loudly. The monster chi in their bodies surged as if they would go and harm the other sects in the Northern Territory as soon as Yang Kai gave the order. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Although the three of you are masters, there is still a difference between humans and monsters. If you really cause a stir in the Northern Territory, I'm afraid it will attract trouble. I know what you're thinking, but this matter can't be rushed. It's still unknown when that girl will come out of seclusion. Just wait for the news in the ancient wildlands." The three Monster Kings were a little embarrassed when Yang Kai saw through their thoughts. In the end, it was because of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's relationship that they submitted to him. Without Zhang Ruoxi, how could Yang Kai have such weight? The three also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Although they wanted to follow Yang Kai and be close to him, the key was that the blood door had been hidden since it disappeared. No one knew when Zhang Ruoxi would come out of seclusion, so it was useless to follow Yang Kai even if they followed him. But they were quite unwilling to go back just like that. God knows when Yang Kai would think of them again. Xia Wu Wei rolled his eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, let the two of them go back. This Xia will follow you and make it convenient to protect your safety. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Walking in the star boundary, it's natural to be careful. Why should we go and you stay?" Ying Fei and Shilei asked in unison, their faces full of resentment. "This guy wants to eat alone, how hateful." Xia Wu Wei snorted, "No reason." Shilei shouted, "Come on, let's fight first. Whoever is stronger will stay. Let's talk with our fists, not with our mouths. Since we want to protect young Master Yang, of course we have to leave the strongest behind." Among the 32 Monster King and the 8 Great Saint Emissaries, his strength was enough to rank in the top 3. In a one-on-one fight, Ying Fei and Xia Wu Wei were definitely not his opponents. Xia Wu Wei sneered, "This king disdains." Ying Fei said, "Brother Xia, that's not right. Even if someone had to stay behind to protect young Master Yang, it wouldn't be you. In terms of strength, Brother Shilei is better than you, and in terms of agility, no one would dare to claim to be first. This is the responsibility of a bodyguard, and it's my duty to do so." The corner of Xia Wu Wei's mouth twitched and he coldly snorted, "So what if this Xia is young Master Yang's sole slave?" As he spoke, he suddenly urged his soul power and a faint golden light emerged in his mind. The golden light was obviously a layer of soul seal branded in Xia Wu Wei's knowledge sea. From the soul seal, Yang Kai's aura was clearly transmitted. Chapter 2663. Ying Fei and Shilei's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. How could they not know what was going on when they saw this scene? Xia Wei was really Yang Kai's soul slave and had been branded with the Divine Soul brand. But, when did this happen? The 3 Monster Kings had been together all this time, but they didn't find any clues. Xia Wei put away the golden light and chuckled. "When young Master Yang entered the ancient land last time, I had already submitted to him. My life and death are all in young Master Yang's hands. If anything happens to young Master Yang, I will definitely die. So I am loyal to young Master Yang." How can the two of you compare to me? As a demon king of a generation, Xia Wuwei had become the sole slave of another, yet he seemed to be proud of it instead of ashamed. If other people that didn't know the truth were to see this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. But when this fell into the eyes of Ying Fei and Shi Lei, they could only curse in their hearts. Xia Wuwei and Yang Kai had such a relationship. If he really had to leave someone to protect him, there was no doubt who that person would be. For a moment Shi Lei and Ying Fei were full of unwillingness as they looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Last time in the ancient land's all-spirit tomb, he had no choice but to take Xia Wuwei as a sole slave. He only wanted to borrow his strength. At that time Xia Wuwei was very unwilling. Later on, after leaving the all-spirit tomb, he was even more distant from Yang Kai. He looked as if he was afraid that others would look down on him if they knew about his relationship with Yang Kai. But now he actually took the initiative to reveal such information. He only wanted to take the initiative. It had to be said. This change in mentality was quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't be said to be eager for quick success. After all, these monster kings had no way to improve their cultivation. Their only hope in this life was the secret of the blood door. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Just as Xia Wuwei was feeling smug, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. A golden light shot out from Xia Wuwei's forehead and returned to Yang Kai's body. Xia Wuwei's complacent expression suddenly froze. Out of nowhere, he felt as if his shackles had been removed. However, what followed was not joy but rather a crying face. Young Master Yang Yu. Now that the soul brand had been taken back, it meant that the connection between him and Yang Kai had been severed. He was no longer Yang Kai's soul slave and had regained his freedom. Xia Wuwei had never thought that Yang Kai would actually make such a move, and in such a decisive manner. If it was an ordinary person, how could he be willing to let such a powerful soul slave go? Most likely he was supposed to keep him by his side and wait for orders. But when he came to Yang Kai, he casually abandoned him. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of magnanimity and attitude? Ying Fei and Shi Lei laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. Their eyes were shining brightly. How could they not know what had happened? They were secretly cheering in their hearts. Xia Wuwei, who asked you to show off? Sure enough, karma came quickly. You deserved it. Young Master Yang, you can't do this. Xia Wuwei felt wronged and looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned him. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, Go, go, all of you go. You really have to go? Shi Lei's face was bitter, somewhat unwilling. Yang Kai said, Don't blame me for driving you away after I've used you. It's just that you are the monster king of the ancient lands after all, and there are 3 saint venerables above you. If I take you away without telling them, I won't be able to explain it to them. How about this? It's very convenient for me to enter and leave the ancient lands now. If there's anything good next time, I'll call you over at any time. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the 3 monster kings' expressions became much better. They nodded and said, Young Master Yang, you have to keep your word. When the time comes, just call the 3 of us. Don't call the others. In the ancient lands, there were 32 monster kings and 8 saint emissaries. All of them were first-class powerhouses, so the competition was a bit too much. They didn't want the other monster kings and saint emissaries to have too good of a relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't want to leave. Got it. Yang Kai agreed and kept waving his hand to urge them as if he was shooing away flies. Only then did the 3 demon kings slowly walk onto the spatial array. Yang Kai casually inlaid source crystals on the side. After a while, he glanced at the 3 and said, Are you ready? They nodded and cupped their fists together. Young Master Yang, take care. Their words were full of reluctance, as if they wanted to part with Yang Kai forever. Yang Kai responded and said in a low voice, Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured his emperor's qi into the space array. Strangely, the space array didn't move. Yang Kai and the 3 monster kings stared at each other for a long time with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai was stunned. He scratched his head and tried again, but he still couldn't activate the space array. The 3 monster kings looked at each other and their minds became active again. Ying Fei smiled and said, It seems that even God doesn't want us to leave. Xia Wuwei immediately agreed. Yes, young Master Yang. Since God wants us to leave, don't force us. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused. He walked around the space array and observed it. Although he had just set it up, there shouldn't be any problems. After some inspection, he confirmed that the space array was in good condition. Xilei reminded him from the side, "Young Master Yang, last time we were directly teleported from the ancient lands to Ice Heart Valley. Is this space array unable to connect to the ancient lands?" "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head. The space array he set up could connect to each other. In other words, the space array in the High Heaven Palace could not only connect to Ice Heart Valley, but also to the ancient wildlands. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the space array. Then two figures suddenly appeared from the space array. They took a closer look and saw that it was Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army. The two of them seemed to be a little dizzy after being teleported, but Ji Yao immediately came back to her senses. The Southern Gate Army, on the other hand, was a little slower. After all, his cultivation was weaker than Ji Yao's. "Brother Yang, I've brought him over." Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded and looked at the Southern Gate Army. The latter also happened to look at him. When he saw Yang Kai, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, I heard that you were looking for me?" Ever since he saw the space array arranged by Yang Kai had risen to the level of a generation's array grandmaster in his heart. Yang Kai was even more powerful than him. "There is something." Yang Kai nodded and asked suspiciously, "But didn't I tell you to repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array before coming over? Why are you here so soon?" The Southern Gate Army said, "It's already been repaired. When I heard that Grandmaster Yang wanted to see me, I worked day and night. I finally finished my work just now and rushed over without stopping." When he spoke, he had a flattering expression on his face. "You didn't just deal with it casually, did you?" Yang Kai looked at him in disbelief. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was a huge project, so how could it be repaired in just a few days? The Southern Gate Army said in horror, "How could I dare? Grandmaster Yang's attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are also very profound. How could this one show off his slight skill in front of an expert? The reason why I was able to repair it so quickly was mainly because this one had carefully studied Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array a few months ago. Moreover, this one was also the one who provided the method to break the array this time, so naturally it was repaired quickly. So that's how it is." Yang Kai did not doubt him, but he still said seriously, "I will go to Ice Heart Valley to check it later. If you dare to replace it with a shoddy one, be careful of your head." The Southern Gate Army said confidently, "Grandmaster Yang, you can rest assured." After a pause, he said, "By the way, Grandmaster Yang, why did you call this one here in such a hurry?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Look here." The Southern Gate Army turned his head to look and let out a soft cry of surprise. He immediately flew into the air to investigate for a moment before landing and asking, "Isn't this the Seeking Passion sect?" The last time he came to the Seeking Passion sect, he had been a guest for a period of time, so he naturally recognized this place. However, the last time he came here, this place was full of outstanding people. Although the scenery was still there, the people were nowhere to be seen. The inheritance of the great emperors that had been left behind for tens of thousands of years made him sigh. This used to be the Seeking Passion sect, but now it is the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly. High Heaven Palace? The Southern Gate Army frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. On the other hand, Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face as she vaguely guessed. Yang Kai continued, "I want you to reactivate the sect defending array here and repair it. Use all your skills on this piece of land and arrange a spirit array that is not inferior to any sect in the world." Hearing this, the Southern Gate Army's spirit immediately rose, as if he had heard a challenge that made him excited. Yang Kai observed the Southern Gate Army's expression and secretly nodded, very satisfied with his reaction. "Grandmaster Yang, do you mean to occupy this piece of land?" The Southern Gate Army's reaction was also very fast, naturally guessing Yang Kai's intentions. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded and admitted, "How long will such a huge project take?" The Southern Gate Army didn't answer immediately and instead pondered seriously for a moment before replying, "The Seeking Passion sect defending array hasn't been destroyed. It has just been artificially closed. I need to carefully study the layout of this spirit array and then come up with a way to improve it. I will definitely give Grandmaster Yang a satisfactory result in 2 months and 3 months at the latest." "Good, I'll give you 3 months," Yang Kai nodded readily. The Southern Gate Army said, but the materials needed to arrange and improve such a spirit array. What materials do you need? Just make a list and I can provide them to you, Yang Kai said without hesitation. Now that he had plundered so much wealth, even emptying the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, he naturally had the materials needed to arrange a sect-defending array. The Southern Gate Army's face immediately lit up with a smile. It'll be easy if you have the materials. By the way, Grandmaster Yang, would you like to work with me? Yang Kai quickly said. This young master is busy and I'm afraid I can't share your burden. You can deal with the spirit array on your own. If you need help. He turned his head and looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao understood and immediately said, Don't hesitate to look for me. I'll go back to the sect and call some sisters over. Chapter 2664. Then, alright, I'll have to trouble Elder Ji Yao then. The Southern Gate Army commander was quite disappointed. He wanted to take this opportunity to exchange insights and experiences with Yang Kai on the Tao of spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't give him the opportunity at all, which made him feel a little disappointed. However, it was his long-cherished wish as a spirit array grandmaster to be able to rearrange and perfect the sect-defending array in such a large area. He quickly sorted out his thoughts, excused himself and ran out to check the sect-defending array that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect. After he left, Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the space array next to him. It's really not broken. If there was a problem with the array, Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army wouldn't have been able to teleport over from Ice Heart Valley. What's not broken? Ji Yao asked curiously. Shi Lei immediately told her what had just happened with a grin on his face, unable to contain his joy. After hearing this, Ji Yao thoughtfully said, The space array is connected to both ends. Since it's not broken and neither is Ice Heart Valley, perhaps there's a problem with the array in the ancient lands. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. That must be it. After saying so, he suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth. Madame Feng, you really took drastic measures to deal with the situation. The space array in the ancient lands couldn't be broken for no reason. The only explanation was that the Luan Feng destroyed it after he left. The Luan Feng did this because she was afraid that he would harass her from time to time in the future. This was understandable, but it made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger. Although it wasn't difficult to arrange a space array, the key was that the ancient lands were far away. However, it would take some time for them to travel. In his opinion, he would have to deal with the ancient lands in the future, so leaving a space array there would make it easier for him to travel. Who would have thought that the Luan Feng would destroy the space array right after he left? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. She was a woman with a vicious heart. It seemed that the next time he went to the ancient lands, he would have to go to the Rock Spirit Clan's territory to set up a formation to prevent the Luan Feng from destroying it again. After making up his mind, Yang Kai turned to look at Shi Lei and the others and said, It seems that you have been abandoned by the ancient land. At this moment, Shi Lei and the others also understood why they hadn't been teleported away. Although they were disappointed, they were more than happy. They all smiled and said, It's fine. The Luan Feng master must feel that young Master Yang is very important and wants us to be responsible for protecting him. Since the master has such intentions, young Master Yang can't refuse. Yang Kai said, It's already like this. How can I drive you away? Previously he was reluctant to leave the three Monster King behind. The main reason was because he was worried about the reputation of the three holy venerables of the ancient lands. After all, these three Monster King were the subordinates of the three Saint Venerables. It would be unkind of him to kidnap them. However, now that the Luan Feng had done this, he could only force him to do the same. In terms of sentiment and reason, the ancient land couldn't find any fault. Losing a space array and gaining the three Monster King, Yang Kai had made a big profit and had a clear conscience. Xiao Wei was grinning from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, Young Master Yang, since it's like this, can we also join the High Heaven Palace? I don't ask for anything else. I just want to be a protector. Ying Fei and Shi Lei were both moved. Yang Kai said with a smile, With your abilities, being a protector is a bit of a waste. The High Heaven Palace has only just opened its doors. It will take some time before it opens again and accepts disciples. However, if that day really comes, the three of you can stay in the High Heaven Palace and be a consecrator. Shi Lei and the others looked at each other and were overjoyed. With Yang Kai's words, it meant that everyone would be on the same side in the future. If there were any benefits, Yang Kai wouldn't forget about them. Compared to the other monster kings and saint envoys in the ancient land, they were already ahead of them. A sect that hadn't been officially established yet already had 3 third-order Emperor realm foreign elders. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people in the world would be envious of them? Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. Congratulations, Brother Yang. When the High Heaven Palace opens its sect in the future, you must inform my Ice Heart Valley. Jiao will also come and drink a toast. She was happy that Yang Kai could take root here and establish a sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley and Yang Kai had a good relationship. In the future, if the two sects supported each other, who in the entire Northern Territory could shake the status of these two behemoths? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Ice Heart Valley's junior sisters." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "By the way, what about the tens of thousands of captives from Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Honored Master is also having a headache over this matter. Although they acted as the villain this time and made things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley, in the end they have no enmity with us. If we kill them all now, it will only ruin my Ice Heart Valley's reputation. If we let them go, it will only make Ice Heart Valley look weak and easy to bully." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If that's the case, you might as well let them come over and help me. The Southern Gate Army will have to rearrange the Seeking Passion sect defending array, so they will need a lot of manpower. Of course, we can't tolerate those whose hands are stained with the lives of Ice Heart Valley's disciples." Ji Yao nodded and said, "Those people have already been killed. Those who are still alive are just cheers. However, Brother Yang's proposal is not bad. When Grandmaster Nan Men returns, let's see how many people he needs." After the discussion, everyone began to wait. Fortunately, the earth vein here was excellent and the world energy was rich. While waiting, they could sit in meditation and cultivate. There was also a good palace nearby that could provide a place to cultivate. 2 days later, the Southern Gate Army rushed back and gave a long list to Yang Kai, asking for all kinds of precious materials. Yang Kai glanced at it and was not stingy, filling his space ring with a few things. Not only that, Ji Yao also returned to Ice Heart Valley and continued to bring back the captives from there, ordering them to work for the Southern Gate Army. For a period of time, Towering Palace instantly became lively. Voices could be heard everywhere and the crowd bustled about. As time passed, everyone came to know that this guy named Yang Kai had occupied the territory that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect and established a sect called High Heaven Palace. Many people from Ice Heart Valley also came to help, all of them beautiful women. Lu Qianyun, Ziyu, and the others who were familiar with Yang Kai were also among them. With them overseeing the situation, the tens of thousands of captives did not dare to act sneakily. After all, Ice Heart Valley had previously stated that as long as they could redeem themselves by helping the High Heaven Palace arrange the spirit array, Ice Heart Valley would let bygones be bygones and let them go. With this promise, who would dare to not work hard? On the other hand, there were many scattered cultivators who were interested in joining High Firmament Palace. Some of them even asked the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley about how they could join and become a member. After all, this was Seeking Passion sect's territory, so how could they dare to occupy it if they did not have some ability? Moreover, these people had recently heard that there were 3 third-order Emperor realm foreign elders in the High Heaven Palace. Such a lineup was enough to show that the High Heaven Palace had a bright future. Once it opened, it would definitely become a top sect. If they could become a member, they would benefit endlessly for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, even the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley did not know how to join the High Heaven Palace, so naturally they could not provide any answers, leaving the captives disappointed. On the best mountain peak of the High Heaven Palace, inside the palace. This should have been Feng Xian's cultivation place. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, surrounded by high-rank source crystals. As he circulated his secret art, these high-rank source crystals turned into powder and converged into a stream of energy that flowed into his body, into his limbs, and into his dantian. Ever since his battle with Shi Hua in the ancient lands, Yang Kai felt an urgent need to improve his strength. Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he had not yet reached the realm of being invincible. Moreover, as his strength increased, the enemies he would encounter would also become stronger. If he did not want to feel powerless in the future, he naturally had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. However, after the ancient lands and encountering Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai could not find much time to cultivate. He had refined a lot of pills, but he did not have the time to take them. Now that he had some free time, he naturally went into retreat eagerly, taking one spirit pill after another to assist in his cultivation and using up piles of source crystals. Yang Kai's strength slowly and gradually increased. Shilei and the others also knew that Yang Kai was cultivating, so no one dared to disturb him. 2 months later, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was completed, and all the captives who came to help were dismissed. The female disciples of Ice Heart Valley also returned to the valley through the space array. The huge foundation of the High Heaven Palace returned to silence. The Southern Gate army came to see Yang Kai in high spirits, wanting to report the results of their hard work during this period of time, but they were stopped by Ying Fei, who was guarding outside. After some unpleasant exchanges, the Southern Gate army was unable to persuade Ying Fei to call Yang Kai out of retreat, so they could only sullenly study the territory-crossing space array. During this period, Jiao also came to visit several times, but she never saw Yang Kai's face. Since his retreat, Yang Kai seemed to have been cut off from the outside world. Even the 3 Monster Kings did not know when he would come out. However, the 3 Monster Kings also knew that with the cultivation of the Emperor realm, it was common for them to go into retreat for 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 20 years, so they were not afraid of Yang Kai at all. Every day one of them stayed outside the palace while the other 2 went out to play. Time flew by. A full year later, a series of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from the palace that had been silent all this time. Seemed like someone was stretching their muscles and bones. Ying Fei, who was guarding outside, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the palace. His eagle-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of barriers and see the situation inside. Not long after, a look of joy appeared on his face as he stood up and let out a long whistle. After a while, 2 figures quickly flew over from afar. After landing on the ground, the figures of Xia Wuwei and Shilei were revealed. Chapter 2665. The door to the palace opened and Yang Kai stepped out. Shilei and the others' eyes lit up at the sight of him and they all went up to greet him with joy. Seeing Yang Kai in high spirits, Xia Wuwei smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, it seems that your cultivation has improved a lot during your seclusion." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's just some gains, but I don't know when I'll be able to break through." After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai increasingly felt that the road to breaking through was still far away. He had been in seclusion for nearly a year and his strength had indeed improved a little, but he still couldn't feel the shackles of the second-order realm. Ying Fei smiled and said, "The road of cultivation is long and full of obstacles. This matter can't be rushed." Shilei also nodded and said, "Look at the world. Which one of the Emperor Realm's cultivators isn't an old monster who has cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years? Young Master Yang, you have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through in the future." Yang Kai naturally understood this and also understood that cultivation was not a matter of haste, so he didn't say much and just asked, "How's the arrangement of the spirit array here?" Shilei hurriedly handed a simple and unadorned token to Yang Kai and replied, "The Southern Gate army is really good. It took them 2 months to completely improve the sect defending array. This is the restriction token used to control the spirit array." Yang Kai took it and probed it with his divine sense. After a little inspection, he immediately felt that he was connected to some existence in this world. With a single thought, the sect defending array that enveloped the entire High Heaven Palace hummed and the surrounding world energy fluctuated. Shilei said from the side, "The Southern Gate army said that the spirit array he improved is much stronger. It's better than the original Seeking Passion sect's spirit array. So please rest assured, young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded casually and didn't doubt this. He just looked outside the mountain gate curiously and asked, "Why are there so many people gathered outside?" When he was inspecting the sect defending array just now, he found that there were actually a lot of cultivators outside the mountain gate. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels. However, most of them were young people. Some were in groups of 2 or 3 and some were alone. All of them were full of heroic spirit. Many of them stared at the 10,000-year cold heart iron outside the mountain gate and stared at the 3 words towering palace, with fascination in their eyes. Ying Fei explained, "They all want to enter the mountain gate and enter the High Heaven Palace, young master." Towering Palace's name had now spread throughout the entire northern region, so in the past half a year, many young people had come here to see if they had a chance to join. However, the mountain gate was now tightly shut and they could not enter, so they could only stay outside. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He wasn't too surprised. After using his divine sense to scan the outside, he didn't pay much attention to it. Towering Palace's reputation had been completely established. Moreover, there were 3 demon kings guarding this place. Naturally, it was a reflection of their strength. As a newly established sect, it was time for them to absorb new blood. How could those scattered cultivators who had no background and no backing not be tempted by this opportunity? Lu Xianyun was an example. She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but after coming to the star boundary, she couldn't even hunt for cultivation resources. This was the disadvantage of not having a sect background. If she hadn't met Yang Kai again and been introduced to Ice Heart Valley, she would probably still be worrying about cultivation resources. How could she cultivate in peace? Qiyu Guizhu and the others were the same. In the entire star boundary there were many cultivators like this, but not everyone was as lucky as Yang Kai. For them, as long as they could enter High Firmament Palace, they would at least have someone to rely on in the future, even if they didn't expect to soar in the future. The High Heaven Palace's mountain gate had such an effect even before it was opened. If it was really opened, the entire northern territory would be in an uproar. At that time, the number of people coming would be like carps crossing the river. Shilei asked, "Young Master Yang, are you going to open the mountain gate and accept disciples?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There's no hurry." He occupied this place mainly for his family and friends on Shadowed Star. Now he didn't even know how to return to Hung Luo Star Field, so how could he open the mountain gate so easily? However, since Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor could go to Hung Luo Starfield back then, he could too. He just didn't know how. Perhaps I should find a way to inquire about Yang Inflammation and ask her about the situation. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai turned around and said, "I'm going back to the Southern Territory. Which one of the 3 Monster Kings will come with me?" "Me." Sure enough, the 3 Monster Kings replied in unison, then glared at each other. Ing Fei came back to his senses and said, "Young Master Yang will all go with you. Why only one?" Shilei and Xie Wei also nodded, not understanding why Yang Kai made such an arrangement. Yang Kai said, "You're all Monster Kings. If the 3 of you travel together, you'll attract too much attention. It's hard to say what kind of twists and turns will occur. In addition, I also need to leave some people here to guard this place. Although High Heaven Palace has a sect defending array and the mountain gate is tightly shut, who knows if there won't be some idiot who will cause trouble. If everyone leaves, this place won't be safe. Since I built the High Heaven Palace here, I will definitely settle down here in the future. There's still a long way to go, so what are you afraid of?" When the 3 heard this, they all felt that it was quite reasonable. Anyway, they had already boarded Yang Kai's ship, and they had also become the High Heaven Palace's consecrators. If they pushed too much, it would seem that they were too eager for quick success and they were afraid that Yang Kai would be disgusted. Looking at each other, Xie Wei smiled and said, "Then young Master Yang should choose one. No matter who you choose, we won't have any objections." Ing Fei and Shilei nodded at the side. If they were asked to make their own decisions, they would definitely not give in to each other. It was better to give the choice to Yang Kai. No one could say anything. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then let's go with Ing Fei. Ing Fei is faster than the Monster King. This trip back to the Southern Territory might need your help." Ing Fei heard this and was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang is wise." Shilei said gloomily, "Then Brother Xie and I will stay behind to look after the sect." "Then I'll have to trouble you too." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai took Ing Fei to Ice Heart Valley through the space array to bid farewell to Bing Yun. After returning to Ice Heart Valley after a year, the valley had already changed. After the previous ordeal, the entire Ice Heart Valley had become more united. Most of the disciples were in secluded cultivation, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They didn't stay long in Ice Heart Valley. After half a day, Yang Kai and Ing Fei left through the space array. The Northern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. It was a long journey with many dangerous mountains and rivers. Even an ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to cross it easily. Space arrays couldn't be connected, so many places could only be crossed by flying. Above the clear sky, atop the white clouds, a giant eagle spread its wings and soared high, its speed as fast as lightning, leaving only faint traces in the air as it turned into a series of afterimages. This giant eagle was naturally the main body of the Flying Eagle Monster King. As the overlord of the sky, speed was his forte. Among the 32 Monster King's 8 saint emissaries in the ancient lands, if he said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. This was also the reason why Yang Kai brought him along. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the back of the flying eagle. Its back was wide and flat enough to accommodate a house. Its flight was fast and stable, not even the slightest wind could be felt. In this world, there were probably only a few people who could make a Monster King willing to be a mount. But now the Flying Eagle Monster King was willing to do all this without any complaints. The journey was dull and lonely, so Yang Kai naturally didn't waste any time. Instead, he meditated and cultivated. The entire journey was safe and sound. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to detect any traces of the Flying Eagle, and those who could detect the Flying Eagle didn't dare to provoke him, retreating long ago. After a full 2 months, the Flying Eagle suddenly sent a sound transmission. "Young Master Yang, we should be in the Southern Territory. Where are we going now?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his mysterious art. He stood up and looked around. "Let's find a city and scout for directions." The Flying Eagle received the order and began searching below. Half a day later, a relatively bustling city appeared in his field of vision. The Flying Eagle immediately flapped his wings and flew down. After a short while he returned to his human form and withdrew his demonic chi, landing in front of the city gates with Yang Kai. The two of them had no intention of entering the city. Yang Kai just casually stopped a passing cultivator and asked, "Excuse me, which direction is the Thousand Leaves sect?" His main purpose for returning to the Southern Territory this time was to visit the Thousand Leaves sect. Ghost Ancestor Chi Yu and the others were still in the Thousand Leaves sect. Now that he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally wanted to send them to the Northern Territory. Compared to the Thousand Leaves sect, the current High Heaven Palace had a much better cultivation environment and was much safer. However, the Southern Territory was vast. Although he had returned here, he didn't know the exact direction of the Thousand Leaves sect, so he could only ask around. The cultivator was in a hurry to enter the city and was inexplicably stopped by someone. He flew into a rage and was about to explode with rage because of his Dao Source Realm cultivation when he saw the shining high-rank source crystal in Yang Kai's hand. His eyes immediately lit up and he snatched it away, carefully examining it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away and looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Are you a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No, why do you ask?" The cultivator looked around, appearing extremely cautious before whispering, "Since you're not a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect, don't ask too much. The Thousand Leaves sect is currently in trouble." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, not to the extent that everyone knew about it. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would be able to understand the situation immediately after coming here to inquire, but he never expected that the first person he asked would seem to know a lot about the Thousand Leaves sect. Furthermore, this person even said that the Thousand Leaves sect was in trouble. The cultivator asked curiously, "Friend, did you just come out of seclusion? Why haven't you heard about this?" Yang Kai quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" The cultivator whispered, "The Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed." "What?" Yang Kai turned pale with fright, unable to believe his ears. The cultivator shook his head. The Thousand Leaves sect overestimated themselves and was like an ant trying to shake a tree. They were destroyed a year ago and now the Thousand Leaves sect is also in a state of disarray. If friend has anything to do with the Thousand Leaves sect, it would be best for you to withdraw as soon as possible, lest you get into trouble. Chapter 2666. This person seemed to be advising Yang Kai out of goodwill because of the high-rank source crystal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. A year ago he led the 3 Monster King to destroy Seeking Passion sect, but he never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would also be destroyed at the same time. Back when he was in Maplewood City, Yi Jinghan, the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect master, had invited him to go to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array and reopen that small world for Thousand Leaves sect to retrieve the legacy of their ancestors. However, he had coincidentally bumped into Chiyu Aio, and the others who had been separated from him for a long time. Thousand Leaves sect was nothing to him and he only had some friendly relations with them. However, Chiyu and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, what happened to Chiyu and the others? Those who came to the star boundary from Heng Luo starfield with him were all very close. Qiyu was Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother and could be considered his mother-in-law. Aio was Shuiyu's father and could be considered his father-in-law. Guizhu was his High Heaven Sect's supreme elder and had gone through life and death situations with him. The only person he was not familiar with was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Yun. Upon hearing such bad news, Yang Kai's face twisted and murderous intent instantly filled the air as he glared at the person. "You lied to me?" The person did not pay much attention to Yang Kai at first, but now that he sensed Yang Kai's aura, his expression changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock, "The Emperor Realm." He did not expect that the young man who had casually stopped him to ask questions was actually a genuine member of the Emperor Realm. If he had known, he would not have dared to act so casually. The cold, murderous intent lingered around him, making him feel like he was about to die in the next moment. He could not help sweating profusely. "Master, this little one did not lie to you. Thousand Leaves sect has really been destroyed. Everyone in the Southern Territory knows about this." "Bullshit." Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Within the Star Territory, there were as many sects as there were hairs on an ox, so how could the destruction of a small sect like the Thousand Leaves sect be known to the world? Only the destruction of a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect would cause such an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. To put it bluntly, even if Thousand Leaves sect was truly destroyed, it would only be a pebble thrown into the vast ocean that was the Southern Territory. At most, it would cause some ripples that would quickly dissipate. Therefore Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was lying. Being choked by Yang Kai, the man found it difficult to breathe. He kept struggling but to no avail. "Young Master Yang," Ing Fei called out in a low voice. He could tell that Yang Kai's mood wasn't quite right, and realized that this Thousand Leaves sect held an extremely important position in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai frowned. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he loosened his grip and put the man down. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me what you know. If it's true, I won't make things difficult for you." The man coughed for a long time. He even coughed out tears. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and only spoke after he had recovered. "Master, what do you want to know?" This person from the Emperor Realm in front of him was quite temperamental, so he didn't dare to casually guess his thoughts. He could only carefully inquire. "Who destroyed the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "It's said that they provoked the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." "The Flowing Shadow Sword sect?" Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard of this sect. Thinking about it carefully, he had indeed heard of it. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had dealt with the disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. In his impression, this sect shouldn't be considered a top sect. However, their strength should be quite good. Why did the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai continued to ask, "Is there any deep enmity between the two sects?" The man hurriedly replied, "There isn't any deep enmity, but the Thousand Leaves sect's wealth is its own ruin." A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he subconsciously asked, "Heavenly puppets?" The so-called heavenly puppets were heaven-grade puppets. The Thousand Leaves sect had started off with the art of puppetry, and the Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder had extremely high attainments in the art of puppetry. He had left behind 10 heavenly puppets for the sect, each of which was comparable to the Emperor Realm. At its peak, the Thousand Leaves sect was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory and was famous in the Star Boundary. However, the later generations were mediocre and were unable to carry forward the art of puppetry. As the art of puppetry declined from generation to generation, the Thousand Leaves sect eventually became a mediocre sect, and even the art of puppetry was lost. Fortunately, Yang Kai had helped them repair the space array and reopened the small sealed world, retrieving the secret techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for a long time and reactivating the heavenly puppets. Lu Yan's soul puppet body was also obtained from that small world. If not for that, Lu Yan might not have a physical body even now. Hearing Yang Kai mention the heavenly puppets, the man nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. It turns out that Master also knows about the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. A few years ago, the Thousand Leaves sect used some unknown method to obtain the ancestral founder's legacy and regain control of the heavenly puppets that had been sealed for many years. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed to be interested in this, so they found a reason to destroy the Thousand Leaves sect. So simple? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. The man smiled bitterly. The world is bustling for profit and the world is bustling for profit. The sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect is only at the third order Dao source realm, but he has a heavenly puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the Emperor realm. It's hard not to be coveted. What he said wasn't wrong. If the Thousand Leaves sect really had a master from the Emperor realm, having a heavenly puppet whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that even the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was only at the third order Dao source realm. Having a heavenly puppet in his hands would naturally attract covetous eyes. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said coldly, "Each of the 10 heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect has strength comparable to that of the Emperor realm. How could the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy them so easily?" He was well aware of the strength of the heavenly puppets because Lu Yen had a white tiger heavenly puppet, which could display strength comparable to a first-order Emperor realm master. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect wasn't an ordinary sect, it wasn't a top sect either. How could they eat such a juicy piece of meat? The man smiled bitterly. This lowly one isn't sure either. Everyone is curious, but I'm afraid that the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect don't live up to their name. What he said wasn't wrong. Although the heavenly puppets were powerful, they still needed someone to control them. Without the Emperor realm, the Thousand Leaves sect couldn't display the full strength of the heavenly puppets. However, Yang Kai felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Since the Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, what happened to their disciples? Yang Kai asked nervously. The man replied, "They either died or fled. I'm afraid that not many of them survived. However, I heard that some of them were captured and among them, there seems to be a star master from a lower territory. Is that true?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The man smiled bitterly. "How could I dare lie to master? Many people in the star boundary came from the territory of the lower stars, but there aren't many who are star masters. It is said that in order to become a star master, one must refine a star's source. I don't know how that guy managed to obtain a complete star's source. Although his cultivation isn't high, his future is bright." This news was released by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, how could it have spread to the entire southern territory? Why did they release this news? Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, his anxious mood calming down. The celestial lord that this person was talking about should be Aio if he wasn't mistaken. Since Aio was fine, Chiyu and the others should also be fine. Of course, this was only the most ideal guess. It was also possible that the others had encountered some kind of accident. What else could they do? Naturally, they spread the news so that they could hold an auction and let Master know that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect is preparing to hold an auction in Flowing Shadow City a month from now. The items to be auctioned are the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect and their star master. Can a star master be auctioned? Yang Kai was stunned. The man smiled bitterly. Master must be joking. That star master contains a complete star's source. If it can be extracted and transferred to a disciple with good aptitude, that disciple's future will be limitless, so it's only natural that people would flock to obtain it. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he first entered the Starlight Corridor and met Yin Luxing seemed to be very interested in the star source in his body and even said that there was a secret method to extract it and transfer it. Now it seemed that Yin Luxing was not just spouting nonsense. A complete star source was extremely important to a cultivator's cultivation, so Aio's life was definitely not in danger. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was worried about Chiyu and the others. A month from now, Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, and it had been a year since then, it was useless for him to be anxious. Now that things had come to this point, he could only act according to circumstances. One last question: where is Thousand Leaves sect and Flowing Shadow City? Yang Kai looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. How could the man dare not answer? He obediently pointed in 2 directions. After a long time of not receiving a response, the man raised his head only to find that the young man had already disappeared. A feeling of escaping death welled up in the man's heart, and it was only at this moment that the man discovered that his clothes were soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. High up in the sky, Yang Kai and Ying Fei flew side by side, their speed as fast as lightning. Seemingly sensing that Yang Kai's mood was not good, Ying Fei did not dare to disturb him casually, but he secretly felt that someone was about to get into trouble. Yang Kai dared to destroy a behemoth like Seeking Passion sect in the Northern Territory, so now that this Flowing Shadow Sword sect had provoked him, it was likely that they would not have a good ending. After a long silence, Ying Fei said, "Young Master Yang, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that something is not quite right." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I feel it too. Monster King, what do you think is wrong?" As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker. Previously, Yang Kai was focused on inquiring about Thousand Leaves sect, Chi Yu and the others, so he did not think too much about it. Now that he was flying through the air and the cold wind blowing, his mind calmed down and he noticed many flaws. Now that Ying Fei mentioned it, he immediately understood that he was not being paranoid, but that something was really wrong. Hearing this, Ying Fei asked, "Since Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed a year ago, why was the auction only held today? If they really had such intentions, they would have started the auction long ago. Not only that, this matter seems to have been deliberately spread around as if they were trying to spread the news to someone. This year was the time for the news to ferment, and some people were afraid that this news would not reach them." Chapter 2667. Thousand Leaves Sect. The last time Yang Kai had been here, this place was still considered a majestic mountain with beautiful scenery. But when he came here again today, everything he saw was dilapidated and the scenery was bleak. Between the mountains and plains were broken walls, and the pavilions that originally stood there had basically collapsed. Traces of a great battle could be seen everywhere, and the blood on the ground had long since dried up. Birds were flying in the sky and the earth was in ruins. Yang Kai slowly flew through the air with a gloomy expression. Sweeping the entire Thousand Leaves sect with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that not a single living person could be found. He could only occasionally find a few beasts and birds in the mountains, and there seemed to be a rotting smell lingering in the air. Thousand Leaves sect had really been destroyed. Although Thousand Leaves sect was not a great sect, it was still a sect that had existed for several tens of thousands of years. At its peak, it was the overlord of the Southern Territory, with countless disciples and masters as common as clouds. However, today Thousand Leaves sect no longer existed in this world. An inexplicable anger surged in Yang Kai's chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although it was just his intuition, Yang Kai felt that this matter was somehow related to him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how he was related to Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Perhaps only by finding the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and asking them would he be able to understand the reason behind all this. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of Thousand Leaves sect's main hall, where he could sense the auras of several living people. His eyes darkened as his figure flickered and he flew in that direction. After a short while he landed in front of the main hall. A statue had originally been erected in front of the main hall, a portrait of Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder. It was there for future generations to worship. However, this statue had long since collapsed as if someone had cut it down with a single stroke of a sword. The cut was neat and tidy, indicating that the person who had done this had extraordinary strength. Yang Kai reached out and touched the cut, feeling the aura of the wind from it. The fragrance of meat wafted out from the main hall. He could also vaguely hear the voices of several people inside. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, bringing with him a burst of cold wind. Inside the main hall, several people were sitting on the ground, cooking some unknown meat soup. They drank large bowls of wine and ate large chunks of meat, looking very happy. Hearing the sound of movement, several people turned around at the same time. An older man stood up and glared at Yang Kai. "Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at them and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he discovered that they weren't disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Thinking about it, if they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect's surviving disciples, they would have long since concealed their names and escaped. Why would they do such a thing in their own sect's main hall? The strongest of these people who were kings and Saint King realm cultivators from the Dao source realm. So Yang sects and the sect's sect. A cultivator, cultivators lived. To these cultivators, cultivator was a cultivator and a cultivator had sect been a sect. Yang Kai had no interest in being entangled with them and simply asked, "Is there no one left alive in Thousand Leaves sect?" In case they didn't have good eyesight, he would release a little pressure when he spoke. The few of them immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and the face of the man who was pretending to be imposing changed. His body instantly shrank as he looked at Yang Kai with fear and trepidation. "I've never seen him." "This was expected." Yang Kai nodded, looked around and didn't say anything else. The man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he stood in place, not daring to move. After a long while Yang Kai turned around and left. Only then did the cultivators in the main hall feel as if they had been granted amnesty and their bodies went limp. To them, a master like Yang Kai could easily take their lives if he wanted to. Moreover, these so-called masters were temperamental, so no one knew when they would kill. Therefore, when they went out to train, it was best to avoid masters who were more powerful than them and avoid them at all costs. After escaping death, these people hurriedly glanced at each other. How could they still care about the meat soup that was about to be cooked? They all fled out of the main hall at such a fast speed that they wished they had been born with an extra pair of legs. In the nameless valley, Yang Kai looked around for a while before standing at a certain spot with bright eyes. Yang Kai was very familiar with this valley as he had come here the last time he came to Thousand Leaves sect. This was because this was a forbidden area of Thousand Leaves sect. For generations besides the sect master, no one else had been able to enter this place. On the surface this was just an ordinary valley, but in reality, there was a large illusory array covering this place, concealing the space array that led to Thousand Leaves sect's independent small world. Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai finally remembered the name of Thousand Leaves sect's independent small world. It was in that Emperor Heaven Valley that Yang Kai had encountered a powerful corpse puppet and Lu Yen had obtained his soul puppet body. A great battle had probably taken place in this valley on that day, as the surroundings were filled with traces of battle. Dried blood and white bones could be seen everywhere. From the looks of it, quite a few people had died here when Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed. At the center of the valley where the space array was located, Yang Kai carefully inspected the damaged array. Not long after, his eyes lit up. He could tell that this space array had been destroyed by brute force. Furthermore, the person who had done it was in a hurry, as if they had something urgent to attend to at that time. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if the person who had destroyed this array was Thousand Leaves sect's sect master Yi Hen. If it was him, then this news was not too bad because it was very likely that there were still Thousand Leaves sect disciples alive in Emperor Heaven Valley on the other side of the space array. If he was Yi Hen, knowing that his sect was about to be destroyed, he would definitely move his sect's disciples and people close to him into Emperor Heaven Valley before destroying the space array to save their lives. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world. Although it was not very big, as long as the space array was destroyed, it would be very difficult for anyone in this world to enter it. The traces of the array being destroyed in a hurry proved this point. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai stood up and said, "Monster King, protect me." He wanted to reopen this space array and enter Emperor Heaven Valley to take a look. At that time, everything would be clear to him. Ing Fei nodded and with a leap he disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he had hidden himself. Yang Kai swept his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow away the debris on the damaged space array. He then extended his hand to touch the array in front of him. This space array of Thousand Leaves sect was repaired with the help of Yang Kai last time. Although it was destroyed this time, it was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai to repair it again. It could even be said that he was very familiar with it. The power of the space principles fluctuated, causing the space to vibrate and hum. The place where Yang Kai was at quickly became illusory, as if the space there had collapsed. There seemed to be a mysterious power resonating with Yang Kai, and the broken other side was reconnected with this power. Qua. A pitch-black hole suddenly opened, and the interior of the hole was filled with nothingness. It gave off a feeling of devouring everything, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. A void corridor. Yang Kai urged his strength to maintain the stability of the void corridor as he stood up and called out, "Monster King." Ing Fei reappeared beside him, staring at the void corridor with a stern gaze. Even someone as strong as him did not dare to underestimate this strange existence, because once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would be lost in the void forever, unable to find his way out. Yang Kai waved his hand casually, and with his emperor chi wrapped around him, he rushed directly into the void corridor. Soon the two figures disappeared along with the void corridor that had taken shape. Above the space array of Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai and Ing Fei appeared at the same time. There was not a single person in sight, but Yang Kai's sharp eyes scanned the ground and soon his eyes lit up. He saw some bloodstains on the ground as well as many footprints. Ying Fei sniffed and said, "There are quite a few people here." As a monster king, his sense of smell was naturally top-notch. Yang Kai nodded and locked his gaze in a certain direction, over there. He remembered that there was a valley with many caves in that direction. The corpse puppets they encountered back then were also there. If there were any disciples of Thousand Leaves sect who had survived and escaped here, they should have landed in that valley. The two flew towards the valley one after the other. The Emperor Heaven Valley was not big, but it was a small world of its own. Moreover, the world energy here was quite abundant, which was why it became the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the two arrived above the valley. Yang Kai did not hide his figure and instead deliberately released his aura to descend. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out all around the valley, followed by a crowd of people. One cultivator after another with varying strength emerged from the forest, all of them looking at Yang Kai with pale faces. They had been hiding here for more than a year and had not seen any outsiders come here. They also felt that this was the safest place in the world, as the array outside had been destroyed, making it impossible for anyone to enter this place. But today 2 outsiders had actually barged in. This caused the surviving disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to feel uneasy, as they did not know what kind of fate awaited them. The scene of their sect being destroyed a year ago was still vivid in their minds, and the sorrow of that day was still fermenting in their hearts. Could it be that even they who had been dragging out an ignoble existence were about to reach the end of their road? 2 figures flashed out from the largest cave, one tall and straight, while the other had a graceful figure. "Senior Sister Yi, Brother Du." The numerous Thousand Leaves sect disciples greeted them. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian had arrived together. Unlike the panic present on the faces of the other disciples, their eyes were sparkling with joy. That was because Yi Hen had told them when he sent them into the Emperor Heaven Valley that if there was anyone who could reopen the Emperor Heaven Valley, that person would definitely be Yang Kai. Therefore, when they sensed that outsiders had barged into the Emperor Heaven Valley, the first thought that came to their minds was that Yang Kai had come. Now that they had taken a closer look, that was indeed the case. The familiar figure that entered their eyes was simply the best news they had received in the past year. "Young Master Yang." Just as Yi Jinghan's words left her mouth, tears streamed down her face. The last time she saw Yang Kai, Thousand Leaves sect was in high spirits, having regained the legacy of their ancestors and retrieving the secret techniques that had been lost for many years. But now, in just a few years, the world had changed. Yi Jinghan thought of her father, whose fate she did not know, and could not help but feel nostalgic, causing her to be unable to restrain her emotions. Chapter 2668. Brother Yang. Although Zhou Xian wasn't as emotional as Yi Jinghan, he still cupped his fists in excitement. As long as Yang Kai was here, they would have a chance to leave this place and not be trapped in this Emperor Heaven Valley for the rest of their lives. Although Thousand Leaves sect had been annihilated for no reason and their enemy was powerful, as the eldest brother of Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation, he had the responsibility and obligation to avenge his sect. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first need to increase his strength and then leave this place. Increasing his strength was his own matter, but if he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. "Miss Yi, Brother Du." Yang Kai nodded lightly and sighed, "My condolences." He didn't know what to say. Anyone who had suffered the destruction of their sect would definitely be in a bad mood, so he could understand why Yi Jinghan had lost her composure. The 3's short exchange allowed the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who didn't know the truth to see some clues. Soon, discussions broke out as everyone guessed Yang Kai's identity. After hiding here, Zhou Xian had told them not to be disheartened and not to give up so easily. They still had a chance to leave this place and take revenge for their sect. All they had to do was wait for a person called Yang Kai to arrive. Now that this person called Yang Kai had arrived, many Thousand Leaves sect disciples became excited and looked at Yang Kai with fiery gazes. "Is everyone here?" Yang Kai swept his gaze around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There weren't many people from Thousand Leaves sect who had managed to escape this time, numbering no more than 500. Now all of them were gathered in this mountain valley. Furthermore, their cultivations were all different. There were also less than 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators. "Young Master Yang, let's talk inside." Yi Jinghan recovered a little and wiped the corners of her eyes as she gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the cave, with Ying Fei following closely behind, concealing his aura. However, no one could see through his strength. Over the past year or so, Yi Jinghan, Zhou Xian and the others had been residing in the cave, harboring the desire for vengeance in their hearts as they worked hard in their cultivation, hoping that there would come a day when they would be able to personally slay their enemies. There wasn't much furniture in the cave, so all of them were seated on the ground. Aside from Yang Kai and Ying Fei, there were only Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian, who seemed to be among the surviving Thousand Leaves sect disciples. Only the two of them had the highest cultivation and status. What exactly happened? I only heard that the Thousand Leaves sect was annihilated by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Is this true? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian exchanged glances, the former nodding her head lightly before the latter spoke up. Brother Yang was right. The one who destroyed my Thousand Leaves sect was indeed the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Rumor has it that the existence of Tianhou made the Flowing Shadow Sword sect more profitable. Is that true? Zhou Xian said angrily. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect mainly cultivates the way of the sword. Even if our Thousand Leaves sect has a heavenly Ho, how could we possibly tempt them? There's still a mastermind behind this matter. Yang Kai raised his brow. What do you mean? Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian exchanged glances again, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Yang Kai replied, there's nothing to hide. Since I'm here, I naturally have to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also have friends in Thousand Leaves sect. Zhou Xian heard this. Only then did he speak up. Brother Yang, do you still remember Hua Qingxi? Yang Kai frowned. Sister Hua. How could he not remember Hua Qingxi? However, from Zhou Xian's words, the annihilation of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to be related to Hua Qingxi, which inevitably made him suspicious. Furthermore, after separating from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, they had never seen each other again. Yang Kai also didn't know where Hua Qingxi had gone. Sister Hua knew a lot of his secrets, especially regarding the sealed world bead. However, he felt that Hua Qingxi was trustworthy, so he gave her freedom and even gave her a precious extraordinary treasure pill. Zhou Xian said, after the Shattered Star Sea incident, Hua Qingxi suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect. It said that she had an agreement with Brother Yang to wait for Brother Yang in Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai nodded. That's right, it's true. When he separated from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had said that if she couldn't find him in the future, she could wait for him in Thousand Leaves sect. Because Qi Yu and the others were still in Thousand Leaves sect, he would definitely return to Thousand Leaves sect. Now it seemed that Sister Hua had kept her promise and came to Thousand Leaves sect after leaving the Shattered Star Sea. Zhou Xian asked with a strange expression, then, does Brother Yang know the true background of this Master Hua? Yang Kai replied, a disciple of Star Soul Palace. This wasn't a secret and he had known about it for a long time. Hua Qingxi had been ordered by her master to go to Maplewood City to investigate the death of Han Leng, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, when she encountered Yang Kai. As a result, she was captured by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead as a soul slave. Zhou Xian was surprised. Brother Yang actually knows? He thought that Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was as clear as a mirror? Zhou Xian originally thought that Hua Qingxi had used Yang Kai, which was why he hesitated to speak, but now it seemed that things weren't as he thought. Zhou Xian didn't know what was going on. Yang Kai frowned. Brother Du, speak frankly. I trust Sister Hua, so the matter of Thousand Leaves sect shouldn't have anything to do with her. If he didn't trust her, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her go free. With the soul seal in his hand, he could control her life and death at any time. Zhou Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Yang, when Master Hua returned to Thousand Leaves sect again, she was already an Emperor Realm Master. However, she said that she had an agreement with you and would wait for you in Thousand Leaves sect. So Honored Master invited her to stay in the sect. During this time she became very close to Qi Yu and the other honored guests. Hua Qingxi naturally knew about the relationship between Qi Yu and the others and Yang Kai, so there was naturally no problem for them to become close to each other. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had also broken through to the Emperor realm during her trip to the Shattered Star Sea, so the extraordinary treasure pill Yang Kai had given her had not gone to waste. Originally, everything was peaceful. Our Thousand Leaves sect had regained many of our secrets, and with Master Hua from the Emperor realm as a guest, the sect was naturally thriving. A nostalgic look appeared on Zhou Xian's face as if he was reminiscing about that period of time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as we wished. One day, a very powerful master suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect to look for Master Hua. Although we couldn't see through that person's cultivation, there was no doubt that he was from the Emperor realm. No one knew what that person said to Master Hua, but it was at that time that we learned that Master Hua was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and a disciple of a Star Soul Palace elder at that. After that person left, the sect master went to visit Master Hua, but no one knew where she had gone. However, everyone thought that since Master Hua was a member of Star Soul Palace and her cultivation was from the Emperor realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for her, so they naturally didn't take this matter to heart. However, 1 month after that incident, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect suddenly attacked our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason and exterminated us. Yang Kai listened for a long time before his face sank. So, you're guessing that this matter is related to Sister Hua? How could this be related? Zhou Xian replied, it's not a guess because when the sect was in trouble, the master who came to look for Master Hua also took action. I also saw that person from afar. Although I couldn't see him clearly, there was no mistaking his figure. That person was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If not for that, how could our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets be destroyed? Yi Jinghan nodded. That's right, I also saw that person. Most of our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets were subdued by that person, which is why we were unable to resist the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned ugly. No wonder Thousand Leaves sect wasn't their opponent even with heaven puppets. It turns out that a second-order Emperor Realm Master intervened. But, what exactly is going on here? If that second-order Emperor Realm Master was a member of Star Soul Palace, then he could just look for Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi was also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and had not betrayed her sect. She had just failed to complete the task given to her by her honored master, so there was no reason for her to use someone else to exterminate Thousand Leaves sect in a fit of anger. Somehow Yang Kai always felt that there was a conspiracy going on. Raising his head to look at Zhou Xian, Yang Kai said, the mastermind behind the scenes that Brother Du mentioned, could it be? He pointed his finger towards the sky. Zhou Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know, but there is no reason for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect to cause trouble for our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason. They must have been instructed by someone. Previously he had suspected Hua Qingxi and Star Soul Palace, but now that he thought about it carefully, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to harm Thousand Leaves sect, there would be no need for them to go through so much trouble. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors. They could easily crush Thousand Leaves sect. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Young Master Yang, you came in from the outside, but did you hear any news about my father? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Yang Kai shook his head. I just returned to the Southern Territory not long ago, so I only have a rough idea of the situation. The sect master Yi still alive? Yi Jinghan was on the verge of tears. I don't know. When father sent us into the Emperor Heaven Valley, he destroyed the space array outside, so we don't know what happened outside. Zhou Xian said, Honored Master wanted to send Qi Yu and the other honored guests in as well, but they didn't agree and instead fought with the other disciples to protect the sect. Now we don't know if they are still alive. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Qi Yu and the others were all overlords of the Hung Luo star field. Although they couldn't fully display their strength after coming to the star boundary, they were greatly taken care of after entering Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect was in danger with their nature, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. You don't need to care about their matters. Since they did this, it's their choice whether they live or die. Yang Kai sighed. Now he could only confirm that AIO was still alive, and he didn't know whether ghost ancestor Qi Yu and Gu Songyun were still alive, which worried him greatly. Standing up, he said, in a month's time, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be holding an auction in Flowing Shadow City. The item being auctioned is none other than your Thousand Leaves sect's Heavenly Ho. Do you want to go and take a look? What? Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were both shocked. Yang Kai sneered, this auction is the key. As long as we go there, the truth will be revealed. Chapter 2669. Hearing that Flowing Shadow Sword sect was going to publicly auction off Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly puppets, Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were furious. Their sect had been destroyed due to their lack of strength, so they couldn't blame the heavens or anyone else. However, their sect's most precious treasure was actually going to be auctioned off. This was simply a humiliation. It was equivalent to digging out their corpses and whipping them after they died. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian wished they could fly to Flowing Shadow City and destroy the auction to snatch back those heavenly puppets. However, after their anger, their faces were filled with disappointment. Their ambitions were high, but their strength was insufficient. Even if they really went to Flowing Shadow City, it would be a one-way trip. Weren't they hiding here to accumulate strength and wait for the day when they could take revenge? Seeing their concerns, Yang Kai said, "No matter what you choose, I'll still have to make a trip to Flowing Shadow City." Zhou Xian was shocked and said worriedly, "But Brother Yang, Flowing Shadow City is the foundation of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Since they dare to hold an auction, they will definitely be fully prepared. If you go, won't you be walking right into their trap?" Yang Kai grinned, "Then we'll have to see if their net is bigger or if my head is harder." "Brother Yang." Zhou Xian was absent-minded, admiring Yang Kai's heroic spirit. His eyes lit up. "Could it be that you're already an emperor?" Hearing this, Yi Jinghan's expression also brightened. The two of them hadn't paid attention to Yang Kai's cultivation. After all, when they met Yang Kai that day, his cultivation was about the same as theirs. However, seeing Yang Kai's confidence, they couldn't help but release their divine sense to investigate. Their divine sense was like a stone sinking into the ocean without the slightest ripple. However, there was a faint trace of emperor intent lingering around Yang Kai's body. Sure enough, he was already an emperor. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were both shocked. They were shocked by the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation and growth. However, when they thought about it, weren't there many geniuses in this world who could climb up the martial Dao at an extremely fast pace? It was precisely because there were so many geniuses in this world that it became so brilliant and varied. Zhou Xian said solemnly, "But Brother Yang, even if you are an emperor, Flowing Shadow City is still a tiger's den." In other words, it was impossible to break through. Not to mention that the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect had a sect master from the Emperor realm. Just the mastermind behind the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect was not someone an ordinary emperor could afford to provoke. If this matter really involved Star Soul Palace, then Thousand Leaves sect would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "If it wasn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, wouldn't it be boring?" Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian stared blankly at Yang Kai, not knowing where he got his confidence from. However, when they thought about the destruction of their sect and the tragic deaths of countless of their disciples, the two of them felt their blood boil. Nodding their heads, they replied, "Good. Let's go too. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must snatch Tianho back." Although the aura was not bad, both of them knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to achieve such a feat if they really went to Flowing Shadow City. Once their identities were exposed, they would probably be besieged from all sides. The enmity between Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and Thousand Leaves Sect had already been formed. They would definitely have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Yang Kai smiled, "That's how it should be." Bringing Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian along wasn't because he expected them to be of any help. Two Dao Source Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to accomplish much in such a chaotic battle. However, they were still members of Thousand Leaves Sect. One was the daughter of the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master, while the other was the eldest disciple of the Thousand Leaves Sect's younger generation. Yang Kai bringing them along to Flowing Shadow City to cause trouble could be considered justifiable. Otherwise, as an outsider, if he were to intervene in the matters of Thousand Leaves Sect, it would be akin to him drawing his sword to help when he saw injustice. To put it bluntly, it would be seen as him meddling in other people's business. For the time being, he did not want to expose his relationship with AIO and the others. Since they had already made their decision, Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian no longer hesitated. They summoned a few of their trusted disciples and carefully instructed them to stay in Emperor Heaven Valley and cultivate properly. If they did not return, the task of reviving Thousand Leaves Sect would fall on their shoulders. Naturally, these Thousand Leaves Sect disciples tried their best to persuade them. However, since the two had already made up their minds, how could they change their minds with just a few words? Half a day later, Yang Kai brought the two of them out of Emperor Heaven Valley and returned to the nameless Valley of Thousand Leaves Sect through the space array. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were both born and bred in the Southern Territory, so they were naturally familiar with Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and Flowing Shadow City. They had also been to Flowing Shadow City a few times, so they immediately gave Yang Kai directions as they traveled at lightning speed. In a short 3 days the group of 4 arrived at Flowing Shadow City. Looking at it from afar, Flowing Shadow City could be considered to be vast and majestic. The city walls were several dozen meters tall, and a giant sword was suspended above the city gates. The giant sword seemed to be forged from copper and was extremely thick and imposing. Hanging above the city gates, it looked as if it would descend and slice the earth in two at any moment. However, the cultivators entering and exiting the city were used to such a sight. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian followed behind Yang Kai with uneasy expressions as they landed outside the city gates. According to the two's plan, since they were going to invade the enemy's lair, they naturally had to change their appearances. At the very least, they had to put on some disguises to avoid attracting too much attention and causing unnecessary trouble. After that, they would wait for an opportunity to act in secret. However, Yang Kai did not allow them to change their appearances. Instead, he allowed them to show their true faces to others. The two of them were on tenterhooks throughout the journey. When they arrived outside Flowing Shadow City, their bodies stiffened and their hearts were filled with unease. Although they were already mentally prepared to die, their deaths had to be of value. If they were to die for no reason, then they might as well stay in the Emperor Heaven Valley and endure hardships, spending several hundred years of bitter cultivation. However, Yang Kai's confident appearance made it difficult for the two of them to ask him about it. At the city gates, there were many cultivator queues waiting to enter the city. Every slightly prosperous city was like this. Flowing Shadow City was already a good place to begin with, and with the upcoming auction, who knew how many people in the Northern Territory were interested in the Thousand Leaves Sect's puppets? There was even a star master who possessed a complete star's source, so naturally, it attracted an endless stream of cultivators from all over. The current Flowing Shadow City could be said to be filled with Dao sources, Emperor Realm Masters and Masters. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect Master, Li Qingyun, personally oversaw it. As a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, Li Qingyun could be considered an extremely powerful master in the Northern Territory. With his status, there was no need for him to be here. However, as the auction was being held, more and more cultivators from the Emperor Realm arrived in Flowing Shadow City. Many top sects had sent their masters to participate, and the other members of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect were unable to handle the situation. As the sect master, he could only do it himself. During this period of time, Li Qingyun had lost count of how many masters he had visited, and none of them were people his Flowing Shadow Sword sect could afford to provoke. Now that they were in Flowing Shadow City, his territory as the city lord, he had to pay them a visit. Normally, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would not have the opportunity to befriend so many masters. However, after a few visits, Li Qingyun was tired of dealing with them and did not even have time to cultivate. Furthermore, as the date of the auction approached, he could vaguely feel his heart palpitating. Although his cultivation was not very high because he majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, he was extremely sensitive to danger. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen at this auction. Something went wrong, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect could be destroyed. However, he had no choice but to hold the auction. Faced with the orders of the master, Li Qingyun could not muster up any thoughts of resisting. Letting out a long sigh, the Emperor Artifact Illusory Jade Sword in front of him hummed slightly, as if it had sensed the change in its master's mood. Sect Master. A voice came from outside the door. What is it? Li Qingyun raised his eyes, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. If he had a choice, he would rather cultivate in seclusion in the sect. The Sword Dao had a long history, and with his ability he would not be able to comprehend it even if he devoted his entire life to it. How could he be in the mood to stir up trouble? However, in the eyes of the master, he and the entire Flowing Shadow Sword sect were nothing more than a chess piece. They had no choice but to place themselves on the chessboard. A disciple has reported that 2,000 Leaves sect remnants have been discovered, the voice replied. Moreover, they seem to be the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect master and the eldest disciple of this generation. Li Qingyun lowered his eyes. At the city gates. They are about to enter the city. Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as the feeling of unease grew even stronger. It was as if an invisible mouth was about to bite him, and the intense sense of danger caused his skin to turn cold. How many years had it been since he last had such a feeling? The illusory jade sword hummed incessantly, making him even more certain of his senses. The person outside the door waited quietly for a long time, but did not receive any response from the sect master, so he could only wait bitterly. At the same time outside the city gates, the crowd was panicking and running in all directions. A group of flowing shadow sword sect disciples surrounded Yang Kai's group of 4 from the sky and on the ground. Those who had nothing to do with them retreated and watched from afar. Although the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect by the flowing shadow sword sect was very sudden, since they had formed a blood feud, they naturally had to investigate the other party's background, especially those who had escaped. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian's status in Thousand Leaves sect was not low, and their portraits had long been circulated outside. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led them on a rampage with no intention of queuing up to enter the city. He acted as if he was the boss and did not place the cultivator guarding the city gates in his eyes at all. Therefore, the moment they entered the city, Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were immediately recognized by the flowing shadow sword sect disciples guarding the city gates. Their enemies had come to kill them, yet they still dared to provoke them in such an arrogant manner. There was no need for any instructions as the dozens of flowing shadow sword sect disciples immediately set up an inescapable net, eyeing them covetously. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They never thought that Yang Kai would actually be so bold. Not only did he not allow them to hide their identities, he even took the initiative to provoke them. What exactly was Yang Kai planning? Was he so confident that he could come and go as he pleased in Flowing Shadow City? But now that things had come to this point, there was no point in regretting it. Recalling the actions of these Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in Thousand Leaves sect a year ago, the eyes of the two gradually turned red as killing intent slowly filled the air. Even if they were to die, they would drag a few people down with them. Only then would they live up to the name of Thousand Leaves sect disciples. The two of you have guts to actually dare to barge into my Flowing Shadow City. It looks like the people from Thousand Leaves sect really don't know how to write the word death. The Dao Source Realm leader looked at Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian with a sneer. However, when his gaze swept past Yang Kai and Ying Fei, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. He did not know where these two came from, to actually be together with the people from Thousand Leaves sect. Chapter 2670. Although the existence of Yang Kai and Ying Fei had raised this person's suspicions, he did not take it to heart. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the southern territory, far inferior to their Flowing Shadow Sword sect. So what if they had some connections? This was Flowing Shadow City, the base of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so who could act presumptuously here? His gaze lingered on Yang Kai for a moment before he coldly snorted. Who are you? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Don't make a mistake. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and simply looked at Zhou Xian and Yi Jinghan. Do you want to collect some interest first? Yang Kai did not even have the mood to take action against a bunch of small fries, but to Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian, who had a deep hatred for them, they were the best targets to vent their anger on. Hearing this, Zhou Xian's expression shook and he shouted, "Good, then we'll have to trouble Brother Yang to protect us." Yang Kai simply nodded and stood quietly in the same place. Impudent. Seeing Zhou Xian act so arrogantly, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple was enraged and he waved his hand. Take him down. Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk sword cries rang out and sword lights danced as the figures of the dozen Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples intertwined, covering each other as they charged forward. Sword chi filled the air as sword intent filled the air. Brother! Yi Jinghan shouted. Zhou Xian understood and immediately turned around to stand back to back with Yi Jinghan. The two's hands danced in the air as round ball-like objects shot out one after another. Asterisk gotcha. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds, the round ball-like objects actually started to change under everyone's gazes. In the blink of an eye, they turned into lifelike monster beast. The world energy fluctuated as 4 puppet beasts suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A python, a lizard, a wolf, a bird. Every single one of them was like a living creature. If not for the fact that there was no sign of life coming from them, anyone would have thought that they were real monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of this. Although he had gone to the Thousand Leaves sect before and had interacted with them before, many of the Thousand Leaves sect's secret techniques had been lost at that time, and it was all thanks to him opening the Emperor Heaven Valley. Only then did he manage to find the secret manual that had been lost for many years. At that time he hadn't seen the true strength of Thousand Leaves sect. Now that these 4 puppet beasts had appeared, Yang Kai knew that the Thousand Leaves sect had developed quite a bit over the past few years. Each of these 4 puppet beasts possessed strength comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm Master, so they should be the Earth-grade puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. With the secret arts and secret tomes that Yang Kai had obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were far superior to those of the past, whether it was in terms of refining puppets or controlling them. He had originally thought that it would be difficult for Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to face so many opponents with just 2 fists, but from the looks of it now, he had underestimated them. Chi 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 chi. Sword light flashed as they slashed towards Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Each and every one of them was so condensed that if they were to be struck, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian would definitely suffer. However, the 2 of them didn't even show any signs of activating their protective source chi, instead focusing solely on controlling the 4 puppet beasts. The scales on the giant python-like puppet beast were bright and distinct. Spotty suddenly curled up. Wrapping around Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, it blocked all of the incoming sword chi, causing dazzling sparks to fly out. Hong long long. At the same time, the lizard-like puppet beast's body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, before the ground beneath it loosened up. It leapt into the air and drilled into the ground, disappearing from sight. No one knew where it had gone. A wolf's howl rang out as a green light radiated from the body of the wolf puppet. Pouncing towards the 2 flowing shadow sword sect disciples closest to it, it bared its fangs, scaring them so much that they hurriedly raised their swords to defend themselves. However, right at this moment, the most delicate and nimble puppet bird drew a beautiful arc in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced right through the chest of the flowing shadow sword sect disciple. His protective source chi was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Poo. The flowing shadow sword sect disciple coughed out a mouthful of blood as he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. Lowering his head, he saw a bloody hole in his chest, through which his internal organs could be faintly seen. Despite being besieged by more than a dozen people, the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were the first to die. The spectators in the distance turned pale with fright, shocked by the strength of the Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this wasn't a mistake, but a suppression of strength. Although the flowing shadow sword sect had the advantage in numbers, each of the 4 puppet beasts was comparable to the 3rd order Dao source realm. The strength of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples varied greatly, making it impossible for them to resist. Retreat. The leading disciple turned pale with fright at the sight of this, a look of disbelief on his face. With the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect, the flowing shadow sword sect had naturally obtained a lot of spoils of war, with the puppet beasts being the most abundant. Currently there were quite a few flowing shadow sword sect disciples who possessed Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts, but none of them could compare to the 4 puppet beasts before them. The Tao of puppetry not only required the strength of the puppet beasts themselves, but also the corresponding secret arts and secret techniques to control them. In other words, the same puppet beasts in the hands of others and Thousand Leaves sect disciples would display completely different levels of strength. Even though the flowing shadow sword sect had obtained quite a few puppet beasts as spoils of war and had studied them for a period of time, they were unable to display the full strength of the puppet beasts, leading them to believe that these puppet beasts were nothing special. Only after seeing them now did they realize how wrong they were. The disciples were already trembling with fear, so when they heard the order, they naturally displayed their sword arts to protect themselves as they retreated quickly. But right at this moment, the puppet python protecting Yi Jinghan and Du Xian suddenly swung its whip-like tail, causing a series of killing sounds to ring out. Its tail was as thick as a water bucket and no one knew what material it was made of. The strength of its tail was akin to the collapse of a mountain, and a few of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples who were unable to dodge in time were struck by its tail. Their abdomens instantly caved in as blood and internal organs spurted out from their mouths. Some of them were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but before they could even catch their breaths, a large hole suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The puppet lizard that had disappeared earlier actually broke through the ground and opened its mouth, biting down on one of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples before dragging him into the hole. Extremely mournful screams rang out from the ground, causing everyone who heard them to feel their hair stand on end and their hearts turn cold. With this as an example, the disciples immediately flew into the air. How could they dare to remain on the ground? However, the air wasn't safe either. The puppet wolf was constantly on the move while the puppet bird was as fast as lightning. Every time it swooped down, blood would be spilled. Sword array. The leading flowing shadow sword sect disciple roared with a pale face. Originally, he had thought that these two trivial Thousand Leaves sect disciples would be easy to deal with, so he didn't place them in his eyes. However, after exchanging blows with them, he finally understood who was the wolf and who was the sheep. In just a short period of time, 6 or 7 of his own side had already died. If this continued, wouldn't they all die? With this order, the remaining flowing shadow sword sect disciples immediately split into several groups and set up sword arrays, working together to resist the terrifying puppet beasts. With the protection of the puppet python, Zhou Xian and Yi Jinghan were able to kill 6 or 7 people without suffering any injuries, causing them to feel extremely satisfied. The anger and frustration they had accumulated over the past year seemed to have been released at this moment, allowing them to control the puppet beasts with greater ease. Zhou Xian laughed heartily. Flowing shadow sword sect is only as it. Although his tone was arrogant, he was actually controlling the puppet beasts to engage the flowing shadow sword sect disciples in close combat. Sect exterminators, don't be impudent. The flowing shadow sword sect disciple roared in anger. 6 or 7 of their own had been killed in front of their city gates, and they were even provoked in such a manner. If they didn't regain their face, their flowing shadow sword sect would no longer be able to establish itself in the northern territory. After experiencing the initial panic, they gradually regained their footing. Their hearts were filled with hatred, and they only wanted to tear Zhou Xian and Yi Jinghan into 1,000 pieces to wash away their previous humiliation. Sect extermination? Zhou Xian's expression turned ruthless as he clenched his teeth. If not for the help of others, how could your flowing shadow sword sect possibly have the ability to exterminate my Thousand Leaves sect? I, Zhou Xian, have come here today to seek justice for the many disciples of my Thousand Leaves sect that have died. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Kill. The numerous flowing shadow sword sect disciples roared in unison as their sword intent broke through the clouds. Under the sword array, sword chi shot out like a waterfall, seemingly wanting to shatter space itself. Brother. Yi Jinghan's face turned solemn as she formed a seal with one hand. The puppet python abruptly shrunk its body, wrapping around her and Zhou Xian tightly. As the sword chi slashed down, sparks flew from the puppet python's body, causing it to tremble violently. However, it did not harm Yi Jinghan or Zhou Xian in the slightest. Since you want to be a coward, why come to my flowing shadow city and make a fool of yourself? The flowing shadow sword sect disciple sneered as he waved his hand and shouted, slash again. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk sword chi after sword chi slashed down continuously, causing the puppet python to be unable to move at all. Even the sturdiest puppet python could not withstand such an attack, and countless cracks quickly appeared on its body. Discussions broke out amongst the surrounding onlookers, all of them feeling that these two from Thousand Leaves sect had been a little too careless. Since they had managed to escape this calamity, why did they have to come here and throw themselves into a trap? Now it was likely that their futures would be bleak. If they were really smart people, they would find a place to hide and increase their cultivation so that they could make a comeback in the future and take revenge. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian being beaten to the point where they were unable to retaliate, the flowing shadow sword sect disciple immediately burst into laughter. Let's see how long you can last. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the ground suddenly split open as the puppet lizard that had disappeared all this time suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it charged towards the sword array. On top of the puppet lizard's head was a person standing with his head held high. Who else could it be but Zhou Xian? What? Many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were shocked. Although they did not know why Zhou Xian had charged over with such a disregard for his life, it was clear that he was up to no good. Immediately they sent out their attacks towards Zhou Xian. However, Zhou Xian did not bother to dodge and simply sneered. Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques are actually so exquisite. Suddenly, someone in the air exclaimed in admiration, seemingly having discovered some clues. It was not just one person who had discovered the clues. At this moment, Pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were focused on Zhou Xian, who was standing on the puppet lizard's head, with looks of disbelief and shock filling their hearts. Chapter 2671. Sword light flashed and sword chi filled the air as the power of the sword array erupted. The dazzling light seemed to be able to illuminate the past and present, completely covering a large area around the city gate. Zhou Xian, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not avoid it. Countless raging energy turned into a strangling force, wrapping around him. In an instant, Zhou Xian's body was torn apart. "Ha, you overestimate yourself." The leading flowing shadow sword sect disciple had thought that Zhou Xian had some kind of trump card when he saw him coming over so aggressively, but who would have thought that after a round of sword array attacks, Zhou Xian's head was already separated from his body, causing him to burst into laughter. As soon as his laughable voice sounded out, he instinctively noticed that something was wrong, and his face went grim as he stared his eyes wide open at Zhou Xian that was split into pieces. He seemed as if he'd seen an unbelievable scene, and he said with astonishment, "A puppet." This Zhou Xian, who had charged at them without hesitation and had faced death with equanimity, was actually not a living person but a puppet. However, this puppet was refined so exquisitely that it was no different from a real person. During the battle, he did not have time to carefully distinguish it, and only after dissecting Zhou Xian's body did he notice it. Explode. A low roar like the sound of the yellow springs sounded in everyone's ears. The pieces of Zhou Xian's corpse that had been chopped into pieces suddenly flickered with a scorching light, and instantly became extremely bright. An extremely dangerous aura spread out like a tsunami. The flowing shadow sword sect disciple's expression changed greatly as he roared with all his might, "Run!" While speaking, the sword in his hand rotated, releasing layers of impenetrable sword chi to protect his body as he tapped his foot. He quickly retreated. Kong. A loud noise sounded. Outside the city gate, a dazzling white ball suddenly burst open, covering an area of 1,000 feet, and a violent energy shock wave swept up a strong gust of wind, sweeping through the void. A series of muffled groans sounded, but then came to an abrupt stop as the vitality was suddenly extinguished, symbolizing the fall of a cultivator one after another. It caused the onlookers to shudder in fear and their faces to turn pale. After a short while the dust settled. At the city gate of Flowing Shadow City, there was a large pit that was more than 100 feet deep and 1,000 feet wide. Next to the pit was a mess with a large section of the city wall broken. On the ground there were charred corpses and severed limbs. Kacha. It continued to hover in place. The puppet python guarding Zhou Xian and Yi Jinghan coiled its body, raising its head slightly as it flicked its scarlet forked tongue. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were still standing at its curled-up abdomen, completely unscathed. On the messy ground a figure staggered up. It was the leading disciple of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Among the many disciples he was the strongest and the quickest to react to the situation. Therefore, although he had suffered some injuries from the explosion of the puppet, he had managed to keep his life. Just as he stood up, the light in front of him dimmed. Someone was blocking his path. Looking up, it was Zhou Xian. Staring at each other, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared, "You cheated!" He brandished his sword, intending to slash at Zhou Xian. He felt unbearable pain all over his body and his energy circulation became sluggish. His face became even paler. The self-destruction of the puppet Zhou Xian was extremely powerful, almost equivalent to the self-destruction of a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator. Many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were close to it at that time, so almost all of them were wiped out. Even though he had managed to keep his life, he was not in a good state right now. Zhou Xian's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. Compared to the matter of Flowing Shadow Sword sect being in my Thousand Leaves sect, what does this matter? It's just interest. The enmity of the destruction of his sect was absolutely irreconcilable. Regardless of whether the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were under someone else's orders, they were all murderers. Zhou Xian naturally would not show any mercy to them. Saying so, he sent a palm strike towards the head of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple, intending to kill him. "Impudent junior. This is Flowing Shadow City, how dare you commit murder?" At the same time an angry roar rang out. An old figure suddenly appeared in the sky, waving his hand and grabbing towards Zhou Xian. An emperor intent spread out, causing Zhou Xian to feel his body turn stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. The Emperor Realm. Zhou Xian's expression changed, knowing that his actions just now had drawn out a master. However, this person did not seem to be the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so he did not know what the other party's intentions were and what relationship he had with Flowing Shadow Sword sect. You're already so bloodthirsty at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? This old master will bring you back to cleanse your sins. The old man seemed to be explaining his actions, and by the time he finished speaking, his hand had already grabbed onto Zhou Xian's head. In the air, a few other figures flashed, charging towards Yi Jinghan, who was still standing on the spot. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect, and if it was in the past, no one would pay them any attention. However, the recent uproar was due to Flowing Shadow Sword sect's unbridled promotion. However, the Dao of puppetry was an unorthodox Dao, so even if it had some uses, it would not attract much attention. However, after witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Zhou Xian and Yi Jinghan today, the hidden forces of the Emperor Realm no longer dared to underestimate them. These two remnants of Thousand Leaves sect were actually able to slaughter so many people in Flowing Shadow City just by relying on a few puppets. If they could obtain such treasures, they would definitely be able to increase the strength of their sect. Therefore, in an instant, Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian had become highly sought after. Many people had made up their minds to bring the two of them back and uncover the secret behind Thousand Leaves sect's puppetry. Where did this shameless old thing come from? A cold snort rang out as an elite aura suddenly appeared, blasting towards the old man like a dragon emerging from the sea. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively sensed danger. He no longer cared about grabbing Zhou Xian and hurriedly pushed his strength towards the incoming aura, instantly pushing his strength to 70 to 80%. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk a muffled bang rang out as the old man's figure staggered backwards, his face turning pale as the blood and qi in his chest churned, almost causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His heart filled with shock as he stared in the direction of the source of the attack and roared, "Who are you?" Yang Kai sneered and did not reply, instead sending a few palm strikes towards where Yi Jinghan was standing. Pa pa pa. A few figures stealthily moving towards Yi Jinghan suddenly appeared with ugly expressions on their faces. Without the suppression of the old man, Zhou Xian's source qi began to circulate once more, smashing the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple who was still alive into meat paste with a single palm strike. Feeling extremely satisfied, he roared towards the sky. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the people from the Emperor Realm and asked, "Which one of you is the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect?" Silence filled the air as no one replied. Yi Jinghan walked over and said in a low voice, "He's not here." Back when Flowing Shadow Sword sect had invaded Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Jinghan had seen Li Qingyun once and recognized his appearance. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Are you a coward now?" He was also curious as to why the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect was still not showing himself after so many of their people had been killed. This situation was a little different from what he had expected, causing him to feel slightly irritated. "Brat, who exactly are you?" The old man had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai and had asked Yang Kai for a reply, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai was in a bad mood as he swept a cold glance at the old man and snorted, "You should go back and enjoy your retirement at such an old age. Be careful not to break your back if you keep jumping around." Impudent. The old man flew into a rage. No matter what, he was the sect master of a sect, yet he was being humiliated in such a manner by a young man. This was simply intolerable. If not for the fact that he was wary of Yang Kai's extraordinary strength, he would have definitely exchanged a few blows with him and taught him what it meant to be strong with age. "Which family's disciple are you? How can you be so arrogant? Didn't your family's elders teach you how to behave?" A middle-aged man frowned. He couldn't stand Kai Yang's arrogant attitude. Yang Kai grinned, "You want to teach me how to behave?" The middle-aged man snorted, "Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. You should know that there is always a mountain taller than the one before it." Yang Kai waved the myriad sword and pointed it at him. "If you're not convinced, then let this young master see how tall your mountain is." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Unreasonable. The other people from the Emperor Realm also shook their heads, thinking that this young man was like a mad dog biting whoever he caught. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai had come here to cause trouble, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, how could he hold back? However, after messing around for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up, causing him to feel a little dispirited. Letting out a long laugh, he put away the myriad sword and said, "It seems that all of you are just talking. If that's the case, then scram to the side and don't waste this young master's time." He called out to Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian before sweeping out with his divine sense. Locking his gaze in the direction of the city lord's mansion, he said in a clear voice, "Since Sect Master Li is avoiding me, then this young master will pay him a visit." Saying so, his figure leapt forward, leading Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian towards the city lord's mansion. The people from the Emperor realm exchanged glances, all of them guessing his intentions. However, they were also puzzled in their hearts, wondering where the two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect had found this person from the Emperor realm, who actually dared to charge into the dragon's lair alone. Furthermore, he seemed to possess extraordinary strength. From the looks of it, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was in big trouble this time, and they didn't know if the auction would be held as scheduled. After witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Zhou Xian and Yi Jinghan, these people from the Emperor realm were extremely interested in that heavenly hoe. They all felt that if they could buy one or two back, this trip would not have been in vain. It wasn't easy to raise the level of a puppet from the Emperor realm, but if they could buy one that was comparable to a puppet from the Emperor realm, it would be ready-made and could be used. The only difference was that they would need to spend some source crystals. For a moment, many people were worried that Yang Kai would ruin the auction. But then again, this was an outsider's matter after all. At most, they would just watch the show. They had no intention of interfering in this matter. In front of the city lord's mansion, a group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were on high alert, all of them trembling as their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they hadn't received the news that several dozen of their brothers had died in battle in front of the city gates. Originally, they thought that their sect master would definitely not let this matter rest and would definitely take action to teach those two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect a lesson. However, they never expected that their sect master would show no reaction even now. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards them with his group, the palms of many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to sweat as they vigilantly and fearfully sized him up. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it waves of killing intent, causing everyone's hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2672. Get into formation. With a shout, the figures of the 300 Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to move, forming a shocking sword array in an instant. Their auras were linked together, layer after layer of sword intent stacked on top of each other. Blocking the entrance of the city lord's mansion did not seem to be 300 cultivators, but a shocking sword. The chilling sword intent radiating from it could be clearly felt by all the cultivators in Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai looked at the sword array in disdain and sneered, "Sect Master Li, is this how you treat your guests?" If the other party said yes, he would not mind killing all 300 of them. Although this sword array was powerful, it could not stop him. A gentle voice rang out from within the city lord's mansion, "Let them in." With Yang Kai already at the entrance, there was no way Li Qingyun could avoid him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Qingyun did not intend to make things difficult for Yang Kai and instead ordered the disciples to let them in. Sect Master. The Third Order Dao Source Realm disciple in charge of the sword array turned around and looked at the city lord's mansion in disbelief, thinking that he had heard wrongly. With this sword array and the combined strength of 300 disciples, even those from the Emperor realm would lose a layer of skin. Yang Kai's group had committed murder at the city gates, and their enmity with the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was irreconcilable. How could they let them go so easily? Let them in. Li Qingyun's voice rang out once again, but this time, it was much more dignified. The expression of the disciple in charge of the sword array fluctuated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let them in." Walala. The crowd took the initiative to disperse, and the shocking sword intent weakened significantly. The crowd moved. Naturally, the sword array could not be maintained. A wise choice. A strange look flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he secretly felt that this Li Qingyun was quite interesting. Under the hateful gazes of the crowd, Yang Kai led Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian inside. In contrast to Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor, both Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were feeling nervous in their hearts, causing them to secretly gulp down their saliva, while circulating their source qi. He was afraid that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would go back on their word and launch a sneak attack. But when they walked into the city lord's mansion, nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but exhale. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, a figure was sitting cross-legged. That figure was as straight as a sword and had the demeanor of a master. For some reason, a 3-foot-long green peak was constantly emitting clanging sounds. As Yang Kai approached, the sounds became more and more urgent and concentrated. It was as if it was warning him of something. Yang Kai could not help but take a few more glances at the sword. Li Qingyun's eyes were still tightly shut. Suddenly he reached out his hand and the sword calmed down. He said, "The Jade Void Sword is the treasure of my Flowing Shadow Sword sect, and only the sect master can wear it. It has the ability to warn others, and the stronger the enemy, the more urgent its warning sound will be. I have avoided many dangers with it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it this time." "Sect Masterly." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him and nodded lightly. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's eyes were bloodshot. They gnashed their teeth and glared at him, looking as if they could not wait to kill him. "Who exactly are you?" Li Qingyun raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. "A nameless junior. Even if I told you, Sect Masterly wouldn't know," Yang Kai replied indifferently. Li Qingyun said, "Fame is something that can only be gained through hard work. After today your name will definitely spread far and wide." Yang Kai smiled. "False fame is nothing but dust. Life is like a dream and the martial Tao is eternal." Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Yang Kai. He felt as if every word he said was a gem, like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart. He seemed to have caught on to something, giving him a feeling as if the clouds had cleared up and he could see the moon. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not find anything, causing him to frown. Sighing softly, he said, "Sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, with the new replacing the old." A dejected look appeared on his face as if he had suffered a blow. Pausing for a moment, he said, "Is your excellency here to stand up for Thousand Leaves sect? If that's the case, then make your move. Although this Li knows that he's not a match for you, he's not a person who will sit and wait for death." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, asking, "Do you want me to kill him? Nod your heads and I'll take his life." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan clenched their teeth, the red in their eyes turning even more intense as the chilling killing intent within them condensed into a solid state. It was this person who had led a large group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples into Thousand Leaves sect a year ago, wantonly slaughtering countless Thousand Leaves sect disciples who had died at his hands. Over the past year, there hadn't been a moment when the two of them didn't want to kill this person to avenge their dead brothers and sisters. But now their enemy was right in front of them, and even though they believed that Yang Kai would do as he said and take his life, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. As if their minds were connected, Yi Jinghan closed her eyes and said softly, "Big brother." Du Xian also took a deep breath and said, "The enmity of annihilating my sect must be avenged with my own hands." Yang Kai smiled and looked at them. "Then the two of you will have to work hard in your cultivation. He's from the Emperor realm." Du Xian gritted his teeth and said, "We're younger than him. Youth was the greatest asset one had." Li Qingyun nodded lightly, looking at the two of them with a complicated gaze. "This king awaits your arrival at any time." Du Xian pointed at him and said, "Don't worry, there will be a day when Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be destroyed by my hands, and your head will also be mine." After saying this, Du Xian seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief as a complicated expression appeared on his face. Li Qingyun said slowly, "Sect Master Yi isn't dead." "What?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were shocked upon hearing this, the former trembling in excitement. "Is that true?" Li Qingyun nodded. "Sect Master Yi is currently in my Flowing Shadow Sword sect. If you want to see him, you can pick him up at any time." Yi Jinghan was stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. Du Xian pulled her into his arms and asked with a cold expression, "Why is that?" Li Qingyun frowned and said, "There is no deep enmity between our sects, and this sect was forced to deal with Thousand Leaves sect. Someone got what they wanted, so it doesn't matter whether Sect Master Yi lives or dies." "What do you mean?" Du Xian looked at him blankly. Yang Kai's expression changed. "So someone really ordered you to do this? Was it Star Soul Palace?" Li Qingyun's expression changed and he immediately shut his mouth, as if he was afraid of something. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he was afraid and immediately changed the topic. You just said that someone got what they wanted. What did that person want? Li Qingyun shook his head and did not answer. Yang Kai snorted. Does Sect Master Li think that this young master is easy to talk to? A mere flowing shadow sword sect is something that this young master can destroy with a flip of his hand. Li Qingyun said solemnly, flowing shadow sword sect and this king are just pawns. Why is your excellency making things difficult for me? If your excellency wants to destroy my flowing shadow sword sect, if I satisfy your excellency, anyone else wants to destroy my flowing shadow sword sect. Either way, death is the only outcome. Yang Kai sneered. It seems that the person behind Sect Master Li is quite extraordinary, to be feared to such an extent. Li Qingyun shook his head. There is no need for your excellency to probe me. Yang Kai snorted. All right, since Sect Master Li is so straightforward, I won't make things difficult for you. I will ask you some things that you can reveal. Where is the Star Master that you captured in Thousand Leaves Sect now? Li Qingyun said, since your excellency has already guessed, why bother asking? My flowing shadow sword sect is just a pawn that has been pushed to the forefront. The person that was captured and the item that was stolen is not in my sect's hands. Yang Kai's expression sank when he heard this. Although he had guessed as much, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he heard Li Qingyun's answer. If Aio had been imprisoned in Flowing Shadow City or the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, he would have been able to save him immediately. However, Aio wasn't here and Li Qingyun probably didn't know where Aio was imprisoned. The so-called auction was nothing more than a ploy by someone using Flowing Shadow Sword sect's territory and identity. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, besides the Star Master, who else did you capture that day? Li Qingyun thought for a moment before replying, there were a few cultivator from the lower realm, but none of them were as important as the Star Master. Are they alive or dead? Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Li Qingyun shook his head, I don't know. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before asking, one last question, what does the person behind the scenes want? Li Qingyun still shook his head, I don't know. In a loft in Flowing Shadow City, a pale-faced old man sat cross-legged. This old man looked like he had one foot in the grave, as if he could die at any moment, but the vitality in his body was extremely vigorous, and the aura he was exuding had reached the terrifying level of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Beside the old man, a beautiful woman in palace robes knelt on the ground. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale as if she had been tortured. From time to time, a look of extreme pain would flash across the beautiful woman's face. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by a knock on the door. Come in. The old man called out. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man entered. He glanced at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him before quickly looking away and cupping his fists. Honored master. The old man looked up at him and asked, how was it? The middle-aged man replied, the fish took the bait. As soon as he said this, the beautiful woman in palace robes who had been kneeling on the ground trembled. The old man's eyes flashed and he chuckled, good, good, very good. This old master's year of planning was not in vain. He finally came. The middle-aged man said, honored master, that little brat is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Since he is here, let this disciple take him down. He won't be able to cause any trouble. The old man smiled and shook his head, don't underestimate that little brat. He is someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Although he is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, if he is not fully prepared, even this old master may not be able to take him down. The middle-aged man didn't seem to care. He felt that his honored master was overestimating that little brat. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The other party was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. He could easily take him down, so why bother? How could the old man not know what he was thinking? He glanced at the beautiful woman in palace attire kneeling beside him and said, your junior sister Xianxia has been by his side for quite some time. She knows best how strong that kid is. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Chapter 2673. When the middle-aged man heard this, he turned his head to look at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him and asked, Junior Sister Hua, do you think I can take down that boy if I do it myself? This beautiful woman was none other than Hua Qingxi, who had separated from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. When they separated, she was only in the third order Dao source realm, but she had obtained some opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and had now advanced to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment she did not have the honor of being in the Emperor realm at all. Instead, she looked like a prisoner. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and did not answer, turning her head to the side. Junior sister Hua, you're not being honest again. When the middle-aged man saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and his hands suddenly formed a strange seal. In the next instant, a miserable shriek rang out from Hua Qingxi's mouth. She felt as if she had been subjected to the most unbearable torture in the world. Her pretty face instantly distorted from the pain, and large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead, drenching her clothes in an instant. Honored master. She forced herself to crawl to the old man's feet, kneeling and shouting. The old man, however, was as motionless as a mountain. He did not even raise his eyebrows, as if he did not hear or see anything. The middle-aged man sneered, "As honored master's disciple, you are actually so protective of an outsider. If it weren't for honored master's mercy, I would have already taken your life. Now I'm letting you live to make up for your mistakes, but you are so stubborn. As your brother, I really can't stand it anymore. Perhaps I will have to give you some punishment." Honored master. Hua Qingxi's voice trembled and her face was extremely pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you want that thing back, I will go and tell him." Honored master, please stop. Let him live. He is not an unreasonable person. Disciple has some friendship with him, so I can persuade him. Honored master, please give disciple a chance. Presumptuous. The middle-aged man was furious when he saw that she was not begging for mercy despite being tortured, but was instead exonerating someone else. She changed her hand seals again, and Hua Qingxi shrieked as she curled up into a ball. The elder softly sighed and helplessness appeared on his face. Girls truly cannot be kept at home when they are of age. You are siding with outsiders. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand seal. The old man stretched out his hand and lifted Hua Qingxi up, saying, "This old master knows. It was all thanks to him that you were able to break through to the Emperor realm, but don't forget who taught and raised you." Yes, master. Disciple will never forget master's kindness in raising me. Hua Qingxi opened her weak eyelids and said. The old man nodded and said, "It's good that you know. If it was something else, this old man might not necessarily refuse you. After all, you are now in the Emperor realm. As this old man's disciple, this old man also has honor on his face, but this matter is of great importance, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. Back then, I sent you to scout for information because I thought highly of you, but you disappointed me." Hearing this, a look of guilt flashed across Hua Qingxi's eyes. Although she had no choice at that time, having been implanted with a soul seal by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead, she had indeed failed to live up to her master's expectations. Later on, although Yang Kai gave her her freedom, she had no intention of reporting this matter because Yang Kai had shown her kindness, so she naturally couldn't repay his kindness with enmity. She only wanted to conceal her identity and never return to Star Soul Palace again. She wanted to pretend that the previous Hua Qingxi was dead. But she never thought that her master would send her brother Wu Ming to Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did he capture her, he even caused the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect. She had been implanted with a secret technique, so she couldn't remember revealing anything to her master. However, she knew that she was the cause of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction, and that it was also her master's method to lure Yang Kai out. Because there were several people in Thousand Leaves sect that Yang Kai valued highly, as long as they were captured, Yang Kai would definitely not let this matter rest. Facts proved that this move was not a mistake. Now Yang Kai had indeed been lured to Flowing Shadow City and was caught in a trap. That little brat dared to steal this old master's treasure, so how could this old master tolerate him? Qingxi, don't worry too much. Once this matter is over, follow this old master back to Star Soul Palace and enter secluded cultivation. The old man waved his hand. Although his tone was calm, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. A year ago, when Wu Ming brought Hua Qingxi back to Star Soul Palace, he used a secret technique to force Hua Qingxi to reveal many secrets. Not only did he find out who had the treasure he had lost, he also found out that that person had a space artifact that occupied a vast area. If that was all, it would have been fine. Although the space artifact was precious and rare, it was still just a space artifact. If one did not cultivate the space divine technique, they would not be able to use it at will. More importantly, there were many rare treasures in the space artifact. What he was particularly interested in were the two divine trees, one of which was full of vitality, while the other was gold and silver. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a powerful third-order Emperor Realm Master, the old man had lived for most of his life and had seen many things. After carefully examining the characteristics of the two divine trees, he could almost conclude that one of them was the legendary Immortal tree. The Immortal tree. It was rumored that if one could refine it, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. It was a great temptation to any cultivator. He was old and had thought that there was no hope for him to break through in this lifetime, but who would have thought that an opportunity would suddenly fall from the sky? If he could obtain the Immortal tree and refine it, it was very likely that he would become one of the great emperors. At that time he would be able to stand on equal footing with the great emperors of Bright Moon. As for the gold and silver divine trees, he had some vague guesses, but he did not dare to be too sure. In any case, these two divine trees were supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtained one of them would have a great fortune, but he did not expect that they would be gathered in the hands of a single person. As long as he could kill that person, these supreme treasures would be his. After refining the Immortal tree, where in the world could he not go? The old man did not reveal such a secret to anyone, including Wu Ming, who he relied on the most. Wu Ming only thought that his honored master was scheming for a treasure that had been lost many years ago. How could he have known that his honored master was scheming for more? At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that after this, even Hua Qingxi would be silenced. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She knew that it was useless to say anything now. Wu Ming stood aside, glanced at Hua Qingxi, sneered and ridiculed. "Junior sister Hua, you haven't taken a fancy to that boy, have you?" Hua Qingxi raised her head and glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Bitch, you still dare to talk back?" Wu Ming's face twitched. He straightened his palm and was about to cast a seal to teach Hua Qingxi a lesson. Hua Qingxi had been implanted with a heart-urging insect, so her life and death were all in his hands. How could he allow Hua Qingxi to be so presumptuous in front of him? Enough. The old man raised his hand slightly and stopped Wu Ming's intention. "Go to the auction venue and arrange it carefully. This time there can be no mistakes." Dealing with a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, even a character like the old man didn't dare to be careless. That day when Yin Lixing wanted to deal with Yang Kai, he had to first set up a large spirit array to isolate the world, so how could the old man be careless? An accident was enough to make Yang Kai escape. Although he had the person Yang Kai wanted in his hands, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Kai would obediently comply. Wu Ming resentfully retracted his hand and coldly stared at Hua Qingxi, thinking to himself, "I'll let you have some peace for a while. After this matter is over, I'll ask honored master for you and treat you well." After Wu Ming left, the old man said, "Your brother has always been arrogant, so don't blame him." Hua Qingxi said she didn't dare, but her heart was bitter. Now that she was like this, with this treatment, where was the slightest bit of brother and disciple relationship? Honored master guarded against her like a thief, and her brother also didn't like her. The world was so big, so where should she go? Her cultivation had broken through to the Emperor realm, but the direction of her life had suddenly become confused. "Boy, what's your name?" Outside the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai's group had just walked out when they were stopped by someone. The person in front of them was a young girl about 17 or 18 years old. She had a petite figure and wore a clean light blue dress. Although she wasn't very tall, her figure was extremely good. Her breasts were swollen as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Her waist was slender and her buttocks were round and full. The young girl's face was elegant, but she had a vigorous heroic spirit. Standing in front of Yang Kai, she looked up at him with an old and experienced look. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" He was sure that he didn't know this young girl. When he entered the city, he didn't see her, so he didn't know why she suddenly blocked his path. The young girl frowned and said angrily, "Who else could it be? Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked at her with a strange expression. The young girl said impatiently, "Just answer me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "If I answer when you ask me, won't I lose face?" This little girl was also inexplicable. For no reason she blocked in front of Yang Kai and gave him an arrogant look. This really didn't make Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Flying Eagle on the side grinned, "Yang Xiaofeng is handsome, a dragon among men. I'm afraid that someone fell in love with you at first sight." Before Flying Eagle finished speaking, a fist suddenly brushed past his cheek. If Flying Eagle hadn't seen the opportunity and dodged quickly, this fist would have hit him in the face. The one who punched was naturally the young girl. When this attack came out, whether it was Yang Kai or Flying Eagle, they couldn't help but change their expressions. This was because the power of this punch was so terrifying that it seemed like the void was going to explode. On the other hand, the young girl seemed to have just casually punched and didn't use any strength at all. Flying Eagle's face darkened and he was a little frightened. Although he was a monster king and had great strength, if he really took a punch like that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The young girl was petite and dainty, but he didn't expect her to have such great strength. A trivial monster king. If you dare to mention that word again, I'll immediately take your dog life. The young girl warned Flying Eagle and slowly withdrew her fist. Flying Eagle was really frightened this time. His eagle-like eyes bloomed with a terrifying light that enveloped the young girl, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He had been hiding his aura and following Yang Kai without revealing any flaws. Even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master might not be able to see through his depths. But this young girl not only saw through him at a glance, but also knew that he was a monster king. This eyesight was terrifying. Chapter 2674. Hesitating for a moment, Ying Fei asked, "Which word?" The girl's words puzzled him. He didn't know what he had just said to anger her. But Ying Fei wasn't scared. He was one of the 32 monster king of the ancient land. Even if the girl's cultivation was good, he wasn't that easy to deal with. If they really fought, Ying Fei wasn't afraid of her. While asking, he released his divine sense and scanned the girl, wanting to see what her cultivation was like. Yang Kai was also doing this, but what shocked the two of them was that the girl was clearly standing there, but when they used their divine senses to probe her, they found nothing. Forget about probing her cultivation, they couldn't even detect her presence. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the girl's cultivation was much higher than Ying Fei and Yang Kai's. The second was that she had a treasure that prevented others from prying. The first situation was unlikely. Ying Fei was still a monster king. Those who were stronger than him were either holy spirits or great emperors. This girl was so young, her cultivation definitely hadn't reached that level yet, so she must have a treasure protecting her. This girl's background wasn't small, Yang Kai thought to himself, wondering what sect she came from. "You'll understand when you say that word." The girl sneered, not answering Ying Fei's question directly. As if she didn't put him in her eyes, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to be insisting on Yang Kai's name, insisting on getting a clear answer. But before Yang Kai could answer, she suddenly waved her hand and said, forget it, you don't need to answer." "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai's veins on his forehead jumped, thinking that this girl wasn't crazy, right? She stopped him for no reason. Saying these words without rhyme or reason, he couldn't help but feel angry. The girl coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are to be played with by this girl?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Then I don't know who this girl is." He had seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people, but he had never seen someone like this. This could no longer be described as arrogant. He was simply too self-centered and did not care about the thoughts of others. "Someone who wants your life," the girl coldly replied. Yang Kai was shocked. "You want to kill me? Isn't this the first time we've met? What grudge do you have?" The girl seriously frowned. She nodded. "Although this is the first time we've met, you have something that doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't have refined it or you'll die." "What?" Yang Kai's confused. "You'll know when I break your bones." After she said Yang Kai's like a girl, her fists hers, her. But the power of this fist caused Kai Yang's face to change. A pitch-black mark was left in the void. Space suddenly shattered, and the violent fist energy was like a huge whirlpool, pulling Yang Kai towards the center of the whirlpool, wanting to smash him into pieces. Yang Kai didn't feel anything when the little girl threw her fist at Ying Fei. He only knew that the little girl looked small and delicate. In fact, he had extraordinary strength. But when he really bore the brunt of it, he realized that he had underestimated her. This kind of power was simply not something a little girl like her could possess. If the Rhino Monster King hadn't transformed into its true form, Yang Kai wouldn't have been surprised. However, this kind of power actually appeared in a little girl who was no more than 17 or 18 years old. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he thought to himself, sure enough, the world is full of talented people. This little girl that suddenly appeared is already so amazing. This world is so big and there are so many talented people. Young Master Yang, be careful. Ying Fei's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand to grab the girl's fist. I can't block it. Yang Kai's face sank as he pushed his full strength to meet the girl's fist with his own. The sky was instantly filled with fist afterimages, and with a muffled groan, Ying Fei was sent flying back dozens of meters, his claws slightly twisted and trembling. Yang Kai also felt the blood and qi in his chest churn, as the sound of bones cracking rang out from his arm. Even with the two of them joining forces, they were still unable to block this violent power. The girl did not stop after sending out her fist. Instead, with a twist of her waist, she sent another fist rumbling out, smashing straight towards Yang Kai's head. From the looks of it, she wanted to take Yang Kai's life in a single strike. Although her moves were ferocious, her expression was as calm as an ancient well, without much killing intent, which was extremely strange. However, this didn't mean that the girl didn't want to kill Yang Kai, but rather that it was just a casual display. When a butcher slaughters cows and sheep, would he have a murderous look on his face? The vortex of power swept out once again, causing Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian to cry out in alarm, their bodies involuntarily rushing towards the girl's fist. From the looks of it, they seemed to be actively seeking death. This was not what they wanted. The girl's cultivation was extremely high, and she did not care about their lives when she sent out her fist. The two of them were just fish in the pond caught in the crossfire. Unable to circulate their source qi, the two of them were like drowning children amidst the raging waves of power, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. Just as his body was about to collide with the pink fist, and in the next moment his body would be smashed into pieces. Suddenly, another fist came from behind him. On that fist, a five-colored light bloomed, and waves of biting cold sword qi swept out. Yang Kai pushed his five elements indestructible sword qi to its limits, causing his emperor qi to surge out violently. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk as a loud bang rang out, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards. His fist was badly mangled, revealing the white bones underneath. However, he managed to borrow the rebounding force from the collision between his fists to pull Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian back. Asterisk voila. Asterisk behind Yang Kai, a surging wave of power erupted, turning his clothes to dust, revealing his muscular back. Not only that, the majestic city lord's mansion was also razed to the ground in an instant, killing many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples who were still inside. Lunatic. Yang Kai glared at the girl. The girl frowned but did not continue to force him. Instead, she glanced at Yang Kai's bloodied fist, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as a look of disdain appeared on her face. Young Master Yang. Ying Fei's figure flickered as he stood side by side with Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had followed Yang Kai back to the southern territory mainly to ensure Yang Kai's safety. After all, Yang Kai's involvement was too great. If anything were to happen to him, even the monster king of the savage, desolate ancient land would not forgive him. However, he never expected that someone would actually injure Yang Kai right in front of him. If news of this were to spread back, how could Xia Wuwei and Shilei take this lying down? They would definitely give him a good scolding. Take good care of them. Yang Kai tossed Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian to Ying Fei before turning his head to scan his surroundings. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of quite a few people from the Emperor realm. At this moment, all of them flew over and observed from afar. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had actually gotten into a fight with someone and was even injured, all of their faces lit up with joy and joy. After all, Yang Kai's actions at the city gates had been far too arrogant and despotic, provoking the anger of the masses. Now that they had seen Yang Kai suffer a loss, how could they not be happy? This was especially so for the old man and middle-aged man who had been humiliated by Yang Kai. However, what caused everyone to be even more surprised was the identity of the young girl. Despite her young age, she was actually able to injure Yang Kai, a truly shocking fact. If you want to fight, come out and fight, Yang Kai called out and took the lead to fly out of the city. After all, this was Flowing Shadow City. With the strength of this young girl, if they were to really fight here, many innocent people would be implicated. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people. All right, I'll let you die with a clear understanding, the young girl nodded, her petite body flickering as she followed closely behind Yang Kai. Young Master Yang. Ing Fei's face turned black and his figure flickered as he tried to chase after them. However, Yang Kai's voice rang out from afar. You don't need to follow me. Don't let anyone else follow me. It's just a little girl. Wait for this young master to deal with her and I'll return. Ing Fei's footsteps paused. He could hear the anger in Yang Kai's words. No one would be in a good mood if someone came looking for trouble for no reason. However, Yang Kai's order really put him in a difficult position. If he did not follow, he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai, but if he did, he would make Yang Kai unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, many people from the Emperor realm moved, wanting to follow them to watch the show. Ing Fei coldly snorted, his demonic chi rolling out in an instant. Hiss, Monster King. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. It was as if a spell had been cast on them, causing them to freeze in place. Most of them were First-Order Emperor realm masters, so how could they not be terrified when a Monster King level master suddenly appeared in the city? The Monster King was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor realm master. If he really wanted to start a massacre, no one in Flowing Shadow City would be able to stop him. If you want to die, then go out. Ing Fei coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone from the Emperor realm who was targeted by him kept quiet out of fear. Those from the Emperor realm who did not like Yang Kai and had some conflicts with Yang Kai were even more terrified. Previously at the city gate, this Monster King had been following Yang Kai the whole time. There was nothing special about him, but only now did they realize that even though Yang Kai was domineering and arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. Fortunately, they did not really have any conflict with Yang Kai at that time, otherwise they would have died. This is troublesome. In a hidden corner, Wu Ming furrowed his brows and stared in Ing Fei's direction with a puzzled expression. Why is there a Monster King here? This auction in Flowing Shadow City was mainly for Yang Kai. If it was just Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, he believed that with his honored master's arrangements, nothing would go wrong. But now, with the sudden appearance of a powerful Monster King, things might have changed. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ming hurriedly turned around, wanting to report this matter to his honored master and see what he would do. A Demon King level powerhouse was no longer someone he could ignore. Master. Yi Jinghan and Zhou Xian were also stunned. Although they had been together with Ing Fei for a few days, they never expected that the person who had been following Yang Kai like a bodyguard was actually a Monster King. Only now did they understand why Yang Kai was so confident and dared to barge into Flowing Shadow Sword Sect alone. Now it seemed that his greatest reliance was not his own strength but the Monster King. With the Monster King in charge, what was there to worry about? Chapter 2675. Two figures flew through the void, one after the other like a sudden clap of thunder. Yang Kai was leading the way, the wounds on his fists gradually healing thanks to his powerful regenerative ability. He was secretly shocked by the girl's brute strength and wondered where she had come from. Scanning her with his divine sense, he found that she had her hands behind her back and was calmly following behind him, like a shadow, never leaving his side, her face calm and peaceful. Her expression was as if she had come out to play, not to fight with him. Yang Kai was immediately angered to the point of laughter. Gently taking a deep breath, the irritation and anger in his heart gradually calmed down, his expression becoming as calm as an ancient well. Although the other party didn't look old and was unreasonable, it was indeed enough to deal with him. Although there was no enmity between them and it could even be said that this was the first time they had met, since the other party wanted to kill him, Yang Kai wasn't going to back down. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Let's see who dies first. Leaping tens of thousands of kilometers far away from Flowing Shadow City, he rushed into a continuous mountain range. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned around. The girl's figure also stopped 300 meters in front of him. Looking around, she opened her tender red lips and said, "This is the place you chose to bury yourself? Your eyes aren't very good." Ha! Yang Kai laughed. "Little girl, you think you're so great just because you have a little brute strength? You really don't know how high the sky is." It had always been others who spoke to him like this, and this was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was the bad guy, not to mention how uncomfortable he felt inside. And generally speaking, those who dared to speak to him like this didn't have a good ending. The girl said, "It doesn't matter. You won't be able to use them anyway. If you dare to refine those things, I'll break every bone in your body and let you die without a burial place." As she spoke, she actually stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips. She looked like she had seen something delicious and her appetite was aroused. Her pure appearance suddenly added a flirtatious charm. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help imagining what it would feel like if this little tongue licked his body, his mind rippling. Damn it, in front of a great enemy, how could he be bewitched by her beauty? Sure enough, it was because he couldn't find a release after so many years in the star boundary. Yang Kai's mind instantly cleared. "Are you ready?" The girl looked up and asked with a smile. Harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai laughed and beckoned, "Come here. Today this young master will respect your parents." Before he could finish his words, Kai Yang felt his abdomen being struck by a huge force. 300 feet away there was no trace of the young girl. All that was left was a faint afterimage. In a flash she had closed the distance between them. His little body. He threw a punch forward. It was as if an Emperor Realm Master had just self-destructed in front of him. Yang Kai felt his stomach convulse as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the young girl's head and face. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, directly crashing into a mountain peak. Hong long long. Rocks rolled and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain slowly collapsed, leaving a huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. The girl retracted her fist and stared at the hole in the mountain and sneered, "You overestimate yourself. Just by relying on her strength. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't feel good after taking a hit from her." A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master actually dared to be presumptuous in front of her. He really didn't know how to write the word, death. This time she had come to the Southern Territory under the orders of her family's elder to investigate the whereabouts of a family treasure. She had gone to many places but still couldn't find any clues. When she passed by Flowing Shadow City, she suddenly discovered something strange about Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary the Emperor realm it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai had actually refined a taboo item. As a disciple of her family, she naturally had the responsibility and obligation to erase it. It was laughable that this human was so arrogant that he dared to fight her alone without even knowing her true identity. His courage was commendable but his intelligence was limited. She stretched out her tender little hand and wiped her face. There was a trace of blood on her hand. She looked down and frowned. "It's golden." This was the first time she had encountered a human with golden blood. Moreover, the blood contained the power of qi and blood, which moved even her. Sticking out the tip of her tongue and licking the golden blood, the girl's expression changed slightly, demonic nature, and spirituality. How strange. She tasted an aura from this blood that she deeply hated, but also felt close to. Yang Kai's golden blood originated from the demon mystic tome he obtained in the past. He used his demonic secret art to refine his blood into pure golden blood, so it naturally had a rich demonic nature. However, he had also refined the golden divine dragon source, so his blood had a strong restorative ability and a pure spirituality. The two perfectly combined and blended together. Logically speaking, the demonic nature refined from the demon mystic tome should not be able to resist the spirituality of the golden divine dragon source. But now Yang Kai had a pure ancient demonic qi sealed in his body. Although it was still sealed, it had affected his physique imperceptibly after several attempts, allowing him to reach a balance with the golden divine dragon source. Just as the girl was wondering, a muffled thunderous explosion came from the cave and a stream of light shot out from it, transforming into Yang Kai's figure and standing in front of the girl again. "You." The girl was startled and looked forward in amazement. She had thought that after taking her punch Yang Kai would be seriously injured even if he did not die. How could she have known that he would still be able to move? Not only that, he seemed to have been stimulated by something, his fighting spirit soaring, his emperor chi roaring as his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. It hurt so much. Although Yang Kai said so, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he grit his teeth and said, "Little girl, it seems I have underestimated you. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Eat this old master's fist as well." Saying so, Yang Kai's aura sank and his whole body seemed like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Gathering all his strength into his fist, space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of the girl in a flash and punched towards her chest. If this punch landed, her full breasts would burst open in an instant. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of her, but because this girl was so petite, Yang Kai's punch could only reach her chest. Just like how she had chosen Yang Kai's abdomen as her target just now, it was not deliberate but natural. In front of such a powerful enemy who cared about her body, even if a stunning woman stripped naked and danced in front of him, Yang Kai's punch would still land. A five-colored glow blossomed as the five elements' indestructible sword qi lingered around his fist, increasing the power of his blow. Inexplicably, Yang Kai only felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It seemed that this kind of simple and crude battle was the most in line with a man's ferocious instincts. What secret techniques or artifacts? They were simply too weak. A vortex of strength suddenly appeared and a brand was formed in the void. What flew out was no longer a fist, but a lifetime's comprehension of the martial Tao, the condensation of Yang Kai's essence, qi and soul. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. She had not expected that Yang Kai, a trivial first-order Emperor realm human, could possess such violent strength. Coupled with his vigorous golden blood, the girl secretly felt that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering technique. Otherwise, how could he reach such a level? In her heart she sneered. Such a young man actually dares to call himself an old master in front of me. Don't judge me by my appearance, I have lived for hundreds of years. You will regret not dying so easily just now. The young girl's red lips parted slightly as she stood motionless in her original position. Raising her hand slightly, she placed her delicate palm in front of her. Facing Kai Yang's full-powered punch, this delicate little hand was like a delicate piece of art that had been intercepted by a violent storm, ready to shatter at any moment. Asterisk paw, asterisk fist and palm collided, but the girl didn't move at all, only her clothes fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai's confident strike was blocked in such a bizarre fashion, as if what she had blocked was not a violent blow, but rather a brainless fly flying towards her. A gust of wind blew and the girl's black hair fluttered, her beautiful eyes filled with ridicule. But even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms, he could not help but stare at this moment. The conflict between his ideals and reality at this critical moment was too abrupt, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Although he knew that this girl's strength was immense, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so great. It was a height that he could not reach. It's my turn. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Her bell-like laughter spilled over the ground, but to Yang Kai's ears, it made his hair stand on end. The palm that opened to block Yang Kai's fist suddenly clenched. It felt warm and soft like jade, and Yang Kai instantly felt that his fist was firmly locked, unable to break free. Then the girl's other arm bent back like a bow being pulled back. Her body leaned back slightly and her full chest became even more prominent. Her light blue dress almost could not support it. Hong! The bowstring was pulled back and the arrow flew. Her fist was wrapped in an aura that could destroy all things. Yang Kai's eyes were bigger than a cow's. His other fist was like a dragon and it turned into a sky full of fist shadows. The sound of explosions rang out one after another, accompanied by Yang Kai's muffled groans. Asterisk chi. Asterisk Yang Kai tapped his foot and retreated, his five elements indestructible sword qi collapsing as the fist he had used to meet his opponent's attack was twisted and mangled. His other fist had a deep five-finger imprint on it and a large chunk of flesh had been scraped off, revealing the white bones underneath. Blood tumbled in his chest and Yang Kai could not hold back. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but he still wanted to save face. He slanted his eyebrows and said, "Just so. Is that so?" The corners of the girl's mouth curled into a sneer. Humans were really pitiful. They were clearly at death's door, yet they still did not repent. What they said was different from what they thought. She was afraid that he would die from regret right now. She did not know if he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps he would immediately turn around and run away. After all, he knew that he was no match for her. No one would be stupid to such an extent. Yang Kai roared, gathering his strength again, and without waiting for the girl's reply, his figure flickered as he rushed towards her. He actually rushed over. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the development of the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Had this person been beaten silly,